Hokage give me a face. One Piece, Chapter 1-20. Chapter 1_ In the Slaver's Cabin. The peaceful days of the ninja world are too long, and it will always be a little boring. Although he has sex with his wives every day, but for him who will never die, there will be time to have sex in the future. In these long years, it is still necessary to spend several years or more to find some fun. The black and white luminous robe is shining. 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball, or wrapped around the back. Yizan folds his hands together, and his aura reaches the peak. The golden force field bloomed, completely shrouding Yizan. He carefully organized the language, and after feeling foolproof, he said softly, "Show me face, consume 99% of my power to travel through space. I want to go to another world." Swish. The golden force field burst into violent spatial vibrations. Suddenly, the void in front of Yizan began to twist and tear. He felt that his physical and mental strength was rapidly passing. Obviously, the ability of the face fruit was successfully used. The vibration of the space became stronger and stronger, and Yizan's physical and mental strength was also passing more and more. When he felt that his physical strength was approaching the limit, the space Uzumaki in the void finally stabilized. As the connection ready, it consumes 99% of my 30 physical strength, and I don't know which world I am connected to. I hope it is a world I am familiar with. It is best to have more beautiful women, hehehehe. Yizan laughed a few times. Without even thinking about it, he stepped into Uzumaki. He thought clearly, since he can consume 99% of his power to go to another world, he can also consume the same power to return to the Hokage world. Anyway, it's just physical and mental strength, and it will recover completely after a few days of rest. With this kind of plan in mind, Yizan finally entered the space Uzumaki, and then, he felt the darkness in front of him, and it just kept getting darker. What's the situation? The wooden floor was dark and dull, and the entire space had a rotten stench. Yizan looked left and right, and found that there was only a gap on the top of his head, and the gap showed a trace of light. "Who are you?" A sudden voice appeared in the dark corner, causing Yizan to back away in fright. Turning his head to look at the dark corner, with the help of his 5.0 vision and a ray of light in the crevice above his head, vaguely, he saw a little girl shivering in the corner. "Who are you? Were you bought as a slave by the Tianlong people like me?" The little girl asked again. Her voice was a little frightened, obviously frightened by Yizan. Yes, she was the only one in the cabin, but suddenly a man appeared in the cabin, still talking to himself, which made her a little scared, but also a little curious. "Who am I? Hee. Yizan walked towards the little girl, squatted down, and leaned in front of the little girl. "Of course I am not a slave. I am a god." Yizan smiled and was not afraid at all. He had spread his perception just now, and found that the strongest person in this ship was also Genin. Died. Yizan had a relaxed attitude, but the little girl's face was full of doubts. She didn't believe in any gods. She felt that the man in front of her should be a lunatic, but why was the lunatic caught by the Tianlong people? Seeing the unbelievable look in the little girl's eyes, Yizan smiled lightly, and suddenly approached, the tip of their noses almost pressed together. "Hey, if you don't believe me, let's make a bet that if I let us get out of here, how about you kiss me?" "Kiss you?" The little girl looked at Yizan with strange eyes, and quickly retreated, but she forgot that she was already in the corner, and when she retreated, her head slammed into the wooden board behind her. "Ouch!" The little girl cried out, covering the back of her head pitifully. She stared at Yizan angrily. If it wasn't for the chains on her ankles, she would have wanted to kick Yizan flying. "Bastard. Liar. Huh, that's not right. I admit it, bastard, but liar. When did I lie to you?" Yizan grabbed the little girl's little hand with one hand, and his face suddenly became serious. "Look at my eyes, look to what?" The little girl looked at Yizan seriously, and after a long time, she said angrily, "I saw the feces in the corner of your eyes." "What kind of shit? It's domineering. Do you understand? Domineering is domineering." Yizan raised his chin arrogantly, but his indomitable attitude made the little girl's eyes widen. She stared at Yizan angrily and shouted softly, "Bastard! What are you doing with your hands?" Her cheeks and neck were ashamed of Yuhi. I don't know when, Yizan had already wrapped her water snake waist. Although she was only a small loli, her waist was thin and soft, without a trace of fat. I'm sorry, Yizan embarrassedly apologized when the other party found out, and then he put his hand directly on the little girl's slightly upturned ass. "You asshole, let go of me." The butt was pinched, the little girl was like a mad kitten, twisting her body frantically to fight against Yizan, but Yizan just shook his head with a smile, and said proudly, "I just like that you can't stand me, and you can't kill me. I look like Tilda." At this moment, a footstep sounded overhead, and the little girl's shout just now finally caught the attention of outsiders. "There seems to be something going on down there. Go and see." The female pirate of Nine Snake Island was caught by Lao Su's hard work. "If something happens, you will all die." The female pirate of Nine Snake Island. Yizan was stunned when he heard this. The female pirate of Nine Snake Island was chained, this little girl. "Are you Boyahan Cook?" Yizan looked at the little girl, only feeling that he was lucky. No wonder this little girl is so cute and beautiful, so she is the empress. "How do you know my name?" Hancock looked at Yizan, and she was about to cry. She had experienced the darkest slave trade in the One Piece world. She had been exhausted and was bullied by Yizan for a while. Collapsed. Didn't I already tell you? I am a god, of course I know your name. As for saving you," Yizan pointed to his mouth, "the conditions remain the same. To save you, just kiss me just a moment Tilda." Chapter 2 Kill the Dragon. Looking at Yizan's bad and handsome appearance, Hancock was very confused. Although the other party was handsome, where did he ask for a kiss for the first time? She didn't know what to do, she was at a loss, and at this moment, the wooden board above her head was finally lifted, and a dazzling sunlight came in, making Hancock close his eyes. The plank opened, and a group of tall men filed in. Not only that, but at the end, a man with a devil fruit and a bubble hood also walked in. "Iya, what is this place? It smells so bad. It's disgusting. This is where you imprisoned my baby. You pigs and dogs, you dare to put the toys I want here, are you tired of living?" The man in the bubble head looked a little angry. He wasn't angry, he just thought that these pigs and dogs actually put custom toys here. Did they ignore the majesty of his Tianlong people? "Master Arches, I am really sorry, our slave ship has such a structure, please forgive me." The conversation of this group of people made Yizan stunned for a moment, tilted his head and looked at the bubble hood, Tianlong people. Yizan's words successfully attracted the attention of the Tianlong people. He glared at Yizan suddenly, and murderous aura burst into his eyes instantly. "Untouchables, how dare you call the creator like that? Originally, I saw you as a handsome gift slave, and I wanted to save your life, but I didn't expect you to be so presumptuous." Ha ha. The words of the Tianlong people made Yizan smile, and there was a rare murderous intent in the smile, and an illusory golden force field emerged, instantly covering the Tianlong people. "Give me a face, kneel down and learn to bark." Soon as Yizan's voice fell, the fruit's ability showed its power, and in an instant, the Tianlong people knelt on the ground with a puff. Wong wong. A burst of dog barking shocked Hancock and the slave trader. "This is a dragon man. The creator of the world, just listen to this man. It's still Tianlong people, it's better to be Tiangu people." Yizan felt a little bored. The top experts in Tianlong people may be a bit powerful, but most of Tianlong people are ordinary people. For the first time, Yizan realized the world of One Piece. Hierarchical classes, and to him all classes are clouds. Click. With a soft sound, Yizan twisted the chains on Hancock's body. He patted Hancock's little head gently and said softly, "Okay, what are you going to do next? Are you going home?" "Humph. What does it have to do with you if you don't go home? Big rascal, don't try to bully me." Hancock glared at Yizan angrily, and was not afraid of a group of slave traders. He walked straight to the Tianlongren and stuffed the devil fruit in the Tianlongren's hands into his mouth. In an instant, the beautiful little face was wrinkled into a ball. Devil fruits are really unpalatable. She stomped on Tianlongren's feet, obviously blaming Tianlongren for the unpalatable anger. Yizan didn't expect that Hancock would dare to attack the Tianlong people. Looking at Hancock's immature but domineering appearance, Yizan had an admiring smile on his face. As expected of Hancock, domineering, I like it. I don't want you rascal to like me. Hancock glared at Yizan with an indignant look again, and then looked at the Tianlongren. Suddenly, a Yuhi-colored light appeared, and that day the Dragon Man was directly petrified. And Hancock didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. He kicked the Tianlong people and kicked the petrified Tianlong people into pieces. Seeing Hancock's domineering and icy look, Yizan sighed softly and killed it. The Tianlong people are indeed too much. Well, in order to prevent the girl from falling into darkness, Yizan felt that he had to kill the girl. Rescue from dire straits. It is my responsibility. Yizan thought so, and hurriedly stuck to Hancock. Rogue, stay away from me. Hancock pushed Yizan away angrily, but how could she push Yizan away? Yizan directly stuck to Hancock, and the wolf's claws quietly wrapped around the slender waist of the water snake. Asshole. Hey, my dear, how can you say that to me? Come on, call Brother Zahn. Brother Zahn will take you to see the goldfish Tilda. Although Hancock didn't know what it meant to look at a goldfish, she understood that the words that came out of Yizan's mouth were never good words. She turned her head sharply and decided to ignore Yizan. She felt that as long as she ignored it, the rogue would definitely back out of trouble. Hey, don't be so cold, come on, laughed Tilda. Yizan hooked the corners of his mouth wickedly. The wolf's claws slowly dropped from his waist to his butt. Hancock's cheek slapped Yuhi, and slapped it violently. Yizan's claws were slapped off. Hey, little girl, I'm doing this for your own good. Need a little more, the ass will get bigger. Bah, you bastard, you are a ghost. The power of the face fruit is not something that human traffickers can contend with. Yizan ordered them to drive the boat back to Nine Snake Island, and these few days of voyage, Yizan and Hancock spent all the time fighting. Physical and mental strength had returned to normal. If Yizan wanted to, he could go back to the Hokage world now, but he had explained to his wives before that he would not go back in about half a year. The sun is shining, the sea is beautiful, the blue water is undulating, and a few seagulls are constantly chirping after the stern. Yizan was lying comfortably on the sun lounger, wearing a pair of Yuhi-colored sunglasses. Heap cutting. Humph. Hancock glared at Yizan angrily, holding a peeled Yuhi apple in his left hand and a knife in his right to slowly peel it. She has been bullied by Yizan these past few days. Coffee, feel like doing things all the time, hate it. Wow. Yizan threw the apple core into the sea at will, spread his hands lazily. Hancock snorted again, and put the peeled apple in Yizan's hand. Well, the peeling was not bad this time. Looking at the round peeled apple in his hand, Yizan nodded with satisfaction. He picked up the apple and was about to eat it. Suddenly, the apple turned gray with a click. Broke into scum. Hey. Yizan looked at Hancock angrily. Hancock looked at Yizan without fear, and finally, Yizan pouted and threw the petrified apple into the sea. Chapter 3 _ Clumsy Fake Cry. The days of hilarity ended after 5 days, and the slave ship arrived at Nine Snake Island. Finally here. As soon as he got off the boat, Yizan squinted his eyes. There is no such thing as a daughter country, a paradise in a man's heart. Although the Nine Snake Island's daughter country takes strength as its beauty, it is a daughter country after all. Yizan said that he must reverse the aesthetic concept of the Nine Snake Island sisters. Hancock. With an exclamation, a muscular woman walked towards him, not only the muscular woman at the head, but also a group of female warriors. The muscular woman at the head looked at Hancock in surprise, and when Hancock saw her, he threw himself into the woman's arms. Ooh! After pretending to be strong, Hancock finally couldn't help crying out of the sadness in his heart after he threw himself into the arms of the woman. Net. Did you bully her? The muscular woman looked at Yi-zan, and armament hockey poured out instantly. At the same time, a group of female warriors behind her erupted in armed rage at the same time, and a few more female warriors were already. He squeezed his weapon tightly, as if he was about to attack Yi-zan in the next second. Ah, not me. Startled by the group of female warriors, Yi-zan shook his head and explained. Hearing Yi-zan's explanation, Hancock, who was crying so hard, also raised his head and said, "It wasn't him, he rescued me." Really? Really? Hancock nodded. She still had some good feelings for Yi-zan, the life-saving benefactor. Well, it was too lustful and bad. Thinking of this, Hancock glanced at Yi-zan quietly, waved his small fist, and the tender fist waving in the air looked very cute. Hancock's cuteness made Yi-zan smile, and regardless of the muscular girl's gaze, he went straight to Hancock and rubbed her head gently. As expected of my future wife, she will be my wife. For my husband's sake. I'm not your future wife. Hancock snorted angrily and left the arms of the muscular woman. She jumped up to hit Yi-zan. Her pure white fist was still in the air, and she was grabbed by Yi-zan. He held her whole in his arms. Bastard hooligan. Let me go. Hancock struggled in Yi-zan's arms, while Yi-zan quietly pinched her ass and slowly put it down. Humph. She quickly took a few steps back to the muscular girl, and Yi-zan just shook his head proudly, and Hancock was so angry that he didn't want to beat him. He simply ignored Yi-zan and turned his head to the side. Okay, Hancock, it's a blessing in misfortune to come back safely. You too, I'm so happy. The muscular girl said, looking at Yi-zan. You did this to comfort her. To make her happy. Ah, Hancock looked at Yi-zan suddenly, and found that Yi-zan was still smiling, neither admitting nor objecting to the muscular woman's statement. But seriously, the female warriors of Nine Snake Island, there is one thing that is more troublesome. Although Hancock and I are fine, we killed a Tianlong person. What? Yi-zan's words instantly stunned everyone on Nine Snake Island. They looked at each other at a loss. This is a big sin. Not to mention killing Tianlong people, that is, beating Tianlong people. The Navy headquarters will dispatch a general, and the general's strength is not a joke. However, Nine Snake Island is extremely united, and it is absolutely impossible for everyone to hand over Hancock. Therefore, people are caught in a tangle. The female warriors had already guessed the reaction. Yi-zan smiled wickedly, his eyes rolled around, he looked at the muscular girl at the head, his face suddenly turned up, and he said sternly, otherwise, I will bring Hancock left, and when the Navy came over, you said you didn't see us. Yi-zan's righteousness made Hancock and the female warriors of Nine Snake Island both moved and blamed, and Hancock was worthy of being the future empress. Although she was moved, she didn't want Yi-zan to protect herself, or in other words, she didn't want to save her life. The benefactor died in the hands of the Navy. I don't need your protection, I am a devil fruit person now. Zan, brother Zan, leave, we are not allowed to enter men in Nine Snake Island, please leave. These days, she has been happily making noises on the boat. Although the other party has been bullying her, these are the happiest days in her life, and she is really reluctant to leave Yi-zan. But after killing the Tianlong people, the Navy will definitely deploy the highest-end combat power. She doesn't want Yi-zan to die here. Hancock loudly told Yi-zan to leave. Yi-zan smiled and didn't move. He deliberately covered his eyes and pretended to cry, and there were no tears in his dry eyes. Woo woo woo. Wife, why did you let me leave? I'm so sad, so sad. Woo woo. Yi-zan's clumsy acting made all the female fighters black lines, and the muscular girl headed silently covered her forehead. Who would believe your clumsy acting skills? Do you really think there is a fool in this world who will believe you fake crying? Then. Brother Zan, don't cry, I'm doing it for you. Hancock pouted and walked to Yi-zan's side. She gently pulled the corner of Yi-zan's clothes. That idiot-like performance made Nine Snake Island. All the female warriors covered their faces in shame. Hancock is so stupid. I can't even see such an obvious fake cry. Why are there such stupid companions in this world? If it spreads out, where will the face of our 9 snake pirates be placed? The girls complained that Hancock still didn't know that he had been cheated. She pulled Yizan's clothes pitifully, while Yizan still covered her eyes with her hands, so she managed to deceive Hancock. But I don't want my fake cry to be discovered by the other party. One acted in a crying scene and the other believed it. The 2 idiots used an idle drama similar to the Qing Yao school to talk to each other. The exaggerated tone and actions did not make the many female warriors on the side relaxed at all. After all, Hancock and Yizan were killed. Tianlong talents are here. Okay, hide the 2 of you first. When the Navy people arrive, let us negotiate. Although we killed the Tianlong people, our 9 Snake Island is not vegetarian. Led an army to attack us. Chapter 4 Plant a tree in the pirate world. After the muscular girl finished speaking, Hancock shook his head. No, I came back this time to tell you that from today, I, Hancock, have nothing to do with 9 Snake Island. One person does things and one person is responsible, whether it is life or death. I can't implicate you. After going through this incident, Hancock has become a lot more mature, and she is ready to fight this incident by herself. No way. The muscular girl raised her eyebrows angrily. Her tone was very fierce. We on 9 Snake Island have never given up any fighters, and we are not afraid of any enemy. The big deal is that we die together with the Navy. 9 Snake Island fighters are not afraid of death. Quote. No, I can't implicate you. Hancock and the muscular girl quarreled. Next to him, Yizan pouted his ears speechlessly, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped Hancock on the head. Hey, I said you. Did you take me too seriously? Why cut off the relationship? Why do you die together? With me here, who can hurt Hancock and who can hurt you? Yizan raised his head arrogantly. His indomitable tone instantly shocked the female warriors, and then. Hancock, you are not allowed to leave the 9 Snake Island. I want it. Even if I die, I won't bother you. The 2 quarreled again, and invariably ignored Yizan's words. Although Yizan is a 6 paths level powerhouse, his muscles are not obvious, and he does not have the aura of a powerhouse. Almost all of them have exploding muscles. After all, this is a body-eating world. Without a strong body, even armament hockey tilde will not be very powerful. Obviously, everyone thought that Yizan was a weak person. Without muscles, he had no strength, and he did not have any of the 3 types of domineering, and even more, the weak among the weak. Ignored by a group of women, Yizan was completely speechless. He rubbed Hancock's head again and said softly, that, actually, I am a devil fruit-capable person who can create an island. Yizan said. He closed his eyes. After creating the island, Hancock and I went to the island to survive on the desert island. How romantic. Yizan smiled wickedly, closing his eyes and constantly fantasizing. Next to him, Hancock bit Kiba and stared at Yizan, his small hands tightly clenched into fists. Bastard. Before that, please take your claws off. Don't rub my head. Huh, when did I put my hand on your head? It's not my hand. Well, that's what it is. Yizan pretended to be puzzled. The hand on Hancock's head left without any intention of leaving, and even used his fingers to stir between her hair, which soon disturbed her smooth black hair. Bastard. Hancock clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry to be a ghost. Take it away from me. Hancock slapped Yizan's hand violently and finally patted Yizan's hand away. She quickly stroked her messy hair and finally straightened it. Bad man. Hancock glared at Yizan, turned his head and ignored Yizan. As for Yizan, he finally looked at the female warrior on 9 Snake Island at this moment, and said with a serious face, that's the decision, Hancock and I will go on our honeymoon, on a desert island. Yizan said, suddenly bent down and picked up Hancock. The futon wind style mode was activated, and he flew towards the windless belt not far from 9 Snake Island amid Hancock's shouting. Looking at Yizan in the sky, a group of people were stunned, and his sudden performance subverted everyone's worldview. Am I not mistaken? He just flew. Looks like it's flying. And flew with Hancock. Why doesn't he go to heaven? No, he has gone to heaven. The female warriors talked a lot. In the sky, Hancock in his arms also stared at Yi-zan blankly. You can actually fly. Yes, I told you before, I am a god who came to save you Tilda. God, you big bastard. Humph. Being molested by Yi-zan again, Hancock puffed up angrily, turned his head to look at the sky and the ocean, and ignored Yi-zan. Seeing this, Yi-zan raised a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Hey, you don't believe I'm a god? Since that's the case, I'll show off my hand again. Holding Hancock with one hand, the other hand suddenly hand seal, a terrifying aura burst out. Just by the momentum, the seawater in a radius of 1,000 meters below presses a deep depression. Sacred tree planting technique, open. Yi-zan shouted and finally used this magical skill. This was his only god-level skill, and it was the god-level skill book that exploded from Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Boom, boom. The sea exploded, setting off turbulent waves, and a huge roar made the Nine-Snake Island in the distance shake violently. All the female soldiers of Nine-Snake Island looked at Yi-zan in horror, and looked at the shaking sea. Wow! The sea was lifted, and a giant tree grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the point that humans can reach? Hancock's eyes widened in a daze, his lovely mouth opened slightly, and the scene in front of her had already stunned her. Humph, everyone said that I was a god, and I came here to save you, and... Do you remember the promise I made when I saved you? Yi-zan stared at Hancock with a wicked smile. Under Hancock's doubtful eyes, he suddenly lowered his head and quickly blocked her lips. Hancock opened her eyes wide, and the moment she was kissed by Yi-zan, she felt that she had lost her strength. She tried hard to leave, but she could only struggle lightly, soft and boneless. The divine tree soon grew and took root in the sea. Yi-zan actually wanted to build a house on the divine tree, but there was still some gap between the living environment. But this is nothing. Yi-zan hugged Hancock and descended to the sea, with both feet firmly stepping on the sea water. Hand seal with one hand, a huge amount of chakra poured into the sea crazily from the soles of his feet. Doden, earth style, the big moving earth core. With a loud muffled sound that spread throughout the 10,000-meter sea, Hancock was shocked to see that a piece of land had risen from the ocean to the surface. At this moment, Yi-zan did not stop performing the spell. The terrifying Doden, earth style, fluctuations continued to spread. The sea surface whimpered and flowed, and huge Uzumaki undercurrents circulated constantly around the divine tree. Pieces of land continued to rise, and with Yi-zan's efforts, the land gradually condensed into a small island, and he forcibly extracted the earth from the bottom of the sea to create an island. Chapter 5_Funny Navy. Gadong. Hancock swallowed hard and stared blankly at all this. It's amazing. Hancock was young and didn't know how powerful Yi-zan's behavior represented. She only knew that Yi-zan was very powerful and ignorant, thinking that Yi-zan might be able to fight against the admiral of the navy. Baby wife, now, let's start a romantic honeymoon on a deserted island. Yi-zan was still kissing Hancock badly, but Hancock pressed hard against Yi-zan's face and turned his head fiercely. Bastard, don't kiss me, and I'm not your wife. Ah. Isn't it? It doesn't matter, it will be. Come on baby, let's live on an exciting desert island. Bah, rogue, where are you touching your hand? Get it off. My hand. Well, that's not my hand. Quote. The two came to the deserted island noisily, and started their journey to the deserted island. To be precise, it was Hancock's journey to the deserted island. Yi-zan just wanted to tease Hancock. And by the way, he observed that he was #1 in the world of One Piece. Changes to the second cast of the divine tree planting technique. When the two were laughing and joking on the deserted island, there was a huge disturbance in the whole world, because someone shot the Tianlong people, and killed a Tianlong. As the creator of the world, no one dares to take action against the Tianlong people. Although the world government has set up the task of counter-attacking against the Tianlong people by the Admiral of the World, no one has dared to offend the Tianlong people over the years. But now, someone actually killed the Tianlong people. The order from the world government must kill those two people. The information has been sent, and it was photographed by specially trained high-altitude seabirds. One man and one woman. The woman is a Nine-Snake Island warrior. Her name is Bo Yahan Cook, but the man has no information and can't find his identity. The two should be a group and go directly to Nine-Snake Island. Although there is no wind barrier, the general can still force Nine-Snake Island to hand over the girl. If there is a girl, you can naturally find the man. The Tianlong people were killed, and the nature was extremely bad. Sengoku, you will lead the team, and Akainu, Aokiji, and Kyabu will follow. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Following the order of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, who is still a general, brought 3 lieutenant generals, Akainu Chingzi Kizaru, and 100 Navy troops. This is not the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. Apart from Marshal Sora, Garp and Zephyr did not take part in this action. In the eyes of everyone, Admiral Sengoku with Akihiki Kizaru and Akainu, whose real combat power is close to Admiral, is enough. As a result, a group of uninvited guests was welcomed on Nine-Snake Island. I don't know what is going on in the future of Sengoku. Don't pretend to be deaf, hand over Hancock and that man. Akainu roared. You should know the consequences of killing the celestial dragons. This matter cannot end without results. Hand them over, Sengoku said. Obviously there is no room for turning this matter around. We don't know what you're talking about. The muscular girl at the head was full of tension. This is the Admiral of the Navy, and there are several natural lieutenants who are already famous in the world, but if she wants to hand over Hancock and Yizan, yes, absolutely impossible. You really don't say anything. We really don't know. Don't eat or drink for a toast, do it. Akainu shouted loudly, and a violent high temperature suddenly erupted from his body. Seeing Akainu act without his own orders, Sengoku was a little dissatisfied, but the matter of the Tianlong people was too serious. He did not stop Akainu, but stood silently in place. In fact, to deal with the female warriors of Nine-Snake Island, Akainu was the only one. People are enough. But at this moment, call out. A phantom flew over and instantly shattered Akainu's head. When everyone reacted, a handsome and sunny man stood in front of the female warriors of Nine-Snake Island. Who? The sudden situation shocked everyone, and Akainu also retreated cautiously. Naturally, he would not be killed by physical attacks. Although he was kicked in the head, he did not receive any damage. Hello everyone. Uncle, I know where Hancock is, do you want me to tell you? Yizan's voice made Sengoku slightly stunned, only to find out that Yizan is the man in the picture. It's you. It's the man who killed the Tianlong people, Chingzi said, and the surrounding temperature began to drop. Yizan's speed was too fast just now, so fast that he couldn't react at all. Although he didn't concentrate, Yizan attacked Akainu in an instant. The speed he showed was at least the level of a general. A mysterious person who has never appeared before actually has the speed of a general, which shocked Chingzi, but also a little scared. He now understands why the other party dares to kill Tianlongren, because of his strength. Chingzi was ready to start, and Kizaru also followed suit. In fact, Kizaru didn't want to do it, but at this moment Sengoku had released a strong momentum. It was obvious that Sengoku was going to fight in person. Go! Sengoku snorted softly and attacked Yizan instantly. Yizan laughed, and suddenly a cyan wind burst out, jumped up, and flew into the air with ease. What are you doing? What are you doing? You start a war without saying anything clearly. Are you sick in your head? You still want to hit me? You hit me! Hit me! Yizan shouted in the air, squinting at Sengoku and the others. That dazed look made Sengoku and others hate Kiba so much. Bastard! What the hell? I thought I couldn't hit you. Moonstep! Sengoku shouted angrily, stepped on the ground suddenly, and rushed to Yizan's side in an instant. Whoa! The dazzling 2.0 golden light is as bright as the sun, and the giant Buddha statue 100 meters high appears. Ha! Sengoku shouted. The giant Buddha slapped suddenly, and before the terrifying shock wave was captured, the surrounding air vibrated with a buzz. Cut! Idiot! Yizan glanced at Sengoku disdainfully. The technique of Hiraishin was activated instantly. Sengoku only saw nothing in front of him, and Yizan disappeared without a trace. Behind. Akainu's shout made Sengoku's heart shake, and the 100-meter-high golden Buddha statue instantly converged. Although its size was reduced, its defense was increased several times. Boom! A loud noise, the Buddha statue shattered, and Sengoku narrowly escaped Yizan's attack, quickly galloping in the sky with a moon step, and finally dashed to the ground. Give me face, get the hell out of here. Chapter 6_Destroy the yellow ape with one move. The golden force field spreads, covering everyone in an instant, and then, the golden force field changes to the Yuhi color of dual. Although Yizan's strength is strong, Sengoku's group of masters and 100 navy have resisted the coercion of the face fruit with the help of the comprehensive forces of the world government. They did not give Yizan face, and turned the coercion into a duel. Oh, you don't give me face. Yizan was slightly surprised, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Since you don't give me face, let's have fun. Sweden, water style. Water dragon bullet. Yizan hand sealed with both hands, and a water dragon with a length of 10 meters suddenly rose on the sea below. Shave. Sengoku stomped on his right foot and left the spot in an instant, and the fast-attacking water dragon passed through the place where Sengoku stayed, and hit a group of sailors behind. The water dragon hit the navy in the front, and the navy vomited blood and flew out, and the navy in the back quickly fell to the left and right. Even so, more than 10 soldiers were eventually hit by the water dragon bullet. Yo, it's very fast, then try this trick. Sweden, water style. Great waterfall technique. The 20-meter-high sea water surged up, and the more and more gathered, the 30 seemed to really become a huge waterfall. Bang! A huge amount of sea water was released, roaring, overwhelming. I'm coming. Ice cubes. Pheasant mouth. Qingzi shouted, and an ice bird flew out from his right arm. The ice bird flapped its wings vividly and plunged into the waterfall at a very fast speed. At that moment, the rushing sea water quickly froze, and the ice bird quickly penetrated the icy sea water, let out a neigh, and continued to rush towards Yizan. Although he is a lieutenant general, Qingzi's control over the frozen fruit has reached a very high level. Seeing the ice bird attack, Yizan raised his finger with a smile and lightly tapped it on the bird's beak. Click! The ice crystals flew, and the ice bird shattered instantly. Such a rapid impact hit Yizan's finger, and the ice bird's body could not bear the reaction force at all. What a sturdy body! What a skillful piece of iron! Qingzi's expression changed slightly, and he never expected that Yizan would block his attack with just one finger. No, he didn't use iron. Sengoku's face became more and more solemn. He had no idea that Yizan could actually control the sea water, and the previous movement that avoided the attack of his Buddha and Buddha fruit was as if teleportation, incredibly fast. Sengoku didn't know about Hiraishin. He only thought that Yizan was moving fast, but because of this, he felt deep doubts. The fruits of all speed types in the superhuman system should be able to achieve this speed when they are cultivated to the limit, but he can control the seawater. Boy, are you a fruit power? Sengoku asked. Yeah, Yizan nodded. He is indeed a fruit person, and the face is fruit, although he is not afraid of seawater, but he is indeed a fruit person. As for why the face fruit is not afraid of seawater, Yizan thinks, maybe because the face fruit is a non-existent fruit, that is to say, this fruit has not appeared in the devil fruit illustrations. The mystery shown by Yizan caused Sengoku's side to temporarily stop moving, and Akainu and Kizaru gathered around Sengoku. Boy, your strength is very good, but I suggest you still capture it without your hands. The navy is not just us. If you kill Tianlong people, if you capture it without your hands. I didn't kill the Tianlong people. Yizan blinked his eyes cutely, looking very innocent. Just now I told you not to do anything and talk well. Why do you think I killed the Tianlong people? Humph. Needless to say, the head of Saint Arches was kicked into stone. Only sweet fruits in this world have this ability. According to the clues we got, Saint Arches was auctioned from Chambord Island a month ago. Xing bought the sweet fruit. This time he took a small number of followers to the sea, and it was also to hand over the slaves to the slave trader. This time the slave was only Boyahan Cook. You call her out. She definitely ate the sweet fruit. Akainu is justified and well-founded. Obviously it is not easy for Yizan to argue, but Yizan just stood there dumbfounded, and said stupidly, yes, since Hancock killed the Tianlong people, why do you want to blame it on me? Yizan's words made Akainu suddenly speechless. He looked at Sengoku as if asking for help. Sengoku pondered for a moment, and said slowly, Boyahan Cook is the murderer. You are an accomplice, but if you are willing to surrender to the Navy, I could consider pardoning your sins, but... Idiot. What? I said, are you all a bunch of idiots? Didn't you see me teasing you? Ha 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 ha. Hancock is my future wife. Do you think I will let you attack her? A middle finger. Very arrogant. Bastard. Sengoku was furious. He thought Yizan meant to surrender, but he didn't expect that the other party had been playing with him. Go. Sengoku roared, and a huge Buddha statue 100 meters high bloomed again on his body. At the same time, Akainu, Qingzi, and Kyabu shot at the same time. Frozen time capsule. Big Spitfire. Qingzi's longest distance attack and Akainu's ultra-high power attack instantly surrounded Yizan. Yizan dodged left and right in midair, and at the same time, Kizaru's voice suddenly appeared on the side of his ear. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kick your sister. Idiot. Seeing that the light speed kick of the yellow monkey was kicking towards him, Yizan turned around at a faster speed, and the chakra gathered on the right leg and kicked the yellow monkey fiercely. Boom. With a loud bang, Kizaru's feet together with his entire body exploded into rays of light and shattered, joking, and confronting a Six Paths powerhouse like Yizan head-on. Isn't this looking for abuse? Fortunately, Kizaru is a natural type. His body turned into a spot of light and escaped from Yizan 330, but at this moment, a smirk flashed across Yizan's mouth, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Yellow Monkey intercepted it. What? Be careful. Sengoku shouted, but it was too late for Kizaru to react. I don't know when, a ball of seawater appeared in Yizan's hand. PFFT. The seawater bloomed, and the photonized yellow ape was forced to show his figure. Yizan suddenly clenched his fist and smashed it with one punch. Boom. Blood splattered, and Kizaru fell like a meteor. Shaved. Qingji flashed and caught the yellow monkey. At this moment, the yellow monkey was full of blood and closed his eyes tightly, but he was knocked unconscious by Yizan's punch. So strong. Looking at Yizan in midair, Qingzi's face became more solemn. He never imagined that the Japanese ape, whose strength was comparable to his own, would have less than 2 moves in the opponent's hands. Are you still fighting? Yizan raised his head arrogantly, and this time, Sengoku finally fell silent. General Sengoku. Seeing Sengoku's hesitation, Akainu immediately joined up. As an extremist who carried out justice to the end, Akainu couldn't tolerate Yizan's killing of the Tianlong people and getting away with it. Akainu, okay, I understand what you mean, but... Sengoku looked up at Yizan again, frowning deeply. Retreat. Chapter 7 _ Spread the word. Explosive skills. Sengoku retreated. The duel was won, and 4 skill books exploded on the ground. But what made Yizan speechless was that the skill books they released were very weak. Open black lens bracket observation hockey S white price, 20 yuan bao close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armament hockey S white price, 20 yuan bao close black lens bracket. Navy 6, moon step S blue price, 40 yuan bao. Navy 6, shave S blue price, 40 yuan bao. It's strange, the laws of Hokage world and pirate world are different, so is the effect of blasting the skill book different. Or, I won without spending much effort, so the blast book level is not high. Tisk. Whatever his, keep it and upgrade it slowly. Thinking of this, Yizan directly learned the skill book. Sengoku retreated with the army, which made Akainu very confused, but Chingzi did not object. In fact, Sengoku didn't think about retreating at first. Although Yizan's strength is very strong, it is not impossible for a group of masters to besiege. He found that Yizan did not have armament haki, and his 3 natural fruit ability, even if it was consumed. It can consume Yizan to death. Due to the special geographical location of Nine Snake Island, there are many sea kings running rampant in the windless belt, and it is difficult for large warships to pass through. Therefore, there are only 1 small warship in this operation, and the main attack force is Sengoku and 3 natural abilities. Originally, there was no problem with this at all. A mere Nine Snake Island could be settled by a lieutenant general. Sengoku was dispatched because of the superficial skills of the Tianlong people. They originally thought it was an easy task, but they did not expect the strength of the mysterious person Yizan. So powerful, he didn't expect that Yizan could actually control the seawater. Oh sea. Seawater is the most hated thing for all devil fruit people. Fighting with a person who can control the seawater is something that Sengoku group never imagined. Especially when he saw that Huang Yuan was attacked and defeated by Yizan using a ball condensed by seawater, he knew that there was no need to continue this matter. The reason why he and others were able to survive just now was because Yizan took the initiative to stop. Otherwise, it's hard to say how many people you will lose in the end. Sengoku took the 3 nature-based abilities to aggressively crusade the villains who killed the Tianlong people, but finally escaped with his tail between his tails. This incident made the Navy lose face. However, there is no airtight wall in the world, and the news still leaked out. It was one of the Navy soldiers who leaked the news. It wasn't because of money, but because the soldier was a big talker and couldn't hide his secrets. He accidentally told the process of this crusade. No one expected that Sengoku would be so embarrassed, and he was beaten and fled without even touching the opponent's clothes. At the same time, there is also news that makes all devil fruit capable people tremble: someone can control the seawater. While this news shocked the world, some people with bad intentions also raised killing intent towards Yizan. Find him. Control him. If he is out of control, kill him. Countless forces have issued such orders one after another, but the opposite is the attitude of the Navy, but the Navy is uncharacteristically without any expression. Navy Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Well, Sengoku, you did a good job this time. People who can control the seawater should not be pushed too hard. It's just that a celestial dragon died. Marshal Sora nodded at Sengoku, who was the focus of his training the object. The mind is calm and the judgment is accurate, avoiding without fighting is a good strategy. It's just the Tianlong people. Sengoku looked at Marshal Sora sadly. There is me there, don't worry about it. Marshal Kong said calmly. In fact, the Tianlongren killed by Yizan was just a very ordinary member of the Tianlongren family, and the Tianlongren were just like that. In the original book, after Luffy dealt with the Tianlongren, Pluto Rayleigh came forward, and the Tianlong people would not be held accountable. Okay, this is the end of the matter. If there is nothing else, you go down first. As ordered. Sengoku left, and the marshal pondered for a moment in the empty seat, got up, and went to the holy place where the dragons were, Marijoa. The Holy Land, Marijoa, is the seat of the world government headquarters, where the Tianlong people live, and the 5 old stars also live here. The spacious and quaint hall has no decoration at all, with blue walls and blue steps, all of which give the impression of simplicity. The 5 old people were either standing or sitting, scattered in the hall very casually, and one of them was wearing loose samurai robes and clogs, sitting in the corner with a knife, obviously not caring about all political affairs. Sora, I need you to give me an explanation. Talking is an old man in a black suit, with curly white hair and a pung song beard. He wears a flat hat on his head and has a deep scar on the left side of his face. 5 adults, the 2 villains who killed the Tianlong people, are hiding in the Windless Belt, and large warships cannot pass, but if the high-end combat power is used, the man is powerful and can control the seawater. Once the fire is fought, the navy will suffer unbearable loss of. Sora's face was full of serious explanation, but he didn't expect that his explanation made the old man's complexion instantly gloomy. Empty. You have to figure out one thing. The existence of the navy is to protect the Tianlong people. Even if the casualties are heavy, let them know the fate of offending the creator. The old man's voice had become very stern, and then his sternness did not affect Sora at all. Sora just stared at the old man silently, his tone still calm. Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, more and more pirates make the navy overwhelmed. We've advertised that person's abilities. Now pirates all over the world know that that person can control the sea. Seawater. The nemesis of the devil fruit. His existence means that he can restrain the vast majority of powerhouses in this world. No pirate can endure the existence of such a person. They have already begun to act. Taking advantage of strength, retreating is also a strategy. Quote. Kong's words silenced the old man. He thought for a while, and finally nodded. You are the admiral of the 5 of us who value. Since you have a plan, we will not interfere. Let's go. Chapter 8 _ Pirates flock to 9 Snake Island like crazy. The Navy announced Yizan's ability to the public, and Yizan's ability to control the seawater made countless pirates rush towards the Windless Belt, and their madness was even crazier than when Roger, the Pirate King in the original book, was executed. Oh see, this is the biggest weakness of the devil fruit. Anyone who knows devil fruit knows that devil fruit is afraid of seawater, but now, there is someone who can control the sea. This era is different from Luffy's era. In this era, Roger has not yet become the Pirate King, and the era has not gone wild. Most of the pirates at sea are dreamers who have dreams and want to get One Piece. Because of this, countless pirates are swarming towards the Windless Belt. They want to recruit Yizan and have a crew member who can control the seawater. What a heaven-defying configuration. Although the Windless Belt cannot pass through huge warships, many pirates are small and medium-sized warships. They don't even think about their own strength, and they come to the Windless Belt one after another. In the Windless Zone, in a pirate ship. Come on, row, just get through the Windless Zone and we'll get the man who controls the water. But Captain, is he really going to join us? Nonsense. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King in the future. It's his honor to have him join our pirates 740, hurry up. Row me hard. As ordered. Everyone rowed together, but at this moment, a dark shadow passed by in the depths of the sea. Wow. The huge Sea King slammed directly towards the pirate ship, and the fierce impact directly broke the pirate ship into pieces. Many pirates screamed and fell into the water, and were devoured by the Sea Kings that came from the wind. This scene happened in various places in the Windless Belt. These daring pirates did not know the horror of the Windless Belt at all. They knew a little about it. For the sake of cheating, they chose to take risks without hesitation. For them, controlling the sea water is a cheating device. Although it is not omnipotent, 90% of the strong people in this world are devil fruit people. Not only that, Yizan can bring the General Sengoku together with Akainu, Qingzi and Kaiabu. The Lieutenant General of the Natural Department is forced to retreat, that is to say, Yizan's own strength has also reached a very strong point. Of course, the pirates who were beyond their means died in the Windless Belt, but it is not without them who passed through the Windless Belt. Are you the one who can control the sea water? A small pirate ship was docked on the shore of 9 Snake Island. Standing in front of Yizan was a tall and strong man about 8 meters tall. The man has black hair on his shoulders, a pair of horns on his head, a slender beard that extends from the nostrils to the waist in a wavy pattern, a scale tattoo on his left arm, no clothes on his upper body, and wide trousers tied with hemp ropes on his lower body. Belt. Wow, big guy. Yizan covered his mouth cutely, completely unsuitable for the strange creatures in the pirate world. I said, are you the one who can control the sea water? The giant human asked again, with a slightly impatient tone. No. Huh. I said, I'm not that person. Yizan came to the other party with a smile, and gently poked the other party's knee with his finger. Yizan's height can only poke the other party's knee. Hey, big man, how can you find a wife when you are so big? Yizan's words made the tall man pause for a moment, and then he suddenly raised his palm-sized palm. Go away. Call. The huge palm carried the howling wind, and Yizan quickly took a step back, dodging the attack. You dare to attack me? Do you know who I am? The smile on Yizan's face gradually disappeared, and his powerful aura burst out instantly. What a strong aura! The tall and sturdy man stared at Yizan in disbelief, and then the shock on his face turned into joy, and the joy was mixed with a frenzy to madness. It's you. You are the guy who controls the sea. Ha 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 ha. He laughed frantically, bursting into a frenzied fighting spirit. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and stared, like a giant beast, a copper bell. The giant eyes are bloodshot. The master who can force Sengoku to retreat. I want to see how strong you are. Battle. Fuck. It turns out to be a fighting maniac. Hey, idiot, I don't like fighting for no reason. Give me face and let it go. The golden force field spreads and instantly transforms into the Yuhi color force field. In the opponent's extremely frenzied fighting intent, the fruit ability fails to oppress, and a duel takes effect. Caught. While Yizan was standing still, the tall and strong man finally grabbed Yizan's shoulders and looked at Yizan in his hands. A cruel smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. Boom. With a light sound, the smoke rose, Yizan turned into a smoke, and disappeared. The avatar technique is just a very basic avatar technique. Although the tall and strong man can shoot very quickly, for Yizan, it is enough to perform the avatar technique. Idiot, I told you to stop and fight. It's all right now. The duel takes effect. Even if I don't want to beat you, I have to beat you. Yizan's figure appeared in the air at some point, and he was helpless. He shook his shoulders. His arrogant attitude caused two white smoke to come out of the tall and strong man's nose, and angrily picked up a stone from the ground. Beat me. There is no one in this world who can beat me. I have so many beasts and guys. He roared, throwing with all his might. Huh. The air vibrated, generating layers of sound waves, and the stone turned into a ray of light, rushing to Yizan in an instant. However, the stone passed through Yizan and flew farther into the sky. Yizan was still suspended in midair, as if it was just a phantom, without any damage. In fact, Yizan was just acting handsome. He teleported to another place with the technique of Hiraishin, and teleported back intact within 0.042 seconds. This created a visual error, making the other party think that Yizan was fundamental. There is no movement. Yo, the stone flew so far. What a force. Yizan smiled and looked into the distance. The stone had already flown several kilometers away, and it was even galloping constantly. It is indeed very powerful to exert this kind of power with just the flesh body. Hey, big man, you just now say, what is your name, the beast guy? Which guy is the most? Chapter 9 Fighting Mad Beasts Guy. More. In this world, besides me, who would dare to call the beasts guy? Guy held his chin domineeringly, looking very arrogant. In terms of strength, I say number 1, no one dares to say number 2. When did you get on my head? Head sank suddenly. Guy was furious. He shook his head angrily, trying to throw Yizan off. Just now, when Guy wasn't paying attention, Yizan used Hiraishin's technique to teleport to Guy's head. No matter how he shook, Yizan held onto the double horns on Guy's head and didn't let go, looking very comfortable. Boy looking for death. Like a thunderous explosion, Guy let out a heavy and dull roar. He raised his palm and slapped his head with a huge slap. Shoo! Guy Duo's back like a monkey. Guy Duo was too tall, at least 8 meters above the height, like a statue, for Yizan to climb up and down. Hee, you can't catch me. No matter how much Guy slaps, Yizan always dodges at the last moment. He jumped on Guy Duo's head again, and grabbed Guy Duo's ear with a smile. Asshole. Boom. The violent breath bloomed, armament hockey and observation hockey used at the same time. Guy grabbed one more time, and when Yizan was dodging, his fan-like hand just happened to grab the place where he was dodging. Observation hockey. What a great prediction. Horizon. Yizan's figure disappeared in an instant, and at the moment Yizan disappeared, Guy Duo suddenly turned behind him, a trace of blood flashed in his eyes. Boom. The terrifying fist was severely imprinted on Yizan's belly. Yizan only felt that he had hit a speeding train, his body hurt, and he was knocked away by a huge force. It's awesome. It actually hurt me. Is this the effect of armament hockey? Yizan, who was slightly injured, quickly turned on the futon, wind-style mode, and he stood upright from the air. For a few seconds, his body has been restored by the power of 6 paths. Looks like it's time to be a little more serious. Yizan twisted his head slightly, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Big man, here I come. Snapped. The hands slapped, and at that moment, a divine power emerged from Yizan's body, and the black and white luminous imperial robes, 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball, appeared. Look clearly, don't blink, Yizan said badly. Before Guy could react, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Bang! The air burst, creating strong ripples. Guy vomited blood and flew several hundred meters backwards, hitting the ground heavily, and a spider-shaped crack bloomed from the center. Boom! The rich purple-black aura was burning. Guy got up slowly, his eyes became bloody yuhi, he sneered at Kiba, and his expression became more and more mad. Not bad. Ha 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 ha. Really good. Such a powerful person. Really good. Come on, kill me. Guy yelled, as if he was not injured at all, and rushed towards a faster speed than before. Yizan didn't break through the defense. Seeing Guy rushing towards him, Yizan tilted his head and raised his right hand. A pure white whirling light appeared on the tip of his index finger. Hey, big brother, don't die, you are very interesting, hold on. 6 paths. Holy thrust. Dead. Hee hee hee. Brother, I won't die. No one in this world can kill me. Even if I jump from a height of 10,000 meters, I won't be injured at all, come on. Kill me. I really want to know what it's like to die. Guy laughed wildly, but he slammed into Yizan without hesitation. He didn't think that Yizan could hurt himself. The spiral thrust of Yizan's fingertips was too weak, and it looked like a faint spinning light group. Extremely fast speed represents extremely strong impact, and extremely sharp spiral thrusts will increase this force countless times. Puff. Blood bloomed, and Yizan's index finger easily pierced Guy Duo's heart. The twisted and broken skin, and the blood that was continuously shot out like a faucet, Guy lowered his head in disbelief, and then suddenly widened his eyes and let out an earth-shattering laugh. Ha ha ha, strong. It's so strong. I'm more and more interested in you. Come, kill me. If you can't kill me, you have to be my subordinate. Guy shouted happily, his eyes full of excitement. This is the first time in Guy's life that death is so close to him, which makes Guy feel excited and interesting. He has always felt that he is invincible and that this world has no meaning. Although there is a huge pirate group, he has always been alone, challenging the Navy alone, and challenging Roger, Whitebeard and the Golden Lion alone. The entire pirate group. Over the years, he has been captured several times by the Navy and other pirate powerhouses, but including Roger, no one can kill him. He has also attempted suicide countless times, but so far, he can't even kill himself. Now, he finally found someone who could kill him. Boy, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. How about you, come and be my subordinate. He stared at Yizan with a frenzy on his face, but Yizan shook his head in disgust, and pulled out the finger that had pierced into the opponent's heart. Don't. You are too ugly. Yizan's refusal made Guy a little more stunned. He never expected that the reason for the other party's rejection was not because he was not strong enough, but because he was too ugly. Ugly or not, what does it have to do with you being my subordinate? Guy stared at Yizan angrily, and with difficulty, blood flowed out of his slightly relieved eyes again. Yizan didn't seem to know that his words made Guy very angry. He pointed out a finger seriously and said, "You are too ugly, so I can't get a girl with you, and I'm not in a good mood." "Well, if I'm in a bad mood, I will do some drastic things, and if I do some drastic things, the girls will not like them even more, and I am a person who likes girls, so you are too ugly, I will not be your man." Yizan babbled for a long time, dizzying Guy's head, and there was only one sentence: "You are too ugly, I will not be your subordinate." Being mocked by Yizan, Guy was so angry, he raised his fist violently, and the blood mist of the gorilla Yuhi bloomed in his eyes. Chapter 10 _ The Tree of Gods bears fruit. "You actually think I'm ugly? You bastard! Go to hell!" Guy roared loudly. The injury on his body did not affect him in the slightest, and the huge fist burst into a violent wave of power. The terrifying attack did not move Yizan. He took a bad step back, and the black Gudodama truth-seeking ball directly turned into several sharp spikes, making Guy more unavoidable to meet him. Boom! Gudodama truth-seeking ball and armament hockey collided with fierce sparks. Guy yelled. Armament hockey on his body became stronger and stronger. Yizan was stunned. He didn't expect armament hockey to be able to resist Gudodama truth-seeking ball. He quickly retracted Gudodama truth-seeking ball, turned on futon wind-style mode, and flew into the sky. The truth-seeking ball coalesced in an instant, forming a long javelin. "Brother, you were lucky just now. Do it again, don't die," Yizan said, slowly raising the Gudodama truth-seeking ball javelin. He poured all his strength into his right arm, and the muscles of his right arm moved one by one. Drum up. The Gudodama truth-seeking ball javelin turned into a black light and pierced the void. Guy shouted, and tried his best to push armament hockey to the limit. However, this time, his armament hockey was useless. The indestructible armament hockey was instantly shattered by the Gudodama truth-seeking ball javelin, easily penetrating his body. Then, Guy runs too much. Guy ran away a lot, but Yizan didn't pursue him. He thought that Guy was so reckless and cute. For such a tall man, he tried to commit suicide all day long, but when he was about to be beaten to death by himself, he ran away again. Very interesting person. Guy ran away, and the duel determined that Yizan won. Looking at the purple skill book in front of him, Yizan raised his head in satisfaction. Armament hockey's purple price, 80 yuan bao. But it still hurts. Guy is one of the strongest people in the world, so is it a skill book to defeat Guy? Not only that, but there is no such thing as ninjutsu in One Piece, and there is no such thing as chakra and energy. The use of fruit by fruit people consumes physical strength. That is to say, the world of One Piece is a world that relies on physical fitness and physical strength. Apart from the ability of the devil fruit, there are very few skills that can be called the 6 types of navy, 3-color domineering, swordsmanship. Other than that, there is nothing else. This is really an extremely sad story. Why can't the devil fruit explode? Yizan looked at the sky speechlessly, and then he saw a fruit growing on the divine tree not far from Nine Snake Island. When did the fruit grow? And, the divine tree can only grow one fruit. Why did the branches begin to sprout? Yizan blinked his eyes in confusion, and then quickly rushed towards the divine tree. After absorbing the power of the One Piece world, what kind of divine tree fruit will it bear? Under the Tree of Gods, Hancock looked at the battle that broke out in the distance and prayed worriedly. Because of Yizan's interest, she was forced to live with Yizan on the island below the divine tree. This island was forcibly extracted from the seabed by Yizan with Doden, earth-style, surrounding the entire divine tree. Magnificent grow. Yizan and Guy duo was fierce, and the roar rang for a long time. She nervously put her hands on her heart and prayed silently with her eyes closed. It won't happen, it won't happen. The villain is so annoying, so powerful, so lustful, it will be alright. No, I'm in trouble. I'm injured, very seriously, and I won't live for long. A feeble voice made Hancock open his eyes suddenly. Damn, you, what's wrong with you? Hancock's eyes widened in shock, and he supported Yi-zan at a loss. What's wrong with you? Where are you injured? My heart is hurt. It hurts. Some people say I hate it. They say I'm a badass. My glass heart is broken into pieces. Yi-zan blinked pitifully. The smell of teasing made Hancock react instantly. She pouted angrily, raised her pink fist and smashed it into Yi-zan's heart. Bang, underscore. Ouch. You murdered your husband. Fuck you. Kill you. Who made you so bad? You're kidding me when I worry about you so much. Hancock turned his head away angrily, and decided to ignore this nasty bastard. However, how could Yi-zan be so easily ignored? As a master of flirting with girls, he is shameless in his cheeks. Yi-zan smiled wickedly, and quietly hugged Hancock's waist. Bad. Where am I broken? Waist was hugged, and Hancock's cheeks instantly became Yuhi. She clenched her small pink fist tightly, and said abruptly, take your hand away. Hand? What's wrong with my hand? Yi-zan continued to laugh wickedly, and the hand around his waist gradually moved down and gently placed it on his butt. Rogue. Big villain. Get it off. Hancock shouted at Yi-zan, and Yi-zan felt extremely satisfied with his frantic look. However, seeing that Hancock was a little angry because he was shy, Yi-zan rolled his eyes, suddenly lowered his head, raised his hand and wiped his eyes. Woo. My wife is so cold to me, so sad, woo. Sad bastard. Big liar. Don't fake crying. You cheated once, I won't be cheated again by you. Hancock shouted angrily pointing at the sacred tree in the sky. Big liar, you asked me to guard the divine tree. Now that it is completed, the divine tree bears a fruit, I am going back to 9 Snake Island to live. 2.6 Island angrily, but how could Yi-zan let her leave? Seeing that fake crying was useless, Yi-zan directly hugged Hancock's waist and held her in his arms. Yo, little baby, you did a good job. Come on, let your husband kiss one. Without waiting for Hancock to agree, Yi-zan quickly lowered his head and directly placed his mouth on Hancock's lips. 5 minutes later, his lips were separated, Hancock's face was full of Yuhi's softness in Yi-zan's arms, and Yi-zan's kiss completely lost his strength. Big villain, big liar, you are so annoying. Hancock said softly, with the aftertaste of kissing his cheeks. Hey, Yi-zan looked at Hancock's shy look and laughed loudly. Futon wind style mode was activated, and he flew towards the top of the tree with Hancock in his arms. Chapter 11 Whitebeard says it's all for your own good. Flying to the fruit at the top of the divine tree, Yi-zan unexpectedly discovered that this is not a normal divine tree fruit at all, but a purple, circle-like fruit like a cantaloupe. Is this the fruit of the god tree? This is clearly the devil fruit. Yi-zan said in surprise, what's the situation? Yi-zan didn't understand, and Hancock didn't understand. In silence, Yi-zan could only pick off the fruit and decided to find someone to try it. Holding Hancock in his left hand and the fruit of the divine tree in his right hand, Yi-zan flew directly to 9 Snake Island. He decided to find a female warrior from 9 Snake Island to eat to see the effect of the divine tree fruit. The tree of gods bears no devil fruit. The daughter country is in the center of 9 Snake Island, which is still far from the coast. He held Hancock and flew for more than 10 minutes, and finally came to the daughter country. 30-strong female headed by the pirates was fighting against the pirates. It was obvious that the group of pirates came from the other side of the island. Logged in. Call the man over and talk, we have no ill will. The head pirate is tall and strong, and his body is more than that of the beast guy. His voice is very loud, and his body exudes a heroic atmosphere. Whitebeard, you are the big pirate in the new world, why bother us? The muscular woman clenched her weapon tightly and politely rejected Whitebeard's request without revealing Yi-zan's location. Hey, I already said it, I'm not malicious. I just want to meet and chat with that kid. Whitebeard said loudly, of course, if there is a chance, he definitely hopes to pull Yi-zan into the pirate group. Whitebeard spoke loudly there, and in the sky, Yi-zan slowly descended with his arms around Hancock. What are you doing? A bunch of stinky men, don't you know that 9 Snake Island doesn't allow men to come up? Yizan shouted at the Whitebeard carelessly, and raised his head resolutely. Hey, boy, aren't you a man yourself? The white-bearded man with black lines roared at Yizan. Perhaps because of his giant bloodline, his voice was so thick and loud that it shook Yizan's eardrums. Pain. Baston. Sound. Yizan smashed the ear, full of face, by a Kugan. The hanging German greeted the Whitebeard tightly pinched the fist, and he can't wait to violently. Uncle, do you have anything to do with me? Yizan yawned lazily, looking very lazy. As for Whitebeard, Yizan had already struck him so hard that he didn't know what to say. He stared at him stupidly, and only one sentence echoed in his mind. Uncle, I am Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Yizan didn't seem to know that he had provoked Whitebeard. He waved his palm in front of Whitebeard's dull eyes. Only then did Whitebeard react, and he rolled his eyes at the female warriors of 9 Snake Island. When they found that these female warriors were not surprised by Yizan's appearance, they understood that Yizan should be the person they were looking for. Are you the one who can control the sea? Well, are you the Whitebeard that eats the quake fruit and can cause a tsunami? You know me. You know me too. Bastard. Don't learn to talk like me. You are. Don't learn from me. The two sprayed each other, arguing like a street vendor. In the end, Yizan defeated Whitebeard with his strength as a professional sprayer in national clothes. There was a sense of frustration for the first time. After some quarreling and some confrontation, the two finally got to know each other a little bit. With the consent of the female warriors of 9 Snake Island, the two entered the palace to discuss in detail, and the other captains of the pirates also followed. Rest in the hall. Fruit plate, first-class yuhi wine, barbecue. I have to say that the 9 Snake Island pirates have grabbed a lot of good things over the years. Pick up a yuhi bottle and blow it all in one go. Good wine. Boom. Putting the empty wine bottle on the table, Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Yizan. Boy, you should know that there are many people looking for you, right? I don't know. Yizan sat casually on a chair on the side, picked up the fruit in the fruit bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. Are there many people looking for me? A lot. Whitebeard's face was full of seriousness, and after a few seconds of seriousness, a smile flashed across his mouth. But don't worry, I'm here this time for this matter. You and that 9 Snake Island female warrior killed the Tianlong people. The Navy will not give up. This time the Navy announced your information. It attracted a lot of people looking for you. Boy, how about it? Join my pirate group. No. Yizan ate the fruit to himself, and refused the invitation to drop the Whitebeard. Boy, I'm doing this for your own good. 9 Snake Island is in a windless zone. Although some 197 garbage pirates were sent to disturb them, those who can reach the windless zone are all powerful big pirates. Even if you are not afraid, but you can't stay here forever. If you join my pirate group, I can extend my sphere of influence here, including 9 Snake Island. With my protection, everything is not a problem. Whitebeard's face was full of pride. Yizan blinked his eyes blankly, looking a little puzzled. Uncle, are you mistaken? What am I afraid of? I'm not even afraid of Sengoku, afraid of these pirates. Yizan's tone was so cute that the Whitebeard almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. He tapped the table lightly, and said seriously, Boy, you know too little about this world. Do you know that the person who is looking for you is looking for you? Among them, there are more than 3 strengths that surpass Sengoku. Any captain in their pirate group can compete with the general, and you don't think that if you really push back Sengoku, you will be invincible. This is just the Navy to preserve the strength. If you leave temporarily, once you reveal your flaws, waiting for you will be the attack of Sengoku, Zephyr, and the strongest carp in the Navy. Oh. Boy, what's your attitude? Oh. I'm doing it for you. Oh. Chapter 12 _ Hancock as Empress. 9 Snake Island. Yizan still looked like a fool. Eat, drink and drink, this is life. Comfortable. Boy, what's your attitude? After being ignored by Yizan again, Whitebeard finally couldn't help roaring. His voice was already very loud. This roar shook the dome of the hall. Shake off some dust. Hey, uncle, don't yell so loudly, I'm not old, and my ears aren't deaf. Yizan lazily plucked out his ears, and that lazy and shy look made Whitebeard even more aggrieved. Boy, do you know that I am here for your own good? As long as you join my pirate group, I can protect you from harm. No, you're uncles, it will become lewd, trivial with you, and it will make girls hate it. You bastard. Whitebeard was so angry that the tiger's head was raised, and when he saw Yizan's appearance, he rolled his eyes, and a flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind. Boy, it seems that you are unwilling to join my pirate group, so. What about the other girl? And what about Nine Snake Island? What do they mean? Are you willing to accept my protection? You should know, it is impossible for such a strong person to stay on Nine Snake Island for the rest of his life. If the Navy attacks Nine Snake Island while you are leaving, Nine Snake Island will be destroyed. Whitebeard's words made Yizan silent. Indeed, because of the Windless Belt, the female warriors of Nine Snake Island actually lived well, but because of this incident with Hancock, the powerful pirate group visited one after another. If it wasn't for him to stay here, Nine Snake Island would not be the opponent of these powerhouses at all. There is also the Navy, killing the Tianlong people. The world government will not let it go, if it continues like this. Thinking of this, Yizan said slowly, Hancock and I have announced that we have nothing to do with Nine Snake Island. As long as I take Hancock away, no one can hurt her. Hearing Yizan's words, Whitebeard smiled and shook his head gently. Boy, do you think the world government and the Navy will take care of you and announce that it doesn't matter? Do you think, if you leave with Hancock, the Navy will not attack Nine Snake Island? Indeed, although the Navy represents justice, to put it bluntly, the Navy is an institution under the world government. In some cases, the world government, or the Order of the Five Old Stars must not be disobeyed. The Special Majesty forcibly dispatched the Navy to destroy Nine Snake Island, but Marshal Kong could not resist. Okay, Whitebeard, you won. You successfully persuaded me, but don't think that you can pull me into your pirate group. Nine Snake Island will be handed over to you for protection. As for me, hey, call me when you get some pretty girls from your pirate group. Yizan raised his eyebrows at Whitebeard with a smile on his face, and left the palace in a state of despair. Once it is announced, the pirate group, the Navy and the world government will be completely enmity. Well, it seems that the hatred between myself and the Navy has always been like this. After all, I am a big pirate. Thinking of this, Whitebeard could only sigh lightly, and Yizan promised that he didn't have to bring Yizan under his command. He just admired this young man, who could control the seawater, and be able to defeat Sengoku, such a young man. He appreciates it from the bottom of his heart. Also, this kid really likes me. Kula la 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 la. The two walked out of the palace, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the female warriors of Nine Snake Island all came over. Soon, Whitebeard told what happened. In order to protect the Nine Snakes Island, he was going to incorporate the Nine Snake Pirates into his command and erected the flag of his own pirate group on the Nine Snakes Island. The news was extremely surprising, and what was even more surprising was the reaction of the female warriors. The Nine Snake Pirates cannot be cancelled. Yes, we will never follow Whitebeard. We are not afraid of death. We will never yield to any force. The reaction of the female warriors of Nine Snake Island was beyond what Yizan and Whitebeard expected. Seeing these battle-hardened female warriors in front of them, Yizan also became tangled. The Nine Snakes Island has existed for a long time. Suddenly, the Nine Snake Pirates want to disband the Nine Snake Pirates. Naturally, many people are unwilling. Although the Nine Snake Pirates' combat effectiveness is not very powerful, they are used to being independent, and it is difficult for them to bow their heads. It's all because of me. Since you don't want to be merged with the Whitebeard Pirates, then forget about it, but I have a suggestion, Yizan said, looking at Hancock. I propose that Hancock be the captain of the Nine Snakes and the emperor of your country at the same time. Suddenly being named by Yizan, Hancock blinked his eyes slyly. I'm the emperor. Hancock pointed to himself stupidly and asked incredulously, "I'm so weak, how can I be the emperor?" "No way. I'll do it. What do you think?" Yizan looked at the female warriors of Nine Snake Island. He didn't know when it started. He was an outsider and a man, and he gradually gained the trust of the female warriors. "I support." The one who spoke first was the muscular girl. In fact, she was the emperor of the daughter country, but her strength was not as strong as she imagined. With armament hockey and her strong physique and fighting skills, her overall strength was at the brigadier level. Well, in fact, the brigadier general class is very good, but in the face of the Navy, let alone other things, just send a mid-future, and you can destroy the entire country. And because Hancock killed the Tianlong people, the Navy will never let go of the Nine Snake Island. Yizan's performance during this period of time is in her eyes. She knows that only Yizan can protect the Nine Snake Island, and will not be like a white the beard ruled the island like that. The muscle girl's IQ was okay. She saw that Yizan was a lazy and unmotivated character, and as the emperor of the daughter country, she supported it, and the remaining female warriors had no objection. Chapter 13 Mass-produced devil fruit. Everyone agreed, but Hancock didn't know how to oppose it. As the future empress, Hancock was born with a kind of confidence and domineering, and was watched and looked forward to by everyone. Finally, she nodded and agreed. Emperor's identity. Things eventually turned into this, and Whitebeard was helpless. He patted Yizan on the shoulder and took the pirates away from Nine Snake Island. Although he failed to pull Yizan, he didn't feel any regret. His words were, "I'm a Whitebeard. Goodbye." "Bah, you little bastard, I must prepare some beautiful crew members on the boat next time, and see how you refuse." Whitebeard waved at Yizan fiercely, a smile on his face. "Let's go. Next time we meet, I will invite you to drink at a banquet." Kula la 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 la. The Whitebeard pirates gradually disappeared on the distant sea. Yizan sighed softly, and turned to look at the female warriors of Nine Snake Island. "Since you choose to be independent, you must have basic life-saving ability, and at least have the strength to resist when facing the Navy. In order to celebrate my baby becoming the new emperor of Nine Snake Island, then as a gift, I will give you something." After Yizan finished speaking, he took the 870 devil fruits came out of the god tree. Devil fruit. The eyes of the female warriors lit up, and they all looked at the devil fruit in Yizan's hands. "Let's talk about it first. I don't know what the consequences of eating this thing are. I'm not even sure if this is a devil fruit. Well, that's all for now. If you want it, just take it." Quote. Following Yizan's words, a woman walked out. She was obviously the type who was bold and not afraid of death. Without saying a word, she picked up the devil fruit and swallowed it. Then, Yizan was shocked to find that this female warrior from the past, who could only be seen in the past, has instantly improved her appearance by a notch. Although it is not as beautiful as Hancock's, she is still a little beauty. Huh, Yizan was stunned. Is the fruit on the divine tree a slippery fruit? No, this is sweet fruit, Hancock exclaimed. As a person with the ability of sweet fruit, she has the most right to speak. Indeed, sweet fruit seems to make more sense than slippery fruit, but isn't there only one devil fruit of the same? There is already a sweet fruit, how can there be a second one? Come on, Daisy, follow my movements, Hancock said, his hands and fingers in a gesture of love, and instantly, a pink light flew out of his heart. After Hancock finished, the female warrior followed suit. She imitated Hancock's movements and put her hands and fingers into a loving gesture. In an instant, a pink light flew out. Surely sweet fruit, Hancock exclaimed, covering his mouth subconsciously. Why is this? Yizan frowned slightly. Why did the divine tree he planted bear devil fruit? Why is the devil fruit, Hancock's sweet fruit? It seems that it's really time to study the situation of divine tree planting. Standing outside the palace, Yizan looked at the 100-meter-high supergiant tree in the distance, and became more and more curious. Time passed slowly as Yizan studied the devil fruit from the divine tree. In the past 3 months, Yizan finally figured out the law of the devil fruit from the divine tree. The divine tree absorbs the world's spiritual power and bears a devil fruit, but this requires something similar to an introduction. For example, the breath of a devil fruit person can be blood or something else. Because of the previous battle between Yizan and Sengoku and Qingzi Kyabu Akainu, the sacred tree not far away absorbed the breath of several of them, including Hancock, because Hancock was born near the sacred tree, so the first thing the tree absorbed was Hancock's breath. Sweet fruit, Buddha fruit, rockberry fruit, frozen fruit, sparkling fruit. However, the fruits grown by the divine tree planting technique have a weakness. Their power is not as powerful as the genuine fruits, but they are already very powerful. Mass-produced devil fruits. It can only be said that it is worthy of a god-level skill, and it is worthy of the individual special ability of an advanced cosmic creature like Otsutsuki. Don't forget, only Otsutsuki Momoshiki can make a sacred tree, like Kagayaheim of the same Otsutsuki clan. Just a thief who steals fruit. There was another point that made Yizan strange. He found that, no matter what, his face fruit could not grow. Sure enough, because my fruit is a non-existent fruit. The so-called non-existent fruit is because the face fruit itself is a fabricated fruit on the internet in the previous life. This kind of non-existent fruit may not even be able to bear the divine tree. Of Goldfinger, 66,666. In the past 3 months, apart from studying the divine tree, what made Yizan feel the most fulfilling is that he finally reversed the aesthetics of the Nine Snakes pirates. Soldiers are beautiful in Hancock's figure. It's basically stabilized here. Yizan yawned loudly, sitting on the top of a 100-meter-high tree looking at the sea in the distance. During this year, Yizan repelled some pirates and obtained some skill books, but they were of no use and were sold by Yizan to become ingots. The difficulty of entering the Windless Belt coupled with Yizan's fighting reputation, almost no one dared to come to Yizan to trouble him now. Idle, painful idle. Yizan is about to leave. As for where to go, there is no need to ask. Naturally, it is the most interesting place, where Roger is. A small boat, not even a boat, is about 3 meters long and half a meter wide. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a flat boat. Wife, I'm leaving first, I miss your husband. Yizan stood in the middle of the boat and waved to Hancock shyly. Bastard, leave if you want, concubine won't miss you. I don't know when Hancock claimed to have become a concubine, and Yizan had nothing to stop it. Concubine, this kind of self-proclaimed name is naturally beneficial to his harmonious life in the Crystal Palace. To Hancock's somewhat suinder tone, Yizan just smiled wickedly, the Horatian technique was activated, and he came to Hancock in an instant, lowered his head, and choked her lips with lightning speed. Chapter 14_Idiot Duo. Her lips touched, Hancock softened instantly, she leaned weakly in Yizan's arms, raised her head, passively received Yizan's kisses, and I don't know when, her water snake waist had been hugged by Yizan, then the double evil claws are moving downward. Her ass was touched, and Hancock finally woke up. She pushed Yizan with a face full of yuhi, and her lips finally separated. Bastard, you are so annoying. Go away, never come back. She gave Yizan a vicious look and raised her head domineeringly, but her eyes were filled with deep nostalgia and reluctance. Alright, baby, don't be sad, I'll go out for a spin. The 9 snake pirates, you cheer up, the fruit on the god tree will grow, just take it off for them to eat, I'll go first. Back on the boat, Yizan waved to Hancock with a smile, the chakra poured in, and the boat under his feet instantly turned into a sharp sword, slashing the wind and breaking the waves and heading towards the distance. Seeing Yizan leaving, Hancock finally showed an undisguised nostalgia on his face. Yizan rescued her from the hands of the Tianlong people. This kind of hero saving the beauty made her have a different feeling for Yizan. Coupled with such a long time of contact, Hancock has long been deeply rooted in Yizan's feelings. This time, Hancock is naturally more reluctant to leave, but she is the future empress after all, and this emotion will soon be buried in my heart, the 9 snake pirates still need her to work hard to develop. Yizan's boat turned into an arrow from the string, and when many sea kings were unable to respond, he directly left the windless belt. However, Yizan, who had left the windless belt, discovered a problem, a very serious problem. Whereas Yizan was a little dumbfounded to find that he didn't know where to go after leaving the windless belt, and there was an even more nonsense question. The sea. It's so big, so big. Yizan looked at the empty space around him and it was all seawater. If he saw less of the vast sea, he would feel that the sea was incomparably vast and beautiful, but if he looked at it for a long time, it's so boring. I really want to be raped. Yizan lay on the boat by himself and looked at the sky lazily. He set off with all his strength for a long time, but so far he has not seen anyone. Yizan even used the perception ability of a 6 paths level powerhouse, but he could not perceive it. Any sign of life. In desperation, Yizan was too lazy to transfer the chakra into the sea to speed up. In this boring situation, Yizan even hoped to encounter some very bad weather, because these bad weather would make the sea less boring. Perhaps the prayers came true. In the next few days, the weather in the places where Yizan passed was very bad, but because of this reason, it was even more unlikely that other pirate groups would appear in these bad places. However, everything is not absolute. There is a person, full of strong adventurous spirit. The more dangerous the place he goes, the more this person is, Roger. Roger's goal is One Piece, and he is not lacking in spirit of adventure. When he brought the pirates to this dangerous sea area, he was finally discovered by Yizan. I sense a living being. Yizan raised his head happily, and sure enough, a tiny black spot appeared on the distant sea horizon, very vague in this dangerous storm ocean where waves of more than 10 meters high were blowing at any time. Swish. The Horizon technique was activated, and Yizan came to Roger's boat in an instant. He waved his hand with a smile, and said hello to Shanks on the side of the boat. Is this Roger's pirate ship? Yizan smiled condescendingly, looking very idle. Fiercely on the deck, rushed over with a vigilant look on his face. Who are you? Me, surname, dad, name, Ba. Daddy. Bucky looked at Yizan suspiciously. Idiot, it's obviously a pseudonym, okay. Daddy, got it. Shanks scoffed at Bucky. What? Bucky looked at Yizan angrily, is that so? Are you laughing at me? No, I didn't laugh at you, you nosed clown. Yizan's face was serious, if not for the increasingly warped smile at the corner of his mouth. You nosed clown. Yizan's words made Bucky explode instantly. He hated someone talking about his nose the most in his life, but at this moment, Yizan actually said it in front of him. Bastard. You did it on purpose. You definitely did it. I didn't do it on purpose. Yizan looked at Bucky with a smile. I did it on purpose tilde. Bastard. How dare you laugh at Uncle Bucky? Do you want to die? Like a volcano, Bucky was really about to explode with rage, while Shanks was already laughing and rolling over while covering his stomach. Ha 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 ha. Bucky is so stupid, laughing to death ha ha ha. Shanks smiled, then Yizan glanced at Shanks, and then looked at Bucky again. Is this guy stupid? What an idiot for laughing. At that moment, Shanks seemed to be choking, and instantly stopped smiling. Shanks was laughed at by Yizan. Bucky instantly forgot what Yizan said just now. He seemed to regard Yizan as a comrade in arms on the same front, and laughed along with him. Hey ha ha ha. Idiot, Shanks, you really are an idiot. Idiot Bucky, you idiot, you're an even more idiot. The two sprayed each other, and at this moment, a person walked out of the cabin. I'm really sorry for Roger's loss of welcome when a distinguished guest arrives. Roger. Yizan raised his eyelids and looked at Roger who came out of the cabin. It was a look like going to a zoo to see animals, curious, puzzled, just watching animals. This look made Roger's mouth twitch, and he turned his head unnaturally. This friend, why are you looking at me like this? How can I see you if I don't see you this way? I've always only seen you in photos. It's the first time I've seen a living person. It's rather unusual, but seriously, except your nose hair is too long, you still look better than the one in the zoo. The gorilla is more handsome tilde, Yi-zan said with a smile, and he buttoned his booger, sticking it into a ball, and gently bouncing it on Bucky. Bucky, _operator_. Chapter 15 hit my boat. Asshole. Was an angry roar from the Roger pirate ship. Bucky bit Kiba and stared at Yi-zan, his eyes burning with anger. How dare you flick booger on me? I'm going to kill you. Bucky suddenly drew his knife, and at this moment, accompanied by footsteps, another voice came from the cabin. Captain, please don't run around, your illness is not healed yet. A figure quickly came to Roger's side. Captain, please don't run around, it will make your condition worse. Roger didn't mind being disturbed, he smiled brightly, and patted the man on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's nothing, isn't everything because of you, Kuroka's. Humph, even if you compliment me like that, I won't be happy. Get me into the cabin to rest. No, I don't rest. The ship doctor took Roger to go inside, but Roger was like a willful child, holding the side of the boat and saying nothing, and the two refused to admit defeat to each other, as if two children were fighting, which was very interesting. However, Yi-zan learned a piece of news in the short conversation between the two. Roger was seriously ill. In the original book, when Roger finally found the big secret treasure and called One Piece, he was already terminally ill. Okay, Kurokas, I have a distinguished guest today. Just let me play more. Roger finally broke free from the ship's doctor and came to Yi-zan with a smile. Welcome, I didn't expect you to come to me. Roger said, with a bright smile on the corner of his mouth. Did you make a special trip to be my subordinate? I won't agree. Ha ha ha, if you let others know, come to me yourself, and I'll get into trouble. Of course, with Roger's character not afraid of any enemies, the main reason why he rejected Yi-zan was because he was seriously ill. Bah, you are really narcissistic. Yi-zan glanced at Roger with contempt, and then pointed to his boat. Your boat hit my boat. This is a traffic accident, and you are fully responsible. Ah, full responsibility, traffic accident. So you didn't come to be my subordinate, ha. Ha, ha. Roger smiled awkwardly, and his silly appearance made everyone laugh, especially Bucky and Shanks, who even started laughing at Roger in front of Roger. Ha ha ha, Captain, you are so narcissistic. Others came to the theory after hitting the boat, but you actually think others are your subordinates, laughing at me to death, ha 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 ha. Yes, Captain, you are the biggest idiot in the world. Even more idiot than Bucky, ha 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 ha. Bastard Shanks. What did you mean just now? What do you mean, more idiot than me? That is to say, the captain is the most idiot in the world, and you are the second idiot in the world, ha 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 ha. Bastard, don't make me fight you. Come on, who is afraid of who? The two idiots spat at each other again, and here, Yi-zan sat lazily on the side of the boat, casually hanging his feet in the air, looking very leisurely. As Bucky Shanks quarreled, Pluto Rayleigh also came out. His breath was calm, and he was obviously a calm guy. It's you, are you sailing here alone? Rayleigh asked in a deep voice, and his words made everyone suddenly react, and they all looked at Yi-zan with shock in their eyes. Yes, it took a lot of effort for me and others to come here, but this person in front of me seems to be alone. And everyone looked at Yi-zan's neat clothes, neat and clean, without the slightest wrinkle, that is to say, Yi-zan came to this sea area without any difficulty at all. Goo, dong. Everyone including Roger swallowed softly, all looked at Yi-zan in shock, and then turned their eyes to the boat where Yi-zan was smashed by their own pirate ship, which was empty. You rely on this thing to navigate this sea area? Roger asked, looking at Yi-zan. Yeah, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? There are too many things that are wrong. A group of people quickly shouted at Yi-zan. What are you going to do with your meal? What do you do when you're bored? Shanks asked. What do you do when you're sick? Bucky asked. How do you rely on this boat to navigate this sea? The people on the Roger Pirates asked around Yi-zan one after another. You want to know? Seeing everyone's shocked appearance, Yi-zan chuckled lightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If people who are familiar with Yi-zan see this smile, they will know that Yi-zan is going to make fun of people again, but those present are not very familiar with Yi-zan. After hearing Yi-zan's words, they nodded in succession. I want to know. Want to know? Yi-zan smiled even more, but I won't tell you. Bastard. Everyone yelled at Yi-zan in unison. This kind of half-talking person is simply too hateful. But seriously, my ship was damaged by you guys, and I'll stay with you temporarily until I get a satisfactory compensation. Okay, that's it. Hey, Roger, which room do I live in? Ignoring everyone's strange eyes, Yi-zan walked into the cabin as if he was his own home, while Roger and Rayleigh looked at each other, and finally sighed softly and followed behind Yi-zan. How about an empty room on the bottom of the cabin? No, the bottom layer is too low. What if there is water leakage? Then, the second floor. No way, no air. I'm afraid you have foot odor. The first floor. No way, the first floor is too high to sleep on a shaky night. Bastard, don't want this and don't want that, then you can choose it yourself. Do you pick it yourself? Roger, you are such a good person, This room is well ventilated, spacious and bright. I want this room. Bastard, this is my room. You just let me choose it myself. Chapter 16_Mischievous Bucky. The early morning sun rose slowly from the sea level. The golden sunlight illuminated the entire sea surface. The water was sparkling. A few sea fish jumped from the water, and before they fell, they were caught by the seagulls waiting for the opportunity. The sun on the sea is very early. It is 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sea is already illuminated by the sun. The seagulls that get up early have fish to eat. Hello. Yi-zan greeted the seagulls lazily, lying comfortably on the white wooden lounge chair. For Yi-zan's greeting, the seagull seemed a little puzzled. It tilted its head and stared at Yi-zan. After watching it for a while, it might feel bored. It flapped its wings and flew up, following the stern of the pirate ship to catch fish. Under the golden sun, Yi-zan lay down comfortably like this, and after a while, with the sound of footsteps, Bucky walked out of the cabin hazy. I am so hungry. Pissing. Where is the toilet? Bucky babbled in a daze, apparently still half awake. He walked straight past Yi-zan, staggered onto the side of the boat, stood ship's edge. Well. Kiba, in a daze, but he didn't realize that at this moment, Yi-zan had quietly stood behind him, and the moment he urinated against the ocean, suddenly raise your feet. Boom. Ah. PFF'd. The beautiful water splashed, and Bucky fell into the sea so pitifully. The attack behind him and the icy sea water instantly made Bucky react. Help. Bucky screamed. He is a devil fruit person. He didn't even have the strength to struggle after falling into the sea. He could only use his last strength to let out a scream, and his scream happened to be heard by Shanks. What's the matter? What happened, Bucky? Shanks always woke up early. He was lying on the bunk just now and heard Bucky's cry for help. He thought Bucky was attacked, and rushed out in a hurry, but found Yi-zan standing silently on the side of the boat. Key's figure. That. Have you seen Bucky? Shanks came to Yi-zan. Yi-zan lazily yawned against the sea breeze, and pointed down. Here, there. Following Yi-zan's fingers, Shanks finally saw Bucky in the sea. At this moment, Bucky almost completely sank into the sea. Because of his instinct to survive, he raised his head and happened to reveal Yuhi's big nose. It really is him. Shanks sighed speechlessly, quickly took a rope with an iron hook hanging on the side of the ship, jumped, and plunged into the sea with a thump, and after a while, the iron hook flying out of the sea and hanging on the side of the ship accurately, Shanks carried Bucky and climbed up by pulling the rope. However, seeing that Shanks was about to come up, Yizan smiled wickedly and grabbed the rope. Quote ? Shanks looked at Yizan suspiciously, but Yizan continued to smile wickedly, his eyes narrowed. Idiot, do you think Bucky? Why fell into the sea? Operator_. Shanks was startled and tried his best to climb up, but how could he be faster than Yizan? Yizan swiped his fingers lightly, the sharp wind blades bloomed, and cut the rope instantly. Help! PFF'd. When Shanks and Bucky were rescued by other crew members who heard the news, Shanks was in a state of embarrassment, while Bucky lay weakly on the deck with only half his life left. Bastard! Bastard! Shanks stared at Yizan angrily, while Yizan leaned on the side of the boat leisurely, holding a cocktail full of ice cubes in his hand. When I recover, I'll kill him. Bucky was still spitting seawater, and he didn't even have the strength to get up. Hey, you guys, and you kid, what's your name? Shimura. D. Zan. Nickname, Yizan. Quote. Roger stared at Yizan with the look of, you are teasing me. Yizan drank the cocktail leisurely, and handed the glass to the chef. Make me another glass, thank you Tilda. No matter how Roger glared and raised his eyebrows, Yizan refused to answer the move. In the end, Roger sighed helplessly, grabbed Yizan's newly prepared cocktail, and drank it all in one go. Yizan, let's call you Yizan. You kid, there is a limit to mischief. You almost played Bucky to death. No, I made the timing very accurate, at most let him half dead. Look, didn't you come to save him? I'm amazing. What a shit. All the members complained at the same time, completely speechless to Yizan. It was just a prank. Although he bullied Bucky badly, Roger didn't say anything in the end. He just warned Bucky and Shanks not to provoke Yizan. For this reason, Bucky and Shanks also protested and wanted to drive Yizan to leave, but Roger rejected it in the end. He thought 057 Yizan was good. Although he was joking and playing pranks, he knew Yizan at first sight and felt that Yizan was a very interesting guy. Some people can't be friends for a lifetime, and some people have a kind of, smelling like, closeness when they meet for the first time. Boy, this time it's my captain who let you go. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat you up. Bucky grinned at Kiba viciously, and had already recorded this in his heart. Oh, beat me up. Shanks, do you think so too? Yizan took a sip of his wine and turned to look at Shanks. No, I don't have this idea. Shanks waved his hand with a smile. He had already obtained all the news about Yizan from Roger, and fought off Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru and Aokai. What a powerful force this is. Even if he wants to beat Yizan, he can't say it in front of the other party. Shanks confessed, this was something Bucky never expected. He stared at Shanks in disbelief, but didn't realize that at this moment, Yizan had put the empty wine glass on the coffee table next to him and pinched it with a smirk. Pinch your fingers. What are you doing? Wait, help. PFF'd. Chapter 17 _ Celebrate the departure of the evil star. Yizan didn't stay on Roger's ship for a few days. When the ship arrived at the next island, Yizan left the Roger pirates. After all, there were no beautiful women on Roger's ship. The only female pirate Shachi, Tenten and Hades really tired of being together, and not being pretty. Yizan didn't even think about digging walls. I'm leaving, don't miss me. Standing on the shore, Yizan looked at the people on the pirate ship who couldn't wait to leave by himself, and waved his hand with a smile. In the past few days, not only Bucky and Shanks, but almost everyone in the entire pirate group has been rectified by Yizan, and all kinds of bad pranks have made this group of people almost collapse. It's been a dark day these few days. All of them have positioned Yizan as the most unprovoked target. The strength is mysterious and unpredictable, the personality is cheerful but extremely dark-bellied, and all kinds of tricks are constantly being renovated. Everyone on the Roger pirate is tired of dealing with it, and now this little evil star is finally gone. The pirate ship slowly left the shore. Looking at the smaller and smaller figures on the shore, Roger sighed in liberation, and instantly, his face was full of smiles. To celebrate the departure of the evil star, let's have a party feast. Good. In the cheers of everyone, all the tables and benches were moved from the dining room to the deck, and yuhi wine, barbecued meat, vegetables and fruits were all set up. However, at some point, the mysterious Yi-zan suddenly stood beside Roger. He smiled and looked at the cheering crowd, the smile on the corner of his mouth getting bigger and bigger. Let's have a party, shall I come too? Of course. No, we haven't bought the specific food and drink for this party, and the day has not been decided yet. Seeing the mysterious Yi-zan suddenly appear on the deck, everyone changed their mouths, and one of the pirates who ate meat even more the barbecue was thrown directly into the sea. Well, that's really a shame, I'm back for a record pointer. Here, in an instant, countless recording pointers were placed in front of Yi-zan. You are so enthusiastic, how can I be embarrassed? Otherwise, I won't go. Shish. In an instant, the recording pointer that was in front of Yi-zan disappeared. What? Don't record the pointer for me. Don't you want me to leave? Ah, I'm so touched, so why don't I leave? Well, it's better not to leave. Don't, I'm giving you this record pointer. It's the best record pointer among all record pointers. You should leave as soon as possible. The navigator took off the record pointer hanging around his neck with a bitter face. Speaking of the most valuable things, but in order to send away the evil star Yi-zan, everything was worth it. Everyone thought that Yi-zan would leave after taking the recording pointer, but Yi-zan smiled and took the record pointer in the hands of the navigator, rolled his eyes, and asked with a smirk, "You guys hate me so much. Do you want to let me go?" No, why are we willing to let you go? It's just that your business is important, so we won't delay you. Well, we won't delay you anymore. You're a busy man, don't waste time on our little boat, really. Looking at the uniform answer, Yi-zan finally patted Roger on the shoulder and nodded with a smile. I'm leaving. Goodbye. After Yi-zan left, Roger's boat fell into a strange silence. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Time passed by minute. Finally, one of the pirates couldn't bear the silence, looked around quickly, and asked cautiously, Is he gone? Let's go. Roger also looked around and found that there was indeed no Yi-zan. And following this question and answer, the silent pirate ship that seemed to be a ghost ship suddenly boiled. Yeah. The devil is finally gone. Thank goodness. No more bullying. Have a party. Party. The people on the Roger pirates looked like the oppressed serfs turned over and sang, and they were so excited that they couldn't extricate themselves. It is conceivable that these poor people were bullied by Yi-zan these days. Compared with these tragic people, Yi-zan left feeling refreshed. Bullying the future One Piece, the future 4 Emperor Shanks, and the future idiot Bucky, feel good all over. It's really an exercise that is good for physical and mental health, why don't you continue in the future? Yi-zan touched his chin, but Roger's illness should be getting worse, right? If it goes on like this, he won't be able to live for a few more years. Roger's disease is not a disease to be precise, but a life-threatening exhaustion. He has, similar, Luffy's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th blocks, which are life-threatening moves, and because the enemies are all Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard and other enemies, he uses it a lot. By now, Roger's lifespan was about to end, and with Yi-zan's ability, he had to consume a lot of chakra and mental power, and use the 3rd order ability of the face fruit to heal. Hey, forget it, don't worry for now, anyway, Roger still has a few years to live, let's play on this island first. I don't know what island it is, it looks very lively. After Yi-zan left, there was indeed a banquet on Roger's boat. Because of Yi-zan's terrifying oppression for several days, everyone at the banquet was extremely excited, and Roger even reveled all night regardless of his body. The result of this is... Hurry up. Less than a day after leaving the island, the pirate ship returned to the island, where Yi-zan is currently. The ship's doctor, Kulokas, shouted, and 2 crew members were carrying stretchers, followed by a large group of crew members. On the stretcher, Roger's eyes were closed, his face was bloodless. In fact, a week before they met Yizan, the Roger pirates escaped the pursuit of thousands of navies from Kobo. Because of Cap's strength, Roger was seriously injured, and his own physical problems were very serious. The added injury left him lying on the bunk for a whole week, being treated by Crocus. Smelling like-minded, closeness when they meet for the first time. Roger thinks Yizan is very interesting, and Yizan also thinks Roger is interesting, but Yizan doesn't know that Roger's body is very serious, and he doesn't know that Roger is playing hard with Yizan these days. And last night's banquet was the last straw that broke Roger. The sick and injured were not allowed to drink alcohol and play tricks, but Roger finally followed everyone around and finally had a problem with his body. Chapter 18 _ Most handsome man in the world. Although Crocus is the world's top doctor, the equipment on the pirate ship is still not as good as a specialized hospital. Fortunately, this island is relatively large, has a good economy, and has a large population. The town hospitals on the island are also relatively famous. On the way to the hospital, they happen to meet Yizan, who was eating snacks at the roadside stall. He blinked his eyes blankly and followed slowly. "Say, what's wrong with Roger? It's not because of you." Bucky glared at Yizan angrily and shouted, "Because of you, the captain's old injury has relapsed." "Because of me." Yizan pointed at himself unexpectedly, and then looked at others, only to find that most of them were looking at him in disgust. Rayleigh and Shanks were better, but they were also standing aside. He didn't speak, obviously blaming Yizan. Recurrence of the old injury. So serious. Yizan was a little surprised when he saw Roger, who was almost dead, and then went directly to the stretcher. "Stop, let me take a look." Yizan grabbed the two crewmen carrying the stretcher and blocked everyone. "Yizan, what are you doing?" Bucky shouted angrily. "Please get out of the way," Shanks said, stepping forward to pull Yizan away. "Yizan, please don't block our way, Rayleigh is not grateful." Pluto Rayleigh's character is the most stable, even so, his tone is a bit bad. In their hearts, Roger is their spiritual support. Jinchuriki Column is their leader. Anyone who blocks Roger's treatment will be their enemy. However, Yizan did not hear the words of the audience, but continued to leave Roger. "Yizan, if you do this again, don't blame Rayleigh for being ruthless, this is about the captain's life." Rayleigh looked at Yizan seriously, and was ready to take action. Clang, _ It was not Rayleigh who took the first shot, but Bucky. Unbearable, he suddenly pulled out his weapon and slashed at Yizan. Facing Bucky's attack, Yizan didn't show any emotion. And Rayleigh came to Roger. Grabbing Roger's wrist, chakra quickly circulated around Roger's body. After all, after being with Tsunade for so many years, Yizan knew some medical skills more or less. And when Yizan finished examining Roger's body, his brows were tightly locked. Although Yizan knew from the original book that Roger's physical condition was very bad, he never imagined that Roger's health had reached such a level. Because of the huge consumption of vitality, Roger looked very strong, but his whole body was almost exhausted, and the various dark wounds in his body made Roger's body not much different from an old man. Roger, why is this? Is it worth it to sacrifice your life for a dream?" Yizan asked softly, and his voice made Roger, who had closed his eyes, slowly open his eyes. Roger just stared at Yizan silently. The serious damage to his body made him unable to speak, when his eyes were very bright, like a flame that would never go out, burning brilliant colors. "I see." Yizan nodded. He stared at Roger like this, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. "You idiot, you are lucky to meet me at this time. You are lucky, I approve of your dreams." He smiled brightly, and his strange appearance and strange words made everyone more and more puzzled. "Yizan, what are you trying to do? The captain is so good to you, do you know that this will delay the captain's life?" Bucky roared at Yizan again. Although he is a cowardly person, to Roger, he was absolutely caring and loving. "Don't worry, I have the best doctor in the world, it's no wonder he died. Yizan blinked his eyes lazily, and a powerful aura suddenly emerged from his body. Show me face and heal Roger's body. The illusory golden force field spread and enveloped Roger in an instant. After a while, Yizan felt that his physical strength and spirit were passing at a terrifying speed. His 6 paths level strength could actually feel the horror passing by. This is very normal. Roger's body is almost completely damaged. The reason why Roger is still alive now is more like a super strong return to life that can last for many years. And because of the medical skills of the ship Dr. Kuroka's, Roger was barely able to survive. Don't think that the world of One Piece is much weaker than Hokage. There are many world powerhouses like Roger, Whitebeard, Garp, and Guy. In terms of energy, getting the world of Hokage can at least be comparable to Uchiha Madara. Of course, even though the treatment of Roger was very expensive, Yizan was always a 6 paths powerhouse. As time went on, Roger's body cells regained vitality, and his completely immobile body completely recovered. Phew, the treatment is over. Withdrawing the golden force field, Yizan exhaled softly, while Roger slowly sat up from the stretcher. He raised his hands and looked around his body in disbelief. This is... Roger looked at his body. He could clearly feel the difference in his body. His body was full of pain and stagnation. The feeling of being terminally ill made Roger very uncomfortable. And now, he seems to be soaked in the rain of life, full of the breath of life. Resurrected. Ha 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 ha. Roger laughed, hugged Yizan suddenly, and patted Yizan's back fiercely. Yizan, thank you. Bah, you bastard. Do you need to slap me on the back so hard? I'm tired from treating you. Okay. Let me rest. Yizan pushed Roger away in disgust, and Roger scratched awkwardly. He scratched his head, a big smile on his face. Please, please, you are the most handsome man in the world. Roger shyly and cute, trotted over a chair from the restaurant not far away and put it in front of Yizan. Please sit. Huh, you. Yizan sat comfortably on the chair. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. You, go and buy me a bottle of water. Go and buy me something to eat. Remember to be careful. I'm a picky eater. Yizan pointed at Bucky and Shanks. Both of them smiled happily and had no opinion on Yizan's request. Please wait a moment for the most handsome man in the world. Shanks and I will buy it for you right away. Chapter 19 _ The Golden Lion Strikes. Bucky and Shanks happily went to buy food and drink for Yizan. They tried their best to find the best food on the island. They remembered that Yizan is very picky eater. In fact, they worked so hard not only because they were grateful to Yizan for saving their captain, but also because they were afraid of being retaliated by Yizan. Well, it was mainly because Yizan was scared during this period of time. If they didn't find Yizan's favorite food, what awaited them would definitely be a dire life, and everyone in the Roger Pirates would never save them. This has been verified countless times. The two went to buy food and drink, while Yizan sat comfortably on the chair. He narrowed his eyes leisurely, and said to Rayleigh, my shoulder hurts, pound my back and squeeze my shoulders. Tilde. Quote exclamation mark. Rayleigh looked at Yizan with a tangled expression on his face. As a calm deputy captain, is it too inappropriate for him to slap Yizan's back and squeeze his shoulders? Yizan, are you taking revenge on me? Because I haven't been rectified these days. Vengeance. How is that possible? Am I like that? Yizan's words made Roger and his party nodded in unison, but after seeing Yizan's terrifying gaze, they shook their heads in unison. Humph. That's right. I said, I'm obviously not that kind of person. But you're right, I'm just revenge for not getting you through the past few days, if you don't agree. Hit me. Yizan held his head up arrogantly, and the look on his face made Lele clench his fist subconsciously. That look of beating is really annoying. Rayleigh, you have to say something. Beat your back and squeeze your shoulders, are you willing or not? Yizan said with a smile, it doesn't matter if you don't want to, I never force anyone. Seeing Yizan smiling, but for some reason, very dark eyes, Riley shivered, and finally confessed. It's better to lose face today than to be targeted by him in the future, right? Thinking of this, Rayleigh reluctantly came behind Yizan and put his hands on Yizan's shoulders. It's too heavy. It hurts to death. Reduce power. It's too light. Even women are stronger than you. Asshole, say I'm not even a woman. Snort. I don't care about you. Well, this is good. Do it again in another place. The strength is not enough. In the end, in order to thank Yizan for saving his life, Roger ignored the resentful eyes of all the members and invited Yizan to board the boat again. Roger's body has completely recovered, which is the happiest thing for the entire pirate group. For several days, everyone happily held a banquet on the deck, drinking, fishing, eating barbecued meat, eating grilled fish, eating grilled sea kings, drinking. He fell asleep when he was drunk, and continued to drink when he woke up. He was so ridiculous that even someone as powerful as Yizan was drunk twice. What? Are you looking for the One Piece this voyage? Yizan looked at Roger in surprise. He always thought that it would be a few years before Roger became the Pirate King, but if he was looking for the One Piece this time, then he would not be the Pirate King. How long? Looking for One Piece is my dream. If I don't check it out, I'm always worried. I understand your dreams, but you should know that if you become One Piece, you become the public enemy of the world. Quote. Roger was silent for a while and said to Yizan, I know what you mean, but this is my dream. Although Yizan helped Roger heal his injuries, if Roger continued to search for the One Piece, he would have to fight against the world government that buried the historical text. In this case, Roger would experience unlimited battles and naval siege. Might be killed by the Navy. I said, I understand your dream, and you don't need to apologize to me. Yizan waved his hand. If you are One Piece, count me as one, and you can go and have a look. There are top navigators and other logistics personnel on the Roger Pirates. Although the journey to the destination Ralph drew is very dangerous, it is not difficult for the Roger Pirates. In this kind of stability, Yizan thought that the whole thing would end like this in One Piece, but... Roger. A loud sound made Yizan, who was lying on the deck, open his eyes slightly. I'm going, there's a plane in the sky. Yizan was stunned, pointed to the sky and shouted, hey. Come on, everyone, there's a plane. Idiot. Not a plane. An enemy attack, an enemy attack. It's Shiki the Golden Lion. The clown Bucky's voice instantly made the whole pirate ship boil, and many members came to the deck anxiously and looked at the sky. Sure enough, it's Shiki. Roger and Rayleigh also came out, and the two frowned tightly. There was no one else in the sky except the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion Shiki, of course Roger knows, is a big pirate as famous as his own pirate group, and his strength is very terrifying. And when Roger was seriously thinking about how to play against the Golden Lion Shiki, a cynical voice interrupted the serious atmosphere in the entire arena. Bucky, you just called me a fool. Yizan's roar made everyone laugh and cry, Big brother, now is not the time to complain, the Golden Lion is coming, once this battle starts, it will definitely be a lose-lose. The consequences are serious. Brother, the pirate ship in the sky was made by a man named Shiji the Golden Lion. The pirate ship floating in the sky is real, and the weight is the same. The reason why it can float in the air is because of the Golden Lion. Shiki's devil fruit, fluttering fruit, can make things float with the touch of his hands, and those pirate ships will fall down once Shiki's devil fruit ability is removed. Riley explained to Yizan seriously, while Yizan blinked his eyes even more cutely, and then... That's all. That's all. The ability of this devil fruit is very troublesome, don't you know? Rao's calm Rayleigh couldn't take it anymore. He squeezed his fist and yelled at Yizan, looking very painful. However, Yizan still looked cute, and even half-folded his eyelids and yawned lazily. Ah, is it trouble? It's not trouble, it's trouble. Look at you, since you know it's very troublesome, why are you still chatting with me here? Yizan blamed lazily, as if everything was Rayleigh's fault. Yizan's words made everyone in the overtime speechless. I have seen shameless people, and I have never seen such shameless people as Yizan. It's obviously your own problem, so don't push others down, bastard. Chapter 20 instantly destroyed the Golden Lion Pirates. When Yizan and Rayleigh quarreled, the members of the Roger Pirates were ready, and the Golden Lion's actions were obviously very aggressive. If one was not careful, the entire army might be wiped out. Everyone looked at the sky nervously, and the air around them even started to stagnate, and the battle situation was about to break out. However, at this moment, Yizan seemed to think it was very funny. His figure flashed, and he directly used Horaishin's technique to come to the pirate ship of the Golden Lion Shiki. Yo, hello everyone. Yizan stood on the canvas Jinchuriki column above the Golden Lion Shiji's head and greeted the deck with a smile. Who? The Golden Lion suddenly turned around and looked up, looking at Yizan at the top of the Jinchuriki column. Hi, hello. Boy, who are you? Golden Lion Shiji asked with a gloomy face, and he was extremely vigilant about the sudden appearance of Yizan. I am your father. I said, I'm your father. Yizan grinned and twisted his waist, and his dazed appearance instantly made Shiji furious. You, look, die. Clang. The knife light flashed, the air shattered, and in the blue sky, a space crack appeared in a flash. The top master of the pirate world, the swordsman Golden Lion Shiki, actually slashed the space with one sword. However, such a terrifying power did not kill Yizan at all. Yizan stood not far away with a smile, with a wine glass in his hand. Well, the chef of your pirate group is not good. What kind of cocktail does this go with? It's hard to drink. Looking for death. Huh. Sakura 10, and Deadwood, sent out 100 air slashes, so fast that they would slash Yizan almost instantly. However, Yizan easily dodged the attack, the golden force field spread, and instantly enveloped the Golden Lion inside. Give me a face and learn to bark like a dog. Death, Shike shouted loudly, continuing to slash at Yizan. Without giving face, the golden force field instantly turned into the color of Yuhi. Watching the duel take effect, a playful smile appeared on the corner of Yizan's mouth. Ski, the Golden Lion who can fight against Roger, does not know what skill book will be released. Call out. Yizan's figure disappeared in a flash, and he used Horaishin to come behind the Golden Lion Shiji. Spiral thrust. The fingers burst into rapidly spinning spikes, the Golden Lion's pupils shrank sharply, and with a loud shout, a stronger momentum erupted. Drink. The purple-black domineering instantly attached to the Golden Lion Shiji, and the spiral thrust hit. At the same time, the double swords in the Golden Lion Shiji's hand also slashed towards Yizan. Futon Wind Style Mode. Boom. The fierce Futon Wind Style armor dented, and then easily spread the two knives, and the spiral thrust in Yizan's hand first confronted armament Hokage, and after half a second, it pierced the domineering and pierced into Shiji back. Blood splashed and splattered out. He roared, endured the pain and quickly rushed towards the deck. The battle between the two was extremely fast, adding up to less than 2 seconds, and within these 2 seconds, a piercing wound appeared on the back of the Golden Lion Shiki. The wound was bleeding continuously, and his face quickly turned pale. One move to break through my armament Hokage, who the hell are you? The Golden Lion Shiji bit Kiba tightly. He originally thought that Yizan, who looked a little funny, was a little-known scoundrel, but he was defeated by Yizan with one move. My name is Yizan. Yizan yawned and sat lazily at the top of the Jinchuriki column. Child, you can't, I suggest you just admit defeat, or you will be miserable. Don't be too arrogant. As a great pirate in the prestigious world, how could Shiji the Golden Lion allow him to be insulted like this by Yizan? Idiot. Yizan shook his head helplessly, pursed the corners of his mouth, and the terrifying power quickly emerged from his body. Six Paths Mode. Following Yizan's words, Six Paths chakra quickly condensed into a black and white suit. 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball appeared, and the brilliant 5 hair special effect made Yizan look extremely mysterious. Devil fruit. Golden Lion Shiki looked at Yizan's change in surprise, then immediately shook his head in denial. No, no. Not a devil fruit. For this point, Golden Lion is very sure. As the world's top powerhouse, he is too ripe for the devil fruit illustration, and he can be extremely sure that Yizan's ability is definitely not a devil fruit. You're smart, you're right. I really don't have the ability of a devil fruit, but so what? What you should think about now is how to deal with me. Yizan smiled wickedly, and the malicious smile made the Golden Lion's heart very annoyed. It's really frustrating to be underestimated. Bastard, put away that scornful smile for me. No, Pug. I am the Golden Lion. No one can stop me from dominating the world. Go to hell. Huh. The Golden Lion Shiji let out a loud roar, and rushed towards Yizan with his domineering arrogance to the limit. Yizan used the technique of Haraishin again to evade the attack. The corners of my clothes. Waste. Bastard. Give it all to me and kill him. The Golden Lion Shiji roared wildly, and the fighters who had been staring at the battle suddenly reacted. Everyone looked at Yizan at the same time, jumped up suddenly, and surrounded Yizan overwhelmingly. Hey! Seeing many fighters attacking him, Yizan bent down slightly, and a crystal thunderball appeared in his hand. Since you are all unwilling to give me face, then, 6 paths. Raiden Thunder Style. Rasengan Shuriken. The crystal thunderball was thrown in an instant, followed by the rupture of the surface. Click, clack clack. The slap-sized crystal thunderball made the pirates puzzled, but their doubts did not last for a few seconds before the thunderball exploded. Boom. The violent explosion produced hundreds of thousands of thunder and lightning, and the lightning spread rapidly at an incredible speed, destroying everything in an instant. Swipe. The ship twisted and swayed, and the supergiant battleship of several hundred meters suspended in the sky was instantly destroyed by a big explosion. Yo, destroy a ship, then it's you. Yizan smiled and looked at the other ship, spread out his right hand, and a piercing 5.5 scream burst out from his palm. 6 paths. Futon Wind Style. Rasengan Shuriken. Rumbling. The terrifying big explosion even distorted the space and burst into an unparalleled atmosphere. In the distortion, the pirate ship of the Golden Lion Shiki was almost completely destroyed, and only a few escort ships at a distance were left to hide in the distance and survived. Difficult. On the boat that survived the disaster, this group of marginalized pirates were still glad that they survived, but the next moment, the ability to float suddenly disappeared, and they saw that their boat was mercilessly falling towards the sea below. Boom, boom. The ship fell from the altitude of 1,000 meters and was all broken into pieces. On the other hand, the Roger pirates, who were standing on the deck to defend against the Golden Lion pirates, were all stupid. They were stunned to see all this. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. This special meow. Can a human do it? Hokage give me a face. One Piece, Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21 _ Are you gay? I told you not to fight for a long time, but you want to fight. Now it's good. The pirate group is completely wiped out, and you yourself were seriously injured. Are you embarrassed? Yi Xuanyu said earnestly, but his face was completely unconcealed. That arrogant appearance made Roger and others full of black lines. Who are these people, who killed other people's pirates and persuaded others? It's so nasty. At this moment, the Golden Lion knelt down in front of Yizan in embarrassment. He couldn't be called embarrassed, but was so seriously injured that he couldn't stand. He was lucky to survive Yizan's out-of-range attack. Trauma. The orange skill book emerged from the Golden Lion. Obviously, at this point, he gave up resistance completely, and Yizan won the duel. Knife flow S orange price, 80 ingots. Close black lens bracket. Not bad. Yizan nodded with satisfaction. Although he has learned swordsmanship in the Hokage world for a while, the swordsmanship in the Hokage world is very weak. The only powerful Hitaki swordsmanship is Hitaki Sakumo. Because of the family secret, Hitaki Sakumo will not teach Yizan. Mysterious. Of course, with Yizan's strength, he doesn't bother to learn swordsmanship on purpose, but in the world of One Piece, swordsmanship and kendo are 30 skills that must be prepared for pretending to be a girl. Think about it, the handsome swordsman, the ferocious swordsmanship and position, the evil eyes and smile after defeating the enemy, ahem. It probably means that Yi-zan wants to pretend, and the easiest way to pretend to be handsome is to become a handsome swordsman. The two swords of the Golden Lion are okay, and it is one of the top swordsmanship in the world of One Piece. Original novel, Yuhifa Shanks and Whitebeard once collided with swordsmanship. With a single blow, the clouds in the sky were torn apart. The Golden Lion was at the same level as them, and the swordsmanship was definitely not weak. In Yi-zan's eyes, the Golden Lion pirates were just bored and just playing casually. When they got the double sword, he ignored the Golden Lion and happily went to the chef to ask for wine to celebrate today's victory. Yi-zan ignored the Golden Lion, but the Golden Lion was kneeling on the deck of the Roger pirate ship at the moment. He looked at Yi-zan silently, his face full of bitterness, and his heart was both regretful and sad. He really didn't expect Yi-zan to be so powerful, to actually destroy his entire pirate group with just one person. How powerful must that be? Because of the feeling of sympathy between the strong, Roger took pity on the Golden Lion, and finally gave him a boat and food and let him go, mainly because the Golden Lion was too pitiful. As a strong man of the same level, Roger changed positions after thinking about it for a while. I almost cried. This evil star, you can't mess with it. It's even more demon than a demon. Roger stared at Yi-zan resentfully, as if thinking of something. He quickly came to Yi-zan's side. Hey, boy, are you not hurt? Bullshit. Yi-zan flipped over the Byakugan and drank the cocktail he had just prepared. Golden Lion is as weak as you. Do you think he'll get hurt? Quote. Roger looked at Yi-zan with black lines all over his head. He wanted to say something, but was unable to refute it. Seriously, the strength of his Roger pirates was not much different from that of the Golden Lion. Roger was depressed, but Yi-zan, a flash of light flashed in his mind at this moment, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly looked at Roger, his eyes bursting with the color of exploration. Roger, I suddenly want to ask you a question. Yi-zan's tone was very strange, and that smile instantly made Roger feel a chill in his heart. He took a slight step back, leaned his body against the side of the boat, and swallowed in fear. Can I refuse to answer? Of course you can. Yi-zan said very seriously, do you think I am the kind of person who is difficult for a strong man? Yes. Roger nodded affirmatively, and before Yi-zan could react, he added again, however, I like your toughness. Well, Roger was actually scared. He felt a little wronged. He was the world's top pirate, but he was so frightened by the boy in front of him that he lied against his conscience. This is coercion and temptation. Seeing Roger's aggrieved appearance, Yi-zan just smiled, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more strange. Roger, are you on your back? Back the mountain. It's Billy Harrington, crooked, geeky, and likes men. Do you understand? I don't like men. Hey, don't be so loud, it will make you feel guilty Tilda. Yi-zan's words instantly made Roger shut up. Also, you said you don't like men, so why don't you even have a beautiful woman on board? Yi-zan continued to look at Roger with very strange eyes, and then nodded affirmatively. I'm sure you like men. What, Captain, do you like men? Yi-zan's last voice finally attracted Bucky Shanks and Rayleigh nearby. Bucky looked at Roger with shocked eyes, and then took a step back cautiously. Captain, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Bucky, wait, listen to my explanation. Roger hurriedly chased after Bucky. Bucky was startled, and ran into the cabin with a scream. The speed was more than 5 times faster than usual. Only then can Bucky explode his potential. Bucky fled. Shanks and Rayleigh also took a step back, and the two stared at Roger with the same weird eyes. At that moment, Roger only felt that the whole sky was dark. Boy, 660 you pit me. Roger looked at Yi-zan with tears in his eyes, but Yi-zan nodded as a matter of course. Yes, I'm just cheating on you, who makes you like a strong man. Ooh. In this way, under the strange eyes of the members of the Roger Pirates, the pirate ship set sail again, but after the incident of the Golden Lion, the entire pirate group once again designated Yi Zhan as the most untouchable person in the world. Yi Zhan didn't know that he was being looked at like this by Roger. He was lying on the sun lounger board, with Erlang's legs crossed, and looked at the sky swayingly. Ah, it's almost like an adult. It's so boring, I really want to be raped. Yi Zhan complained boringly, and his words made the pirate crew on the side quickly move away. After such a long time of contact, everyone in the Roger Pirates has made one thing clear. Yi Zhan is the kind of person who wants to look for trouble if he has something or nothing. It is best not to provoke him when he is bored. Otherwise, the absolute force will make you want to cry. Even if the body is not miserable, the mind will collapse. Such boring days lasted for about 2 weeks, and finally, a voice brought Yi Zhan to his spirits. Captain, the location of the big secret treasure One Piece can be seen. Chapter 22_end, Ralph Drew. Ralph Drew, the end of the Great Route, is also the hiding place of One Piece. The hiding place of One Piece. This is the One Piece. Yi Zhan pouted, it doesn't look any different. Yi Zhan's words are not unreasonable. The small island of Ralph Drew is very normal in terms of shape and climate. The entire island is also barren, and it looks no different from an ordinary desert island. In terms of orientation, it is indeed here. With my level, it is absolutely impossible to find the wrong place, said the navigator confidently. Everyone, including Yi Zhan, trusts his level of navigation. Just when everyone was puzzled, suddenly, a strange aura instantly filled everyone's surroundings. What? Yi Zhan frowned slightly. His strength was the strongest, and because of this, his perception was the clearest. No problem. Even if the perception is spread to the limit, there is still no problem. But even if you can't perceive anything, the strange feeling around you has not disappeared. Yi Zhan belonged to the type of curiosity that killed the cat. He finally couldn't stand the weird feeling, so he resolutely used the fruit of face. Space, give me a face, send me to the place where the feeling comes from. However, a fact that shocked Yi Zhan happened. His own face fruit could not be used. What's going on? Yi Zhan was stunned for a moment. As his golden finger, he actually failed at this time. HMPH. I'm afraid. I'm a 6 paths level powerhouse. Even if I don't have the face fruit, I can crush the entire One Piece world with my own strength. Thinking of this, Yi Zhan walked forward decisively. This has always enveloped him. The birthplace of the eerie feeling is gone. The failure of the face fruit made him more curious. He wanted to understand why the face fruit failed, and wanted to know all the secrets here. However, Yi Zhan did not know that at this moment, the fruit ability in his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Devil fruit has always been a specialty of One Piece world. Although the origin of face fruit is mysterious, it also belongs to devil fruit in a sense. Yi Zhan disregarded the blocking of Roger's people and moved forward at a relatively fast speed, and at this moment, the space in front of him suddenly distorted, turning into a space crack and swallowing him. When Yi Zhan reacted, a stone tablet appeared in front of him. The stone tablet stood quietly, ancient and simple, with some words that Yi Zhan did not know on it. Yi Zhan looked strangely at the tadpole-like text in front of him, not knowing what it meant, but looking carefully, it seemed a bit similar to the historical text in the original book. So, what's the use? Yi Zhan blinked his eyes slyly, indicating that he didn't know a word. While Yi Zhan was struggling with this, the fruit of the face, which had not been moving, finally seemed to return to normal. He took the initiative to spread the golden force field and spread the force field easily. Yi Zhan checked it seriously for a long time, as if everything just now was an illusion, as if the face fruit could always be used. It's getting too late. This place is getting weirder and weirder. Yi Zhan scratched his head speechlessly, directly covering the force field on the stone tablet. Stone tablet, give me a face and let me know what's written on it. The stone tablet changed, and another layer of text appeared on the surface of the ancient text. It was the most familiar Chinese character for Yizan. The first person who comes here, if he is a devil fruit person, the fruit ability will be permanently doubled, and the non-fruit ability person will have the ability to listen to the voice of all things. The words on the stone tablet shocked Yizan. He looked down at his body and didn't feel any change. It doesn't seem to have changed. Why don't you experiment? Thinking of this, Yizan spread the golden force field and shrouded the ground not far away. Earth, give me a face and disappear. Call out. The earth disappeared. Daddy, give me a face and restore the status quo. Call out. The earth is restored to its original state. Yizan has been researching the face fruit deeply for so many years. He knows exactly how much power will be consumed by ordering something. Because of this, he found that the consumption of the face fruit has actually been reduced by half. So good. Yizan knows that as his strength continues to improve, he will use the third stage of the face fruit more and more frequently, and One Piece world will not mention it, but what about in the future? I can rely on the face fruit to travel through other worlds, and the current consumption is reduced by half, that is to say, using 99% of the power, you can travel to a farther and higher level world. Take me to fly. Thinking of this, a bright smile bloomed on Yizan's face, and at this moment, Roger, who was somewhat embarrassed, brought the crew to the place where Yizan was now. Boy, why are you here? Roger's eyes widened in shock, seeing Yizan's posture that he seemed to have arrived a long time ago. Bullshit. What strength are you guys, and what strength am I? A group of weaklings, just come over now, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Also, Roger, you keep talking about One Piece, now this thing, do you know it? Historical text. Well, you seem to know the historical text. Of course I do. One of the reasons I came to Ralph Drew was for the last piece, which is the most important historical text. Roger stared at the stone monument with a frenzy on his face. Seeing Roger's serious appearance, Yizan had a wicked smile on his face. At that moment, Shinx and Bucky next to him took 2 big steps back in fear. They knew that Yizan was going to do something wrong again. Give me face and make Roger see nothing for a while. A golden force field enveloped Roger, and then... What's going on? Why is it getting dark? Chapter 23 Disbanded Roger Pirates. Roger's eyes widened like a husky, but no matter how hard he stared, he couldn't see anything. Can't you see? Yizan smiled wickedly. His demonic voice made Roger cover his head and collapse completely. Big brother, forgive me, I just want to see the historical text. Please let me go, I just want to simply read the historical text. Woohoo. Whoops, it's not real to cry, cry again. Woo, big brother, great God, the most handsome man in the world. Don't tease me, I finally realized my dream, just let me read the history text. Roger looked pitifully towards Yizan, although he couldn't see it. He knew that Yizan was standing beside him. To see Roger so sincere and pitiful, Yizan patted his shoulder with a smile, and nodded with a sullen face. Not bad attitude, since you are begging so hard, then I will be merciful and let you go. Following Yizan's words, Roger's eyes lit up and his eyesight was restored again. He glanced at Yizan gratefully. It was obvious that Yizan was playing a prank, but in the hearts of him and all the crew members of the pirates, as long as he let go of himself once, it would be a great favor. Soon, Roger began to read the historical text of calendar 247, which is the last historical text and the most important one. Blank 100-year history and ancient weapons made Roger's eyes wide in shock. Akatsuki revealed the secret. Roger's eyes became more and more serious. Roger's appearance made Yizan a little strange, and he didn't know what happened to Roger's reaction. Yizan also knows the content on the stone tablet, but it just records the first person who comes here. If he has the devil fruit ability, the fruit ability will be permanently doubled up. Those who do not have the fruit ability will gain the ability to hear the voice of all things. Close black lens bracket this sentence ah. But why is Roger's expression so serious? Is what the other person sees different from what he sees? But Yizan didn't know that what he got was really different from what Roger got, because he had inexplicably improved his abilities, and that sentence had disappeared. The second person who watched the stone tablet saw the historical text. Is this all true? Roger said suddenly. Huh. Yizan looked at Roger strangely. What is true? Nothing. Roger pursed his lips tightly and looked at Yizan with a very complicated look. This complicated look made Yizan more and more puzzled. What's wrong? Stupid. Yizan, can you promise me one thing? If you don't agree, I won't do it. I don't want to be a jerk, bastard. The serious atmosphere he finally created was destroyed, making Roger go crazy again. He glared at Yizan viciously, and the steam of anger rose from the top of his head. In the face of Roger's anger, Yizan just blinked his eyes slyly, and asked suspiciously, really? You don't do it. You don't do it. How can you be a group of men on your boat? Quote. When Yizan complained again, Roger was completely helpless. He simply raised his hand and said with a face full of compromise, My God, I was wrong, I admit defeat. Humph. That's right. You ask me directly, how can I know if I agree or not? If I don't agree, what if you invite me to dinner? If I agree, in case you ask me what if I borrow money? I won't ask you to borrow money. The more you say that, the more I don't believe it. Okay, I was wrong. Yizan, I beg you, promise me one thing. If the next era doesn't become chaotic, you can disturb the era, okay? Roger's words made Yizan blink again. What made the times chaotic? What is this requirement? I know, this matter is a bit difficult for a strong man, but... Please, Roger said, and fell to his knees. What are you doing? We are friends. Are you sick? I don't know what's going on. What are you talking about? On the surface, Yizan was flabbergasted, but in fact he had already guessed what Roger was going to do. It seems interesting to make this era mess up too. Yizan pursed his lips, and the slave trade he saw when he first came to this world reappeared in his mind. He sighed slightly in his heart. Okay, for the sake of our friends, I promise you. That's good, that's good. Roger breathed out a sigh of relief, then turned to look at Rayleigh. Rayleigh, now I order. Roger pirates, disband. What? The sudden words shocked everyone, and Rayleigh was even more stupid than Roger, who didn't know what happened. Captain, why? Yes, Captain, why? Why? Because. After saying this, Roger paused for a while. For some reason, he suddenly remembered Yizan's humorous style. He smiled brightly, and patted Riley on the shoulder, because I want to go home and retire. Quote. Don't speak like Yizan. Everyone yelled at Roger at the same time. Hey, Roger scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. This time, he didn't explain anything, just said to everyone, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry, although I'm sorry, but I still want to say, we're gone go. Seeing Roger's serious look, everyone fell silent, and in the end, Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the pirate group, sighed softly and wiped the corners of his eyes like a cover. Since the captain speaks, we naturally listen, but, we still hope that you will think about it again, and we will go to the ship and wait for your order. Deputy Captain. Everyone looked at Rayleigh and said anxiously, while Rayleigh shook his head and turned to leave. Everyone looked at Riley and then at Roger. I've decided, I'm very sorry for the trouble I caused you. Roger bowed his head and apologized to everyone. We await your orders, Captain. Captain. The crew members spoke to Roger, and Roger just closed his eyes, waved his hands, and let everyone go back to the ship first. Until the last member left, only Yizan and Roger were left. Chapter 24 Robin's Wish. Roger looked at Yizan, thought for a moment, and said slowly, I know the truth of this world from here. The Tianlong people control and destroy this world. The world is crying, I want to oppose the rule of the Tianlong people. For the sake of therefore, I could sacrifice my life. Bah, I saved your life. Yizan spat in disdain, and his face became serious. I know your plan, is it interesting? Interesting. Are you an idiot? Just giving up your life like this? Is it really good? Sorry, but I have to do this. There are too many people screaming under the rule of the dragon people, I heard them cry. But with personal strength, it is impossible to overthrow the whole world, I have to do it. Idiot. Yizan curled his lips. It was obvious that Roger wanted to commit suicide. Well, it wasn't considered suicide. He was obviously ready to die in the hands of the Navy. As the first captain to arrive at Ralph Drew, Roger naturally, he became One Piece. This is a legend about the end. The first one to reach the end is One Piece. Yizan, I have already decided, you don't have to continue to persuade me. Roger said firmly, he was not afraid of death, but a flame was burning in his eyes, a kind of hope, a kind of flame of hope. Seeing Roger's firm look, Yizan was silent and stopped talking. The two have been in contact with each other these days, and more or less understand each other's character. Roger takes Yizan as a friend, and Yizan also takes Roger as a friend, but Yizan is different from Roger. For friends, Yizan can't let Luo Jia die. But, this is Roger's hope. It's his life belief. Judging from Roger's reaction, Roger has already made plans, and even chose to disband the pirate group at this time, that is to say, it is irreversible. You really want to do this? Why did you choose death? You're so sure that death can set off a wave of resistance against the Draconians. I'm not sure, I'm doing everything on my gut and so far, nothing has gone wrong. You're an idiot. Yizan looked at Roger angrily, idiot. Hey, for Yizan's abuse, Roger just scratched his head with a smile. His cotton-like smile made Yizan unable to use it, and he was completely useless. How fierce is he? This guy just looks at himself with an apologetic smile, and he has no other way. Forget it, since you want to die yourself, then go all the way, don't send it. Yizan turned around with a displeased face, and walked straight towards the pirate ship in the distance. Now that Roger has made up his mind to turn himself in and start the era of the great pirates, Yizan is useless to say anything. To be honest, Yizan is still a little sad at this moment. Roger is undoubtedly a hero. Once he makes up his mind, he will do nothing. Roger knew very well that the world under the rule of the Tianlong people was in a state that was about to explode, and in this state, as long as there was a spark, it could start a prairie fire in an instant. Roger, he was ready to do that spark. What a fool, who will remember you when you die? Yizan scolded as he walked, and suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his mind, his eyes lit up, and then he quickly hid his eyes. Idiot Roger, if you want to die, go to die. I don't care about you, go. Yizan turned his head and cursed at Roger a few times, a golden force field spread, and the space burst into violent vibrations. Idiot Roger, you want to die, but I let you die. You can do whatever you want later. I'll go to Roger Town to visit your execution ceremony. As for now. Looking at the space crack in front of him, Yizan lifted his foot and stepped in directly. Space, give me face and send me to Nico Robin's village. West Sea. Archaeology Island, O'Hara. The sun shines. As soon as Yizan appeared, a few stones were thrown towards him. The stones were very slow, as if they were thrown by children. Smash him to death. The monster has summoned the monster. A few more stones were thrown at him, and Yizan lifted it up and pinched a few small stones in his hand. Ah, what a kid. Looking at the angry and frightened eyes of several children not far away, Yizan shook his head slightly, not caring at all. But the monster actually caught our stone. Hurry up. It's a super monster summoned by the monster. With the cry of a child, the stones in the children's hands flew towards Yizan again. Enough. A cold snort instantly shocked all the children. Yizan stared at these children coldly. Even if he didn't exude momentum, he could scare these children to the urine with just his ferocious eyes. Run. The big monster is going to eat people. Run. Yizan's appearance instantly caused many children to scream and scattered, and soon disappeared without a trace. Hey. Seeing the disappearing child, Yizan helped his forehead helplessly. If others knew that I was bullying the child, maybe they would laugh at me. Laughing at you? Why are you laughing at you? Yizan was stunned by the sudden voice. He turned to look, only to find that a little loli dressed in plain but clean clothes was looking at him silently. The super thick book that no one has the patience to read, and the soft and smooth black hair shawl looks very cute. Seeing this, Yizan guessed the identity of this little loli, Nico Robin. Hee hee. Of course they want to laugh at me, just like a god who is angry because of the ignorance of mortals, but he cares about me at different levels, and they will laugh at them. Yizan said with a smile. His words made Robin nodded, but there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. It seems that you don't quite understand it yet. Let me explain it to you like this. Will you be angry because a puppy barks at you? Hearing Yizan's explanation, Robin finally nodded suddenly. No, and, according to this, you are very powerful. Looking at Yizan, Luo Bing asked seriously. Well, you can think so. Yizan smiled and nodded. Then, Robin's eyes flickered with longing, because the young Robin was unexpectedly sensible because she was dependent on others all the year round. Although she longed, she did not express her thoughts. What's wrong? Yizan squatted in front of Robin with a smile, rubbed Robin's hair gently, and tidied it up to make her hair more supple. At that moment, Robin's mind was touched. No one has done this to Robin for a long time. As a devil fruit person, she has been feared by ordinary people in O'Hara all the year round. Although O'Hara scholars know about devil fruits and are not afraid of Robin, those scholars who can't even manage their own lives naturally don't care much about Robin's life. If you're as strong as you say you are, can you let me see my mother? Chapter 25 _ Help Robin find his mother. Can I see my mother? What a poignant sentence. Yizan's heart melted all at once. Seeing Robin's look of anticipation, Yizan rubbed her long black and smooth hair again. Little idiot, in fact, you have already seen your mother, but you don't know her, and she doesn't know you. Yizan said gently, his eyes full of love. Yizan's words made Robin stunned, followed by shock, accompanied by strong disbelief. You lied. I never lie, especially sweet little loli like you. Yizan said with a smile. As for the lie of, never deceive people, Yizan said that his skin was thick enough. Yizan's words and the condescending appearance made Robin more and more unbelievable. She looked at Yizan with a strange look, which made Yizan's old face suddenly unable to hang. Hey, little idiot, don't believe it. What I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can ask Dr. Kuroha, the librarian of O'Hara. Dr. Kuroha. Dr. Kuroha knows where my mother is. HMPH, you'll know when you ask . After Yizan finished speaking, Robin quickly turned around and ran towards O'Hara's tree of omniscience. Her head was in chaos. If everything was true, why did Dr. Kuroha lie to herself? Why is my mother always reluctant to recognize herself? Robin left, and Yizan was the only one left. He lifted his chin and looked at the tree of omniscience in the distance. This is the only island of scholars who dares to take risks in the world. He has the courage, but unfortunately, he has no strength. Soon, this island of scholars will be destroyed by war. It's a pity. Yizan shook his head slowly, but he did not want to stop the Navy's slaughtering order. The Navy's slaughtering order was aimed at O'Hara. Although it was to destroy those who knew the text of history, the other meaning was to kill chickens and warn monkeys. Tell the whole world the attitude of the naval government to the historical text. Yi Shuenkai doesn't believe that in the whole world, only scholars from O'Hara can interpret the historical text, such as Roger. Could it be that Roger is also from O'Hara? O'Hara can only be regarded as the world's top university, but in this world, it is definitely not only this school, and it is definitely not only O'Hara who understands ancient characters. The Navy is killing chickens to show the monkeys. Yizan rescued O'Hara. The Navy will naturally find the second O'Hara and the third O'Hara. If you want to truly save the world, perhaps only Roger's approach, completely the overthrow of the Tianlong people's rule. It's just, it's so troublesome. I don't want to save the world. Yizan half laid his eyelids lazily. For Yizan, overthrowing the rule of the Tianlong people is a thankless thing, which is completely inconsistent with Yizan eating, sleeping, eating, idle, bored and playing with the character of a girl. To mention the pirate world that has nothing to do with him, even in the Hokage world, he has not destroyed the other 4 countries to form a real unity. He knows that as long as there is no war, as long as many countries form healthy competition, then the development of economy and technology will be faster and faster. Sure enough, I still have to find Luffy, and it's fun to leave this hard thing to Luffy to do. Thinking of the idiot Luffy in the original book, Yizan's mouth evoked a malicious smile. When Yizan was in a daze, Robin, who had already gone to the library, finally knew the truth. She started looking for her mother like crazy. She never imagined that her mother was O'Hara's most famous young female scholar. Alvia. When Robin was looking for his mother, 5 lieutenant generals, 10 brigadier generals, 10,000 of the most elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters, and 10 world-class warships faintly appeared on the distant coastline. Demon Slaying Order. The Demon Slaughtering Order was actually activated at this time. This was something that even Yizan had not thought of. He did not expect that he had come by such a coincidence that as soon as he came to O'Hara, the Navy's Demon Slaying Order arrived. The Demon Slaying Order came at this time. Do I have the attribute of an $39 deaf primary school student and $39? Look at the system panel. Obviously not. Why does something happen wherever I go? Yizan hand scratched the back of his head, his figure flashed, and he came to the inside of the Tree of Omniscience in an instant. At this moment, Robin is about to rush out from the inside of the Tree of Omniscience. She can't find her mother, because her mother, Alvia, has been imprisoned by the Navy. Boom. Oops. With a soft sound, Robin happened to bump into Yizan's arms. Yizan hugged Robin subconsciously, and rubbed her forehead gently. You didn't get hurt, did you? No, but I can't find my mother. Woohoo. Big brother, you say you can do anything, can you tell me where is my mother? Okay, please, tell my mother where. Robin looked at Yizan and pleaded with tears on his face. Robin's pitiful appearance made Yizan's original intention to tease disappear. He sighed and picked up Robin into his arms. Okay, I'll take you to find your mother. After Yizan finished speaking, he turned to look at Dr. Kuroha, who was still stunned in the library, and pouted in disdain. Poor people also have something to hate. This kind of nerd, it's best to die. He didn't even tell the other party that the Demon Slaughtering Order was coming. These scholars really thought they were the most powerful people in the world. They thought that no one dared to touch them. Until the last moment of death, the 0.2 scholars' poverty and arrogance in their hearts would never be forgotten. Will disappear. Walking out of the library, a golden force field spread, the corner of Yizan's mouth moved slightly, and a space Uzumaki suddenly appeared in front of him. Give me a face, the space teleports to Alvia's side. After he finished speaking, he took Robin and stepped into Uzumaki. In the next instant, the scenery in front of him changed to the beach and the sea. This is the beach outside O'Hara Island. Yizan looked back and saw a huge tree of omniscience in the distance. Mom! A cry with a cry made Yizan look back again, only to find that Robin was watching the beach not far away, where a woman covered in injuries was sitting on the beach to rest. Chapter 26 _ Don't take off swimming. And the moment Robin shouted, the woman raised her head quickly, her eyes filled with a hint of joy and pain. Robin, what are you talking about? I'm Dr. Alvia, not your mother. Alvia quickly hid the joy in her eyes. She couldn't recognize Robin, and managed to escape from the Navy. She must go to the Tree of Omniscience to inform all scholars that the Slaughtering Order is coming. It's useless, don't go, Dr. Kuroha and other scholars are going to accompany the Tree of Omniscience to destroy. What? Don't get it. Those nerds are going to die with their knowledge. Do you want to die with them too? Yizan sneered, walked slowly to Alvia's side with Robin in his arms, and put Robin down, this is your mother, and also O'Hara's most famous female scholar. Yizan's words convinced Robin, because Yizan's performance was so miraculous that he could do things like space teleportation, so what couldn't he do? Moreover, the call of blood made her believe that the woman in front of her was her mother, and she believed in her sixth sense. Mom! Robin cried, more and more tears in his eyes. That weak and pitiful appearance made Alvia's heart cringe. The crying girl in front of her was her daughter. Robin! Alvia's voice was trembling. At this moment, she finally forgot her mission and many responsibilities. At this moment, only Robin was in her eyes. She stretched out her hands tremblingly. And Robin burst into tears and threw herself into her arms. Mom! Woo woo! Why don't you recognize me? I miss you so much. Woo woo! I'm sorry, Robin. Yizan was also moved by the touching scene of mother and daughter meeting. He silently took a few steps back and left this moment to the two of them. Poor Robin, hey. Yizan sighed lightly and turned to look into the distance. He was at the right side of O'Hara Island at the moment. In sight, the naval battleship became the position on the far left of the sea horizon. This kind of world's top warship, sailing speed very fast, in such a short time, it will change from the size of an ant to the size of a grain of rice. If it is expected, it will take up to 10 minutes to reach the island. 10 minutes, so long. Yizan lowered his eyes lazily. For someone like him who uses Horaitian's technique at any time, 10 minutes is indeed a long time. He tilted his head and looked at the mother and daughter who hugged each other sobbing and whispered about the pain of lovesickness. Maybe, 10 minutes wasn't enough for both of them. It's really inconvenient to not have a storage scroll. Yizan looked left and right, and as soon as Gulu sat directly on the beach, without a storage scroll, he could not carry a series of daily necessities such as beach chairs, coffee tables, teapots and tea, snacks and melon seeds. When you are free in the future, make a storage scroll to play with. Thinking about it, Yizan simply took off his shoes and stepped on the fine white sand to the place where the seawater could reach. There are 10 minutes left, how about? Take a swim. Hey, what are you swimming? Didn't you see the mother and daughter crying and hugging on the beach so moved? What the hell is swimming? Idiot Yizan's thinking has always been offline, and he will do whatever he thinks. At this moment, he has taken off his clothes and outer pants, and then took off his inner. Don't take it off. I don't know when. Robin and Olivia have already turned their attention. Robin was shy, and Olivia was shy with a hint of curiosity. The mother and daughter stopped Yizan from taking off nay in unison, which made Yizan a little embarrassed. That, if you don't take off the inner swim, you won't be wearing it after a while. No, mother and daughter said in unison again, and then looked at each other in surprise at the same time. Sure enough, the tacit understanding in blood is innate. Humph. Blocked by Robin and Olivia, Yizan Tsunere snorted lightly and angrily picked up his clothes and pants and put them on. How could he swim without taking off his inner, and there is no place to air dry. Yizan was dressed. Robin and Olivia hugged again and whispered about the pain of missing. They told it like this, completely immersed in their own world. However, when an earth-shattering whistle sounded, Olivia suddenly raised her head. The whistle. Warships. Warships are coming. She looked at the ocean to the left in panic, and found that 10 giant warships were approaching O'Hara Island. The warship is here. Robin, you wait. I'm going to inform Dr. Kuroha. I have to let them escape, she said, dropping Robin and standing up, preparing to head towards the Tree of Omniscience. He ran in the direction, his arms tightened, but Yizan grabbed him fiercely. What are you doing? Don't go. Who are you? You can control where I'm going. I'm not allowed to go if I say no. No one can disobey my orders. Yizan 313 was extremely domineering. He slammed it, pulled Olivia back at once, and threw it to Robin's side. You. What am I? You finally escaped from the Navy, so you want to die. To tell you the truth, O'Hara has perished, and since the Navy has dispatched a demon slaughter order, just wait for the leader to press the golden phone bug and slaughter the demon. The order will be activated immediately, giving you two choices. 1. Obediently accompany Robin here. 2. I will break your foot, and then obediently accompany Robin here. Yizan's domineering finally shocked Alvia. At this time, Robin hugged Alvia obediently, like a stray kitten, and leaned his head on Alvia's arms pitifully. Mom, don't leave me. Robin's cry finally made Alvia give up notifying the Tree of Omniscience. She glared at Yizan fiercely and hugged Robin tenderly. Don't cry, baby, Mom won't leave you. Alvia eventually stayed where he was, and within a few minutes, the naval battleship finally arrived on the island. It's coming. What's coming? Slayer order. Yizan raised an eyebrow at Alvia. Your home is going to be destroyed. Chapter 27 Evil Conditions. Alvia glared at Yizan angrily, and Yizan's words also made Robin in Alvia's arms react. Brother, is O'Hara really going to be destroyed? Robin wiped her tears and said pitifully. Her years of grievances gradually dissipated in Alvia's arms, but when she heard about the home she grew up in to be destroyed, a little more tears overflowed from her eyes. Seriously, it is indeed going to be destroyed. Hearing Yizan's words, Robin pursed his lips tightly, endured it for a while, and finally couldn't hold back his tears. Brother. You said you can do anything, can you save O'Hara? Robin's words made Yizan scratch his head. It is not difficult for him to save O'Hara, but why did he do this? Why should I save O'Hara? I'm not familiar with O'Hara. But O'Hara is my mother's hometown. Robin struggled to get out of Alvia's arms and hugged Yizan's leg pitifully. Brother, you can save O'Hara, right? Tears kept flowing from her big eyes, and the tears had turned her cheeks into little cats. Seeing this, Yizan sighed softly, squatted down, and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks with his fingers. Do you really like O'Hara? You have been attacked and insulted by so many people on this island over the years. They all call you a devil, and they don't even give you white bread. In such a hometown, you also willing to protect. I do, Robin said firmly, his eyes unwavering. Yes, but I have two conditions. What conditions? My condition is. Yizan rolled his eyes, and instantly turned his gaze to Alvia next to him. His gaze and the smile on the corner of his mouth made Alvia take a step back in fear. His hands tightly grasped a mass of white sand. My condition is, first, you have to come with me in the future. Second, your mother has to come with me too. No. As soon as Yizan's voice fell, Alvia immediately refused. She was smart and felt bad intentions in Yizan's eyes, and she still had a lot of historical texts to read, so she would never follow Yizan. Zan go. Tisk. I see, your mother said no, then I can't do anything. Yizan shrugged indifferently. The attitude of, no action if you don't agree to the conditions, made Robin's big eyes appear again. Tears were shed, and Alvia was also clutching a mass of white sand tightly, her face full of anger. Bastard. You are taking advantage of the danger. Alvia cursed angrily and threw it at Yizan. The white sand spread out in the air and fell on the beach in the distance. Alvia blinked his eyes suspiciously. At that moment, Yizan and Robin disappeared. Where are you looking? A sudden voice appeared behind her, and Alvia was startled, but before she could react, her ears warmed, accompanied by a strong crispy feeling. Ah! Alvia let out a soft cry. Her delicate face instantly embarrassed Yuhi. She quickly tilted her head forward, turned her head in shame and anger, and happened to see Yizan's closed mouth. You bastard! Thank you for the compliment, Hilda. Yizan blinked his eyes with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that Alvia's body was so sensitive. He just bit his ears lightly, and Alvia came to feel it. Just when Alvia wanted to grab the sand and smash Yizan again, suddenly, a violent scream came from the sky. Ha! Boom! The island vibrated, mixed with screams and fires all over the sky. Alvia's face changed greatly, and she immediately looked at Yizan, and finally there was a pleading in her eyes. You, please, save O'Hara. I can save it, but the conditions remain the same. In the future, your mother and daughter will have to follow me. Why are you doing this? We are with you, why do you have to let us be with you? I am a historian, and I want to explore all the historical texts in this world. Why are you? Alvia clenched her fists angrily, her hometown on one side, her dreams on the other, and important things on both sides, which made her unable to choose. Why? Hee. If you want to blame you for being pretty. Yizan's words made Alvia stunned for a moment. She never thought that was the reason. At that moment, a throbbing appeared in her heart, and her anger also diminished. Also, I can tell you very clearly, even if I save O'Hara today, all of you scholars in O'Hara will become wanted criminals in the Navy. What kind of historical text are you looking for? When you go to the next town, you will be arrested by the locals. The residents notified the Navy. Reported to the Navy by the local residents. They won't do this. Alvia said this, but her eyes were not as firm as before. She understood that Yizan did not lie. And at this moment, boom! There was another huge explosion, and the artillery shells of the distant warships were scattered here. Hearing more and more screams, Alvia finally made a decision in her heart. I promise your terms. HMPH, that's right. Yizan smiled wickedly and put down Robin in his arms. Don't move, my brother is here to save the world. After Yizan finished speaking, hand seal with both hands, 6 paths level chakras rushed into the entire island. Doden, Earth style. Super. Toriu Castle. With Yizan's low drink, the entire O'Hara Island suddenly had a more violent earthquake. Rumbling. Around the island, a row of extremely thick soil walls slowly rose, wrapping the entire island like a cage. Boom. The cannonballs bombarded the slowly rising Tuliu city, but the iron-like earthen walls were not afraid of the cannonballs at all. No matter how the artillery shells were bombarded, there were at most some shallow pits on the earthen walls, and those pits were still extremely large. Fast healing. What is this? On the warship, Spandane, who was in charge of the demon-slaying order, stared blankly at all this, not knowing what happened. Could it be that the devil fruit person is protecting O'Hara? The brigadier general next to him stared blankly at the huge earth wall protecting the entire O'Hara, and swallowed his saliva in disbelief. Chapter 28_Young and Cowardly. If there is a devil fruit capable person to protect O'Hara, to be able to launch such a terrifying move, at least he must be at the level of a general. The earth wall surrounded the island, standing 100 meters high. Yizan slowly exhaled. For his 6 paths level strength, it is not difficult to use this technique. You know, Yizan is a great god who integrates Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, let alone Doden, earth style including Mokuten, wood style, Hyoten, ice style, Jinten, particle style, he can be used easily. Protecting O'Hara, Yizan began to think about how to develop Robin's little loli, and at this moment, a cold air fell from the sky and slowly condensed into a figure. Ah! Qingzi was going to pretend to say a few scenes, but when he saw Yizan, his heart jumped and he took a step back subconsciously. It's you. Yo, Qingji, how are you? Yi Xuanan blinked his eyes, looking very cute. What a ghost. Qingzi cursed in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. He felt that the whole person was not good, and he just took a task of slaughtering demons. Why is it so unlucky? And the supermaster who defeated Kizaru in one move is a big boss. Why did I meet it? 900 Qingzi looked at Yizan resentfully, feeling that his whole life had lost its color. As one of the lieutenant generals who attacked Nine Snake Island at the beginning, if Qingzi was asked to choose the person he didn't want to be his opponent, Qingzi would definitely vote for Yizan. Fighting with Yizan is too suffocating. Not only has the ability to control the seawater, but also the speed is amazing, and the strength is terrifying. Yo, Qingji, why don't you talk? What are you thinking about? Missing a daughter-in-law? Why do you look like an Alzheimer's? Yizan's cute voice made Qingzi almost cry. He stared at Yizan resentfully, put his hand in Kabuto, and quickly took out a phone bug. Hey, General Sengoku. Qingzi's resentful voice made Sengoku on the other end of the phone a little puzzled. He was sitting in the headquarters office eating senbei. What did Qingzi suddenly call to find him? Lieutenant General Qingzi, what's the matter with me? Is the mission over? No, the mission is not over, and there is. I don't take this mission. I want to go home. Qingzi's increasingly resentful tone made Sengoku more and more puzzled. What's the situation? Give up the mission. He knew very well what Qingji was like, and Qingji would never give up on his mission. Lieutenant General Qingzi, what happened? Nothing happened. I encountered a strong enemy that was absolutely irresistible. I want to apply and give up the mission. Qingzi was extremely wronged. The pitiful voice made Sengoku speechless. He suddenly put down the senbei in his hand and said with a domineering face, Lieutenant General Qingzi. Have you forgotten the oath of the Navy? Give up when you encounter an enemy. It's not your style. Even Whitebeard or Roger, I believe you have the power to fight. Tell me, who is the opponent? The man who controls the sea. Then. Click. The phone bug was directly hung up. Damn, fortunately I have a quick response, so I can pretend I didn't hear it. The person who can control the seawater. Aokiji, you've worked hard, I pray for you, and go all the way. Sengoku patted lightly. His own heart was obviously proud of his ingenuity. However. Blue. Phone worm rang again, and Sengoku was slightly taken aback, although he made a more awesome move. No answer. Sengoku made a decision. After all, once it is connected, Aokiji asks for support, or retreats. What should I do? But. Blue. The phone bug kept ringing. It could imitate the expression of the person using the phone, and it looked at Sengoku with a sullen face, as if to accuse Sengoku of atrocities with the voice of the phone. In the end, however, Sengoku refuses to answer the phone bug, leaving Qingzi above O'Hara with black lines. That. Qingji glanced at Yizan carefully, and asked cautiously, can I leave? Yizan looked at Qingzi in surprise. Qingzi actually escaped. This refreshed his worldview. He always thought Qingzi was a cool person who liked to pretend. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I'm ashamed of the entire Navy. Hey, why are you embarrassed by the Navy? You are obviously the enemy of the Navy. Also, what do you mean by, I am such a person? What's wrong with me? Qingzi roared at Yizan angrily with a bang. Before the voice fell, his whole person turned into ice crystals and rose toward the sky. Can't be provoked, can't I hide? Thinking of this, Aokiji immediately prepared to leave, and at this moment. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the solid earth wall actually broke a hole, and a heat wave hit, and gradually condensed into another figure. Akainu, why are you here? I'll come and see what's going on. Akainu said, looking at Yizan with a serious face. The arrival of Akainu made Qingzi never expect that he was ready to run, but since Akainu, how could he still run? If he ran away and Akainu died in Yizan's hands, his crime would be completely changed. From escaping from a battle to killing a colleague, it is very serious. Qingzi thought about what to do for a while with a tangled face, but Yizan glanced at Akainu, and curled his lips in disdain. Yo! What a big dog. Who are you talking about? The terrifying heat ignited, and Akainu stared at Yizan with a cold face. No one in the room asked, but you have to ask a question. Why are you so smart? You know what I'm talking about. Yizan giggled provocatively, causing Akainu to clench his fist suddenly, his eyes bursting with murderous intent. Whoever insults me will die. Huh. UV light flashed, and the red dog turned into magma and attacked Yizan. Yizan shook his head casually, his figure flashed and disappeared instantly. You use magma, I'll use ice, let's play. Yizan said with a smile, his body suddenly burst out with a biting cold. Hyoten, ice style, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Quote. Chapter 29_provocative Akainu. Of Yizan's Hyoten, ice style, has already surpassed the limit of the Shui Wuyu clan. At that moment, 500 ice mirrors condensed in all the surrounding spaces in the sky and on the ground. Canine freeze. When surrounded by ice crystals, Akainu knew that he was going to suffer. With his full power to activate the devil fruit, the temperature that had dropped to freezing point rose again. Ice cubes shattered and turned into a large amount of flowing water, the steam filled the sky, and the dark yuhi and white gold magma rose into the sky. The dog bites yuhi lotus. Akainu shouted loudly, his right arm turned into a dark yuhi dragon, roaring towards Yi-Zan. Yo, there's still some strength, but if it's just like this, the next move will be yours. Yi-Zan raised his finger with a smile and tapped it on the magma dragon's head. The ice of -273 degrees Celsius instantly froze the magma dragon and shattered it into slag. So strong. Seeing Yi-Zan blocking his move with one finger, Akainu's face became more and more ugly. He had seen Yi-Zan's power on Nine Snake Island long ago, but he did not expect that Yi-Zan could actually use ice, and he used ice. The ability is stronger than Qingzi. His face was extremely gloomy, and he was even more angry when he was mocked by Yi-Zan. He knew that he could not beat Yi-Zan. Qingzi, are you watching from the side? The angry Akainu vented his anger on Qingzi. Qingzi sighed lightly, knowing that at this moment, he couldn't do anything. There are several reasons why he didn't want to take action. First, he was really frightened by Yi-Zan. Second, if Yi-Zan wanted to keep O'Hara from being destroyed, he would still recognize it in his heart. He is different from Akainu. Akainu is more like a dog run by the world government, instilled with absolute justice since childhood and will not think independently. Compared with Akainu, Aokiji seems more rational, and because of this, Aokiji knows what the Navy's slaughtering order means this time. He originally did not agree with the Navy's approach, which is why he has been grinding for so long. Don't be impulsive. Seeing that Akainu was about to attack Yi-Zan, Qingzi finally grabbed Akainu. Facing Akainu's incomprehensible gaze, he sighed softly and said seriously, even if we both attack together, we won't be able to fight. Don't be impulsive. Qingzi's voice was very calm, and he didn't know if it was the extra power that the frozen fruit gave him. His voice quickly lowered the anger in Akainu's heart. After hearing Qingzi's persuasion, Akainu clenched his fist tightly. Finally, he glared at Yi-Zan, turned and walked out of the broken earth wall. That hole is a dog hole, are you sure you want to drill? What? I said, the hole you made just now is a dog hole. You got in like a puppy, are you going to get out now? Yi-Zan continued to provoke, and even dug out a ball of booger sticking to it. Lightly flicked, and hit Akainu. Akainu was furious and was about to try his best, but was pulled back by Aokiji again. He's irritating you, hold your breath, you'll lose if you're angry. Akainu's words made Akainu once again suppress the flames in his heart. He squeezed his fist tightly, and his fist made a rattling sound. Let's go. Akainu glared at Yi-Zan again, turned to leave. Yi-Zan raised his hand with a smile, and gestured with his middle finger towards Akainu's back. Cowardly dog. Bastard. I can't take it anymore. After repeated insults, Akainu finally couldn't bear the anger in his heart, roared, turned and rushed towards Yi-Zan. Qingzi, if you're afraid, get out. I don't need your help. Big fire spit. Boom. Akainu's fist turned into a super giant red gold magma fist, and the magma spurted violently, and even the surrounding air was evaporated by this high temperature, turning into a terrifying vacuum. Seeing Akainu rushing over, Yi-Zan's mouth burst into a wicked smile. It's so simple to be provoked. Should I say that you are bold? Or are you an idiot? Yi-Zan looked at the red dog. Chakras appeared on his body, and quickly formed a white robe, and the white robe was patchwork. There are many black strips distributed on the robe, and the black tomo at the neckline is evenly arranged, and behind him, several black Gudodama truth-seeking ball revolve around Yi-Zan. Wave tilde. As if the blisters had burst, with a very soft voice, Akainu was shocked to find that his moves were wiped out by the black shield in front of the opponent. Trash, with your little magma trying to destroy my Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Bastard, do you really think this thing can stop my attack? Akainu shouted, His body turned into an overwhelming rush of magma. He quickly bypassed the black round shield formed by Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, from the left attacking from the side towards Yizan. Cut. Go around in circles. I thought it was so awesome. Yizan pouted in disdain, raised his hands, and two different types of terrifying chakra appeared in his palms. Come and try the idea I just came up with. Sweden, water style. Hard whirlpool water blade. Quote. Futon, wind style. Spiral thrust. A wind Uzumaki and a water Uzumaki appeared. Yizan laughed wickedly, and suddenly put his hands together. Boom. The two violently rotating ninjutsu collided together, and an even more amazing power erupted. The wind sandwiched the water, and the water sandwiched the wind, instantly shattering the elemental Akainu. Beat the reservoir dog. Hyoten, ice style. 10,000 ice petals. Countless Bing Chinbin directly stabbed the red dog, making the magmazation of the red dog almost completely invalid. It was just a touch. Without using One Piece's domineering abilities, Yizan won a complete victory. No way, Yizan's ninjutsu is still relatively strong in restraining the natural devil fruit. In fact, compared with the natural devil fruit, the superhuman devil fruit Yizan can't perform natural restraint. Magma exploded, breaking free from Hyoten's ice-style attack again, but at this moment, Akainu was a little tired, and the fruit person's ability to use the ability will consume physical strength, and because of Yizan's strength, every time he fights, he will consume a lot of physical strength. I understand. If you use devil fruit to deal with you, you will be restrained instead. Akainu said with a gloomy face. Oh, so, you still refuse to admit defeat. It's really a dog, so if you bite someone, you won't let go. Yizan shook his head helplessly. But it was such a careless appearance that made Akainu furious again. He shouted violently and raised his right foot with all his strength. In an instant, the air was torn apart, and a shock wave appeared. 6th Naval Style, Lanjiao. Chapter 30_Flying Squirrel. Shish. Several sharp wind blades attacked Yizan, but these sharp blades are not energy, but an existence similar to air formed purely by kicking the air with extremely high speed. Yo, physique. It's just right, let's compare. Yizan smirked. Since Akainu took the initiative to come up and be abused, he would not be polite. Back then, he followed Might Dai to practice physique and also won the award from the 8 inner gates. Open method. Entering the 6 paths level, it is not difficult to open the 8 inner gates. View door, open, morning peacock. Boom. A terrifying aura bloomed, and Yizan smashed the legs of the slashes with his hands. He rushed to Akainu's side at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and slammed the air with both hands. The burning air shot out and hit Akainu, instantly smashing it into magma fragments. At the same time, a smirk flashed across Yizan's mouth, and his fist suddenly turned purple-black. Armament hockey. Boom. There was a loud noise, blood splashed, and the elemental Akainu turned back into its original body. He vomited blood, and his eyes were full of shock. What are you surprised about? Do you really think I'm not domineering? Idiot. Yizan smirked, and smashed his terrifying fist at Akainu again. Click. The ice cube shattered. Yizan's punch smashed into a piece of solid ice, but with the ice blocking it, Akainu avoided the attack when Kyonjin hit. Chingzi. Yizan was stunned for a moment, then found that several more people rushed in from the broken earth wall, including Chingzi and Akainu. There were 5 people in total. Have all the lieutenant generals of Tu Moling come here. Yizan glanced at the 3 lieutenant generals not far away, and curled his lips in disdain. Hey, you. It's you 3, know how eggs walk. Is it right? How do the eggs go? You give me how to go. Yizan's words made the 3 lieutenant generals puzzled. They stared at Yizan blankly, not understanding what the other party suddenly said. A bunch of idiots. The egg is round. It's natural to get out, understand? Get out. How dare you let us go away? It's okay, I'm just an idiot, I haven't reached the point of dementia, I can understand people's words. Yizan lazily turned over the Byakugan, the golden force field spread, and instantly enveloped the 3 new lieutenant generals. Give me save face and leave like an egg. Yizan's words completely angered the 3 new lieutenant generals. The 3 of them shouted at the same time and rushed towards Yizan frantically. The golden force field turned into a dual, Yuhi color force field. Obviously, the 3 new lieutenant generals disobeyed Yizan's orders. This is a good thing for Yizan. He can have more fun. It's just pity for you. Don't you know that the number of people is meaningless to me? It's also the lieutenant general and the general. Yizan said shyly, clapping his hands, and the stopped momentum surged again. The 6th gate, Jingmun, open. Boom. The terrifying momentum bloomed again, making Akainu and Qingzi also keep up with the pace of the 3 lieutenants. They had to keep up. They were really worried that Yizan would kill the 3 colleagues in one move. Everyone, be careful, his physical skills are comparable to those who are skilled in practicing the 6th form of the Navy. Akainu quickly yelled at everyone. Comparable. Idiot, are you kidding me? Do you really think that the previous battle was the limit of my true martial arts? Morning Peacock. Quote. Countless Yuhi-colored flames spread directly into a sphere with Yizan as the center. What kind of skill is this? How is it the same as Lieutenant General Akainu's meteor shower? Idiot, hide. Boom 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 boom. The flaming fists scattered all over the sky hit 5 people. Akainu and Qingzi escaped by elementalization, but the other 3 lieutenants suffered varying degrees of injuries. Hey, I didn't expect you guys to be pretty good. There are still a few who can persevere. Yizan's calm voice sounded. Although Yizan's voice was calm, but everyone present was condensed. Yizan's attack just now really surprised everyone. They were injured when they chose to avoid it. If they really hit it hard, everyone really didn't know what the result would be. Who the hell are you? Why do you want to intervene in the slaughtering order? Don't you know that this is against the world government? Do you know that your current behavior is in the company of the devil? Finally, a lieutenant general couldn't help but stand up. He glared at Yizan angrily, like a virgin whore, standing on the commanding heights of morality and taking responsibility for Yizan. My name is Yizan. It's a god. Who are you? Why do you look like a thief? People in the Navy are really clueless. Such people will affect the public's impression of the Navy. Watch your words. You can call me Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Oh, no wonder it looks like a mouse. You. Hey, little mouse, don't be impulsive. As for me, I don't want to get involved in the slaughtering order, and I don't want to have a dime relationship with the world government, but the key is that someone will deal with me, and I'm not the kind of person who can't be caught. Yizan mouth corners with a smile. Besides, isn't it normal to be in the company of demons? Devil fruit contains demons. Aren't all devil fruit capable people in the company of demons? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel didn't know how to answer Yizan's words, but at this moment, Akainu stood up and looked at Yizan with murderous eyes. Don't talk nonsense with this person, kill it as soon as possible, and wipe out all the sins. HMPH, Akainu, this is what you asked for. Yizan's smile finally subsided when he heard the killing intent in Akainu's language. He stared at Akainu coldly, his aura was surging. I secured O'Hara today. The art of Horaitian. Swish. In an instant, Yizan disappeared. What happened? Where is the person? Yizan's sudden disappearance made Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel hurriedly glance around, but couldn't find it. Flying Squirrel, watch out. Boom. With a loud bang, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel felt a huge force hit his back. He didn't even have a reaction, and his brain stopped working. Poof. Lieutenant Flying Squirrel fell to the ground covered in blood, was severely injured by Yizan's blow, and fell into a coma. Chapter 31 Akainu broke his arm. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Yizan's attack shocked the other 4. At this moment, Yizan didn't stop attacking. He squeezed his hands tightly, as if something was brewing. 7th door. Start the door, open. Boom. The blue steam rose, and the moment it bloomed, a terrifying hurricane blew out. The power beyond imagination shocked everyone, and even Akainu grew his mouth blankly. Jingmun, the last gate in front of the 8 inner gates, the body begins to emit blue steam produced by the evaporation of sweat, which can release high-pressure gas bombs of pure physical attack. Yizan held his head arrogantly, and the blue steam on his body continued to rise. He glanced at Akainu, and the momentum on his body gradually condensed into his fist. This move of mine is to hit the air with an extremely high-speed positive punch, forming a very high pressure and then compressing it into a tiger-shaped attack. The attack range is probably that big. Yizan gestured with both hands exaggeratedly, instantly making everyone speechless. So big, I'm still so small. It's not a child anymore, and the specific values can't be estimated. 30. Do you want to be so childish? Everyone complained loudly in their hearts, but at this moment, everyone has no heart to think about this, because tiger. Following Yizan's words, a bizarre tiger made up of strength quickly attacked the crowd. Quote exclamation mark. As if nothing had happened, as if it had already happened, when Akainu and Qingzi reacted, their eyes widened and their heads slowly lowered. They were shocked to see that a big hole appeared in their hearts at some point. The big hole was so big that it almost cut them in two. At the same time, behind the two of them, a terrifying explosion sounded like a tiger roar. Boom! The shocking explosion shook the entire island of O'Hara, and the shock wave generated by the explosion hit the ocean, setting off a huge wave of 100 meters. What a fast speed! What a terrifying power! The two of them were shocked, and they had unprecedented fear. They can't even react to take the initiative to elementalize themselves, but rely on the properties of the natural devil fruit, and the body will undergo natural elementalization after being attacked. And most importantly, at this moment, Yizan's fist turned purple-black. Next blow is an attack with armament haki, that is to say, if the two of them cannot escape, they will die. Akainu and Aokiji were terrified, and their feet were softened. No matter how strong they were always human, and death was something everyone was worried about and feared. At this moment, the two of them were genuine feel the threat of death. One more shot. Armament haki. Hikari. Run. Call out. Ah. The rays of light flew by, blood filled the sky, and with the violent vibration of the entire O'Hara, Akainu changed from a large amount of magma back to its original body. He screamed in pain, and a large amount of blood continued to spurt from his left shoulder. Before Yizan launched the attack, Qingzi and Akainu wanted to escape, but Yizan deliberately aimed at Akainu and destroyed Akainu's left arm with one blow. Fear. Great horror. Not only Qingzi and Akainu, but the two lieutenant generals next to them were also very frightened when they saw all this. The place that was attacked by the day tiger seemed to be plowed through by a huge cannonball. Even the most powerful cannonball of the Navy could not blow up such a big hole. What should I do? Do you want to retreat? Yamanaka, who was already scared to pee, swallowed, and his heart was already full of retreat. Let's run. Qingzi nodded lightly. A strong enemy like Yizan, with their few lieutenant generals, was not an opponent at all. Everyone was cowardly, and they were all ready to retreat, but at this time, Akainu suddenly widened his eyes and shouted out words that everyone could not believe. Don't go back. Don't retreat. Akainu, who lost his left arm, roared like a gambler who lost Yuhi's eyes, but everyone was unwilling to continue. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Thinking of this, Huo Shaoshan finally stopped listening to Akainu's words. Anyway, everyone is a lieutenant general. Although Akainu has a higher status in the Navy because of the nature, retreating is a good strategy in the face of an irresistible enemy. He quickly picked up Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who was seriously injured and comatose, and rushed towards the broken soil wall at the fastest speed in his life. Retreat. The Navy retreated, and the demon-slaying order failed. Watching everyone leave, Yizan slowly put away the Tuiliu city that had been guarding the entire O'Hara. He looked not far away, and again hand seal, lifted the seal enchantment that had been protecting Robin and Alvia. The sealing barrier was transparent. Robin and Olvia watched the entire battle. Robin looked at Yizan in astonishment, his face full of surprise and admiration. What's wrong? Yizan patted Robin's head gently, feeling a little nervous. Of course he knew how strongly his actions shocked Robin. These ultimate moves in the Hokage 987 world, not to mention Robin, even if Roger or Whitebeard saw it, they would be shocked. Whether it's the towering city wall like a city wall, or the morning peacock with brilliant special effects, or the day tiger who kills everything in one blow, Robin, the little loli who has been staying in O'Hara, knows everything. It turns out that the world is not so simple. And more importantly, Robin knew that in addition to the tactics and persuasion recorded in the book, there is a more violent way to stop the war, and that is, absolute power. Seeing the many large warships leave in such a dismal manner, Robin's little heart suffered a huge impact. She silently looked at her hands, and the flowers and fruits condensed into some arms, and then quickly dissipated into petals. At this moment, Robin knew the role of power, absolute power, more important than any wisdom. Are you really a god? Robin looked at Yizan and asked. You think I am, you think I am not, then it's not, who made me like you? Yizan squatted down and kissed Robin gently on the forehead. At that moment, Robin was shy, lowered his head. But, they all say I'm a devil. Chapter 32_ Ready to Force. Hearing Robin's words, Yizan directly hugged Robin in his arms, feeling the unique softness of Loli. Yizan comforted with a smile. Don't pay attention to them, they are all idiots. We people, called devil fruit capable people, obtained inhuman power because of eating devil fruit. That powerful power will make people fear, so they will be called it. The devil. Holding up Robin, who seemed to understand but not understanding, Yizan turned his eyes to Olvia. The beautiful and mature woman in front of him made Yizan smile with a wicked smile. He didn't say anything, but held Robin towards the court. Go to O'Hara Library. Let's go, you and I will naturally not be able to live in O'Hara in the future. I know that you and Robin both like books, so we will empty the library. I will not treat you badly. Yizan's words made Olvia stunned for a moment, and there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. O'Hara's library is almost the largest library in the world. Evacuate. Move with what? Don't doubt me, don't question me, just follow me, you and Robin will be my people in the future, I don't like my woman questioning me. Bah, who said to be your woman? Asshole. Seeing the back of Yizan holding Robin and walking away, Olivia spat lightly, a dizziness appeared on her cheek, she followed up briskly, and she didn't know the reason, she was in a very good mood, and the corners of her mouth showed a faint smile. O'Hara has been retained, and Robin has recognized me. Today, it's a good day. Yizan made several super storage scrolls in a few days, and despite the obstruction of Dr. Kuroha and other scholars, he forcibly took away the books in the entire library. Before he could leave O'Hara, the Navy a large number of wanted notices were issued, all of whom were O'Hara scholars. 1 million Baileys, 2 million Baileys. Dr. Kuroha is the most powerful among scholars, and is worth 10 million Baileys, but Yizan, Robin, and Olvia's wanted orders are the same as others. Different. Yizan, nickname, Devil, reward amount, 1 billion Bailey. Close black lens bracket. Ahahaha, a bunch of funny people. Yizan pointed at the reward order in his hand, and put it next to his face. Little Robin, nay, look here, does it look like it? Robin shook his head and said suspiciously, although the portrait is exactly the same as you, why do I feel like I'm not alone? It's temperament. Olvia came over, and when she saw Yizan's bad eyes, she turned her head away a little shyly. Bastard. Robin and I are just following you according to the agreement, but it doesn't mean anything. Don't think about it. Humph. Yizan smirked and didn't argue with Olvia. He put one arm around Robin and put little Robin in his arms. Look, Robin, this is your wanted order. Ah. Robin snorted softly, his cheeks were a little shy. Yuhi, on his wanted list. It was when Yizan was fighting that he looked at Yizan's battle with admiration. Robin, nickname, son of the devil, Reward amount, 100 million Bailey. Requirement, survive. Survive. What's the meaning? Yizan was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Robin's wanted order was specially added to survive. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and with his wisdom, he only needed to think carefully to guess a general idea. The devil, the child of the devil, survive. Interesting. Yizan's eyes flashed with icy colors. After thinking for a while, he understood why Robin's reward order required survival status. In the final analysis, it was all because of himself. The world government wanted to use Robin to threaten own. A very clever strategy, from Marshal Kong. Or from Staff He. But, Yizan's eyes became colder and colder. He let go of the Navy several times because he was too strong to play with the Navy. If the Navy was destroyed in one go, the world would be no fun, but tigers don't show their power. Think I'm a sick cat. Let your Navy go twice. Do you really think I dare not kill people? It seems it's time to let the world know about my horror. Yizan is a laughing optimist, and he is very casual about everything. Since Yizan came to the world of One Piece, to be honest, in Yizan's view, there is really no battle in the true sense. All battles in Yizan's view, it was all a joke, and he was not a murderer, so there was no need to cause bloodshed in this world. But now it seems that people in this world should know that I, Yizan, are not something that cats and dogs can provoke. But to be reasonable, even if the Navy is to be punished, what kind of punishment can not only deter the Navy, but also make him pretend to be forced? It's not fun if you don't pretend. This time, you have to pretend to be a big guy. Would you like to be a pirate? Boring. There is no deterrent. Yizan thought while holding his chin. Would you like to stop attacking the Tianlong people? Forget it. A group of weak people, don't go. If you pretend to be forceful, you should pretend to be forceful to the strong. By the way, the Navy headquarters. Quote. Thinking of this, Yizan's mouth cracked with an evil smile. How about, go to the Navy headquarters to play? Well, such a happy decision. Thinking of this, Yizan squinted his eyes and smiled like a rat stealing oil. Robin in his arms happened to see that silly appearance. Brother Zan, what are you laughing at? So stupid, Robin said innocently, and what he said suddenly stopped Yizan's smile. So stupid, so stupid. Yizan looked at Robin with a stiff face, blinked his eyes, looking extremely pitiful. Robin, you say that to me, I am very sad, my heart is broken. It's really broken, piece by piece. If you don't believe me, touch it. As Yizan said, he grabbed Robin's soft and tender little hand and pressed it against his heart. His heart was pounding with strength, and Robin's strong masculinity immediately made Robin shy. Bad brother, let me go. Robin struggled with Yuhi's expression on his face, but he was weak. Don't, you broke my heart. If you need treatment, your hands are the best way to treat it. Yizan teased Robin without Yuhi's breath. Looking at Robin's shy expression, he felt the whole people are much more comfortable. Yizan hugged Robin like this, and Robin obediently did not continue to struggle. Feeling Yizan's strong heartbeat, Robin's heart gradually calmed down. Robin has always felt a sense of wandering and helpless, and this time, Robin felt what is called love, and this feeling made Robin fascinated. A few days later, Yizan left O'Hara with Robin and Alvia. While leaving, Yizan used Shadow Clone to create a clone and walked towards the naval fortress closest to O'Hara. Yizan's clone came to the gate of the fortress, and he was not polite at all. He stood on the sea like this, and the terrifying chakra rushed towards the sea. Sweden, water style. Great exploding water colliding wave. Quote. Boom. The supergiant tsunami with an area of up to 10 kilometers washed away the entire naval fortress in an instant, submerging most of the navy inside. Tell the admiral, I have taken a fancy to the site of your naval headquarters. I know that there are many people in your naval headquarters, so I will give you half a month. After half a month, I will go to take over the site, and that piece of land is not allowed to stay. Anyone else, don't blame me for turning my back. Chapter 33_Thief. Half a month passed in a flash. Yizan's propaganda half a month ago shocked the whole world. Pirates, navy, civilians, the whole world is spreading this thing. Who on earth dares to provoke the whole navy? Soon, Yizan's bottom was dug out. 9 Snake Island forced back General Sengoku and 3 natural lieutenant generals. O'Hara Island forced back the slaughtering order, destroyed Lieutenant General Akainu's left arm, can control seawater, can control ice, and can use superpowers that surpass the Navy's 6th style. Taiju, with unparalleled speed and power. The whole world is boiling, and it is enough to be shocked by the super powerhouse who was born out of nowhere, but at this moment, this powerhouse is actually going to challenge the entire Navy headquarters. You must know that the Navy headquarters is the most important combat power of the world government. There are many strong people in it, and no one can compete. Marshal Sora, known as Steel Bone, Sengoku the intelligent general, as well as a dozen lieutenant generals, dozens of brigadier generals, and countless school-level and captain-level powerhouses. Not only that, but the Navy also has the hero, Garp in the Legend of 703. All the combat power combined can control most of the world by force. But now, there is a strong man born out of nowhere, ready to single-handedly take on the Navy headquarters. Well, it's just a heads up. What do you think about the withdrawal of the Navy headquarters? Do you think the Navy is possible? This is clearly a challenge, and for such an unscientific thing, the Navy headquarters has recalled most of the elites distributed in the world, including Garp who is chasing Roger, and also called back. Because the Navy headquarters is very serious, and let the world know that this mysterious powerhouse will really come. The whole world is boiling, and reporters from all over the world are also flocking to the Navy headquarters frantically. Live streaming. Be sure to live stream. Reporters from all forces around the world put pressure on it, and in the end, the Navy reluctantly gave in and accepted the live broadcast. While the Navy headquarters was in full swing. Inside the Navy headquarters, a pirate roamed around everywhere. Every time I meet a Navy general, I instantly become serious and salute to the general. For a while, no one noticed something was wrong. This sea soldier is none other than Yizan. If you let others know that the enemy the Navy wants to guard against is now wandering around in the Navy headquarters, the result will definitely make countless people drop their jaws. In fact, this is also very normal. Concealment is a compulsory course for every ninja. In addition, there is the transformation technique in the 3-body technique. Don't forget how Yizan wandered in the country of water when he was a child. His super psychological quality and camouflage skills are simply not something that this group of admirals can see through. Yizan not only wandered around the Navy headquarters by himself, but even brought Robin to the Navy headquarters to play. Crunch. With the sound of the door opening, Yizan Thief slipped into a wide and bright room. In the room, Robin sat quietly on the stool, holding a book in his hand and watching with relish. After hearing the sound of the door, Robin suddenly raised his head and saw Yizan was relieved. Hey, little sister, you are reading alone, do you want to play with your brother? Yi Xuanthief smiled and walked slowly to Robin's side. Robin snorted lightly, ignored Yizan, and put his eyes on the book again. What? Are you still angry? Okay, isn't it just playing in the Navy headquarters? How interesting it is. Think about it. Those people are yelling at me. Who knows that I live under my nose like that at ease? Humph. Not at all comfortable. Do you know that I'm worried about you? Robin pouted slightly. She refused to accompany Yizan to the Navy headquarters at first. Like a thief, taking every step carefully for fear of being discovered. Although she didn't know what ability Yizan used to hide her, she was still worried. Hey, don't worry, I'm strong, you didn't see it, you're sitting here, who can come in except me? Yizan smiled comfortingly, rubbing Robin's hair lightly. Your mother also, don't play with us. Mom said you were annoying, so you accompany you. Ah, Alvia actually said I was annoying. Woohoo. I'm sad. Yizan faked crying with a grieved face, but his hands were tightly around Robin's waist. Not only that, Lingjiji had already placed his hand on Robin's butt, and pinched it lightly, causing a dizziness to appear on Robin's pretty face. Bad brother. What do you want to do? Before going out, my mother said that girls' ass can't be touched by boys casually, saying that all those who touch my butt are villains. Brother, you really are a villain. Bah, Robin, don't listen to your mother, she lied to you. Remember, your ass can only be touched by me. If other boys approach you, don't let them touch you. Yizan said, without waiting for Robin to react. His head lowered, and he directly choked Robin's lips. Little Loli's lips are soft and waxy. Sweet. After an unknown time, her lips finally separated, and Robin's face Yuhi was buried in Yizan's arms. Although she was too young to understand this kind of thing, she was still very shy. Hate. She gasped slightly, leaning against Yizan's arms, and was reluctant to leave. She really liked this kind of embrace so much. It was warm, comfortable, and full of security. Yizan and Robin were frolicking in a certain room of the Navy headquarters. Outside, all the masters of the Navy headquarters gathered together, waiting for Yizan's arrival, because this time only Yizan was the enemy, but all the most elite soldiers in the Navy moved to other places. In this level of battle, soldiers are useless except to die. The soldiers retreated to prevent unnecessary losses, but in addition to the general, colonel and lieutenant level masters in the naval headquarters, there are also a group of reporters. Live streaming. Yes, these crazy reporters, completely disregarding their own lives, stayed in the Navy headquarters for live broadcast. Silence, unparalleled silence. The live broadcast was quiet, and many navies were waiting in earnest, all quietly waiting for Yizan's arrival. Chapter 34 Release Pigeons. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. From the time the sun rose, everyone began to wait for Yizan's return. However, after the scorching sun was high in the sky, Yizan's figure had no intention of appearing. What about the surveillance around you? There is no news yet, and I haven't seen anyone approaching. It's just that many big pirate ships have appeared at the end of the coastline and seem to be watching us. Don't worry about those big pirates, try your best to find Yizan. Yes. Time continues to pass as the conversation continues. As time passed, a thought rose in everyone's heart. Isn't it because the pigeons were released? Everyone thought about this, and even Marshal Sora frowned with some doubts. Sengoku, do you think he will come? Will come, Sengoku said uncertainly. If Yizan really didn't come, then their navy would be embarrassed. But, what if it really doesn't come? Thinking of this, Sengoku carefully swept the distance, and found that the group of reporters were staring at the ocean in front of them intently, and the photographer next to him was working hard to carry the camera to live broadcast. At this moment, Yizan, who was watching all this in the Navy headquarters, touched his chin, and also began to think about whether he would appear or not. Why don't you try putting pigeons on your own? Speaking of which, I haven't tried putting so many people's pigeons before. Yizan held his chin in distress, but if he released pigeons, he couldn't let the Navy know about him. It's amazing. With Yizan's entanglement, time passed more slowly. Numerous navies have been waiting for half a day, and in this high-intensity alert, many navies have felt a lot of exhaustion. Marshal. At this time, Akainu, who was waiting beside him, finally quietly barked at Marshal Kong. What's wrong? Marshal Sora asked in a low voice. I want to go to the toilet. Akainu said, Yuhi's face brightening. As a senior leader of the Navy headquarters, Akainu and others have always stood by Marshal Sora, and as Marshal Sora, as the general person in charge of this operation, the live broadcast footage has been turned around every now and then, and everyone has not had time until now. Go to the toilet. Hearing Akainu say that, I want to go too. Me too. Everyone whispered to the Marshal Sora. Shut up, I've wanted to go for a long time. Marshal Sora said to the crowd with a face flushed Yuhi. At this time, everyone saw that Marshal Sora's legs were unnaturally merging, and it was obvious that they had been holding back for a long time. No one noticed. At this moment, Yi Xuanzheng was standing silently not far behind Marshal Kong. He used his powerful mental power to create a demonic illusion barrier and successfully concealed himself. Hearing everyone's conversation, Yi Zan felt that he needed to wait a little longer. If possible, he could pour water, blow whistles, etc. Then, Marshal Kong and the others heard the sound of a thin stream of water whistling, and a faint whistle made everyone feel that they were rushing in. Who is it? Following Marshal Sora's words, many high-ranking generals began to glance around. But the mouths of everyone around didn't move at all, and the whistling sound was always lingering in everyone's ears. Damn, I can't hold back. Bastard, who the hell is whistling? Hey, everyone calm down, hold back, this is the world's live broadcast, don't be ashamed. Calm down, Aokiji, don't you want to go to the toilet? Facing everyone's doubts, Aokiji just nodded lightly, casually pointed to a small pile of ice cubes at his feet. It's very simple, don't forget my devil fruit. Hearing Qingzi's words, everyone stared at the small pile of ice cubes in astonishment, and suddenly felt that there was a faint arrogance in the air around them. Not only the Navy masters were stunned by Qingzi's performance, but even Yi Zan behind him was stunned by Qingzi's behavior. Only then did he realize what a strange flower is, and he actually used the characteristics of frozen fruit to pee in the public. Yes, the little yellowish ice cubes piled up together are Qingzi's urine. It's a lot of experience, tisk. Yi Zan smirked, his fingers moved slightly, and a large number of invisible chakra threads were launched like spider silk, connected to all the cameras, and aimed the cameras at the group of Navy masters. Enlarge. Enlarge. Yi Zan used the chakra lines flexibly, and soon, the camera lens continued to zoom in, specifically aiming at the special parts of these people. What's wrong with these people? The audience all over the world looked at the Navy master suspiciously. They had the same doubts in their hearts and didn't know what happened. Everyone looked at the funny looks of many high-ranking naval officers as if they were watching pantomime, and they were a little surprised. Because Yi Zan's behavior was quiet, the Navy master didn't realize that the live broadcast cameras were all aimed at him. Everyone tucked their legs and whispered to each other, completely unaware that the Navy's prestige was rapidly declining under this circumstance. Yi Zan played like this for a long time, until the sun turned west. He finally yawned a little bored and decided to show up. Since they are so pitifully waiting for me, then I will show up with great mercy. When Yi Zan thought like this, too many people thought that Yi Zan had released the Navy pigeons. Really, we let our pigeons go. Think about it too. After all, it is the headquarters of the Navy. It is the wisest choice not to go. Everyone has been discussing, and some people who don't know why have left the live broadcast. As the highest authority in the Navy, Marshal Kong also felt that Yi Zan would not come at this moment. He looked up at the westward sun, and finally took a step forward and issued a statement. Devil Yi Zan is afraid of the power of the Navy and does not dare to come. Let's stop here today, my Navy. Marshal Kong hadn't spoken yet, when suddenly, a voice interrupted his words. Wow, it's been a long time, you are waiting for me. Say it earlier. You are so big, I thought there was something going on in the Navy headquarters. I thought that my business didn't matter, so I just waited on the side. Quote. The exaggerated voice had a hint of condescension. In an instant, the Navy masters turned around and were shocked to find that at some point, a person appeared behind them. Clang clang. Countless sharp knives were unsheathed, and the captain-level Navy immediately surrounded Yi Zan. Chapter 35_Meteorite Falls. So handsome. Cool. I like it. At the moment when the live broadcast camera was aimed at Yi Zan, many women watching the live broadcast were madly looking at Yi Zan, who was standing in the center of the entire high-level naval headquarters. Yi Zan's handsome appearance, calm attitude and ruffian mouth, the smile is so handsome. Humph. This bastard. In a certain town, Alvia spit out Yuhi's face. She had to admit that Yi Zan was indeed the most handsome and temperamental man she had ever seen, especially the kind of bad guy. A bad feeling really kills a woman. Not only Yizan, but she also saw Robin next to Yizan. She silently stared at Robin on the TV, pursed her lips, raised her hand, and waved her fist fiercely. Bastard, take Robin to the Navy headquarters so arrogantly. If Robin has any troubles, I will beat you to death. She muttered viciously. At the scene, Yizan yawned a little tiredly. After playing all day, it was almost time to rest. Hey, I said you guys, since you're waiting for me and you've made such a big battle, what about my request? Give up the naval headquarters and agree. Give me a face and leave the naval headquarters. The golden force field spread and enveloped everyone in an instant. However, how could the Navy headquarters obey Yizan's words? At that moment, the golden force field shattered and instantly turned into a dual Yuhi color force field. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Cannonballs, attack! Marshal Kong shouted loudly, and the warships on the sea in the distance actually turned their turrets at the same time, all aimed at the naval headquarters. Boom! A large number of shells filled the sky, and the terrifying power seemed to destroy the entire naval headquarters. Tisk! How dare you play a big bombing indiscriminately between the enemy and me? Then I'll come to add to the fun. Yizan smirked, and suddenly hugged Robin in his arms. The Hiraishin technique was activated, and he instantly came to the altitude of 1,000 meters. He is in heaven. Let me come. Moonstep. Cap, he's very strong. Don't rush alone. Cap, is this Carp? Seeing a tall short-haired man chasing after him with a moonstep, Yizan laughed wickedly, and the golden force field suddenly rushed towards the higher sky, rushing out of the atmosphere in one breath the stratosphere, wrapped in a cosmic meteorite. Although I don't have Rinnegan, I can imitate all of Rinnegan's abilities with the fruit ability. Meteorites are falling from the sky. Yizan let out a soft drink, and an extremely terrifying crisis instantly surged into everyone's heart. What happened? I don't know. Why do I suddenly feel scared in my heart? Why do I want to escape from here? It's nothing if one person said that, but when everyone including Marshal Kong had the same thought, their expressions changed. Cap, calm down. I know. Carp, who was halfway through, quickly retreated. He stared at Yizan in the sky with a dignified expression. As the most powerful man in the Navy, he had the strongest sense, and a crisis that could not come out made him almost impossible. Breathe. What exactly happened? Carp thought silently. The next second, his pupils shrank dramatically, and his face changed drastically. The sky is dark. A huge shadow shrouded the entire naval headquarters. Everyone stared blankly at the shadows in the sky and opened their mouths in disbelief. How is it possible? Fake, right? This is a meteorite. The Navy people looked at the sky blankly, and they saw that in the sky, a super huge boulder that covered the sky and the sun landed towards the Navy headquarters like a mountain. It's not just them who are shocked. You must know that at this moment, the whole world is broadcasting this battle live. Gadong. In front of the TV, the audience watching the live broadcast swallowed their saliva in unison, and even Whitebeard's eyes widened. The wine barrel in his hand fell to the ground at some point, but he was stupid and didn't respond at all. No wonder that Kid is unwilling to join my pirate group. Is it reachable by manpower? Whitebeard was so shocked, let alone ordinary people, and as the meteorites continued to fall, Marshal Kong finally reacted. Red Dog. Marshal Sora roared. Among all the people present, Akainu's rock berries actually possess the most powerful range-destructive power. He roared loudly at Akainu, and Akainu responded quickly. He rose into the sky with moon steps, and at the moment of liftoff, his body was already magma. Drink! Akainu shouted loudly, and the overwhelming magma seemed to erupt like a volcano, rushing towards the meteorite frantically. Meteor shower. Akainu's ultimate move was originally a super wide coverage attack against ground units, but at this moment, he burst out into the sky with all his power. Endless magma ejection, forming a real volcanic eruption. In the surging fire Yamanaka, the meteorite was wrapped in magma and slowly began to melt. In response, Yizan, who had already used Horaishin's technique to dodge into the distance, just raised his eyelids, put one arm around Robin's waist, and dragged Robin's butt with the other, whispering something in Robin's ear without any intention of remedying it. Yizan didn't move. It was the best situation for the Navy. Everyone looked at the sky seriously, watching the meteorites and magma that were still falling. Come on, Akainu. You must do your best. Our lives are in your hands. Come on. Red Dog. Everyone is praying in their hearts, including the mighty Garp, and also praying, hoping that Akainu will melt the meteorite before it arrives. In the expectation of everyone, Akainu finally melted the meteorite, and as the fatal meteorite on top of his head disappeared, they looked at Yizan again, especially Marshal Kong. He seemed to understand why Yizan was not here. Hands-on during the period. Has it consumed too much power to summon the meteorite? He silently stared at Yizan, and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Everyone, according to my guess, the demon Yizan has consumed too much power and is ready to attack together. As ordered. Including Karp, no one underestimated Yizan. They all stared at Yizan seriously, waiting for the command of Marshal Kong. However, at this time, Yizan just glanced at the Navy on the ground lightly, and patted his forehead as if he suddenly realized something. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that you already melted the meteorite in 1.5, but it can really melt. It's amazing, but I'm sorry, the meteorite is not a meteorite. Yizan with a smile, he raised his finger and pointed to the sky. In the sky, because the magma melted, the sky was cloudy, and with Yizan's words, everyone felt their heartbeats slow a beat, and they subconsciously looked up at the sky. Boom! The magma of Yuhi in the sky shattered instantly. Akainu screamed and fell down covered in blood. The melting of the first meteorite had exhausted his physical strength, and he could no longer maintain the elementalization of the magma. Save him! Marshal Kong shouted loudly and used the moon step to save Akainu, but at this moment, Yizan's figure suddenly flashed and kicked Marshal Kong away with one kick. Hey, wasn't it just bombarded with cannonballs? It doesn't matter if you play the enemy or me. What can you save? Wouldn't it be better to wait for the meteorite to fall? Chapter 36 _ Destruction of the Navy Headquarters. Bastard. Half of the people blocked Yizan, and half of them attacked the meteorite with moon steps. Never let the meteorite fall. Being kicked away by Yizan, even Sora, who is known as Steel Bone, suffered a lot of trauma. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he quickly rushed towards Yizan, trying to hold Yizan in vain. Shave. At the moment Sora issued the order, a series of powerhouses such as Garp and Ghost Spider used, shaved, to besiege Yizan at the same time, while Qingzi, Kayabu, and a group of devil fruits with great attack range and attack power quickly rushed. Go to the sky and prepare to forcibly destroy the meteorite with strength. Humph. A bunch of idiots, more people bully less people. Yizan smirked, still holding Robin in his left hand, but his right hand quickly formed a seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. An instant, more than 100 clones appeared, and these clones broke out in futon, wind style mode at the same time, blocking the Navy that soared into the sky. I've never lost compared to the number of people. Yizan laughed shyly, but made Marshal Kong Ning frown 30 times. Ninja. Sora asked suspiciously. Yizan's multiple shadow clone reminded him of a profession. In fact, there is a profession of ninja in the world of One Piece. The two professions of ninja and swordsman exist in One Piece, but because of the powerful and easy to obtain power of devil fruit, few people like to spend a lot of time and energy on cultivation. Ninjas and swordsmen. If it's a ninja, these figures should be fake. As if thinking of something, a smile appeared on Sora's face. He used the ninja ability possessed by Pirate World to speculate on Yizan's avatars, knowing that these avatars were fake. Not only that, but at this moment, he even knew Yizan's biggest trump card. Ninja. Yizan is a ninja. Yizan is most afraid of the Navy's various abilities. Everyone doesn't know whether Yizan is a devil fruit person or something else. Now, Marshal Kong has finally figured out Yizan's occupation. It's a pity that Marshal Kong doesn't know that Yizan's ninja profession is not inherited from One Piece, but from Hokage ninja. Although the two worlds have the same profession, their strengths are vastly different. Boom, underscore. The terrifying chakra waves bloomed, and all of Yizan's shadow clones were instantly covered by a holy white robe. There were many black strips scattered on the white robe, and the black tomo was evenly arranged at the neckline. Yizan's shadow clone actually used the 6 paths mode at the same time. Bang bang bang. The terrifying fluctuations were accompanied by the continuous screams. The strong marines seemed to be dropped to the ground one by one like a dumpling by Yizan. Qingzi Kizaru and a group of lieutenant generals were better, but the weaker ones such as brigadier generals and colonels can't resist shadow clone's attack at all. Okay, the time is almost up, you can enjoy the big gift I gave you. Yizan laughed wickedly, and bent over to avoid Marshal Kong's slash. At the same time, he suddenly stepped out and kicked Garp's cheek accurately. The terrifying force almost knocked Garp's head off. He was like a cannonball. It seemed to fly upside down for thousands of meters, and with a boom, it blasted a huge hole in the ocean in the distance. The second meteorite failed to intercept, and there was less than 2,000 meters left from the ground. Yizan quickly withdrew from the battle circle and left the area with Robin in his arms using the technique of Horaitian. Blue pheasant. In desperation, Marshal Kong finally called out the last person he could think of to save everyone. At this moment, Qingzi finally lived up to the heavy trust, and used all his strength to freeze Yizan's shadow clone with ice cubes, and rushed to the fastest speed in his life. Under the meteorite. Ice Age. He has already disregarded his own safety, and instantly released all his physical strength. His palms began to freeze, and the freezing spread along the surface of the meteorite. When the meteorite was less than 500 meters away from the ground, the meteorite was frozen. Oh, when 1,000 troops are fired, not bad. Having left the naval headquarters, Yizan, who was floating on the sea, said casually, as if to praise, but for some reason, everyone's hearts were heavy, and they felt worse. Although 2 meteorites have been resolved, but no, there is only one left. What? At that moment, the sky turned black again, and everyone stared blankly at the last meteorite in the sky, slumped to the ground. No one could stop it. Kizaru had the heart to do it, but he was blocked by one of Yizan's shadow clones, and his shining fruit couldn't destroy the meteorite at all. The meteorite hits the ground. At this moment, the heaven and the earth seemed to be incomparably quiet. In the silence, the landing sound of this meteorite seemed even more terrifying and deterrent. The entire Navy headquarters, at the moment when this meteorite fell, destroyed. Boom. The live broadcast has been interrupted. When the meteorite hit the ground, all the cameras in the Navy headquarters were destroyed, and all the reporters who were not afraid of death also died in the meteorite fall. After a long time, the dust and smoke finally slowly dissipated, and the naval headquarters, which was destroyed by the meteorite, has become a ruin. Ruined ruins, with just one move, the entire High 667 Army headquarters was destroyed. After a while, in the ruins of the Navy headquarters, a small number of Navy masters emerged from the broken meteorites and ruins. Each of them was wounded, and most of the Navy had been completely sacrificed in this meteorite fall. It turned out that at the last moment, Akainu and Qingzi exploded their potential at the same time, and created a frozen rock layer with rock berry and frozen fruit, but the combination technique they created after exhausted their strength only slightly reduced the power of the meteorite fall, and finally survived. Yes, at least they are all above the Colonel, Grandmaster Iron Block Physical Master. The demolition is complete. Yizan jumped on the sea happily, and even kissed Robin on the cheek. His dazed appearance made the wounded Navy masters even more angry. Bastard! Marshal Sora clenched Kiba tightly. This meteorite destroyed most of the high-end combat power of the Navy headquarters. I don't know if it will take 10 or 20 years to cultivate it again. He was so angry that he completely lost his mind, and suddenly armament Hokage broke out and rushed towards Yizan frantically. Idiot, do you still want to come? Tisk tisk tisk. Since you still want to play, then try this trick. Yizan smiled wickedly and quickly merged the water attribute chakra and the earth attribute chakra together. Mokuden, wood style, flower. World of trees wall. Chapter 37 _ slap the navy in the face. Mokuden, wood style, flower. World of trees wall. Following Yizan's words, the huge and sturdy trees were like piranhas that devoured everything around them. At the same time that the trees were attacking the crowd at a rapid rate, Marshal Kong suddenly broke through the Mokuden, wood style, and he was madly rushing towards Yizan in a purple-black domineering. Boom, _ The fierce collision caused dozens of shock waves to oscillate in the air. Marshal Kong rushed over at an extremely fast speed, but flew back at double the speed. Don't worry, you're so angry that you hurt your body, take it slow. Yizan destroyed the entire Navy headquarters and slapped the entire Navy's face. Kong Yuan was handsome and eager to attack, but unfortunately he was not Yizan's opponent at all. The art of Hiraishin. Huh. With a light sound, Yizan placed Robin at a height of 1,000 meters in an instant. Facing the angry Navy generals below, he smiled smugly, and once again hand-sealed with one hand. The flower world of trees wall continued to grow, and soon became a complete state. Then, in the giant forest occupying the entire island, 50 super piranhas cracked, emitting yellowish spores and pungent nostrils. Breath. Flower world of trees wall. The most powerful force is not the binding of the trees, but the breath released by the flowers after the entire operation is completed. This is a super terrifying demonic illusion that no one can stop. The spores and aura spread out, and soon, the colonel-level navy fell to the ground, and after a few seconds, the brigadier generals were all hit. Well, not bad, not bad. Yizan nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he has seen that the ghost spider, Huo Shaoshan and others with the strength of the lieutenant general have been confused and shaky. One by one, apart from Sora, Sengoku and Garp, including Akaiji Akainu and Kizaru, their eyes were also confused, and after a few seconds, Akainu and Aoji, who were exhausted from resisting the meteorite, fell on the ground. On the ground. However, at this moment, something that shocked Yizan happened. Boom. Click _ A violent explosion followed by a strange sound. Yizan stared blankly at the entire battlefield. In the battlefield, countless explosions appeared. Yizan stood in the sky. He could see clearly, it was Akainu and Qingzi who made the explosion. At this moment, the red dog turned into magma and flowed everywhere, and the green pheasant quickly turned the surrounding into a field of ice. Not only the two of them, but those with the devil fruit ability of the animal system were uncontrolled and turned into ferocious animals. On the contrary, the Superman is still unconscious on the ground, looking very quiet. Niyubi. In the demonic illusion of the flower world of trees wall, this group of devil fruit powers actually released their power like a drunken madness. Looking at the uncontrollable scene around him, Yizan Thief glanced around. Well, to demolish so many houses, and make the navy so miserable, leaving like this. A bit bad. Or, help them build it. Well, it's such a happy decision. I'm a good person. Yizan smirked, and sent himself a good person card. His smile became more and more thief, and his hands quickly knotted together. Mokuden, wood style, forge in Churiki, column home art. Yizan snorted, and instantly, a large number of Mokuden, wood style, were tangled in growth, and with the support of Yizan's terrifying spiritual power, they soon assembled into a huge and brilliant wooden building covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The whole building looks more domineering and leaky than the previous base of the Navy headquarters, and it is more spacious and beautiful. I've helped you build a new base, which is worthy of you. But, what kind of brand should I hang? Yizan touched his chin, looked at the empty gate, and thought seriously. After a while, Yizan's eyes lit up. Yes. Yizan once again hand seal, Mokudan wood style emerged, forming a plaque with two very beautiful handwritings created by spiritual power control and sketched with dragon flying and phoenix dancing, showing a style of everyone. The beautiful calligraphy can be said to be the pinnacle. If you sell it for money, I believe many people will rush to it. The sudden situation stunned Sora, Sengoku, and Karp, who were still awake. They stared at the two words on the huge plaque, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Toilet. Yes, the plaque written by Yizan is, toilet. I demolished a naval headquarters and gave them the most luxurious toilet in the world. I have done my best. Kindness and righteousness do a hell of a job. This is the original naval headquarters. Now it's turned into a toilet. What does that mean? The slap in the face is still benevolent and righteous. This kind of benevolence and righteousness is needed. Hey, I'm really a kind person. Yizan nodded in self-affirmation, hugged Robin and turned to leave the Navy headquarters. Yizan came this time mainly to prove his deterrent power. So far, it seems to be very successful. And the skill books released by the lieutenant-level Navy after so many deaths also made Yi Xuanxiao earn a fortune. Yizan left just like that. He was flying in futon wind-style mode, holding Robin in his arms and flying comfortably over the ocean. Robin leaned against Yizan's arms like a kitten, raised his head slightly, and looked towards Yizan's eyes were very strange. What? Are you amazed at how powerful I am? Yizan found Robin's gaze and shook his hair. Robin looked at Yizan strangely, and shook his head. I thought that Brother Zan had the strength like a god, and his personality would be as serious as a god, but... The toilet. Robin couldn't imagine how bad Yizan's character should be. Although Robin knew that Yizan was a lazy and funny person before, Robin never thought that Yizan's character was really so bad. Toilet. Really? Yizan raised his mouth and looked at Robin. Speaking of this, toilet, do you think anyone will go to that toilet? Should no one go? That may be. Don't forget, the big pirates are all lawless people. Yizan was too lazy to take care of the follow-up. He believed that from now on, the Navy would not have the courage to provoke him again. And after he left, the whole world was completely boiling. Chapter 38_Demon. Although Yizan destroyed the naval headquarters and the live camera, there were many big pirates watching the fun on the sea in the distance. Everything Yizan showed was clearly seen by all the big pirates watching the fun. However, these big pirates did not take advantage of the dangers of others and wanted to attack the Navy, mainly because Yizan's fighting moves were mysterious. Although they destroyed the Navy headquarters, it seems that Marshal Kong, Sengoku and other powerhouses did not suffer too much damage. The extent of the damage to the Navy is not known. Although they didn't dare to act rashly, they were all terrorists who were afraid that the world would not be in chaos. When such a big thing happened, the pirates spread the follow-up news to the whole world with great revelry. The Navy headquarters was forcibly destroyed, and a toilet was built on the ruins of the Navy headquarters. This kind of thing makes the whole world dumbfounded. Devil, Yizan. This incident completely ignored Yizan's name as a demon, and truly became famous all over the world. Trash. You are all trash. Wu Laoxing roared, and the leader blamed everything on Marshal Kong. Sora, from now on, I don't want to see you continue to be in charge of the Navy. 220. The 5 old stars ordered that no one could disobey, and he quickly resigned and gave up the position of Marshal to Sengoku. This is something that many pirates expected. The negative impact of this incident on the Navy is too great. Not only its reputation, but also a large number of captain-level masters who have died. The Navy suffered a major defeat. Someone had to take the blame for this matter, and Marshal Kong was naturally the best candidate to take the blame. Marshal Kong stepped down. Although Sengoku was known as a wise general and had a strong network in the Navy, Sengoku always took over the throne. He had to take control of the Navy slowly, and because of the death of a large number of colonel-level navies, the Navy's combat power was not as good as before. On the surface, the situation seems to be nothing, but secretly, it is turbulent. In this turbulent flow, Two things happen at the same time. Fisher Tiger climbed to the world government headquarters Holy Land Mary Joa with his bare hands, and rescued the Murloc compatriots who were purchased as slaves by the Tianlong people from human traffickers. There was a scene, and thousands of prisoners were freed. Slaves of different races. The prestige of the Navy has plummeted, and the authority of the Draconians has been reduced to a low point. The angry Tianlong people had nowhere to vent their anger, and ordered Sengoku, who had just taken office, to use all his strength to capture Fisher Tiger, and at this time, another news finally made the chaos a little quieter. One Piece Roger turns himself in and is about to be executed in his hometown. Hearing this news, Yi Zan sighed softly, and Roger finally insisted on his own idea. Open black lens bracket want my treasure. If you want, I can give you all, go find it. I put all my treasures there. Close black lens bracket. This is Roger's last sentence before his execution, which makes people rush to the sea, the era of the great pirates, open. Compared with the activity of pirates, Yi Zan, who caused all this to happen, suddenly disappeared. And because of the increasingly chaotic world situation and the surrender of One Piece Roger, Yi Zan was forgotten by everyone for a while. East China Sea, Rogue Town. This is 2 weeks after the naval headquarters was destroyed, and the town of Rogue, which was not very good, was crowded with people. A large number of pirate ships unloaded their flags and docked at the port of Roger Town. The pirates disguised as civilians poured into the town, allowing the pirates to give up their identities and flags. Except for Roger, the Pirate King, there is no one. In order to renew the prestige that has dropped to freezing point, the world government and the Navy have decided at the same time, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, live broadcast to the world and execute One Piece Roger. Pirates disguised as civilians, the Navy, local civilians, and non-local civilians, countless people poured into Roger Town, and the taverns and restaurants were full of people. It is 10 o'clock in the morning, and there are still 4 hours before Roger's execution. Time. In fact, since the announcement of Roger's sentence and location, Roger Town has been crowded with people this week. Everyone is discussing Roger, discussing this One Piece. Seriously, Roger Town has indeed increased in a short period of time. Economic income. That's why I say, this is the most annoying place with a lot of people. The hotel is full, the bar is full, and I can't even find a place to eat lunch. Roger is such an idiot, I really want to beat him up. The street was crowded with people, and Yi Zan walked on the crowded street with Robin in his arms. Idiot, come here. Yi Zan squeezed away the crowd and walked back, and soon came to Alvia. He grabbed Alvia's hand, but was thrown away by Alvia. Bastard, don't do anything to me. Alvia was ashamed and angry. She glared at Yi Zan angrily, but Yi Zan pouted slightly and took Alvia's hand again. You. What am I? There are so many people here, what if you get scattered? Do you really think the people around you are civilians? I can tell you seriously, 70% of the civilians around us are now. They were all disguised by pirates. They just didn't want to conflict with the Navy, so they disguised as civilians to watch Roger's execution. Yi Zan reprimanded the surrounding pirates suddenly, some of whom were short-tempered and not weak in their own strength even wanted to attack Yi Zan. But when they saw Yi Zan's appearance, their faces changed greatly, and they all turned their heads. Disguised as a civilian and left quickly. Damn it, the demon Yi Zan actually came to Rogue Town. The pirates were frightened and subconsciously wanted to leave Yi Zan, but the change just now did not escape Alvia's eyes. Although she was angry that Yi Zan held her hand, she still pursed her lips. Pirate, Yi Zan felt very safe beside him. Remember, in the future, in places with many people, you must hold me or hold me. You didn't see it, these pirates almost drooled when they looked at you. It's all because of your beauty. Yi Zan rambled on, dragged Olivia and walked forward, while Olivia lowered her head with Yuhi's face, and she kept thinking about what Yi Zan just said in her mind. So I'm pretty. Chapter 39 _ Roger executed. Yi Zan has come to Rogue Town. The news quickly spread throughout the town. Of course, it was spread among various pirate groups. Although there were some pirates who wanted to disclose the news to the Navy, Yizan was stopped by the captain or other captains. The news was eventually suppressed. Just kidding, you disclose the news to the Navy. If the Navy and Yizan fight again, what will we do? A meteorite from someone else can destroy the entire rogue town. Protect the Navy because they were worried about being harmed by Chiu. Such absurd things have happened, and only Yizan has such a deterrent in the world. Yizan didn't care about the deterrence he brought. He didn't hide his face at all. He brought Robin and Alvia to a well-decorated restaurant. He casually glanced at the table by the window, the table of pirates. Dispersed instantly, gave up the position to Yizan. Boss, serve up all the best dishes in your restaurant. The best wines are also served up. Oh right, I don't seem to have any money. Yizan scratched the back of his head, and the next second, the adjacent table a ferocious man stood up. Boss, the consumption of this table is counted on me, he said boldly, causing Yizan to subconsciously turn his head to look over. Yizan, hello, I'm the head of the Blackfish Pirates. I sincerely admire your previous behavior. You can order this meal as you like, please. Tisk. A set that is close to. Yizan nodded casually. Although the other party was a small character, Yizan never refused to show his favor. Some people took the initiative to invite guests to dinner, wouldn't it be okay? Of course, Yizan never abides by the so-called cannibalism. If you like to treat guests, I won't help you. Cheeky. Alvia muttered in a low voice, but Yizan heard him. He glared at Alvia, and Alvia was not afraid. Fascinating charm. Alvia, you are so beautiful. Humph. Suddenly being praised by Yizan made Yuhi dizzy on Alvia's pretty face. She snorted lightly and turned her head away unnaturally. Her head was a little confused, and she was scared and shy about Yizan's continuous praise and wolf-like eyes. She thought wildly, but Yizan had already turned his eyes to Robin on the other side. Robin, come, kiss. Yizan smiled and put his face in front of Robin. Robin looked around, a little shy. Her face Yuhi hesitated for a while, and finally raised her neck, gentle in Yizan a kiss on the cheek. Well, my Robin is still good, cute and obedient, better than some people. Yizan glanced at Alvia deliberately, and his provocative tone instantly made Alvia angry. Hey, asshole, who are you talking about? Who knows? Anyway, it's someone. Yizan shook his head triumphantly, constantly provoking Alvia. Alvia snorted angrily, turned his head, and secretly decided that he would never do it today. Li Yizan. A lunch was spent in a good atmosphere. After lunch, I looked at the time and found that it was less than 2 hours before Roger's execution. Let's go to the execution ground. After Yizan finished speaking, he picked up little Robin with one hand and pulled Alvia with the other to leave the restaurant. As soon as he moved, the other pirates in the restaurant followed Yizan. In fact, they themselves didn't know why they followed Yizan. They just vaguely felt that such a super powerhouse came to Roggen. Maybe it has something to do with Roger. 1:50 p.m. when Roger was executed in the huge central square of Roger Town. A large number of Navy guards are on guard, and the powerhouses at the general level are gathered, and the strongest man in the Navy sitting in Rog Town is the Navy hero, Garp. When Roger, the Pirate King, dies, the pirates all over the world will suffer a serious mental blow. It's a pity. Looking at the crowded square, Garp sighed softly. He chased Roger for many years, and the two fought countless times. He relied on his strong personal strength and naval power to push Roger to a desperate situation many times. Unfortunately, every time both were escaped by Roger. It can be regarded as the sympathy between the strong. From a justice point of view, Garp really wanted to arrest Roger, but from his heart, he didn't like Roger being arrested. And this time, Roger unexpectedly turned himself in, which surprised Garp, but also a little regretful. Unfortunately, Garp shook his head regretfully, turned his head to look at the square, and found that the square was already crowded with people, roughly estimated, there should be 100,000 people. It's almost time, let's execute it. After Carp finished speaking, a Navy soldier next to him immediately brought Roger up, and when Roger appeared, there was a lot of discussion in the square of 100,000 people. That's Roger. Looks so decadent. The limbs have been pierced with bones, so cruel. Nonsense, Roger is the pirate king, he doesn't use any means, if he resists during the execution, the Navy will be ashamed. Hee, the Navy has already lost face once, that's still. The pirate said, turned his head to look at Yizan not far away, and finally closed his mouth in fear, for fear that his random discussion would lead to death. Time passed by minute, and it was less than 3 minutes before 2 p.m. 2 Navy soldiers held the long-handled knife used for execution around Roger's neck. They only waited for the superior's order before they executed the order. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. When the clock on the wall had the last 30 seconds to go before 2 o'clock, a colonel-ranked executioner, as is customary, asked the last sentence. One Piece Roger, do you have any last words to say before the execution? The will passed down from generation to generation, the changes of the times, people's dreams, as long as people continue to pursue the answer to freedom, all this will not stop. Roger's words made everyone puzzled, but at this moment, a voice sounded throughout the square. Hey, One Piece. A man dressed as a pirate shouted, attracting everyone's attention, where did you hide the treasure you found? You have found it, One Piece. Hearing this man's words, Roger let out a heroic laugh. Even though his body had been penetrated by the iron chain, he was still heroic and said words that shocked the whole world. Want my treasure? I can give it to you if you want, go find it. I put all my treasure there. At the end of the great route. Bastard. Execution. Shoo. The knife light flashed, and a bloodthirsty light bloomed under the sun. At this moment, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Yizan's mouth. He slowly raised his hands, and in a rare case, he performed a hand seal with both hands. Ultimate Demonic Illusion, Super. Hell Viewing Technique. Chapter 40_Save Roger. Hell Viewing Technique itself is just AC-level demonic illusion, and its function is to let the opponent see the horrible scene that they don't want to see in their hearts. But after Yizan's improvement and relying on his powerful strength to display the hell viewing technique, it has become a super terrifying large-scale demonic illusion. When the knife that executed the Navy was about to cut Roger's neck, the terrifying demonic illusion instantly enveloped the entire Roger town. It was as if the whole town had fallen into a dream, and everyone was stunned in place. If you look closely, you can find that their eyes are dull, their pupils are dilated, and everyone's face is full of horror. Brother Zahn, what's wrong with them? Robin asked suspiciously. She found that the soldier who executed the execution stopped moving at the last moment, and 2 sharp long knives pressed against Roger's neck, but did not move forward. Hee, they all hit my demonic illusion. You don't understand, it probably means that they were all forced to dream by me. Yizan smiled and kissed Robin on the face. Olivia glanced angrily. Now Robin is getting more and more sticky to Yizan. So sticky, even her mother is not so sticky. Yo, are you jealous? Jealous ghost. Ha, so you're really jealous. Robin, go to your mother's arms, she's jealous. Asshole. Mom, hug. Robin crawled into Olivia's arms pretty, and Olivia's face turned from cloudy to clear. She kissed Robin gently on the cheek, and decided to hug Robin today and never let go. Yizan's demonic illusion covered the entire town, except for a few strong people. Everyone was caught. Click. With a light sound in the dead silence, the photographer holding the camera fell to the ground because of demonic illusion's fear, and the people who were sitting in front of the TV watching the live broadcast unexpectedly discovered that the live broadcast was interrupted like this. Why did the live broadcast stop? I don't know, it must be a technical failure. There were no enemies on the TV just now. Hey, what are you doing? Go to sea. Go to the One Piece. The end of the great route. Here we come. There are many people who hold the same idea, not only pirates, but also many civilians have this idea. The treasure of One Piece, how attractive, as long as you find the treasure of One Piece, you will not have to worry in this life. Because all the videographers in Rogue Town were hit by demonic illusion, the camera was broken and the live broadcast was interrupted. In the entire Rogue Town, there are still only a few people who have been hit by demonic illusion. Robin and Alvia naturally won't be hit by demonic illusion, and they rely on their own strength to forcibly resist demonic illusion, as well as Roger, Hades, Rayleigh and Carp. Yi-zan, are you here to save the captain? Rayleigh rushed over from a distance. After demonic illusion was displayed, he found Yi-zan. He quickly came to Yi-zan's side, his eyes full of excitement. Hey, don't worry, I won't let Roger die. You know, I like to sabotage. Whatever he wants, I won't. I'm going to sabotage his plan. Yi-zan smirked and walked towards the execution place with Robin and Alvia. At this moment, Garp rushed to Roger's side. He looked at Yi-zan with a solemn face, and took the long knife of the soldier next to him. Put the knife on Roger's neck. Yi-zan. Yo, Carp Tilda, Yi-zan greeted Carp with a smile, looking very casual. Yi-zan, today is Roger's execution day. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you here to sabotage again? Because Roger and I are good friends. Yi-zan said, ignoring Garp's gaze, and walked slowly to Roger's side. Garp held the handle of the long knife tightly, and his hands trembled, but he still didn't cut it to Roger in the end. This is the first close encounter between Yi-zan and Garp in the true sense, and seriously, it is not the first time. After all, he had watched the One Piece anime and knew that Garp was a very nice person. He smiled and patted Garp on the shoulder. This shot was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Garp sighed softly. He threw the long knife in his hand off the execution stand. I know you won't do it. Why? Because you and Roger are friends too. Yi-zan said with a smile, lowered his body and grabbed the iron chains on Roger's shoulders. These iron chains had penetrated Roger's pipa bones. Yi-zan was about to crush the iron chains and seemed to think of something interesting. Nasty. Roger. Huh. Roger looked up at Yi-zan, and for some reason, a bad feeling emerged in his heart. Endure the pain, I'll help you pull the chain out. Quote ? Roger's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he hear? Pull the chain out. Hey, are you trying to kill me, you bastard? Roger really wanted to spit on Yi-zan's face, but at this time, he didn't even have time to spit. Stab it. I have suffered me, Yi-zan, I hate you. Roger fell to the ground weakly, his face pale, although his body was repaired by the ability of the face fruit, but his spirit was about to collapse. He stared at Yi-zan angrily, his eyes full of resentment. Yo, you still have the strength to stare at me, it doesn't seem to hurt enough. Don't, brother, I was wrong. Please don't bully me, woo-woo. The famous One Piece Roger is crying like a wronged child at the moment, so I don't blame him. After all, he met Yi-zan. Yi-zan wants to play a prank 2.1, anyone wants to cry tilde. But then again, boy, I chose to surrender in order to start a new era, but now you have saved me, you have ruined my plan. Roger's eyes became resentful again while crying. Yi-zan gently picking up his fingers, he pointed to the distance. Did you see? The live cameras were all broken by the cameraman himself. Did you see? The entire Rogue Town was caught in my demonic illusion. As long as you don't tell me, Carp doesn't tell me, who knows you're still alive. Yi-zan's words made Roger's eyes brighten, but Carp's face changed greatly. He was about to refute, but Yi-zan glared at him and disappeared in an instant. Carp, don't be impatient, the world government will eventually be overthrown. Maybe your son and grandson are the backbone of the overthrow of the world government. Hokage give me a face. One Piece, Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41 Marina has arrived in the world of pirates. Roger left. He and the Hades Rayleigh, and Rayleigh's wife Charlie and others left Rogue Town. From now on, let's live a free and anonymous life. Ha 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 ha. Those were Roger's last words as he left Rogue Town, and there was a big smile on his face as he and Riley hooked up on their backs. Thank you, Yi-zan. After Roger left, Yi-zan dismissed demonic illusion. Under some pressure, Garp finally found a scapegoat and said in front of the whole world that he had personally solved Roger's feigned death. The new world has finally come. A large number of people with dreams go to sea to the Great Root, to find the legendary One Piece. And here, Yi-zan brought Robin and Alvia to Kokoyashi village in the East China Sea. Roger and Rayleigh will probably go to the Chambord Islands to live in seclusion as in the original book. Yi Shuangkai doesn't want to be on the Great Root. After all, there are too many strong people on the Great Root. In case Robin and Alvia are attacked while he is away, he couldn't even cry. So in the end, he brought his 2 daughters to Kokoyashi village in the East China Sea and lived a comfortable seclusion life. When you have nothing to do, teach Robin, improve Robin's strength, and tease Robin and Alvia when you are bored. Robin is quiet and shy, Olivia is strong and determined. Although she is a mother and daughter, Olivia looks very young, and with Yi-zan's fruit ability, Olivia will never grow old in the future. Of course, in addition to Robin and Alvia, Yi-zan will also take the 2 daughters to visit Nine Snake Island. After all, Nine Snake Island has a future wife, Hancock. Although Robin in the presence of Alvia was jealous, but with Yi-zan's tenderness and love, Hancock gradually disappeared from jealousy, and soon became good friends with Robin Alvia. Time is the most incomprehensible thing, and in the ease of life, time becomes even more illusory. The sand of time quietly flows away from the fingertips, and the years of time are fleeting. In the past few years, Robin has gradually grown into a slim beauty, while Alvia is still young and beautiful. Because of the relationship between mother and daughter, the 2 of them have similar appearances, but Robin has black hair. Sylvia's hair is silver, but because they are equally youthful and beautiful, they look more and more like sisters. Of course, Hancock, who is far away on Nine Snake Island, is getting more and more beautiful and more like a female emperor. In front of outsiders, Hancock is the emperor of Nine Snake Island. He is arrogant and cold, and no one dares to look at him wherever he sees it. In front of Yi-zan, Robin and Alvia, she turned into a cute girl again, pulling Robin and Alvia chatting all day long, or asking Yi-zan for kisses and hugs, clinging to people 10 times more than Robin. In the past few years, in addition to the growth of Robin and Hancock, the pirate world has also undergone a lot of changes. Because of the era of the great pirates that Roger's feigned death opened, countless pirates have emerged in recent years. And because Yi-zan destroyed the Navy headquarters a few years ago, causing a large number of captain-level navies to die, it is difficult for the Navy to suppress the increasingly powerful pirates, except for the first half of the 4 Seas and the Great Root, known as the second half of the New World. The Navy completely lost control. Shanks, Whitebeard, Guy Duo, Charlotte Lingling, and a large number of strong men fought inextricably in the New World, fighting for islands, fighting for fame, and simply taking revenge. All kinds of battles made the situation even more chaotic. For these, Yi-zan just curled his lips in disdain. The real pursuit of life is to be dashing. Fame, money, power, everything is a cloud. This is the new world. The white sandy beach, the clear sea. A Yuhi-haired girl of about 18 years old took Yi-zan's hand. She looked at all the sights in front of her with excitement. Although it was similar to the coast of the Hokage world, she could feel it slightly different. Don't be careless, there are a few masters in this world that surpass Cage level. Your strength is at the level of a general at most, but there are 4 emperors above the general. Yi-zan said with a light smile, raised his hand. The girl hugged her into his arms. The girl arched a few times in Yi-zan's arms with a happy face, and slowly closed her eyes. Dad is so nice. Yes, this girl is Yi-zan's daughter, Marina. Do you still remember, when he and the Roger pirates reached the end of the Great Root, Ralph drew, and obtained a very magical power, which reduced the consumption of the face fruit by half. For this reason, After several years of hard work, he successfully brought Marina to this world. Well, Yizan has actually returned to the Hokage world a lot in recent years. Except for Marina, other women don't seem to feel much about the proposal to come to the One Piece world. And even if it's Marina, what is her purpose? It really needs to be studied. For example, at this moment, Marina shrank in Yizan's arms like a kitten, but her eyes kept rolling, and her quirky eyes flashed with anticipation. Dad. Huh. You said before, your name in this world is Yizan. Yeah, what's wrong? Yizan curiously looked at the truth in his arms, and found that the truth had raised his head, and 243 lightly pecked Yizan's lips. Dad, you said, if your name in this world is Yizan, and my name is Shimura Marina, our names are not father and daughter, then. Are we two? Can. Marina's face was full of anticipation, and her lovely gaze broke Yizan's defense line by just a little bit. Yizan took a few quick breaths and suddenly raised his finger. Boom. Oops. Stinky Dad, why are you hitting me on the head again? Idiot, what's on your mind? I don't know yet. Little idiot. Hate. I'm not a fool. I'm smart. Humph. The mysterious appearance of Marina surprised Robin and Alvia, and Yizan couldn't possibly say that Marina was his daughter. After all, Marina was so old that she didn't look like her own daughter. Hello, my name is Shimura Marina, please give me more advice. Marina obediently saluted Robin and Alvia, then hugged Yizan's arm and rubbed it a few times with happiness on her face. I'm a little secretary raised by Brother Zan outside, and we'll live together from now on, hee hee. Chapter 42 Female Sailor and Two Little Loli. Marina settled down in Kokoyashi village like this. Fortunately, the house that Yizan built in the village was spacious enough, covering an area of several hundred square meters, an artistic house built with Mokuden wood style. In order to make Marina adapt to the world of pirates, in the following month, Yizan took Marina, Robin, and Alvia 3 daughters to start a tour. They played the East China Sea, the West China Sea, the South China Sea and the North Sea, and then went to the Great Route. Nine Snake Island was looking for Hancock to play, but what surprised Yizan the most was that Marina and Hancock were not on the right track. Dad, tell me honestly, am I prettier or Hancock is prettier? This was one night when he lived in the palace of Nine Snake Island, and Marina broke into Yizan's room and pressed Yizan on the bed to force him to question. I think you're prettier, Tilda. Really? Of course it is. Yizan nodded confidently, and immediately made Marina smile, and before her smile lasted for a few seconds, the door was kicked open with a bang, and Hancock rushed in wearing thin silk pajamas. Brother Zan, the concubine heard what you just said. Woohoo. Sit in your eyes, the concubine is not as beautiful as this Yuhi violent woman. Hancock blinked aggrievedly, his eyes very tears soon burst out. Seeing that Hancock was so pitiful, Yizan's heart softened at once. He was about to change his mouth, and when he saw Marina's slightly choked mouth, at that moment, he could only sigh helplessly. Alright, you two are the most beautiful in my eyes. You are equally beautiful. No, today I must say who is more beautiful. Yes, there must be a winner. The characters of the two women are both the type of unwillingness to admit defeat. They insisted on forcing Yizan to speak out. Yizan was helpless, and suddenly hugged Marina's waist. With a force, he hugged her in his arms, and then waved to Hancock, pointing to the other side of himself. You sleep with me tonight. Two idiots. Stinky Dad, I'm not stupid. Yes, I'm not an idiot either. Brother Zan, you are an idiot. In the end, the relationship between Marina and Hancock, who slept with Yizan, became inexplicably better. He played on Nine Snake Island for about a week, and finally returned to Coco West Village with Marina, Robin and Alvia. A few days later, a female sailor brought 2 little girls to Coco Yaxi Village, where Yizan was. Bang bang bang. A security guard from Kokoja Village knocked on Yizan's door. Robin looked at Yizan who was sleeping with a newspaper on his face, and consciously opened the door. "It's Robin, is Yi-zan there?" "Yes, Ah-jian, please come in." Robin, dressed in intellectual attire, stepped aside. At this time, Robin saw that Ah was carrying one big and two small after exercising, a total of 3 women. "Who is it?" "Yo, Ah-jian." Awakened by the sound of entering the door, Yi-zan was talking lazily, his face still covered with newspapers, and laying lazily on the sofa in scruffy pajamas. Even if there were guests come, he has no intention of receiving it. Seeing Yi-zan's sloppy and lazy appearance, the female sailor-headed looked at Ah-jian with some embarrassment, and asked cautiously, "Ah-jian, are you sure this person is the person who can help us the most in the entire Hokage village?" "Yes, although this person may have a bad personality, he is very reliable." Ah-jian nodded earnestly, but to be honest, when Ah-jian saw Yi-zan's sloppy appearance, he didn't believe it. Word, although it's true. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yi-zan finally got up lazily, and the newspaper covering his face also fell down because of Yi-zan's movements, revealing Yi-zan's appearance. Demon. The moment she saw Yi-zan's appearance, the female sea soldier looked at Yi-zan in shock and quickly protected her 2 girls. Demon. Ah-jian looked at the female sea soldier strangely. "Burmal, what are you talking about? His name is Yi-zan." Ah-jian's words did not make the female sea soldier relax in any way. She still looked at Yi-zan cautiously. Her body was trembling, but her eyes were firmer than ever before. "Yi-zan, the devil Yi-zan, the world's most wanted criminal, reward 2 billion gold. Why are you here? Have you been recognized? It's really a pity," Yi-zan said with a smile, without any regret on his face. "So, Ah-jian, what's the matter with you coming here?" "We're here." "Hey, wait, Yi-zan, what did you just say? Are you recognized?" Ah-jian looked at Yi-zan blankly. "Are you really a wanted criminal?" "Yeah, when did I say I wasn't? My name is Yi-zan, and I was nicknamed a demon by the Navy. Really, I'm obviously such a good person, and those in the Navy are blind. Call me a devil, I really don't know what to think." Yi-zan pouted, as if he had forgotten about the destruction of the Navy headquarters a few years ago. Yi-zan's words shocked Ah-jian, because he was in the weakest East China Sea. Ah-jian only knew about the pirates in the East China Sea, and the strongest were only about 20 million. As for the Great Route, he knew almost nothing. He had no idea at all, thinking that this man who has lived in Kokoyasi village for several years and usually has a good relationship is actually a wanted criminal with a reward of 2 billion berg. "So, why are you dazed? I haven't changed my appearance, why are you surprised? Hurry up, what's the matter, tell me, I have to sleep." Yi-zan's words made Ah-jian react. Although Belmer said that Yi-zan was a super wanted criminal with a reward of 2 billion, in recent years, he really felt that Yi-zan was a good person with a gentle personality. He was not afraid, but serious. Said, "In this way, Belmer is a new resident of Coco West Village. She wants to find a place to build a house. I recommended you here. After all, your place is the best place in the whole Coco West Village." Ah-jian's explanation was very clear, but behind him, Burmal's expression was still solemn. Roger's death ushered in the era of the great pirates. Countless pirates flocked to the sea. The emergence of newcomers diverted people's attention away from the old pirates. However, the light of some people it is destined to be impossible to hide. Yi-zan is the most dazzling ray of light among them. The meteorite that covered the sky and the sun is still being recalled constantly. Chapter 43_Kiss Nami. Yi-zan didn't seem to know the deterrence brought by his identity. He glanced at Belmer and said softly, "It turns out that I want to settle down. It's easy to talk, you wait." He said, got up and got into the room, and soon, the sound of tinkling things sounded. After a long time, the movement of turning things became louder and louder, which caused several black lines to appear on Robin's face. She followed into the room, raised her fist, and knocked hard on Yi-zan's head. Thump. Ouch. "Robin, why are you hitting me?" "Humph. Stupid brother Zan, tell me what you are looking for. You've made a mess in the house, be careful that Mom and Sister Marina come back and teach you a lesson. After being taught by Robin, Yi-zan's face suddenly showed a silly smile, and with his gray-stained cat face, he looked silly and cute. Hey, I'm looking for house plans. When we built the house before, didn't we have a lot of design plans? As for the rest of the design plans, please refer to Burmel. Seeing Yi-zan's naive smile, Robin was helpless and walked into the room to help Yi-zan find it. Soon, she found a stack of information from Yi-zan's extremely messy items. Well, take it. Wow, as expected of my beloved little Robin, come and kiss. No, 487, you're so dirty, go wash. Before Robin could finish speaking, Yi-zan choked his lips in a domineering way. Few minutes later, Yi-zan walked out of the room with Robin with a face full of yuhi. Looking at Belmer who was sitting on the sofa, Yi-zan handed over a large stack of design drawings. Here, this is our design plan. If you like it, tell me directly, I will build it for you in minutes, let me know what you don't like, and I will fix it for you by the way. Quote. Belmer sluggishly took over the design plan that Yi-zan handed over. For the first time, he felt that the world was so subverted. Is this a devil? Tease me, the devil is like this. Looking at Yi-zan with a smile on his face, Belmer suddenly realized that Yi-zan is quite handsome. Bah, Belmo, what are you thinking? You're a sailor, and you want to kill pirates. But, he's so handsome. Belmer thought, his face turned a little yuhi, she subconsciously looking at the designs in hand, I found that these designs are top-notch. At this moment, Yi-zan has shifted his gaze to the two daughters behind Belmer. Is this Nami and Nokigo? Looking at the two pink little girls, a wicked smile flashed across Yi-zan's mouth. He slowly approached Nami and Nuo Chigao, squatted down, and pinched Nami's tender cheeks. Come on, little sister, cry. Giggle cluck. Yi-zan's words not only did not make Nami cry, but laughed, giggling. The short orange hair matched her little face with baby fat. How cute it looked. Yi-zan couldn't wait to kiss Nami on the face one bite. Do what you want to do is Yi-zan's life motto. He followed Nami to laugh, and then quickly moved up, haha, and kissed Nami on the cheek. Next to the huge and luxurious wooden villa, Yi-zan and everyone stood in an open space. Yi-zan raised the corner of his mouth in a comfortable mood, surrounded by Robin and Nami who were shy yuhi. Although Nami was only a little lowly, she still understood that Yi-zan kissed her, which made her very shy. Behind her, Bellmeyer was full of anger. She never expected this bastard to kiss her own daughter. Well, although Nami and Nakigao were adopted by her, they were still daughters. Next to Belmer, Aegean covered his head aggrievedly. Just now, Yi-zan beat Aegean for no reason, which made Aegean feel very wronged. Yi-zan, why did you hit me? Hearing Aegean's aggrieved cry, Yi-zan just curled his lips slightly. I beat you, shouldn't I beat you? Did you come in to peek when I kissed Robin? No, how could I peek? Cut, who knows if you've seen it? I'll just assume you've seen it, aren't you convinced? I'm convinced. Aegean responded weakly, obviously he has been used to being bullied in recent years, but here. Yi-zan had already looked at the blueprint in his hand, and then waved at the crowd, get out of the way, and watch me build a house out of thin air. Yi-zan's words made everyone retreat into the distance again. At this moment, Yi-zan hand sealed with both hands, and the powerful chakra burst out. Combination ninjutsu, housemaker. Bang. Wood, stone, sand, surging rapidly. After a while, a bright and spacious house was located next to Yi-zan's house. Everyone looked at the house that appeared like a dream in front of them, and some couldn't believe it. Robin also exclaimed, although I have seen it once, but seeing it again, I can't help but be amazed in my heart. Yi-zan heard the words and raised the corner of his mouth with a smile. Not bad, I'm getting more proficient with this ninjutsu. Yi-zan kept nodding his head, very satisfied with his own ninjutsu. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Yi-zan led the crowd into the room. In the room, the wooden decoration had even been placed, which was extremely comfortable and seemed to make people feel happy. How is it? Yizan stretched out his hands and circled the room. Are you satisfied? This is really too precious. I can't accept it. Burmo swayed again and again, his tone a little embarrassed. Precious. Hearing Belmer's refusal, Yizan turned over a Byakugan angrily. You yourself saw the time it took me to build this room. It was only 2 seconds, where is the preciousness? Live with peace of mind. Calm down. Yizan said casually, and pulled Robin out of the room. This place will be yours in the future. If you have nothing to do, you are welcome to visit more. She took Robin back to her house, but Robin pulled Yizan hard. She puffed up her face angrily, and said with jealousy, Bad brother Zan, don't molest other women in front of me. Quote. Yizan was slightly surprised by Robin's words. In addition to his surprise, a smirk flashed across his mouth. Oh. That means, if I'm not in front of you, I can molest other women. Humph. Brother Zan hates it. Robin turned his head angrily, but he didn't object. This made Yizan feel emotional and admire himself secretly. The lowly development plan was successful. Robin's sensibleness made Yizan feel emotional. Thinking of the excitement, he hugged Robin and put the other hand on Robin's butt. Bad brother Zan, don't touch it. If Mom and Sister Marina come back and see it, be careful they teach you a lesson. Teach me a lesson. Hey. Chapter 44 _ Founding of Shichibukai. In the early morning, Yizan got up early. Of course, it was a very difficult thing to make a lazy person like Yizan get up early. Don't be like this, let me sleep again. Yizan muttered in a daze, but Robin and Genai kept pulling on him. Genai pinched Yizan's nose. Robin pinched Yizan's mouth. Unable to breathe, Yizan finally opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. 2 grinning goblins. After being woken up by the 2 girls, Yizan washed up lazily. Alvia had already prepared breakfast for the 4 of them. In a few years, Alvia had also become a good wife and good mother. Bah, don't try to hit me. You bastard. Olivia rolled her eyes at Yizan. She was often molested by Yizan in recent years, but as a noble scholar, she would not be so simple. Falling in love, she and Yizan are having a smart contest. So far, she has not conceded defeat. After breakfast, the 3 girls unanimously decided to visit the new neighbor Belmer's house. Although Yizan wanted to catch up, but facing the eyes of the 3 girls, he could only helplessly follow. Belmer and their 2 adopted daughters have already got up, and they are working hard to decorate their new home. The spacious and exquisite new home makes them very happy. Burmo, good morning. The 3 girls took Yizan and greeted Belmer with a smile. After seeing the arrival of the girls and Yizan, Belmer also smiled and greeted several people. After a short period of contact, Belmer also knew that Yizan was not as ferocious as rumored. Seeing Belmer's unguarded appearance, Yizan quickly approached, squatted down, and hugged Nami and Nuauchigao in his arms. Burmo, what are their names? Sister Nuauchigao, sister's name is Nami. Very good. Yizan nodded, and kissed Nuauchigao and Nami on the cheeks badly. The 2 little girls were cute and tender, and their faces were tender. Nami, Nuauchigao, come to my house to play. I have a lot of snacks in my house. It's delicious. Facing Yizan's bad behavior, Marina helplessly covered her forehead. Robin was a little jealous, but in front of so many people, she was not easy to get out. Olivia just snorted disdainfully, indicating that Belmer didn't react at all. She didn't know Yizan was a bad guy at all. Since Yizan liked her 2 adopted daughters, she was happy to do so. In this way, the mother and daughter Belmer started their lives in the village of Kokoja. Outside, as the era of the great pirates became more and more brilliant, the entire sea was surging, and the incomparably chaotic state made Sengoku extremely troublesome. Desperation, after consulting the Tianlong and the world government, Sengoku chose a very risky method, the establishment of the King's 7 Wuhai. As soon as this policy was released, there was an instant uproar. The Navy and the pirates can be said to be completely opposite. as if the police and thieves are opposed to each other. But now the Navy suddenly asks the pirates to help themselves to fight against the pirates. It is like forgiving the sins of the Jongyang thief and letting him serve the police. Very funny. However, this policy is still implemented. After all, after the events of Yizan and Roger, the current Navy is very fragile, and the Tianlong and the world government have no time to take care of the Navy for the time being because of the fisherman Fisher. So this policy was still implemented, and once it was implemented, the allegiance of the 7 powerful pirates made the entire naval government finally gain a firm foothold. Has the world quieted down? Yizan looked at the sea, which had slowly become quiet because of Sengoku's Shichibukai policy, and sighed a little. For Yizan, the world is quiet, which is something Yizan likes very much. To be honest, Yizan doesn't want to see the world in turmoil. After all, Yizan is a peace-loving person. Roger's final choice made Yizan feel very embarrassed, and he also promised Roger that if there was no turmoil in the world after Roger's death, he would help Roger to cause turmoil in the whole world. Well, although Roger did not die in the end, he lived in seclusion with Raleigh, the king of the underworld, but in order to ensure that the era of the great pirates would not be destroyed, Roger would not take the initiative to appear in front of the world, and as a friend, Yizan also agreed to Luo Jia's request, help him set off a more intense era of pirates. And now, because of the reason that Sengoku proposed to go to the Shichibukai, the pirates all over the world have temporarily fallen into peace. Otherwise, just wait for a while. Seeing the happy smiles of the women at home, Yizan shook his head lazily, not wanting to act at all. It doesn't matter if you wait, after Luffy goes out to sea, the world will eventually set off a heat wave. Thinking of this, Yizan completely gave up the idea of disturbing the world. He was comfortably bullying the girls in Coco West Village. As time went by, his relationship with Nami, Nuochigao and Belmer became stronger and stronger. Come better. In this way, time passed slowly in Yizan's leisurely time. Yizan did not disturb the situation in the world. The Navy finally suppressed the momentum of the crazy pirates at sea after the implementation of the Chiwahai under the king. Soon, the Tianlong people jumped out again to show the power of the sky. Sun Pirates. A few years ago, Fisher climbed the continent of Yuhi with his bare hands and released a large number of slaves imprisoned by the Tianlong people. This is a great shame for the Tianlong people. For the past few years, the Tianlong people have been trying to kill Fisher. The time has finally come. With the establishment of Chiwahai, the strength of the Navy has also recovered a lot. Finally, the Tianlong people who have endured for many years ordered to shoot at Fisher. The Tianlong people ordered the Navy to take action. The Navy also urgently needs to establish its own power at this moment, and the result is self-evident. Fisher Tiger is dead, and the once prosperous Sun Pirates are disbanded. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Yizan frowned slightly. The demise of the Sun Pirates indicates that the Navy has finally recovered slowly from the blow of the era of itself and the great pirates. Chapter 45_Marina's thoughts. But, what's the matter with me? Yizan smiled and casually kept the newspaper in his hand aside. I still don't want to move. Yizan turned his head and aimed his gaze at Alvia in the kitchen. At this moment, Alvia was washing the dishes. Because of bending over to wash the dishes, that perfect slender figure and ass happened to be displayed in front of Yizan. Yizan slapped his mouth a few times, walked off the sofa, and tiptoed towards go to the kitchen. Marina and Robin were playing at Belmer's house, and there was only Alvia at home. He came quietly behind Alvia like a ghost, watching Alvia focus on washing the dishes, and the corners of his mouth flickered. Smile. Alvia's appearance is very similar to Robin, and she also has beautiful silver hair and a perfect figure. The C cup is not too big, but not too small, which suits Yizan's aesthetics. Yizan quietly approached Alvia in this way, with his hands open, like a perverted pervert. If his face was twisted a little more, and the corners of his mouth drooled a little more, then he would be exactly the same as a pervert. Alvia was still washing the dishes, and she didn't notice the danger that was getting closer and closer behind her. At this moment, she had just washed a plate. She picked up the plate and checked it carefully, and found that the plate had been washed very cleanly. Then, her eyes were stunned. With the help of the light refracted by the plate, she saw a dark shadow slowly approaching her, because the refraction of the plate was very vague, and she could only see a dark shadow, which was getting closer and closer, just behind her. Ah! The sudden scream made Marina and Robin, who were playing at Belmer's house, stunned. The two women looked at each other and rushed towards the house in an instant. Boom! The door was opened, and Marina and Robin rushed into the room in a hurry. What caught their eyes were the broken dishes on the ground, Olivia with a panic-stricken face, and, standing behind Olivia, scratching her head, Yizan. "Ah, Dad, what's the situation with you guys?" Marina asked suspiciously, but Robin reacted instantly. She glared at Yizan lightly, and trotted to Olvia's side. Pretty took Olvia's hand. "Mom." Robin. Olvia's mood finally stabilized after being pulled by Robin. She glared at Yizan angrily, and without speaking, pulled Robin out of the kitchen. Boom. Another loud noise came from Olvia's bedroom door. Yizan was a little embarrassed to hear this sound. He turned to look at Marina and found Marina's wicked smile. "Little girl, what are you laughing at?" "Hee, laughing at Dad's failure, Tilda." Marina smiled wickedly, looked left and right, and found that there was no one else. Chao Shengsheng walked up to Yizan, raised her hand and hugged Yizan's neck. "Dad, hug me." Marina's voice was soft and glutinous, which made Yizan subconsciously hug Marina in her arms. Seeing Yizan's behavior, she smiled smugly, stood on tiptoe, and lightly pecked Yizan's lips. "Dad, tonight, sleep with me." Her eyes were full of strong desire, which made Yizan's heart jump involuntarily. Yizan took a few breaths and raised her fingers, tenderly. The knock on Marina's forehead. "Little idiot, don't think about it. Go to Bellmeyer's house to find Nami and Nokigao to play with. I'll clean the broken dishes on the floor, go." He gently let go of Marina and patted her ass lightly. Marina's face yuhi pouted, and finally left the kitchen with some reluctance. "Bad Dad, don't understand my intentions at all, hum." Days went by like this, and since the sneak attack on Olivia failed that day, Olivia's attitude towards Yizan was a little strange. According to her character, she should be very angry, but she was not too angry, but often used a very disdainful tone to despise some of Yizan's usual behaviors. Although her tone was disdainful, Yizan could hear it. She didn't feel that kind of real disdain, as if everything was fake. "So, this belongs to the dead Tsunere. Well, let's not talk about Olvia for the time being. Here, although Yizan did promise Roger to help him cause chaos in the world, once the turmoil starts, the planning required is definitely not something that can be achieved simply. Everything in this world can be compared to waves, sometimes high, sometimes low. There is no wave that rises forever, and there is no wave that falls forever. People's emotions can also be compared to waves. After experiencing the initial turmoil in the era of the great pirates, whether it is a pirate or a navy, deep down in my heart, I hope to be quiet for a while, and this quietness does not mean the end, but for the sake of the second wave, be a buffer. The second wave is the legendary main rising wave. According to Yizan's understanding of the original work, the first falling wave will last for several years. In these few years, the whole world will fall into a great calm, and when the second wave rises, it just so happens that Luffy goes out to sea. The time is right and the place is right. Luffy's existence is destined, and these doomed troublesome things should be left to Luffy to do. With this thought in mind, Yizan lazily stayed in Kokoyashi village and enjoyed a good time of flirting. Day by day, Kokoyashi village is calm and warm. The East China Sea is the hometown of Roger, the Pirate King. Although Roger died and the Roger Pirates disbanded in 3.1, the members of the Roger Pirates are still there. In addition to the reason for Roger's death, all the big pirates know. Therefore, the East China Sea is a sphere of influence of Roger that many big pirates acquiesce in, and no one is involved in the East China Sea. Of course, these are talking about big pirates, and some low-end pirates still don't know the various reasons, and will choose to occupy the East China Sea. Starting today, this is the site of our evil dragon pirates. With the landing of a murloc, a pirate group entered the village of Kobo West. It's a pirate. Look for guards. The crowd called out and quickly headed towards the security department of Kobo Yaxi village, and soon found a GN. Chapter 46 _ Evil Dragon Pirates. What? There are pirates? A GN was taken aback for a moment, and immediately equipped with a police baton uniform, with his good prestige, led a group of villagers armed with weapons and rushed to the shore. Seeing a GN rushing over with a group of villagers, Along, who was standing leisurely on the bow of the boat, suddenly became angry. Bastards! A group of waste humans dares to fight against us murlocs, come on. Let them know how powerful our murlocs are. In an instant, the powerful murlocs rushed towards Ajien and the other villagers, knocking all the villagers to the ground in an instant. Go find Yizan. Ajien, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, shouted, and a guard who was not seriously injured immediately got up and ran to the village, rushing towards the place where Yizan lived. When looking for Yizan in this village name, Yizan was staying at home comfortably. Yizan opened his mouth, and Robin in his arms sat quietly, holding the fruit on the table and handing it to Yizan. That young master's life made Yizan very comfortable. And at this moment, tuck tuck tuck, there was a knock on the door, and Robin, who was in Yizan's arms, was about to get up, but was hugged tightly by Yizan. Don't go. 30 Seeing Yizan enjoying ultimate, Robin shook his head with a yuhi face, and broke Yizan's hand. Okay, brother Zan, what if something really happened? Can something happen? Although Yizan said this, he still did not continue to hug Robin. Robin just got up and opened the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a guard shouting in panic, the evil dragon pirates are attacking. A GN asked me to come to Yizan. Brother Zan. As soon as Robin finished speaking, Yizan was already standing in front of the guard. A green light in his hand had enveloped the guard, and the scarred body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. And it wasn't until this time that Robin woke up suddenly, this badass brother who was smiling and laughing all day, but a man who shook the whole world. I'll go first. He patted Robin's head, the figure disappeared instantly, and he used the technique of Horizon directly to come to the shore. When he arrived at the shore, he found that the villagers had all fallen to the ground and wailed, and the only one standing was Ajien who was covered in blood. And Ajien's enemy is the boss of the dragon pirates, Aaron. Humans, it's you who have to resist. Since that's the case, I have to send you to hell. Boom. With a loud bang, Aaron's attack directly hit the ground, damaging the ground. Huh. Aaron looked at the empty ground around him and glanced around. He was surprised to find that a man was standing 50 meters to the left, holding a blood-covered Ajien in his hand. Aaron looked at Yizan. Yizan also looked at Aaron, looked at Aaron's ugly murloc face. Yizan curled his lips in disdain, and said with disgust, so ugly. Yizan's disgusting appearance reminded Aaron of all kinds of contempt and different treatment of murlocs by humans. He suddenly widened his eyes, and his anger was like a volcano erupting. Zan kill to go. Tisk. Obviously it's a fish, and I'm still angry. I'm a murloc. Asshole. Go to hell. Be careful. The villagers in Kiki Yaxi village watched in horror as Aaron attacked Yizan. Yizan just yawned lazily and did nothing to Aaron's attack. Go to hell. Bang. There was a dull sound that sounded like a dull knife slicing through the cowhide. Yizan yawned again as he looked at the skin that had been cut on his body but did not break the defense. Hey, what are you doing? Yizan patted Aaron on the shoulder lazily. Are you hitting me? Ignore, completely ignore, and truly ignore. Aaron could see clearly. Yizan did not take himself seriously in his eyes. That's the look. Facing Yizan's ignorance, Aaron's heart became more and more crazy, so crazy that his entire face was contorted together. The murloc race looks very rare in the world of One Piece, but its real situation is sad. Murlocs have always been regarded as lowly aliens by humans, and they are not even allowed to participate in world government meetings. Therefore, Eren is very concerned about the contempt of humans, just like Yizan is now. Click. With a light sound, Eren took off his Kiba teeth directly. Hi. As if frightened by Eren's actions, Yizan directly covered his Kiba gums. Does your Kiba hurt? Do you want to pull out the Kiba? It's so pitiful, really. How about you? Let me help you. Don't worry. Although my medical skills are not as good as my wife's, it is absolutely no problem to treat Kiba pain. Bastard. Go to hell. Eren growled, waving Kiba, and attacked Yizan directly. Hey, I won't fight you. I attack with Kiba teeth. It's so dirty, it will get infected with bacteria, and if it's wrong, you will get rabies. Yizan hurriedly waved his hand, and his figure flashed, dodging Eren's attack. Eren roared and continued to attack. As for Yizan, he kept avoiding and despising him again and again, making Eren almost unbearable. Look at my range attack. Eren yelled. Shark on D407 ARTS. Yizan dodged easily again. Shark on gear car. This large-scale attack is a bit like a rain of flowers in the sky. Yizan frowned slightly and looked at the crowd behind him. You overplayed. Game over. Thump. With a soft sound, Yizan's right hand easily blocked Eren's head and blocked Eren in front of him. That's it, Yizan said quietly, looking at Eren with a twisted face. If you are familiar with Yizan, you will know that Yizan is serious now. Yizan is very approachable only when he is playing around, but once he is serious, the Yizan who can shake the whole world at a young age will let everyone know his horror. Oh, Eren roared, continuing to shoot at Yizan. Seeing this, Yizan held the struggling Eren's head in one hand, and put away the other hand. Punch. Boom. A huge roar exploded, and a deep ditch seemed to be blown out by a bomb, spreading straight to the sea, directly blocking the pirate ship of the Sea Dragon pirates. And Eren, also following the broken pirate ship, sank to the bottom of the sea, completely lost consciousness. Chapter 47 _ Someone informs. Cut. Yizan shook his hand casually, looked at the street destroyed by him, and pursed his lips. I forgot to use the face fruit again. I haven't fought for a long time, and I have forgotten the basic literacy of fighting. Yizan slapped his forehead and said, but forget it, everything that should be upgraded has been upgraded anyway. On the interface of Yizan looking at his face fruit, the 3-color domineering is already the full level of S rank. Compared with the full level 3-color domineering, the Navy 6th form is a bit embarrassing. Up to now, Yizan has not exploded all the S-level Navy 6th form skill books. Now Yizan only has Moon Step, Iron Nugget and Lan Foot. And Yizan's 3-color domineering and 3 Naval 6 style have been upgraded to the top level by Yizan, and Yizan's trouble now is that there is no high-level skill book to explode. When Yizan was thinking about this, he didn't notice the surprise and fear in the eyes of everyone in Koko Yaxi village. Humans are afraid of being powerful, of beings beyond their control. But now Yizan has obviously reached this level. When Yizan came back to his senses, everyone fled as far as they could see. At this moment, Yizan was a little stunned. What happened to these people? Afraid of yourself? What's wrong with you? Yizan stepped forward. And it was Yizan's action that instantly made everyone scream. Ah, devil! Devil Yizan is in our Koko West village. Help! Yizan's actions made the residents of Koko Yaxi village, who had always been cautious, instantly turn pale and fled in panic. Although there are some rational people who don't want to do this, they still have to leave the place due to the flow of people. In place, Yizan's face was also a little bad. He sighed softly, and returned to his residence with little interest. What's wrong? Robin looked strangely at Yizan who lacked interest. It's nothing. Yizan came to Robin and hugged Robin in his arms. We've been here for a while, how about it? Do you want to go on a trip that just goes away? A trip that just goes away. Robin was stunned, his eyes became more and more puzzled. Brother Zan, what happened? It's okay, it's just that some things exceeded my expectations. Yizan said with little interest. I want to leave for a while, do you want to come with me? Of course. I will go wherever Brother Zan goes. Looking at Robin in his arms, Yi Xuanman finally smiled. He quickly approached, and pressed Robin's lips gently. After a while, Marina, Alvia, including Belmer, Nami, and Nakigao all came. After hearing Yizan's words, Marina would of course follow Yizan. Although Alvia was a little reluctant, she is a smart woman, she nodded obediently, and even started to make suggestions for Yizan. We need boats, food, a navigator, and... When Alvia was thinking seriously, suddenly, a flashing sound sounded. Tuk tuk. Who? Me, Jian. Hearing Jian's voice outside the door, Yizan opened the door. Jian's character is honest and honest. In recent years, he has a good relationship with Yizan's family. What's the matter, Jian, what's the matter? Yizan asked. When he found that Jian had many injuries on his body, he waved and threw a slap of sage art to heal Jian's injuries. Thank you. But, Yizan, I'm very sorry, I'm here to inform you, please leave quickly. I don't know if it was the ungrateful bastard who told the Navy that you were here, the Navy will be here soon. Jian said to Yizan quickly. His face was full of worry and anger towards the informer. Seeing Jian's worried eyes, Yizan sighed softly and shook his head speechlessly. Is that so? Yizan felt a little uncomfortable. Without him, the evil dragon pirates would rule Coco West Village, and the whole village would fall into a miserable life. When he first stayed in Coco West Village, he knew that the evil dragon pirates would come. In the past few years, he has been living his life in hiding, and his life has been leisurely, but he did not expect that these villagers would eventually report themselves. That's all. Yizan waved his hand. There are good people and bad people everywhere. There are loyal people and ungrateful people, and some people such as Belmer's mother and daughter and Jian are not bad. It is indeed unfair to assert that the entire Coco West Village. Are we leaving? Marina looked at Yizan. Would you like to tell Belmer? Well, you and Jian go and tell Bermo that I will put away the house. Yizan looked at the room in front of him and said to Marina. Put it away? Robin asked in surprise, a surprise in his eyes. In fact, Robin was reluctant to leave this quiet and peaceful place in his heart, but compared to this place, Robin was more willing to be with Yizan, but Robin did not expect that Yizan could put away the house. Idiot, don't forget how this house was built. It took me less than a minute to build it successfully, so naturally I can put it away. Marina, Jian, go and inform Bermo. If they come, I'll be almost ready. As Yizan said, he had already begun to draw and seal it. For Yizan, although it is not easy to seal a house on the scroll, it is not difficult either. Yizan was about to put away the house. Here, Marina and Jian also came to Belmer's house. What's the matter please? After such a period of contact, Belmer, Nami and Nuauchigao had a very good impression of Yizan. Yizan is gentle, humorous, funny, kind, powerful, handsome, and can be called a perfect man. Sometimes, Belmer even fantasizes about being ashamed with Yizan, but now Yizan is leaving without warning. I'm not very clear about the specific situation, but it should be related to the pirates coming to Coco West Village this time. Marina said. It's all my fault. Chapter 48_Go to sea. Beside Marina, Jian was holding his hair in pain, looking very depressed. Pirates are very strong, our guard is not an opponent at all. In order to reduce casualties, I asked Yizan to deal with those pirates. As a result, Yizan's identity was removed by Coco Yaxi village. The residents of the village saw it through, and then someone gave the news to the Navy, and now the Navy has come to the village of Coco West. Jian said painfully, if it wasn't for me, Yizan would not have taken action. If he did not take action, people would not know that he had such a powerful force, and naturally they would not want to go to the demon Yizan, nor would the Navy. It's all my fault. Ajian's words made Nami's face very angry. She clenched her fists tightly and shouted angrily at Ajian, "Why are you doing this? Brother Zan saved you, how can you retaliate?" "Okay, Nami, the most important thing now is how to keep Brother Zan." Nuao Chigao's words made Nami suddenly wake up. Nami didn't say a word, and immediately rushed out of the house and rushed in the direction of Yizan. As soon as they arrived at Yizan's mansion, everyone saw a semicircle enchantment covered with sealed texts covering Yizan's room. In front of him, Yizan spread out a scroll and pressed it with one hand, while the other hand it as a one-handed hand seal. Seal. In the sight of everyone's astonishment, the room in front of Yizan was instantly absorbed into the scroll in his hand. Success. Yizan got up and rolled up the scroll in his hand. "Nami, you're here? Belmer and Nuao are here too, just in time for me to say goodbye to you," Yizan said while looking at everyone with a smile. "No," Nami yelled, like a kitten, and threw herself directly into Yizan's arms. "Ah," Yizan smiled and gently rubbed Nami's hair. "Brother Zan, I don't want you to leave." Nami blinked expectantly. "Aren't you very powerful? You can defeat the entire navy, I don't want you to leave." "Okay, don't make trouble." Yizan squeezed Nami's face with a smile. "If I don't leave, the entire Kokoja village will probably be destroyed in the aftermath of my battle. Darling, come down, I want to leave, No. Nami hugged Yizan tightly, not letting go. Seeing Nami like this, Yizan felt a little soft-hearted. He lowered his head and kissed Nami's forehead, and said softly, "My dear, if I fight the navy here, Kokoja village will really be killed in my battle. Destroyed." Yizan's words made Nami no longer say anything. Nami knew Yizan's powerful strength from everyone's talk very early on. However, even so, Nami still didn't want to be separated from Yizan. After all, what she heard in her ears was not as good as what she saw with her own eyes. Yizan and Namila were pulling, and Nami's tears fell directly. "Yeah, don't cry, be fine, I'm not leaving." Seeing Nami's pear blossoms with rain, Yizan hurriedly patted Nami's back. In Yizan's heart, Kekasia the village is just like that. Nami is more important than the number of Kokoyashi villages. It's better not to do this. Belmo came over at this time and said softly, "Or, let Nami follow you." Belmer's words surprised Yizan. He looked at Belmer in surprise, and Belmer smiled. "Nami will have a future with you. She is an adventurous child." Belmer's words made Yizan look at Nami, but it happened to meet Nami's surprised eyes. "Really? Can I leave with you?" Nami looked at Yizan in surprise. Nami is adventurous, as many people know. "Are you really going to leave with me?" "Yeah." Nami nodded heavily. "Can I really leave with you?" "If you will." "Yes, I'll go with you." Koko West Village. Several large warships came to Koko West Village and launched an investigation. These navies came for only one purpose, which was to investigate whether Yizan was in Koko West Village, and the results of the investigation exceeded everyone's expectations. Yizan was actually in Koko West Village. However, it is clear that although this group of navies who are not favored by everyone has found Yizan's location, by the time these navies have passed by, the building will be empty. Well, to be precise, even the building is no longer there. All you can see is an open space standing there quietly. Send a message to the Navy headquarters. The generals who led the Navy came to Belmer's house. Yizan and Belmer were neighbors who lived together, so they naturally entered the Navy's site, but this investigation found a comparison between Belmer and Yizan. Close, and as a sailor whose organization has been scattered. Bring Belmer to the Navy headquarters. Following the words of the phone bug, Belmer and Nochigao also left Koko West Village and went to the Navy headquarters. Belmer and Nuochigao were taken away, but because there was no danger, the 6 paths level space ceiling technique that Yizan engraved in their hearts did not trigger. Therefore, Yizan did not know that Belmer and Nuochigao were it has been brought to the Navy headquarters by the Navy. This is nonsense. Yizan has lived in Kokoja village for so many years. Once the Navy finds out, Belmer and Nuochigao will definitely become the #1 suspects. As a man with high IQ, Yizan certainly has protective measures. When Belmer or Nakigao were attacked, he would instantly sense it and use the technique of Hiraishin to come to the two girls. Of course, when the seal was portrayed, Burma was so shy that he fainted, because the seal must be engraved in the heart to be effective, and the sealing technique is very complicated. Nothing left. Ahem. Although Belmer was too shy, she didn't refuse. Yizan also understood a little about this. He knew that Belmer had a very good impression of him. Yizan started a pleasant sea trip like this, with no destination, just sailing at will. The voyage at will gave Nami a deeper understanding of the weather, and Yizan also knew that Nami had the talent of a navigator, so he found the books collected from the O'Hara Library in the storage scroll one by one. As the world's largest, of course, there is navigation knowledge in the library and books collected, and it is the world's top navigation knowledge. As for the ship that sailed, in line with the concept of saving first, this ship was built by Yizan with Mokudan wood style. Seriously, using Mokudan wood style with Yizan's strength is stronger than ordinary steel and is enough to sail at sea. So, how long is our total flight time? Alvia asked. I don't know. When you get tired of it, just end the trip. But with my most handsome, powerful, humorous, and gentle man in the world, you will never get tired of it. Tilda. Bah. Chapter 49 _ Battle of Wits. Years passed by in a flash. Yizan set out from the East China Sea with the women, and with a very leisurely attitude, spent a few years around the entire One Piece world. In the past few years, Nami's sailing knowledge has been rapidly improved at an unimaginable speed. With O'Hara's books to study, Nami has mastered the ability to simulate the weather. In the past few years, Luffy has finally grown up, but so far Yizan has not been in contact with Luffy. He knows that as long as there is a fate, the two will know each other one day. Yizan Tenten has been busy fighting wits with Nami. Nami finally grew up, the result. This cute girl became more lively and smart. Every time Yizan wanted to do something to Robin or Alvia, Nami would rush out to stop Yizan's actions. Robin, let's sleep together tonight. Yizan came to Robin badly and said with a smile. Okay. Robin also smiled and looked at Yizan, but the teasing contained in the smile made Yizan flip a Byakugan. Robin seems to have developed an interest in Yizan and Nami's wits and bravery these days. Although he can't resist Yizan's push, but with Nami, Robin will never be with Yizan. Sleep together. Not only is Nami a naughty ghost, but Alvia has never given in, but the more this is, the more Yizan's desire to conquer is stimulated, and as time goes by, Yizan feels more and more. Hancock is grown up and can eat, but he has been playing for the past few years and has very little time to find her. Every time he goes to find her, the idiot Marina has to block Hancock. Marina's meaning is obvious: if you want to eat Hancock, you have to eat me first. For this, Yizan felt very helpless and could only continue to keep Hancock's first time. Robin has also grown up, because she likes to read books. She is full of intellectual charm. Yizan actually wanted to eat Robin several times, but every time he was blocked by Nami and Alvia. So I'm going to eat you all one day. Especially Alvia, you wait for me. Yizan waved his fist viciously. He enjoyed this kind of confrontation very much. Nami and Alvia are fishing in the stern. Marina is sleeping. Baby, come. Under the deck watchtower, Yizan and Robin were hiding in a corner. He smiled wickedly and hugged Robin tightly. If you look closely, you can see that one of Yizan's hands has gone inside Robin's clothes. Brother Zan. Robin gasped, her cheeks flushed with beauty. She had already responded to Yizan's movements when she grew up. She felt like a lot of ants were crawling all over her body, so she took the initiative to hug Yizan's body, some unnatural twists and turns. Hey. Yizan's smile became more and more evil, his hands became more and more dishonest, and he was about to take the next step, but at this time. Brother Zan, you are bullying Sister Robin again. With a loud shout, a bikini-clad girl suddenly fell from the sky, smashing straight at Yizan's head. Hey, hey, Yizan hurriedly followed the girl who fell from the sky. Nami, you idiot, don't jump down from the sky. What if I don't catch it? Yizan looked at Nami in his arms in shock, his tone full of reproach. Nami did this because once Nami accidentally fell on the observation deck and was caught by Yizan, and then Nami fell in love with this feeling. At first, she pretended to fall down accidentally, but after arriving, she simply opened up. Jump off the lookout. This made Yizan very helpless. Because Yizan's strength is extremely high, the strength and strength of her body are extremely strong, and although Nami has been trained by Yizan, her martial strength value is much higher than that of ordinary people, but she is still very weak compared to Yizan. Every time he picks up Nami, Yizan needs to carefully control his own power. After all, Nami herself needs Yizan to protect her, because without Yizan, Nami will not die or be seriously injured when she falls. Such a meticulous operation is not Yizan at all. Zan likes it, very tired. I've decided that I must make you completely stronger, at least I don't want me to work hard to catch you. Yizan put Nami down, looked at Nami seriously and said. No, I just like being protected by Brother Zan. Nami smiled brightly, hugged Yizan's neck, and buried her head in Yizan's arms like a kitten. In fact, Nami is a little underestimated when it comes to strength. Using her knowledge of climate and some of Yizan's seal scrolls, she can use extremely terrifying moves, many of which have even reached the level of Brigadier General. Don't look at it as a Brigadier General, you must know that Nami is just an ordinary girl, that is to say, with the knowledge of climate, Nami can explode 100 times the effect of her own strength. Nami has such fighting power. Firstly, her climate knowledge, secondly, Yizan stored a lot of ninjutsu in the sealed scroll. In Hokage Ninja, a Chidori cooperated with Kaden, fire style, and was used by Sasuke who only knew a little about weather principles, and directly created an S-level Raiden, thunder style Kirin. And now, there is Nami, a super climate genius, with the ninjutsu in dozens of seal scrolls, you can combine hundreds of more powerful attacks. Therefore, Nami said that she must rely on Yizan for protection. Nami, who has the seal scroll, is weaker than Truth and much stronger than Robin and Alvia. The bullying of Robin was interrupted by Nami again. Yizan was not angry. He hugged Nami and Robin and sat on the side of the boat watching the sea chatting. Sound. Brother Zan, I'm hungry. Yizan was stunned by Nami's words. As if thinking of something, he scratched his head helplessly. Baby, I can't do anything if I'm hungry. We've eaten up all the food, I've been playing with you recently, and I forgot to buy it. They eaten. When she heard that she had nothing to eat, Nami pouted. I can't eat the food that Brother Zan made, I'm not happy. Then are we going to dock? Robin asked, tidying up his clothes from time to time, but Yizan just messed up too much, especially the D cup inside, the cup buttons were taken off by Yizan. According to the calculation of the permanent pointer and the nautical chart, the next island should be arriving soon. Since there is no food on board, let's buy ingredients on the next island. Chapter 50 _ It seems that he wants to get Yizan drunk. Seriously, in the past few years, Yizan and the girls have finished playing the entire Great Route, and they returned to the East China Sea 3 months ago. Before heading to the next island to supply ingredients, Yizan happened to find a restaurant at sea. When this group of unbelievably beautiful women walked into the restaurant on the sea, the whole restaurant was stunned. Nami, Robin, Marina, Alvia, different styles of beauty, so beautiful. Bring up the best food you have here. Yizan came to a position by the window carelessly, holding Nami in his left hand and Marina in his right, with Robin and Alvia walking behind, as if the two female secretaries instantly raised Yizan several grades. Not only the people who ate, but also the waiter in the restaurant was stunned by the beauty of the 4 girls. He stared blankly, the elder of Haraziliu. Boom. With a soft sound, Yizan slapped the menu on the waiter's head. Whose woman do you dare to look at? Yizan said lazily, and the natural aura made the waiter hurriedly lower his head. Sorry, this guest, it's my rudeness. Don't be fooling around here, hurry up and serve the food, I hope your food here can satisfy me. Yizan's tone is arrogant and domineering, and he must be a powerful person who can bring 4 stunning beauties. As a waiter in the sea restaurant, he has a lot of knowledge, and he has already guessed in his heart that Yizan must be a certain member of the Navy. The second generation of officials, and they are high officials. This customer, please rest assured that although our maritime restaurant is not as good as Bharati, it can also be ranked in the top 5 in the East China Sea, which will definitely satisfy you. The waiter bowed respectfully, bent down and took a few steps back before turning to leave. I have to admit that in terms of attitude, this restaurant is really good. Brother Zan is so domineering. Seeing Yizan's arrogant and domineering look, Nami was full of disgust, but when she saw Yizan's helpless appearance, she laughed again, giggling, "Get up, all right, don't be angry, I just like Brother Zan's domineering look." Cut. Nympho, drooling on the floor. Yizan turned over by a Kugan. This Nami was too lively and too cute to bear. Don't look at Nami saying that she is so crazy, and she also acts as if her voiceless body is soft and easy to be pushed down, but when it came to the night, Nami took Alvia to prepare early, and the strict defense made Yizan had no way of attacking Robin at all. Fortunately, Marina has learned to be good now, and will sleep with her every night, but this little girl is also troublesome, and often does strange things while she is asleep, such as. When Yizan thought about this, the waiter had already brought many meals to Yizan's table. Please use. Yeah, Yizan nodded casually, let's go, I don't need you here. Facing Yizan's domineering, the waiter bowed again and slowly backed away. After the waiter left, Yizan took out a storage scroll, tapped it lightly, and accompanied by a burst of smoke, appeared on the storage scroll. A bottle of Yuhi wine. Although there is no food on board, we still have wine in storage. Yizan's words made Marina and Nami's eyes light up, especially Marina. She quickly grabbed the Yuhi wine, opened the cork, and the rich aroma of the wine was scattered. Dad, drink. She smiled brightly, and quickly filled the wine glass in front of Yizan, and then poured some for Nami, Robin and Alvia, but only a little for herself. Huh. Yizan blinked his eyes suspiciously in the face of Junai's strange behavior. He was still thinking, and Marina had already picked up the cup. Cheers. Facing the enthusiasm of Junai, Yizan was puzzled and could only clink glasses with the girls. He was about to take a sip, but Junai glared at Yizan fiercely. Dad, drink it all in one go. Yizan's words made Yizan helpless. Facing the threat of his naughty daughter, he could only drink up the Yuhi wine in one breath. This is the Yuhi wine collected on the Yuhi wine island of the Great Airway the year before. Dad is amazing. Come on, keep drinking. Marina blinked slyly and filled Yizan's wine glass again. Although Yizan was inexplicable, he could only continue to drink in the face of his daughter's enthusiasm. Just when everyone was happily eating and drinking, a wretched, trivial voice appeared, instantly disturbing the atmosphere of the crowd. Beauty, what kind of wine is he who doesn't know anything? Come to me, I'm here for the world government and the world's nobles to use the wine. An ugly man dressed in a navy uniform came to Nami. He was slightly empty eyes full of evil. Go away. Nami glanced at the other party with disdain, not being polite at all. Although she is a cute and lively girl, it depends on who she is. She can act like a kitten in Yizan's arms, but she is full of malicious strangers. She won't give a good face. Nami's disdain made the man's face change slightly. He stared at Nami coldly, with a sharp tone. Little girl, do you know who I am? Whoever you are guilty of disturbing my meal with Brother Zan. Nami stood up abruptly and grabbed the man's neck. After several years of training, her melee combat ability was also passed down by Yizan. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole was broken in the restaurant on the sea, and after throwing the 3.8 square, Nami shrank her neck, stuck out her tongue cutely, and sat back on the chair. Seeing Nami changing from a tigress to a kitten in an instant, Yizan was completely speechless. He raised his finger and tapped Nami lightly, causing Nami to whimper softly. Brother Zan, you hurt me. Bah, I just touched you lightly. Don't act like a spoiled child. Ying ying ying. Sister Marina, Sister Robin, Sister Alvia, you have to decide for me, Brother Zan bullies me. Although all the girls knew that Nami was pretending to be pitiful, but they all looked at Yi-zan anxiously. At that moment, Yi-zan sighed lightly, took Nami into his arms, and rubbed it gently. Her forehead. Chapter 51_Big Devil. Okay, it's all my fault, I shouldn't knock you on the head. And the few of you, stay together if you can, otherwise all. What are you going to do tonight? Pervert. Alvia snorted in disdain, and turned her head to ignore Yi-zan. Hee. Robin just smiled, raised his eyebrows indiscernibly, and deliberately provoked. Dad, I don't mind. Marina smirked, placing her hand under the dining table directly on Yi-zan's lap, pinching it lightly, and moving to the middle. Idiot. Yi-zan patted Marina's hand lightly, and had nothing to do with this bad daughter. What else did he want to say? Suddenly, the entire ship restaurant shook violently. Boom. The shells exploded in the nearby sea, causing the ship to shake constantly. After a while, a large number of people swarmed in. Robbery. Bastards. Who dares to rob? Chefs, get your weapons. The captain of the restaurant rushed out of the kitchen angrily. He was wearing a tall chef hat and holding a polished steel knife. He had a fat head and big ears. Boom. With a loud bang, the seemingly fierce restaurant captain was punched by the leading pirates. As if he felt that he was very good, he raised his head arrogantly and said loudly, "We belong to the Erida pirates. All people, hold your head and squat down." Yi-zan, who was planning to watch the show, frowned when he heard the Erida pirates, and walked slowly to the pirates. What are you doing? Don't want to live. Squat down. Looking at the fierce and cruel eyes of the other party, Yi-zan was slightly taken aback, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sorry, I seem to have old cold legs and can't squat down. Would you like to help me? Yi-zan's words made the restaurant captain on the ground very frightened. He struggled to raise his head and whispered to Yi-zan, "Don't resist, these people are very powerful." It doesn't matter. Yi-zan smiled kindly at the restaurant captain, then looked at the pirates again, and even bent his knees on purpose. Look, I can't bend anymore. Yi-zan's tone contained a hint of teasing and a hint of sarcasm. That casual feeling made the headed pirate look hideous. He suddenly pulled out the saber around his waist and placed it on Yi-zan's neck at once. Boy, you brought it on yourself. He smiled wickedly, the short knife in his hand was about to slash, the next second. Boom. The restaurant broke through a big hole again. The first pirate, who vomited blood, flew out and fell into the sea in the distance. Soon, the seawater turned Yuhi color. One move to kill the pirates in seconds. Yi-zan's strength shocked everyone in the restaurant. At this moment, Yi Shuenkai ignored everyone's shock. He walked leisurely in front of the remaining pirates, and the terrifying momentum made the pirates feel their feet. Soft, he knelt down with a puff. Are you from the Erida pirates? Ooh, impersonating. The pirate cried, but there were no tears in his eyes. Yi-zan's mouth cracked, and he slowly raised his hand. So, since it's a fake, it's useless, let's kill you guys. Don't kill us. We are from the Erida pirates. Captain Erida was defeated by a straw hat boy, and the pirates are about to be disbanded. We are the remnants of defeated soldiers left behind, and we want to get some panchuan at home. Please do your best, sir, and let us go. This time, the talking pirate was really crying. Seeing the other party cry, Yi-zan was stunned for a moment, before he realized that Luffy went out to sea. Thinking of this, Yi-zan already had an idea. He kicked the pirate in front of him, turned and returned to his dining table. A very interesting thing has happened. From now on, our sailing tourism plan is officially over. We are now looking for a person. I am going to nurture him. He is the child I have called. Regarding Yi-zan's inexplicable words, although the girls did not understand, they did not object. Anyway, they would go wherever Yi-zan went, which was inevitable. Yizan heard the words and threw away the pirate in his hand. Let's go then. He was too lazy to eat. Yizan was about to leave with the girls, but at this moment, the Navy man who had been thrown out by Nami came in slowly. Stop. Do you guys want to leave? Hey, what about you? Are you a wanted criminal? He said. He didn't want Yizan to leave like this. After all, his identity was revealed and his face was lost. How could he be so easily let Yizan leave? He is a major in the East China Sea branch, and he feels that, in his own capacity, he can definitely scare the other party. Yeah, I'm a wanted criminal. Yizan turned his head with a smile and looked at the admiral. His tone was as if he was talking about something as common as eating and drinking. Wanted criminal. In an instant, everyone looked at Yizan in astonishment. Under normal circumstances, wanted criminals are rarely seen. Unexpectedly, this gentle, irritable and perfect blend of men turned out to be wanted criminals. And then, Yizan's words made everyone who was shocked by 170 immediately startled, dumbfounded. Are you looking for a wanted criminal? I'm in the Navy, and I have an obligation to arrest you. Well, my name seems to be a devil, right? The name your Navy gave me is so ugly. What a devil, how can such a handsome man like me be a devil? It should be the elegant and turbid son of Shihia. Yi Xuanzi lovingly tossed her hair, watching the Navy Rear Admiral say so. In an instant, Admiral stood there dumbfounded. His mind was blank. It felt like you were fishing in a pond, only to find that you caught a big shark from your own pond. That feeling, that's sour and refreshing. Tisk tisk. Anyway, Yizan was scared to pee when he saw the heart of the Navy Rear Admiral who didn't take this huge blow. Before Yizan entered the restaurant, although some people had doubts, they didn't think it was really the devil Yizan. After all, the devil Yizan was a big devil with a bounty of 1 billion. Just like ordinary people saw a man walking on the street, and people who look a lot like Obama will definitely say at the first time, wow, this person really looks like Obama, and the first impression is definitely not that this person is Obama. But now, Yizan revealed his identity. Combined with Yizan's appearance, everyone knew that Akatsuki was a super invincible demon in front of him. Chapter 52_West Lob Village. Quiet, eerily quiet, countless people stared blankly, unable to react. Until the moment Yizan turned around and left. Ah! Demon! With a scream, countless screams quickly spread to the entire maritime restaurant, and the Navy was already slumped on the ground. He already remembered that many years ago, when he was a child, watch live TV at home with your parents. The powerful naval headquarters was destroyed by a terrifying man. Even from the TV, he could feel the indescribable fear. It had been too long, and because he was in the weakest East China Sea, he would never have imagined that he had one day, I will meet the demon Yizan. Devil Yizan, why did I meet the demon Yizan? It's over. I just molested his woman. I'm dead, I'm dead. He was paralyzed on the ground talking to himself like a fool, and the people in the restaurant were running wildly, and he was rolled to the ground. If it was before, he would arrest the group of civilians on the charge of attacking the admiral, but at this moment, he doesn't care about these little things at all. He has completely fallen into the TV picture from many years ago. Meteorite. Meteorite is coming. I'm going to be killed by a meteorite. The devil Yizan will definitely summon a meteorite to destroy this restaurant. No, I don't want to die. I want to leave. The admiral, who was completely hysterical, actually thought that Yizan would summon a meteorite. He ran out of the restaurant desperately, even completely forgetting his safety, and jumped into the sea with a grunt. At this time, Yizan, who had caused panic, had already left with the girls. From beginning to end, he never thought of attacking a group of ants. Brother Zan, who do you want to train? On the sea, Nami looked at Yizan with a curious look. Nami, who has been in contact with Yizan for a long time, is also familiar with Yizan. Knowing Yizan's laziness, it can be said that Yizan is definitely in the late stage of laziness. If you can sit, you will never stand, and if you can lie down, you will never sit, but now who can let Yizan cultivate without resting? It's just to be determined for the time being. I don't know if he can get me interested to cultivate. Yizan said casually. Although Luffy is the protagonist of One Piece, and Yuhi Fashanks personally selected it, but Yizan's words don't need to be taken into account now. Yizan is going to see Luffy. If it suits your appetite, Yizan will naturally is willing to train Luffy a little. Of course, if Luffy is not to his taste, Yizan is not willing to accompany Luffy to play the plot. Space, give me a face, and build a direct access to where Luffy is now. A golden force field spread and instantly formed a space Uzumaki in front of Yizan. Seeing the sudden appearance, the side beside him was stunned for a moment, and asked suspiciously, Brother Zan, what is this? Space channel, you can go anywhere you want. Yizan's face froze, his words made Nami's eyes widen in shock. Space channel. Space and time, these two are always the most mysterious. Nami has long noticed Yizan's age. It seems that Yizan's age has never changed. When she was a child, Yizan was like this. Until now, Yizan's appearance has never changed. The answer that Nami asked Yizan before was that Yizan's own body stopped growing. Now it seems that the time of Yizan's own body is fixed. It's amazing. Nami's eyes twinkled with starlight, wandering around the space passage. Well, if you want to study, I will have time for you to study in the future. My lady navigator, let's go in with our boat. Yizan rubbed Nami's head lightly, and the golden force field bloomed again, instantly pulling apart the one-person high space Uzumaki, turning it into a huge Uzumaki that could accommodate a boat. Seeing such a terrifying space Uzumaki, Nami was surprised, but she quickly restrained her mind and controlled the boat to sail into Uzumaki. She felt that her eyes were dark and bright, and what caught her eye was a clear sea and white sand. Where is this place? Nami glanced around suspiciously. Passing through the space Uzumaki, their boat happened to be docked on the shore. Looking into the distance, along the winding path, you could see the distant village, quiet and peaceful. Marina, Robin, and Alvia in the cabin also came out. They disembarked together and threw Yizan directly on the boat. Bah! A group of stinky women. They are ignoring me on purpose. Yizan curled his lips, and threw the anchor into the sea with one hand. When the ship was anchored, he was able to disembark. He found that several women had come very far ahead. Hey, you idiots, wait for me, damn. Yizan thought in pieces, looked at the surrounding scenery from left to right, and found that this island had nothing special, as if it was just an ordinary island in the East China Sea. But when he used the face fruit ability before, he asked to teleport to the island where Luffy was located. But what is Luffy doing on this ordinary island? Yizan quickly caught up with the girls, quietly came behind Alvia, shot her suddenly, and squeezed her ass. Ah, asshole. Her ass was pinched, making Alvia embarrassed and angry. She suddenly raised her foot and kicked Yizan, but Yizan smirked and grimaced. Seriously, this woman's ass is still very predictable, Well, not to mention Yizan's habitual sex offense again. At this moment, a few people walked up a small slope along the winding path, and happened to meet an islander. This is the village of Shirobu. Shirobu Village, East China Sea. Yes. After a simple exchange, Yizan got the name of the village. He felt a little familiar, but after thinking about it, he still couldn't think of where it was. Until. The pirates are here. The pirates are here. You're lying again. The sudden sound made Yizan suddenly realize, no wonder Luffy appeared here. It turns out. This is Usopp's hometown. Jesusbu's son Usopp. Luffy, I remember there was a villain butler. It seems that there is also a beautiful girl, he. Looking at the villa at the highest point of the village, Yizan's mouth evoked a wicked smile. Chapter 53 quietly pretend. Tuck tuck tuck. A light knock on the door rang in the empty villa, and with a crunch sound, a man in a housekeeper's costume opened the villa's door. Who are you? The butler's tone was cold, and his eyes were sharp as blades. Yizan glanced at the other party, and the plot of One Piece became clearer and clearer in his mind. Is this Kia's house? Yizan asked with a smile. Yes, I'm Gurahano, the housekeeper of Kia's house, do you have anything to do? Burahano, the guy whose real name is Chloe, pushed his glasses coldly. It's very strange, unlike normal people pushing with fingers, but with the end of the palm, as if a habit developed for many years. It's good that it's Kia's family. Kia's father is a descendant of our family's branch. Now this branch has withered and no one succeeds. After the family's discussion, some of the wealth and business needs to be inherited by Kia. Yizan said in an orderly manner, but what he said caused the girls next to him to turn the Byakugan a lot. They knew that Brother Zan was going to lie again. Marina and Robin were okay, but Nami and Alvia directly looked at them with contempt. Yizan just ignored these two idiots, he just pretended to be coercive and quietly looked at the Black Cat pirates. Captain Crow. This guy has a really high IQ and has been lurking in K950 Ya's family for many years, for the sake of K Ya's family's wealth. In fact, although K Ya's family has a lot of wealth, if you want to spend a lifetime of money thoroughly, still worse. Greed flashed in Crow's eyes. Greed returned to greed, but Crow was always a cautious person. He thought for a moment, the open door was slightly closed. Sorry, Miss Kia is sick right now. If there is anything you can tell me, I can tell Miss Kia directly. Chloe said, but she didn't know that Yizan knew all of his disguises and conspiracies. Boom. With a muffled sound, Yizan kicked the door open. Of course, this kick only used the power of an ordinary adult, and in order to disguise, Keiluo did not resist, and was kicked to the ground by Yizan. The separation of the family is getting more and more outrageous now. A dog can also take care of the owner's affairs. Yizan looked at Chloe coldly, opened the door and walked in. Tell me about the 2 billion Baileys. Just listen. A housekeeper, just do what a housekeeper should do. Overstep, be careful to chop your claws. Yizan's words made Crow both surprised and angry. 2 billion Baileys. Isn't this an exaggeration? If there are 2 billion Baileys, even if you spend your whole life, you will not be able to use it up. In Chloe's eyes, money is more important than anything. He gave up his pirate group, gave up everything, and pretended to be at Kia's house for 3 years. Wasn't it just for money? Chloe is very smart, but facing the weakness of human nature, he has completely fallen into Yizan's trap. When he thinks of 2 billion Baileys, he feels that his heart is about to jump out. What kind of dignity does he care about, as long as he can get it this money? Thinking of this, Crow immediately got up from the ground and bowed respectfully to Yizan. What you said is, please, Miss Kia is on top, but she's ill. Crow said cautiously, completely treating Yizan as an uncle. Yizan didn't pay any attention to Chloe, but swaggered ahead and praised his wit in his heart. He was too smart. Under the leadership of Chloe, Yizan came to Kia's room. The faint smell of medicine filled the whole room, causing Yizan, who had just entered the door, to frown slightly. In this environment, normal people would also be sick. Okay. This is Miss Kia, Chloe hurriedly introduced to Yizan. As early as just now, the sound of going downstairs had caught Kia's attention. She turned to look at Yizan, and then looked at Chloe with puzzled eyes. Gulahano, who are they? Keiluo was about to speak, but Yizan directly waved his hand and said, Housekeeper, you go out. The next thing, you are not suitable here. Okay. Crow nodded and left, and the moment he closed the door, Crow's eyes instantly became extremely sharp. Too deceitful. It's too deceitful. I must kill you. Crow clenched his fists tightly, his face grim, but, that's 2 billion bellies. Thinking of this, Crow was very entangled in his heart. He wanted to kill Yizan, but could it be that simple to take out a family of 2 billion bellies casually? If you kill Yizan, you will not be able to escape the encirclement and suppression of this mysterious family, but if you don't kill it, you will be called like a dog, which is really unwilling. Chloe's extremely tangled mood reflected on his face, and it was very strangely tangled together. Just when Crow was confused, the old housekeeper of Kia's family came over slowly. Gurahano, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Ah, no, it's fine. Crow was startled. he suddenly reacted, and quickly calmed down the emotions in his heart. After all, I am a housekeeper now, and I am just a housekeeper. Those touching wealth are still one step away from me, yes, only the last step. Yizan also knew that Crow was excited and complicated, but now Yizan needs to convince the Kia in front of him first. Who are you? Kia looked at Yizan and asked strangely. You can call me Yizan. Yizan said slowly, as if it was his own home. He picked up an apple and cut it into a kiba shape, and gave it to the girls who came in with him. At this moment, Kia looked at Yizan silently. She frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something. After thinking for a long time, suddenly, her eyes lit up, and her tone was full of surprise and surprise. Yizan. You are the devil Yizan. Exactly the same as the portrait on the wanted notice. Are you really that demon Yizan wanted by the Navy? Huh, you seem surprised by my presence. Chapter 54_Cute Koya. Yizan is really strange now. The Navy has also read his own report. Well, except for his appearance, the rest is really not much of his own, and he has twisted himself into he was a great devil who did all kinds of heinous crimes. This was why everyone before that was extremely frightened after knowing Yizan's identity. And now, someone actually expressed his arrival, surprise. Are you really as powerful as the newspapers say? Kia asked curiously, looking at Yizan. Hearing the emotions in Kia's tone, Yizan seemed to understand a little bit. He looked at Kia with a smile, and a smirk crossed the corner of his mouth. You want to know? Hee. I don't even know how good I am. If you want to know, go find the answer yourself. Hearing Yizan's words, Kaya was stunned for a moment. She stared at Yizan with big Mingmeng eyes. She had never been out of the house, and she had never met such a rogue as Yizan. After a long time, as if remembering something, Kaya slowly lowered her head, her mouth slightly pouted with an unprecedented lowness. But I'm sick. Don't worry, I can cure your disease. Yizan smiled and grabbed Kaya's hand. Don't, Kia exclaimed, and Yuhi's dizziness instantly filled her pretty face. Before she could resist, she felt a warm force flowing from her palm to her entire body. Oh, chakra passed through Kia's body quickly. Yizan thought for a moment and then nodded slowly. There is no major problem on the whole, keep the medicine until the illness is cured. Yizan said carelessly, as if he had forgotten that he was still holding the girl's white and tender hand, but Ya bowed her head shyly, suffering from illness for many years. The warm breath of chakra gave her an unprecedented experience. For a while, it was Yuhi Run who was shy all over. Seeing Kia's weak and shy appearance, Yizan's smirk grew brighter and brighter. He just stared at Kia so badly, that intense gaze made Kia's face even more moist and shy. Fainted. The treatment lasted for a few minutes, and after a few minutes, the green chakra light slowly disappeared. It's not a big problem. It's mainly because of the lack of sunlight and heart disease. I will give you a treatment first, so that you can move normally, and then cooperate with outdoor activities for treatment. After a long time, your disease will definitely be cured. Hearing Yizan's words, Kia finally raised her head. She looked at Yizan a little shyly, but more of surprise and gratitude. Little girl, don't look at me like that. I'm afraid you will fall in love with me Tilda. Yizan teased with a grin, making the girls behind him speechless for a while Nami started directly, pounced on Yizan's back, and hugged Yizan's neck. Bad brothers on. Don't bully girls. Hey, Nami, you've wronged me. I didn't bully the girl. I'm obviously teasing. Humph, you're not allowed to flirt. If you flirt like this, you'll trick others into getting on board in a few days. Nami's words made Kia shy, but, for some reason, Kia did not reject this unprecedented shyness. On the contrary, this feeling made Kia very comfortable. Kia has always been a very cultivated lady. She quickly suppressed her shyness, and looked at Nami, Yizan and others with her big bright eyes, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. That. If it's convenient, can you tell me, why are you helping me heal? Is there a reason to ask? Nami gave Yizan a white look and said to Kaya, he's a slut, the kind who can't walk when he sees beautiful women. Idiot Nami, you actually said that I am a lecher. You are framed. Humph. I'll let you know today what a lecher is. Oh, bet. Take your hand. Don't touch it here. Hey, Robin's sister. The truth, sister. Alvia's sister. Save me. Nami twisted around on Yizan's back, and the three girls sitting on the chairs not far away just smiled, determined to watch the show, but seeing no support, Nami could only forcibly slap Yizan's claws away. Hurriedly jumped off Yizan's back. Do you still want to run? Yizan smirked, hugged Nami who was about to run away, and regardless of the fact that Kia was still watching, he yanked Nami into his arms. Boo Tilda. Yizan lightly pecked Nami's lips. Ah, you bastard. How dare you kiss me without permission? I'm going to kill you. Nami yelled, and Zhang Qiba wanted to attack Yizan with his claws dancing like a kitten. As for Yizan, he let go of Nami immediately after kissing him. He danced around to avoid Nami's attack, taking advantage of Nami by the way. Not only that, he also shouted shamelessly, as if he was the victim. Murdered my husband. The cheerful atmosphere made Kia feel extremely cheerful, and a bright smile bloomed on her face, like the spring sunshine, with the freshness of the growth of all things. Seeing that Kia's heart condition was much better, Yizan finally nodded with satisfaction. He hugged Nami who was rushing over, and came to Kia's side with Nami in his arms. That's good. It's so beautiful to smile. It's not good for your body to have a bitter face all day long. Yizan said. The green light appeared in his hand again, and he pressed the green light on Kia's body. Quote. Seeing Yizan's behavior, not to mention Nami and Alvia, even the always gentle Robin and the lustful Magina who was used to her father's lewdness were speechless. What did they see? They saw that Yizan's hand actually fell directly on Kia's fierce. But at this moment, Yizan doesn't seem to know where his hand is at all. He uses medical ninjutsu to recuperate Kia's body with great seriousness. His serious appearance seems to be doing something extremely solemn. Thing. Asshole. Stinker. It's abominable. Hey, Dad is getting worse and worse now. The girls looked at Yizan and had similar thoughts in their hearts at the same time. Here, Kia was so shy that she almost fainted. As a girl who has hardly been out of the house, where has she encountered such a thing? She can't wait to find a place drill into the seam. Chapter 55 Conditions for cooking. In fact, Kia could refuse, or push Yizan's hand away, but she didn't know if it was because of her gentle personality or what. Feeling. Kia showed her most shy side to Yizan, which made Yizan feel relieved, but the surface became more serious. Well, I'm saving a teenage girl suffering from illness. I am holy. Pooh. Several women pouted at the same time. If you are holy, then there will be no bad people in the world. After a few more minutes, the treatment was finally over. Yizan put down his hands a little reluctantly, as if his nose was a little itchy, and rubbed his fingers on the bottom of his nose. It smells so good. Well, not to mention Yizan's behavior. In order to cure Kia's illness perfectly, Yizan decided to temporarily stay at Kia's house. In the early morning, the sun is shining, the wind is sunny, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Kaya, go for a walk, go for a walk. Yizan pushed open Kia's bedroom door and came to Kia's room early in the morning. Then, dazed. A big blank stare, Yizan's eyes widened instantly. In the room, Kaya was getting up and getting dressed, and the fair skin made Yizan's eyes fall. So white, so tender. Yizan stared at Kaya without blinking, and Kaya was shocked by Yizan's sudden intrusion into the bedroom. Then, she let out a scream, and hurriedly climbed to the bed and covered the quilt tightly. Yuhi's delicate and pretty face is covered in clouds, and her body is so stiff that she doesn't know what movements to use to resolve her inner shyness. I didn't see anything just now. Since you're still sleeping, Kia, I'll go outside and wait for a while. Yizan blinked his eyes without Yuhi, turned and left the bedroom. Seeing Yizan's disappearing figure, Kia clutched the bed and covered her head in the bed. The daughter of her, the servants usually knock on the door when they come in, and she has never been barged in. Kia, hurry up. The voice outside the door surprised Kia. She pouted slightly and groaned, but Yuhi's dizziness on her cheeks couldn't be dissipated. After waiting for a while, Kia slowly opened the door. The snow-white dress made Kia look even more delicate. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at Yizan at all. Let's go out for a walk. Yizan stared at Kia's face with a wicked smile. His tone carried a touch of evil. He gently held Kia's hand, but Kia did not refuse, just passively, pulled by Yizan to the lobby on the first floor. Cut. This bastard. Start again. In the lobby on the first floor, Nami, Robin, and Alvia were sitting on the sofa chatting, and Marina was still sleeping late in the bedroom. Seeing Yizan pulling Kia downstairs, Nami immediately rushed over and snatched Kia from Yizan's hand. Kaya, go, don't worry about this bad guy. Kia lowered her head and let Namela go. On the spot, Yizan stupidly looked at his empty hands, and subconsciously looked at Robin and Alvia. One left and one right, choose for yourself. Bah, I think beautifully. Alvia spat lightly, dragged Robin and walked outside. Yizan's eyes rolled, and the thief followed, quickly leaned up from behind, and put his arm around Orvia's slender waist. Asshole, get your hands off. No, he. Facing Yizan's rogue, Olivia was helpless. She gave Yizan a stern look and let Yizan put her arms around her waist. If you look carefully, you can find a shy Yuhi on her cheek. Just as everyone walked to the gate of the villa, a figure blocked the gate from the outside. Are you going out? The food is ready. Chloe blocked the door, but pretended to respect Yizan and the others. No need, from today onwards, Kia's daily life will be monitored by me personally. Yizan did not hide his doubts about Crow. Words. Brother Zan, don't say that to Gulahano, he's a very good housekeeper. Kaya pulled Yizan's clothes, and pleaded for Chloe. Very good. Kia, that's why you haven't seen a really good butler. Gurahano is a rubbish, and it belongs to the rubbish that needs to be rebuilt. Yizan made an undisguised mockery, raised his hand and pushed Keiluo, pushing away Keiluo who was blocking the door. He glanced at Chloe disdainfully, and took the girls out of the villa. When passing by Chloe, Kia smiled apologetically at Chloe before being pulled away by Yizan. Looking at the figures of the people leaving, Crow clenched his fists tightly, and behind the round glasses, a cold and angry light flashed. Crow's situation did not affect Yizan's mood. Although the island was not big, it was not too small. He took the girls to a high-slope meadow and took out the tools for picnic from the storage scroll. Brother Zan, do you want to cook? Looking at Yizan's actions, Nami's eyes lit up and her saliva almost came out. Nami, Robin and even Alvia were looking forward to Yizan's cooking skills. Want me to do it? Yizan smirked and pointed to his mouth proudly. I'm hungry. Yizan's movements were very strange, but Kaya couldn't understand it at all. But Nami, with Yuhi's face, leaned over to Yizan's side, haha, and quickly kissed Yizan's mouth. This behavior made Kia a little stunned. Before she could react, Robin also came to Yizan. Compared with Nami, she was bolder. She actually sat directly on Yizan's lap and hugged Yizan's neck. Forcefully pressed his lips to Yizan's mouth. This time, Kia finally reacted. If you want Yizan to cook, you need to kiss him, but I have never kissed anyone before. Kaya lowered her head with Yuhi's face, pretending she didn't understand what happened between Yizan, Nami and Robin, but at this time, Yizan finally set his eyes on her. Kaya, hey. Chapter 56_Luffy said, get on my boat. After kissing Robin, Yizan finally set his eyes on Kia, and Kia blinked her eyes in a pretentious manner, and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Humph, don't think you can hide by pretending to be stupid. Yizan slowly came to Kia's side, and pointed to his mouth with a smirk. Hey, kiss Tilda. Don't. Kia shyly shrank like a little rabbit. Nami hugged Yizan's neck from behind and stopped Yizan's behavior. Kaya, don't pay attention to him. Sister Alvia didn't kiss him either. This bad guy just wants to trick you into kissing him. Hearing Nami's words, Kia breathed a sigh of relief, but for some unknown reason, Kia felt a little disappointed in her heart, and she also had a hint of expectation. Alright, a few idiot women. Today this chef will show you a show and let you know what a picnic master is. But to be reasonable, Brother Zahn, why don't you ask Marina to eat at 30? She's a slacker. It's noon when I wake up. Don't worry about her, we'll eat it by ourselves. Because it was early in the morning, the picnics were all relatively light food, and even so, Kia almost swallowed her tongue. Koya finally knew why Nami Robin and Alvia wanted Yizan to cook so much, because it was so delicious. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the picnic dinner finally came to an end. Kia lay on the grassy high-slope lawn, rubbed her stomach, and narrowed her eyes comfortably. So full. There was a hint of contentment and a smile on the corner of her mouth, which was something she had never experienced before. Because of her physical problems, she stayed in the bedroom for many years, like a canary trapped in a cage, very pitiful. Yizan overestimated Kia's food intake, and in the end there was still a few grilled food left. These food will be packaged and brought back later, for Marina. Yizan didn't clean up, and Nami Robin and Alvia, who were very familiar with this, were about to get up to clean up the things left over from the picnic. When the three girls were about to pack up, a figure suddenly came out. Ah, I smell delicious, delicious. With a cheerful shout, a figure rushed to the picnic grill and swept away the remaining food. Wow, it's delicious, delicious. Is there anything else? Is there anything else? After eating these, the figure quickly ran beside the crowd and asked. Looking at this figure, Yizan raised his eyebrows and found that a straw hat was on top of the other's head. Straw Hat Luffy. Yizan's mouth twitched into a smile, but he didn't expect to find Luffy before he found him. After seeing Luffy, the girls turned their attention to Yizan. At this moment, Luffy also looked at Yizan. Did you cook the food? Well, it's me, what's the problem? After getting the answer he wanted, Luffy's face immediately showed a touch of joy. He took Yizan's arm like a child, and begged pitifully, good-hearted people who cook very well, let's come. Let's have a party. No, I'm full. But I'm so hungry. Luffy's face was full of frustration, as if thinking of something. Luffy grinned, and the 2 rows of neat Kiba teeth glowed brilliantly under the sunlight. Be my crew. I'm missing a cook on my ship. Luffy's giggling personality is still very pleasing. Yizan smiled, pinched the straw hat on Luffy's head and twirled. You are too weak. Weak. I'm strong. Despised by Yizan, Luffy yelled again. He waved his rubber arm fiercely, and said confidently, you call me weak. What if I beat you, and you'll be my crew? Hearing Luffy's challenge, Yizan's eyes finally flashed with interest. Beat me? Boy, don't say you beat me. I'll stand here and let you fight. As long as you can let me take half a step away, I'll do it. Agree to your request. Yizan said, and stood up lazily, with a casual look but full of confidence. The idiot Luffy has only one tendon in his head. Where does he think about what and why? When Yizan agreed to his challenge, his heart blossomed. If he beat Yizan half a step back, he would win. Any difficulty? Haha, my pirate group will have a chef soon. I'm so happy. Hey, be careful, I'm strong. Luffy laughed and took a few steps back, as if he had accumulated strength, waving his fist and flying towards Yizan. Yizan just raised his hand at will, and easily pinched Luffy's fist. Wow, so you are also very strong. Being easily blocked by Yizan, Luffy was not only not disappointed, but even more enthusiastic. He looked at Yizan with a smile, and stretched his hands directly. What's this? Seeing Luffy's arm lengthen by more than 10 meters, Kia beside him was shocked. Devil fruit capable people are people who have eaten devil fruit. Devil fruit is called the secret treasure of the sea, with a market value of at least 100 million Baileys. It is said to be the incarnation of the devil of the sea. As a price, those who eat will be rejected by the sea and become land ducks. Robin explained casually, watching Yi-zan and Luffy's battle quietly. Oh no, it's not a battle, it should be 107. Watching Yi-zan pretending to be forceful, the strength gap between the two sides is too big. Robin feels that even if it is himself, he can conquer Luffy with one move. Of course, Luffy didn't know what Robin was thinking. At this moment, he was attacking Yi-zan with passion. Rubber rubber rubber. Pistol. Boom. Rubber rocket. Boom. Rubber machine gun. Bang bang bang. No matter how Luffy attacked, Yi-zan easily caught it with both hands. Not only that, but the strength and impact, which depended on the elasticity of the rubber, hit Yi-zan's hand like a bull into the sea, without any fluctuations. Ah! Luffy shouted, the moves he could use at present have been used up. He was using the previous moves repeatedly, but in front of Yi-zan, it was useless. As I said, you are not my opponent. Yi-zan said with a smile. His words finally made Luffy stop. Luffy just stood there, staring at Yi-zan silently. For a long time, he suddenly bit his mouth and cried aggrieved. Woo! You can only eat delicious food once. So sad. Woo! This foodie. Yi-zan shook his head speechlessly, but didn't say anything more. For Yi-zan, Luffy is still in the observation period, and what to do in the future remains to be discussed. Chapter 57 Unbearable Chloe. When Yi-zan and Luffy met, under the cliff of the mountain behind the island, Chloe sneakily met a man with Yuhi-colored peach heart glasses. The plan has changed, I'll tell you now, hurry up and prepare. The person Chloe met was the deputy head of the Black Cat Pirates, Zhang. Chloe and Zango began to change their plans and plot, but they didn't notice that on the cliff above them, a boy with a long nose was looking at them in horror. The pirates are coming. Usopp rushed into the village in horror and shouted in the village. However, no one believed what he said, and the fact that the wolf cane was vividly displayed in Usopp. No one believed Usopp. He could only make up some unreliable tricks to delay time. On the high slope on the other side of the island, Yi-zan yawned lazily. Next to him, Luffy was gobbling up food. What Luffy is eating now is something that Yi-zan made casually, but he never thought that Luffy would gobble it so much. Is it that delicious? Your cooking skills are really good. I really want you to be the chef of my pirate group, so that I can eat the food you make in the future. Luffy said vaguely, his mouth filled with food. For Luffy's invitation, Yi-zan just smiled. Luffy's character is like this, foodie, funny, but very reliable, and it's more compatible with Yi-zan. Now Yi-zan wants to be sure of only one, that is Luffy's aptitude, that is, the speed at which his strength increases. After all, it was promised that Roger would overthrow the world government. For a lazy person like Yi-zan, of course he had to find a seed player. If the plot of the original book hasn't changed, Chloe should have started. Let's see how Luffy and Chloe will fight next. Yi-zan thought to himself as he looked at Luffy's nonsense. Wow, I'm so full. Luffy held his huge belly and narrowed his eyes comfortably. Because of the rubber fruit, Luffy's belly had already turned into a ball. Tisk tisk. This big ball looks like she's pregnant. Pregnant. Luffy blinked, then lowered his head hard and looked at his big belly. At this sight, Luffy himself was about to cry. I didn't think so before, but when he heard Yi-zan's words, Luffy realized that his big belly really looked like a woman was pregnant. I don't want it. Luffy seemed to remember something terrible, shook his head quickly, jumped up, twisted his body a few times, and his stomach went down slowly. Okay. Luffy patted his stomach and finally said relieved. Luffy's appearance made Yi-zan and all the girls laugh out loud. I am very happy today, but Kia's body still can't be tired for a long time. Yi-zan glanced at Kia, who was already a little tired, and took Kia's hand, then. That's it for today. Yeah. After eating, Luffy's face bloomed with joy. My name is Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. The man who will become the Pirate King in the future. One Piece. Well, One Piece. Interesting. Yi-zan smiled and patted Luffy's shoulder. I wish you success. My name is Yizan, we will meet. Yizan said, and walked towards the village with the girls. And here, Luffy also jumped away, and he took another road, and it didn't take long for him to meet Usopp, who was busy circling around. Usopp, what's wrong with you? Luffy met Usopp when he first landed on the shore, and later he was looking for food because he was hungry. Seeing Luffy, Usopp seemed to have found the backbone. He was despised by the villagers and cried aggrieved, and began to talk about Chloe. Help me prepare, I'm going to tell Kia the true face of that housekeeper. Usopp said and left quickly. At this moment, Yizan also brought the girls back to the villa. Kia fell asleep on the way, and her body was still very weak, which also led to Yizan holding Kia in his arms on the way back and letting her sleep quietly in his arms. What about the housekeeper who can't do anything? Looking at the old housekeeper who opened the door, Yizan asked suspiciously. Gurahano went out after you guys left, and hasn't come back yet. I see, I understand. Yizan nodded. Go and prepare the ingredients for lunch. It should be lighter, but Ya has just recovered and can't eat greasy. The old housekeeper responded, and Yizan carried Kia back to the bedroom. Kaya. When Yizan just put Kia on the bunk, he heard a call outside the window. Of course he knew who the call was. Thinking of Usopp in the original book, Yizan casually pushed open the window. Who are you? Yizan asked, pretending not to know him. What caught his eye was a long nose and an ugly face. Too ugly. Yizan had a very deep memory of Usopp in the original work. Apart from Usopp's character, this is his distinctive appearance. Who are you? Why are you in Miss Kia's room? Usopp's face changed greatly, as if he felt that his woman had been snatched away. He yelled at Yizan. You're making a noise for Koya. Yizan frowned, picked up a piece of paper on the table, injected the chakra of the wind attribute, and directly cut off the branch where Usopp was. Ouch! Kia's bedroom is on the 3rd floor of the villa. Usopp is just an ordinary person's body. Although the physical fitness of the people in the One Piece world surpasses that of the people on Earth, this fall will still make Usopp miserable. If you are looking for Kia, you can come in through the gate openly and honestly, but let me see you in the window again, and I will kill you. Yizan's face was cold, and a rare murderous intent erupted. The terrifying killing intent made Usopp tremble, and he was so terrified that he even forgot the pain of falling. Boom! The window was closed, like a barrier that could never be broken, completely isolating Usopp from the outside. Yizan looked down at Kaya, who was sleeping very soundly, and turned to leave. The ingredients are ready, and Gurahano is back. The old butler said to Yizan. Well, I see. Yizan looked at Kailuo, and Kailuo lowered his head and came to Yizan's side. Sorry, I have a little private matter. I don't care what excuses you have. As a housekeeper, I am extremely disappointed in you. Yizan sarcastically said, don't hang around in front of me in the future, it will be an eyesore. Yizan's increasingly domineering and disdainful attitude made Crow clench his fists tightly. If he hadn't tried his best to suppress his anger, he would definitely kill Yizan at this moment. Wait, I must be patient and let him be arrogant for a while. When my pirate team comes over, all the money is mine. Thinking like this, the anger in Crow's heart was finally suppressed. Seeing Krona's suppressed anger, Yizan smiled happily. He likes to treat people and build his happiness on the pain of others. This feeling is so refreshing. Crow's plan was unfolding in an orderly manner, and at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the main members of the Black Cat Pirates had arrived at the shore. The unbearable Crow finally began to test Yizan's 2 billion inheritance of property. He had already made a plan. Once Yizan handed over the property to Kaya, he immediately launched an attack, killing Yizan, Kia, the old housekeeper and the others. All Yizan's women were killed. Chapter 58 _ Attack of the Black Cat Pirates. Chloe wanted to test the inheritance of 2 billion Baileys, and Yizan didn't want to continue playing the game of pretending to be ordinary people with Chloe. Kia has already obtained 2 billion assets, the details of which are not for people like you to inquire about. Go away. Yizan glanced at Chloe disdainfully and responded to Chloe's temptation. After knowing that Yizan had handed over the so-called property to Kya, Crow's eyes burst into a look of surprise. Everything was so perfect. After planning for such a long time, Keiluo's purpose is about to be achieved, which makes Keiluo almost lose his ability to think. He didn't realize that Yizan's performance had already revealed flaws. If Crow was still so thoughtful, he would definitely have found something wrong, but unfortunately, Crow was carried away by the huge surprise and didn't notice anything wrong at all. Chloe's plan unfolded. At this time, on the winding slope outside the village, Usopp and Luffy also perfected the so-called defense arrangement, which was all seen by Yizan. Although Usopp's arrangement is very naive, it can also block the Black Cat pirates that have never seen the world. In this case, Luffy and Chloe will be on 387. Luffy, your qualifications, can you let me take a fancy to it? Yizan was in the distance, watching all this with a smile, and never thought of helping him from the beginning to the end. Yizan waited silently, and after about 20 minutes, a group of pirates finally appeared at the entrance of the winding path. Come on. Luffy's face was solemn, but Usopp was still trembling with fear. He squeezed the slingshot in his hand tightly, and his eyes kept scanning the distance. Luffy, hasn't your swordsman friend come yet? Swordsman friend? Are you talking about Zoro? I don't know how long he's been here. Luffy smiled brightly and patted Usopp's shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, these pirates, one person can do it. Indeed, if Luffy can't even solve this group of garbage, then he doesn't have the qualifications of One Piece. Yizan thought silently, and suddenly, he sensed a person in the distance beside him, turned his head to look. A man in a blue dress and Yuhi-colored heart-shaped glasses actually walked to Yizan from the other side of the village. Next to Zan. Are you Zango, the deputy head of the Black Cat Pirates? You know me. Hearing Yizan's name, Zangao was startled, and subconsciously picked up the metal ring pendant on his neck. Zangao is a hypnotist and has almost no ability to fight in close combat. Because of this, even if Yizan did not show the strength of a strong man, he habitually took a step back and looked at Yizan with extreme vigilance. I not only know you, but also know that your pirate group is about to attack this village, but I am very curious. You are not with the group of pirates below, but come out directly from the other side, which means you have already sneaked into the village. Already. Yizan's words made Zangao even more shocked, because all of Yizan's guesses were correct. As the deputy head of the Black Cat Pirates, he also had a sense of crisis. He quickly shook the metal ring in his hand, and even the sound also became a little weird. Look at me, do you really want to sleep? He said slowly, using the hypnosis technique quickly. Yizan did not make any resistance to Zangao's hypnosis. He just looked at Zangao silently, wanting to see what the few mental attacks in the One Piece world looked like. Result. That's it. Yizan blinked blankly. Did you hypnotize me? I'm already hypnotized. Zangao stared at him, his eyes full of shock. He couldn't believe that someone in the world could endure his own hypnosis. Forget it. It's really pitiful. Come, let you see what a real mental attack is. Yizan shook his head regretfully, handed the hand seal with one hand, and a powerful demonic illusion formed instantly. At that moment, Zangao saw that the surrounding scene had completely changed, and the originally peaceful village had turned into a hell scene full of blood of death. What's going on? Zangao looked at all this in horror, unable to believe his eyes. He clearly felt that he was very awake, that is to say, he was not hypnotized. I feel pain. I wasn't hypnotized, but... Zangao was horrified. He felt pain, but everything around him told him that he had been hypnotized by a very advanced technique. You take your time, I'm leaving first. No, Zangao shouted, but saw Yizan's figure slowly disappearing in this large blood hell. Outside, Yizan casually threw the unconscious Zangao aside, and continued to watch the battle with an indifferent expression. At the same time that Yizan was using demonic illusion to Zangao, the Black Cat pirates had already attacked the trail. "Where is Vice Captain Zhangao? Why didn't he come to meet us?" "I don't know." "Never mind, kill this guy with the long nose and the straw hat first." "Kill." The pirates rushed up the slope to kill Luffy and Usopp at the top of the slope, but in this group, except for the Cat brothers, the rest were scumbags with less than 5 combat power. Soon, Usopp blocked the attack of the pirates with the little things he had arranged before, and the Cat brothers easily avoided the nails, rolling stones and other arrangements with their good strength, and quickly rushed to Luffy and Usopp. Boom! Swish! Luffy quickly dodged the attack of one of them, but Usopp was kicked away by the other. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash still wants to stop our Black Cat pirates, go to hell." Kicking Usopp, the Cat brothers finally aimed their attack at Luffy, and at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed from a distance, and after a closer look, it was a man with a green head. "Luffy, get out of the way." 3 swords. Click. Blood is pouring into the sky, one hit hits. Brother Cat was killed by this sudden sneak attack. The sudden situation made everyone stunned. The pirates who were still resisting the wooden nails in the middle of the winding path looked at it stupidly, and Usopp, who fell to the ground, also widened his eyes in shock. So strong. Chapter 59_Clown. Strength is everyone's definition of Sauron. Usopp didn't say it, he was originally a weak scum, and in the Black Cat pirates, all the pirates were not shocked by Zoro. You know, the Cat brothers are the strongest people except for Captain Crow, but now, this green algae head guy kills in seconds. In fact, Sauron didn't appear to be so powerful, but the 3 swordsmanship was originally Soren's strongest swordsmanship at present, and he attacked from behind, which caused the Cat brothers to fail to respond and was instantly killed by one blow. Killing the Cat people in seconds, the remaining pirates of the Black Cat pirates were completely stunned. They flinched and retreated, especially when Zoro's sharp eyes swept down. It seemed like the last one that broke the camel's back. Straw, but they collapsed completely. Run. Run, I don't want to die. Ooh. The pirates exited the trail in fear and ran towards the distant coast, where there was their pirate ship, and they were going to escape on the pirate ship. But at this moment, swish! 5 white lights like cat's claws vanished in an instant, and the 5 pirates running at the front clutched their necks in pain, splashing a lot of blood, dyeing their hands and clothes Yuhi color. PFF'd. The heavy object fell to the ground, and it was the bodies of 5 pirates. At that moment, all the pirates seemed to be frozen, and stopped running away in fear. Ship, 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 Captain. A pirate collapsed to the ground in horror. His eye sockets were split open, and what was reflected in his eyes was a man in a suit, glasses, and 10 supernormal metal claws on his hands. A bunch of rubbish, have you all been scrapped during the 3 years I've been away? Chloe took an elegant step and pushed the glasses lightly with the palm of his right hand, and a white light flashed through the lenses. Kill them all, it's an eyesore. What? HMPH, spoon. Crow sneered, and his figure suddenly turned into a light, so fast that everyone could not see it. Swish swish. The white light was accompanied by endless screams, as if there were a lot of shadows in the entire winding path. Hundreds of claw marks appeared on the stone walls and ground on both sides of the trail. The claw marks were deep and long, extremely terrifying. So fast. Zoro and Luffy's eyes widened in shock, and the 2 of them could barely see the afterimage of Chloe. And Usopp didn't even know what was going on. He only heard the screams that kept ringing, and his face was confused. When Rock's attack stopped, the winding path was covered with blood and corpses. He raised his hand and held up his glasses gracefully with his right palm. When he raised his hand, blood slid down from the long metal iron claws. Dye the back of Yuhi's hand along the fingers. He walked towards the top of the path with slow steps like this. Those cold glasses had no emotion at all, looking at Luffy Zoro, as if he was just looking at 2 lambs. When Chloe walked towards Luffy, in the villa, Kia watched the old housekeeper tell the truth with a shocked face. The old housekeeper was covered in blood and was injured by Chloe, who had left. So, you believe us this time? Nami sighed softly, a little speechless. In fact, from a very early time, Nami and the girls knew about Chloe's true face from Yizan, but because of Yizan's prohibition, they couldn't tell Kia. I believe it. I didn't expect him to be a ruthless pirate. Sister Nami, Sister Robin, Sister Marina, and Sister Alvia, can you save him? He was hurt too badly by Chloe, and if it goes on like this, the old housekeeper will die. We can't save him. You can only go to Brother Zahn. Brother Zahn's medical skills are very good. Marina said, deliberately hiding the fact that she would use medical ninjutsu. This kind of thing should be left to Dad. Saved old housekeeper, Kia will definitely be more grateful. Don't look at Marina's usual flamboyant. In fact, she is very smart, and even helps Yizan pick up girls, and she is a group of people. Hearing the words of Genai, Kia hurriedly got up and rushed out the door. She wanted to get Yizan back. When Kaya went to look for Yizan, Yizan was watching Luffy and Chloe's battle seriously. There is a strange custom in the pirate world. As long as you are proud and confident in your heart, even if you have a lot of teammates, you will choose the one-on-one heads-up mode. It seems that only in this way can you prove your strength. Just like now, Zoro and Usopp are standing not far away to watch the battle. Luffy is trying to duel with Chloe. The battle between the two is very exciting in the eyes of Zoro and Usopp, but in the eyes of Yizan, it seemed a little boring. However, in terms of Luffy's ability to go out to sea, such talent and aptitude can indeed be called the protagonist of the pirate world. Let's go with Luffy for a while, and he won't be boring when he is there, and I can teach him in an instant. Thinking about it this way, it seems like a good idea. Yizan yawned lazily, and continued to watch patiently, but at this moment, a delicate figure staggered towards Yizan. Yizan turned his head in doubt, his figure flashed, and he came directly in front of this figure. Kia, why did you come here? Your health is still not good. Yizan asked Kia, who was a little unsteady on his body. Brother Zahn, please help me. The old housekeeper was injured by Chloe, very badly. Sister Marina said that only you can save the old housekeeper. Kia's eyes were swollen and Yuhi had obviously cried once. Yizan was heartbroken. Kia was in her arms, her figure flashed, and a Hiraishin technique returned directly to the villa. Little idiot. Yizan glared at Genai, who stuck out her tongue mischievously. Dad, I created an opportunity for you. Save the old housekeeper's life. Maybe Kia will fall in love with you completely. Bah, little idiot. Yizan glared at Genai again, squatted down, and put his palm on the old housekeeper. Palm Sage Art. The green light bloomed, full of rich vitality, and soon, the injuries on the old butler's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few minutes later, Yizan got up and clapped his hands with satisfaction. They lost too much blood. Just make up for it, the trauma has healed. Yizan said, turning to look at Marina and Nami. You guys are here to accompany Kia. I still have some things to do. I'll go first. Quote. Chapter 60_Flying Boat. After Yizan finished speaking, he used the technique of Hiraishin to leave again. He came to the place where Luffy and Crow fought again, and found that Luffy had defeated Captain Crow. Tisk tisk tisk. It's so miserable. Yizan lazily came to Luffy, who at the moment was covered in injuries, all of which were scratched by Chloe's iron claws. The arrival of Yizan made Sauron vigilant again. He didn't recognize Yizan, but as a swordsman's instinct, he put his right hand on the hilt of the sword. Sauron, it's all right, he's a good man. Seeing Yizan, Luffy's face burst into a bright smile. Hee. No way, the opponent is too strong. As long as he doesn't die, his injuries will always heal. Luffy's optimistic attitude and smiling face made Yizan also laugh. He patted Luffy's shoulder lightly, and asked with praise, would you like some treatment? Hee. If you can cook me a delicious meal, it will be the best treatment in the world. Luffy's saliva instantly flowed out when he thought of Yizan's skewers, and he was full of anticipation. Looking at Yizan, Yizan did not refuse, but nodded with a smile. Yes. Yeah. Yizan's words made Luffy jump up excitedly, and then his body was in severe pain, only to remember that he was injured all over his body, and then he fell limply. Well, it's delicious, really delicious. This is half an hour after the end of the battle. In Kia's villa, Luffy shoved the meat in front of him into his mouth. Yizan personally took charge, and also made Nami, Robin, Marina and Alvia, who were already full, have an appetite. They ate together with Luffy, but compared to the girls, Luffy was equipped with a rubber fruit stretched mouth and a mouth. Stomach, eat faster than a rice bucket. What made Yizan very speechless was that with Luffy eating and drinking, Luffy's scarred body began to slowly recover. It's really a little strong life shrouded in a halo of the protagonist. Yizan turned over a big Byakugan, and he could recover from his injuries by eating. Why didn't such a good thing happen to him? Although I don't need this ability now. Wow, so full. Luffy smiled contentedly, lying on the ground and touching his belly. Are you full? When you are full, let's talk about the next thing. Yizan looked at Luffy and said slowly. Huh. Luffy looked at Yizan strangely, and sat up with some difficulty covering his belly. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Of course there is something. Yizan's face was serious, but there was a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. I made this meal, plus I used top quality ingredients. The meal cost 100 million Bailey. Quote. 100 million Bailey. Looking at Yizan's serious face, Luffy was stunned. He opened his eyes wide, and after a while, he hurriedly rummaged through his pockets, and instantly burst into tears. I'm sorry, I don't have any money. Can I owe it first? No. Yizan grinned cruelly, looking at Luffy with his hands spread out, wanting to know what Luffy was going to do. Luffy scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously, while Yizan watched all this happily. Yizan's bad taste finally made Nami unable to watch. Boom. Hey, it hurts. Yizan covered his head aggrievedly, and looked at Nami with a blink of an eye. Baby, why are you knocking on me? HMPH. I'll knock you out. Nami Tsunere snorted softly, turned her head and said to Luffy, you don't have to be serious. Brother Zan just likes to joke. How can you ask for money for a meal? That's it. Marina also nodded. Even if you ask for money, you won't ask for 100 million Baileys. Hey, Marina, when did you turn your elbow out? Hee, who told Dad not to accompany me? Tilda. Sheena made a mischievous face, making Yizan helpless. It's a pity that the efforts of Nami and Marina were in vain in Luffy's mind. In other words, Luffy was really an idiot. He clearly said that he was joking. He scratched his head apologetically, split his mouth, revealing 2 rows of neat white clean Kiba teeth. Brother Zan, don't worry, when I have money in the future, I will definitely pay you back. Hey, are you serious? Of course, I am the future One Piece, I will do what I say. That's good. Then as a creditor, in order for you to give me your money quickly, I have an obligation to cultivate your ability to make money. Yizan's face was full of smiles, but Yizan's words made Luffy stunned, and after a while, he finally reacted. His eyes glowed with surprise, and he looked at Yizan excitedly. You mean, do you want to join my pirate group? Yes, as a creditor. Yizan nodded, his words made Luffy jump up with joy. It's great, it's great. It's delicious, there will be something delicious in the future. Seeing Luffy's excited appearance, Yizan also laughed. I have to say, Luffy's smile is still very contagious, and such a funny idiot will definitely be very happy in the future. Luffy was happy and excited, but he didn't know that in the days to come, he would live in Yizan's pranks. Those hellish pranks made him suffer. In the future, whenever Luffy recalls this time, he will shed tears of remorse, hating why he is so greedy, and being deceived by a meal so easily. Of course, Luffy is still very excited now. He is excited that he will be able to eat unparalleled delicacies in the future. In Luffy's opinion, as long as Yizan becomes a crew member of his own pirate group and asks him, he will not refuse to do it. Rice. It's a pity that Luffy didn't know that Yizan's purpose was just to train Luffy to become a pirate king, even more than one piece, so as to stir up the turmoil in the whole sea. Yizan decided to take the women to play with the Straw Hat Pirates. All these discussions made Kia at the dining table full of anticipation. She carefully glanced at Marina, and finally gathered up her courage in the encouraging gaze of Marina. Brother Zan. Huh, Kia, what's wrong? Kia pursed her lips tangled, and finally, she raised her head suddenly, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Brother Zan, you are going to see, Can I go with you? Although they have only been in contact for 2 days, Kia has already been attracted to Yizan. As a girl who has never been out of the house, she is very envious of her life at sea, and subconsciously, she does not want to be separated from Yizan. Seeing Kia's look of anticipation, Yizan smiled, lowered his head, and gently kissed Kia's forehead. Of course. Hokage give me a face. One Piece, Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61 occupy most of the ship. In this way, Nami, Robin, Alvia, Koya, Marina and Yizan were added to Luffy's ship at one time. Oh, and Usopp. In order to prove his courage, Usopp finally boarded the ship. In fact, Yizan did not want Usopp to board the ship. His impression of Usopp was very bad. However, since Luffy wanted to let Usopp on board, Yizan didn't have much opinion. After all, Usopp was the only ultra-long-range attack crew member on the Lu spaceship. And because of Kia's boarding, Luffy also got the first pirate ship in his life, the Golden Mary. Golden Melly, go! Luffy sat on the bow with excitement on his face, and the boat of friendship finally set sail. However, not bad. Yizan leaned against the side of the ship comfortably. Before setting off, the Golden Melly was refitted by him with Mokutan wood style. The current Golden Mary is much larger than the original. Originally, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp and the others would be very happy, but because of Yizan's strong intervention, the 30th pirate ship, which has tripled in size, has been divided into 2 parts. Area. One big and one small. The large area is naturally where Yizan and others live, while the small area is where the 3 bachelors Luffy, Zoro and Usopp live. Why separate? Luffy vented his dissatisfaction loudly. Men and women are not kissing. Yizan's face was calm, and the second half of the Golden Mary was marked with the Yuhi line, prohibiting all men from stepping on it. Then why do you live there? Yizan's calmness made Luffy even more unhappy. He looked at his narrow bow and pointed angrily at the rear where Nami and Robin were. I'm a family member of a female family member. Also, female family members can come to your area at will, but you are absolutely not allowed to come to the female family members' area. If you don't believe me, you can try to step in. What happens? You are responsible for yourself. Yizan sneered. He set up a seal formation on the Yuhi line that cuts across the entire ship. The seal formation can automatically detect the hormones contained in the body of the person passing by. Once a large amount of male hormones is found, the sealing technique will be activated. I'm not convinced. You don't agree. I'm not convinced. I have the ability to single out. Luffy bent his slender rubber arms with an unyielding fighting intent on his face, and then PFF'd. Help, Usopp, Sauron. You. Looking at Luffy, who lost his strength after struggling in the ocean for less than a second, Yizan clapped his hands comfortably, turned around, and left the side of the ship dashingly. Struggle between Yizan and Luffy ended in Luffy's defeat. Although he was defeated by Yizan, Luffy still refused to accept it. In the end, Yizan finally came up with a way to let Luffy accept it willingly. Yizan's unfair treaty. Yizan's method is very simple, that is, make delicious food for Luffy to eat. As a foodie, Luffy's pursuit of food is beyond the sky. Yizan, I won't be seduced by you. I'm the captain. I should occupy a bigger place. I must go there. Luffy shouted at Yizan, still not admitting defeat. That's right, Luffy is the captain, he has the final say. Usopp on the side also waved the flag to cheer, but was directly ignored by Yizan. Luffy, is that so? You won't be bewitched by me. Yizan walked out of the kitchen with a plate in his hand. He picked up the roasted meat on the plate and raised it lightly. Luffy's eyes widened. His eyes locked tightly on the barbecue in Yizan's hands, looking at Yizan like a puppy wagging its tail. This way. Yizan moved the barbecue to one side, and Luffy's eyes immediately moved there. Over there. Yizan moved the barbecue, and Luffy's eyes moved with it. Luffy, you're so embarrassing. Usopp yelled at Luffy, but Luffy didn't seem to hear Usopp's voice at all. Looking at Luffy's cute appearance, Yizan's mouth twitched into a smile, and the barbecue in his hand was thrown out of the boat. Go. In an instant, Luffy's head bounced out with the ability of a rubber fruit, directly biting the roast meat thrown by Yizan. Ha ha, I bite. Luffy swallowed the roasted meat wholeheartedly, and before he could react, he saw the rapidly approaching sea. I can't swim. Usopp. Sauron. Help. PFF'd. Luffy, who fell into the sea, lost his strength again in less than a second. He flipped Byakugan and slowly sank into the sea, while Yizan was leaning on the side of the boat with a smile, sticking his head out to see Luffy drowning. Sure enough, it's a landlubber who can't swim. The splash is big, and I feel happy. Yizan didn't care, but Usopp couldn't. He silently patted his forehead and sighed softly. It really is. It was found that Luffy was really dying. Usopp still plunged into the sea to save Luffy. No way, Luffy really can't swim, and Yizan really can't go to sea to save Luffy. This point, it has been confirmed since the first time Luffy was thrown into the sea. It's done. Seeing that Luffy was about to die after being fished up, Yizan snapped his fingers proudly, and stuffed the second piece of roast meat on the plate into his mouth. Bad brother Zan, you came to this ship just to satisfy your bad taste. When Yizan was eating the barbecue, Nami twisted the waist of the water snake and came to Yizan's side. Seeing Nami's youthful and cute appearance, Yizan was moved and hugged Nami into his arms. Nami, you misunderstand me too much. Do you think I'm a prankster? I want to train Luffy to become the Pirate King for the sake of Luffy. Yizan smiled wickedly, bowing his head on Nami's face. I kissed it. It smells good. Bah, brother Zan, you are getting worse and worse. Nami's cheeks were slightly yuhi, but she raised her hands to wrap her arms around Yizan's neck. Brother Zan, Sister Robin and Sister Truth Nai and I are going to wear bikinis to bask in the sun. I made a special trip to inform you, hee hee. Nami blinked her eyes playfully, and deliberately moved close to Yizan's ear, blowing lightly on Yizan's ear. That tingling feeling instantly made Yizan's eyes glow green. Chapter 62_Bask in the Sun. Really? You want to bask in the sun? Hey, don't worry. Go ahead, I'll give you a look. You won't be seen by men. Yizan was extremely serious, but what he said made Nami turn a Byakugan lightly. Brother Zan, aren't you a man yourself? Humph. You big villain, I don't believe your words. Hey, why don't you believe me? Nami, look into my eyes. What do you see in it? Sincerity. How can such an innocent boy lie? Still innocent. Uncle Level is not qualified to say this. Nami smacked Yizan coquettishly and put her head on Yizan's shoulder. Brother Zan, help us find a place to bask in the sun. Tilda. A place to bask in the sun. Hee hee. Kiss me. As long as you kiss me, I'll tell you the place I built for you to bask in the sun. Yizan smirked, making yuhi on Nami's cheeks more and more dizzy. She gently pushed Yizan away, twisted the water snake's waist and walked towards the back of the boat. Bad brother Zan, I don't want to kiss you. I already know. Nami turned around and made a face at Yizan, and then jumped to the rear of the boat where Robin, Marina and the others gathered, only to find that all except Ervia, even Kia, has put on a bikini. Even though she usually wears a wide princess dress, she really puts on a bikini, and then she shows a fat-free figure and a perfect C-cup. Wow, Kia, your figure is so good. Nami covered her mouth in surprise, but the exaggerated appearance made Kia pouted. Hate, Sister Nami, you are obviously in better shape than me. and you were making fun of me on purpose. Humph. Hee. Kia, I didn't mean to make fun of you. Look at Sister Robin and Sister Marina, their figures are better than mine, I didn't mean to tilde. Humph. Sister Nami, you are good or bad, you did it on purpose. Yes, she did it on purpose. A familiar voice came. Kaya Mengmeng blinked her eyes, and before she could react, she was hugged by a strong arm and her head hit her thick heart. She raised her chin blankly, only to realize that it was Yi Zan who was hugging her. Brother Zan, you. What am I, little idiot? Yi Zan flicked Kia lightly, but he kept his left hand around Kia's waist. The smooth and white skin was tender, especially after wearing a bikini. Dad, big horny, Marina muttered in a low voice, but Yi Zan heard it. Yi Zan looked up, only to find that she was wearing Yuhi's white striped bikini, and her cup body was similar to Nami's, but her overall temperament even better. There was that smooth Yuhi-colored hair, like a tender flame, with a fiery and youthful energy. Hey. Regarding the slightly jealous muttering of Marina, Yi Zan walked over with a smile and took her into his arms with the other hand. He was not satisfied, but looked at Robin and Nami, and looked down at his heart. And found that his arms were already filled with Koya and truth. However. Alvia, why don't you change your swimsuit? Yi Zan turned his eyes to Alvia, even though she looked pretty and simple. In fact, her heart was firm and full of strong self-consciousness. It was Yi Zan who was rare, a woman who had not been completely successful after soaking for several years. What swimsuit? Do you think I can be fooled by you as easily as Robin and the others? Want to see me in a swimsuit? It won't do as you wish. Alvia snorted, with a smile on her face with a proud charm. If you don't convert it, then you are responsible for pouring water for us. You. What am I? Go bartending. Yi Zan held his head high, holding Maina and Kia in his arms, followed by Robin and Nami, smiling and climbing to the top of the boat. 30 meters above the top of the boat, Yi Zan made Mokutan, wood style. There is a large observation deck, about 200 square meters, with many beach chairs on it, which is completely an open-air sunbathing place. Wow! As soon as they arrived at the observation deck, Nami and Kia's eyes widened. They were very surprised by everything in front of them. On the wide observation deck, parasols, lounge chairs, and fruits were neatly arranged. Brother Zan, as if thinking of something, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Nami's mouth. She looked at Yi Zan silently, making Yi Zan feel cold all over. That, baby Nami, what's wrong? Yi Zan's face was full of alertness. Whenever Nami burst into such a weird smile, it was definitely not a good thing. Brother Zan, can you leave first? Nami looked at Yi Zan with a smile. We want to enjoy sunbathing without any men peeping tilde. Yi Zan was stunned for a moment at Nami's words, and instantly understood that he couldn't get rid of it so easily. It's easy to talk. Yi Xuanzhi turned around with a smile, and even unabashedly glanced at the figures of the girls. I'll leave first. After Yi Zan finished speaking, he turned and walked down the observation deck. Yi Zan just left, completely different from his usual performance. On the observation deck, Robin looked at Nami. Do you think this is useful? It's useless. Nami nodded with certainty. So. Nami quickly came to the entrance of the observation deck, looked down, and saw Yi Zan's smiling face. Brother Zan, can you tell me what are you doing here? Me, I'll see what else you're missing. We don't lack anything except you. Nami waved her fist fiercely, while Yi Zan covered her eyes with both hands and pretended to wipe her tears. Nami, you are so sad, my heart, my glass heart. Woo. HMPH. Don't fake crying. I don't believe you. Nami snorted softly and closed the wooden door at the entrance of the observatory, completely blocking Yi Zan's eyes. It's done. Now you can enjoy the beautiful weather in peace. Nami stretched her waist comfortably, sat down on the beach chair, and curled up slightly like a kitten. Chapter 63 _ Find another chef. Seeing Nami's comfortable appearance, Robin smiled and took a sip of the juice next to him. Idiot, don't think it's useful, I'm sure Brother Zahn is still watching us. Robin's words made Nami look around in an instant alertness. Where? If you can find it, Brother Zahn is no longer Brother Zahn, come out, don't hide. As soon as Robin's voice fell, a big smiling face appeared beside her. Well, it really is Robin who knows me best, with such a good figure and so smart, how can other women live? Yi-zan put his face in front of Robin's murderous, subconsciously wanted to bury it in. Before Yi-zan was buried, he squeezed his ear with one hand. He turned to look, only to find that it was Nami's indignant gaze. Bad. Hey, baby Nami, who's the bad guy? Who made you so angry? Tell me, I'll help you get revenge. Yi-zan said angrily, causing Nami to clench her fist angrily. Bad Brother Zahn. You are the one who made me angry. Nami roared, and then slumped weakly. Forget it, it doesn't matter, just watch it if you like it. Nami lay helplessly on the reclining chair. Robin on the side looked at all this and smiled. Okay Nami, don't be too good here to get a bargain here. If Brother Zahn really doesn't like you, you will probably faint from crying. Robin's words made Nami's cheeks instantly embarrassed to Yuhi. She looked at Yi-zan awkwardly, but didn't say much, and acquiesced to Robin's words. Seeing all this, Yi-zan leaned in front of Nami. Nami, I thought about it, if you really don't want me to stay here, then I'll go first Tilda. You dare. Nami turned around quickly and hugged Yi-zan's neck at once. Hee. Seeing Nami's active behavior, Yi-zan smirked, and pressed her lips gently. When Yi-zan and the girls basked in the sun on the large observation deck, Luffy was full of grievances on the deck. I decided, I must find a chef who cooks better than Yi-zan. That's right, in that case, I don't need to save you all day. Usopp nodded in agreement, looking at the clothes that were wet by the sea in order to save Luffy. He wanted to cry without tears. Sauron, what do you say? I don't care. As a swordsman who is devoted to cultivation, these things are nothing, he doesn't care. Well, since that's the case, then it's a happy decision, we're going to find a chef who is better than Yi-zan. Immediately after making a decision, Luffy also has such a personality. He raised his head and shouted towards the back of the ship, because the Golden Mary was refitted by Yi-zan, and the current Golden Mary has become a behemoth. Yi-zan, come here, Luffy shouted, and the voice soon reached the observation deck. Cut, idiot Luffy, what's the matter? Although he was speechless, Yi-zan still put Nami down from his arms. Wait for me, I'll come over after I get that foodie. Yi-zan said, using the technique of Hiraishin, he came to Luffy in an instant. What's the matter? Still want something to eat? Of course. No. Luffy kept the slapstick, but shook his head firmly. I'm going to find a cook who is better than you. I'm going to drive you off the boat. Hearing Luffy's declaration, Yi-zan smiled, with a terrifying light in his eyes. You want a cook better than me? And you want to kick me off the boat? Yes. Luffy looked at Yi-zan seriously. That's good, as you wish. Bye. Yi-zan smiled cruelly, and a golden force field enveloped Luffy. Space, give me a face, send Luffy to the sea restaurant where Sanji is. Uzumaki appeared directly behind Luffy. Before Luffy could react, he was gently pushed by Yi-zan, screamed and fell into the space Uzumaki. Well, it's done. Yi-zan yawned lazily. Next to him, Usopp's eyes widened, completely stunned. This. Don't be surprised, do your own thing, that's all, don't disturb me. After Yi-zan finished speaking, he went to the observation deck again and enjoyed sunbathing with the girls. Luffy disappeared, which shocked Usopp. He immediately went to the training room to find Zoro, and asked in a panic, Sauron, what should I do? I don't know, Zoro said. The large dumbbell in his hand did not stop, and continued to start his muscle training. And when Usopp didn't know what to do, the neatly dressed Alvia finally came to Usopp. Looking at Alvia, Usopp seemed to see the savior. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Alvia. Don't worry, I know where Luffy is. I can drive the boat, let's go find Luffy now. After Alvia finished speaking, he turned the rudder according to Nami and Yizan's instructions. Okay, you stay here, keep your course the same, and keep walking like this to find Luffy. After Alvia finished speaking, ignoring the doubtful Usopp, he slowly left the cab. On the observation deck, Yizan lay lazily, and Marina cut an apple with a knife, cut it into a moon kiba shape and stuffed it into her mouth. Well, she didn't put it into Yizan's mouth, but into her own mouth, and then leaned down. Boom. Ouch. Stinky dad, you knocked me again. Little idiot. Yizan gave Marina a white look, raised his finger to scour her mouth, scooped out the apple, and put it in his mouth. Well. It tastes good. Humph. Marina snorted softly, twisted her waist and returned to her beach chair. She decided not to give Yizan an apple, and if she didn't let herself use her mouth, she wouldn't eat it. Don't eat, don't eat. Yizan turned around comfortably and moved towards Nami. Brother Zan, why did you want Luffy to go to that sea restaurant? Nami asked suspiciously. Because there is a chef in the restaurant on the sea, and I don't want to cook for Luffy. Yizan said casually, closing his eyes. The sun today is bright but not too dazzling, the climate is warm and very comfortable. I knew Dad was lazy. Marina on the other side flipped through Byakugan and said with a pretense of disdain, Dad's laziness is too serious, only girls can treat it, other than that, there is no way to do it. Oh, so baby Marina, are you willing to help me treat my sluggishness? Come on. Seeing Yizan turning around again, Marina looked at Yizan provocatively, and even hooked her bikini, almost revealing the two groups of pure white. Che. Yizan pouted when he saw Marina's expectant look on his face. He raised his upper body slightly, and saw Kaya holding cakes on the coffee table not far away. Kaya, help me get some. Tilda. Chapter 64_Fuck Luffy. It was 2 days later when the Golden Mary arrived at Barati, the restaurant at sea. Compared with the original book, when the now giant Golden Meli arrived, the force of the stop actually caused a lot of waves, which pushed the restaurant on the sea into turmoil a few times. Barati is recognized as the best sea restaurant in the East China Sea. Let's go and have a taste of this food. Yizan smiled and walked off the boat with a group of beautiful women. As for Zoro and Usopp behind him, it was naturally not within Yizan's consideration. As soon as the door was opened, Yizan caught the attention of everyone in the restaurant, not for any other reason, but because the girl next to Yizan was so beautiful. No matter Nami or Robin, Marina or Alvia, including Kia, they are all extremely beautiful. Every girl has a different temperament, noble, playful, intellectual, and cute. Although the styles are different, they all carry unparalleled charm. Huh, are you all stupid? Yizan glanced at the diners in the restaurant disdainfully. His familiar voice finally attracted Luffy, who was working in the back kitchen. Sure enough, it's you. You bastard. What are you doing here? Luffy immediately shouted when he saw Yizan. Tisk. It's Luffy, why are you wearing this kind of clothes? Are you a waiter in this restaurant? Yizan smiled wickedly, full of malice, which made Luffy a little worried. For Yizan's bad taste, Luffy, I know it clearly. Once I know that I am really a waiter in the restaurant, I will definitely be bullied. Are you the waiter at the restaurant? Huh, don't tell. Hee hee. Come, man, I want to order. Following Yizan's words, the back chef came out with a chef holding a spoon. Luffy, what are you still doing? The guests are ordering food, hurry up. The chef's roar made Yizan smile proudly. He looked at Luffy, and hooked his fingers lightly. Come on, Luffy, I'll order some food tilde. Yizan's smile was getting worse and worse, and Luffy's mouth was pitifully shriveled, and he almost cried. 2 days ago, he was teleported by Yizan's space, and happened to fall from the air, smashing the roof of the restaurant on the sea. Now, he can only work as a waiter in a restaurant, working part-time to pay off his debts. Hey, Luffy, where's the menu? How can I order without the menu? Humph! Luffy snorted angrily, but in order to repay the debt, he had to bring the menu to Yizan. Very good, it seems that you have some professionalism. I want to eat this. Yizan pointed to a certain dish on the menu, and Luffy immediately took out paper and pen to record it. After Luffy wrote the name of the dish, Yizan shook his head, no. Cheap. Simply cheap. Yizan's performance made everyone feel that Yizan exudes cheapness. It really is, so cheap. You don't want this. Luffy's eyes widened angrily, looking at the name of the dish he had written down and shouting, don't say anything. Hee, I will say what I don't want, and then leave what I want. What? Is there any problem? Yizan was arrogant, but there seemed to be no problem, which made the fool Luffy want to cry without tears. Yizan beat him violently. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat Yizan, and even if he could, in terms of his current status as a part-time worker to pay off his debts, he couldn't attack the guests, which made him very uncomfortable, but he had to continue to let Yizan order food. However, Yizan's mischief has just begun. This. Yizan pointed out a dish name again. This is not right, Luffy said quickly to help Yizan. Seeing that Yizan didn't speak, Luffy breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was over, but I still want this. Nami likes this dish. Bastard. Didn't you say no? Did you say it? Did I say no? Yizan scratched his head suspiciously, which made Luffy helpless. Indeed, Yizan never said that this dish was not. Luffy was so fooled by Yizan that he almost collapsed, and he could only remember this dish of Yizan. This dish. Yizan pointed to the name of the third dish. Luffy stopped talking, just looked at Yizan like this, ready to wait for Yizan to gasp for breath. However, Yizan didn't breathe much this time. That's it. Very good. Hearing Yizan's determined tone, Luffy quickly wrote down the name of the dish. However, do you want this dish, or not? Yizan's words directly caused Luffy to collapse. He really wants to beat Yizan now, but he can't beat him. He wants to cry, but he can't cry. His biggest hope now is to finish the order so that he can leave Yizan. However, this does not mean the end. Yizan continued to spoof Luffy and kept repeating the dish names. After a full 10 minutes, Luffy's eyes were dizzy and swaying. There were many dish names randomly written on the paper, and he completely collapsed. Okay, let's order these dishes. That's it. Yizan's words made Luffy's eyes widen instantly, and he could hardly believe that his hell trip had ended like this. Really? Really? After getting Yizan's definite answer, Luffy put away the menu at the speed of light, ran away, rushed into the back kitchen and handed the menu to Zepp. Luffy left, and the others in the restaurant looked at Yizan in astonishment. They finally got to know each other. Brother Zan, how are you? Nami poked Yizan lightly, but Yizan became more and more nervous. The most cheap people are invincible, the water is clear and there are no fish, don't worship me. Yizan shook his head to summarize his behavior. Shameless worship summary. Zapu and other chefs were cooking. Luffy hid in the back kitchen and couldn't come out. Yizan was about to continue teasing Luffy when he came to Yizan alone. Looking at the person who came, Yizan frowned slightly. This was a man who pretended to be elegant with a glass of yuhi wine. Yizan didn't like the approach of a man. Hello, beautiful ladies, my name is Finbooty, may I know the ladies' names? The man came to Nami and Marina with a smile that he thought was a gentleman. He didn't know where he took out a captain's medal and buckled it on his clothes on purpose. Chapter 65_Consequences of Scolding. May I know Fang's name? Such an old-fashioned way to strike up a conversation is so weak. Nami glanced at the Navy captain named Finbooty, with disdain, thinking about how to send this annoying person away. But this kind of thing should be a man, right? Thinking of this, Nami looked up at Yizan, but found that Yizan was watching the development of the matter with a smile, apparently deliberately embarrassing Nami. Che, are you still trying to embarrass me? Nami gave Yizan a stern look, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Captain Finbooty, right? Did you see him? Beat him, I'll tell you me what's your name. Hearing Nami's words, Finbooty immediately turned his eyes to Yizan, and seriously, he couldn't get used to Yizan's hug from the left and right at first, but now, Nami happened to give him a beating Zan's chance. However, the reason for the high sounding is still to be found. Finbooty deliberately raised his heart, and turned to Yizan with a high-level navy posture. Boy, have you offended this beautiful lady? Ha ha. Yizan smiled, ignoring Finbooty at all, but hooked at Nami. Come here. What are you doing? Nami looked at Yizan warily. What am I doing? Humph. Yizan smirked, pulled Nami away, hugged Nami directly into his arms, lowered his head, and choked Nami's Sakura. You. Bold. How dare you bully the lady in front of me? Seeing Yizan kissing Nami, Finbooty felt as if Yizan had robbed him, raised his fist and smashed it at Yizan's head. Go away. With a light drink, Yizan seemed to slap a fly, waving his hand and hitting Finbooty's abdomen directly. Bang! Captain Finbooty flew out like a cannonball, smashing a dining table not far away, and a lot of hot soup spilled on the dining table. Odd Captain Finbooty screamed as he fell to the ground. That pitiful appearance made Nami giggle. Nami's reaction made Finbooty, who was holding the fire in his heart, completely furious. He resisted the severe pain and stood up, his face sullen. Smile, laugh at you being paralyzed. Captain Finbooty yelled. Finbooty didn't know that the most unbearable thing in Yizan's life was that someone attacked his own woman. Whether it was verbal or physical attack, in Yizan's eyes, it was an unforgivable felony. His words made Yizan, who was originally in a giggling mentality, completely icy cold, and Nami, who was giggling, looked a little bad. Yizan gently put down Nami in his arms, got up, and walked slowly to Finbooty. With a cold face, he asked word by word, what did you just say? Can you say it again? The cold look on Yizan's face would definitely leave immediately if someone he knew saw it. Yizan in this state was an explosive barrel. No, it was a missile to be precise, and it was the kind that had already detonated. I'm joking. Just as Captain Finbooty spoke, Yizan suddenly raised his foot and kicked away. Boom. The terrifying force instantly kicked Finbooty flying, hitting the wall heavily, with blood splashing like flowers, obviously suffering serious injuries. Yizan didn't kill him with a single blow. In some cases, death was a relief. This person dared to scold Nami. If he just died like this, he would not be able to make Yizan feel at ease. At this moment, Finbooty was lying on the ground in pain. He only felt pain, but this pain made him even more angry. He couldn't understand why he was beaten just by asking the girl's name. Is there still King Law in this world? He endured the excruciating pain and raised his head angrily, only to find that Yizan walked in front of him with gentle steps. I am sorry, I don't know what's going on. My temper is getting worse and worse. I can't hear anyone calling me a woman. Yizan squatted down with a smile, as if touching a dog, and gently touched Finbooty's brain. Yizan's voice was very soft, and smiling, but in Finbooty's eyes, Yizan's body even exuded a black aura. He squeezed his fist tightly, and finally let out the biggest roar ever. Bastard! Do you know who I am? Oh, who are you? Yizan asked with a smile, in a very casual tone. I am Captain Finbooty of the East China Sea Naval Division. How dare you attack me? Do you know that you are committing a crime? Oh, since I have already committed a crime, then I will continue to commit it. Yizan nodded and raised his foot again. Boom! The terrifying sound of the crash shook the entire restaurant at sea, and Yizan kicked Finbooty away again, smashing a large number of dining tables. Yizan deliberately lowered his attack power just to make Finbooty suffer more. At this moment, Finbooty could barely get up. He half raised his head and saw Yizan's raised foot again. Stop! Two voices sounded at the same time, and in the back kitchen, Luffy and Jep came out quickly. Looking at Luffy and Zapu, Yizan just shrugged indifferently, raised his foot, and kicked out again. Boom! The restaurant on the sea shook again. Finbooty's face was full of blood, and everyone looked at Yizan in silence. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to laugh. I like to laugh, so you should laugh too. Yizan looked at Fanbooty with a smile, which was completely different from the violent madness just now. Seeing Yizan's smiling face, Fanbooty was finally scared. He smiled reluctantly, and before he smiled for a second, he was slapped by Yizan. Xiao xiao xiao, laugh at you being paralyzed. Dare to call me a woman, courting death. Fanbooty finally knew why he was beaten so fatly. He wanted to cry. Hey, that's enough for you. Beat people like this, others are Navy captains. Luffy held Yizan, and Yizan laughed subconsciously with his cute look. Stupid Luffy, he is a Navy, you are a pirate, why are you begging for him? Maybe he will catch you when he meets you. Yizan pulled the corner of Luffy's mouth hard, and instantly pulled his rubber mouth half a meter away. Seeing Luffy's still cute appearance, Yizan smiled and shook his head. What an idiot. Yizan made fun of Luffy, and Luffy became more and more cute. Next to him, Zapu stared at Yizan with a serious face. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "You are Yizan." Chapter 66 Yuhi Foot Zap. Zap's voice caught everyone's attention in the restaurant, especially Luffy, who blinked a few times in confusion. Uncle Zap, do you know him? I know him, but he doesn't know me. I don't know you. Seeing that Zapu's image was exactly the same as the original, Yizan chuckled and shook his head. No, you are mistaken about this. Yuhi Zapu, I know you, yours the food was delicious. Quote. Oh, hearing Yizan's words, Zapu was stunned for a moment, and there was a hint of excitement on his face. I didn't expect the famous demon Yizan to know me, a person who has not been a pirate for more than 10 years. I feel very unexpectedly, and honored. Quote. Devil Yizan. Luffy looked at Yizan strangely, as if thinking of something. He suddenly shouted, his eyes widened, Uncle Zapu, what did you just say? Are you a pirate? Hey, this is not what we are discussing now, bastard. Don't go off topic. Luffy's words made everyone in the restaurant complain at the same time, and Jep was also full of black lines, completely speechless to Luffy's brain circuit. I'm a pirate, but that was 30 years ago. After Jep finished speaking, he looked at Yizan again. I didn't expect you to come to our shop, and I apologize for the poor reception before. Yuhi's feet Zapu is a grumpy. Luffy worked here for 2 days, and he knew it perfectly. Not only Luffy, but also the chef of the sea restaurant, Sanji standing in the corner, and the guests of the restaurant, all knew that Jep was grumpy. But now, Jep actually spoke to Yizan with a respectful and cautious attitude, which made everyone feel incredible, but also made Luffy, a super idiot, even more puzzled. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Can you tell me? Luffy jumped directly between the two of them and shouted. No, Yizan clasped his arms tightly, not responding to Luffy's impatience. Yizan refused to answer, and suddenly made Luffy sullen. Looking at Luffy's shy look, Zapu's mouth showed a smile. It was really one thing fell into another. Luffy made the whole restaurant on the sea jump. I didn't expect to be eaten by Yizan, but I think about it. Yizan is so powerful, but he hasn't shown up for too many years. All the old pirates thought that the demon Yizan was dead or something happened, but Zapu unexpectedly, Yizan would appear here. Yizan didn't tell Luffy, which made Luffy's curiosity about to burst. Luffy scurried around like a monkey, his eyes rolled around, and his eyes fell on Zapu. Uncle Zapu, tell me what happened to Yizan. Zapu looked at Yizan subconsciously, and found that Yizan nodded slightly, and finally calmed down. Yizan existed in the same era as One Piece. Because of some things, Yizan challenged the Navy headquarters alone and destroyed the Navy headquarters by himself. He was not a pirate, nor was he a revolutionary army. Existence. As Jep spoke, his eyes began to become confused. Obviously, during the meeting, he would never forget the day he sat in front of the TV watching the live broadcast of the Navy headquarters. He did not believe that anyone in this world would dare to single out the Navy headquarters. And in the end, what he saw through the TV was the meteorite that covered the sky. Jep spoke slowly, but Luffy didn't have much reaction. After all, he had never personally seen Yizan's strength, and he didn't know much about Yizan's strength. Luffy doesn't know, because he's an idiot with a broken head, but there are so many customers in the restaurant, there is always someone who knows. They looked at Yizan's increasingly familiar face, and finally connected Yizan with the super wanted criminal with a reward of 2 billion. They remembered the meteorite that destroyed the Navy headquarters, and the entire restaurant was bursting. The diners shouted and ran outside, not even paying for the meal, and some of them who didn't know Yizan also found that there was an opportunity. In order to save the meal money, they also ran away with the chaotic crowd. Running out of the restaurant, no one was left behind. In the restaurant, apart from the chef, there were only Yizan, Zoro, Usopp and Luffy. As for the captain who scolded Nami before, he was beaten by Yizan, probably feeding sharks in the sea. So, you drove all the guests away. Luffy shouted angrily, pointing at Yizan. As a waiter, he has a commission for his work. In addition to the basic salary, he can also get tips from the guests, which is an important source of income for his debt repayment. Tisk, I'm getting more and more courageous, and you dare to yell at me. I don't want to eat meat in the future. Bastard, I have found a better cook than you, and I will never be tempted by you. Oh, Yizan didn't speak, took out a piece of barbecue and shook it at Luffy. Luffy once again staged the appearance of the puppy 073 wagging his tail and begging for mercy. Hee. Yizan threw the barbecue in his hand towards the door, and Luffy flew towards the door as promised. When Luffy was about to bite the piece of barbecue, a hand suddenly appeared at the door, grabbed the barbecue, and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Ah! Luffy exclaimed, then looked at the person who came. Who are you? Why did you take my food? Huh, when did it become your food? Luffy, didn't you say that you were not bewitched by me? Yizan raised a playful smile at the corner of Yizan's mouth and looked at Luffy. Luffy was stunned when he heard the words, then looked around at him, but didn't explain what he said before. At this moment, the person who stole the barbecue fell directly to the ground and kowtowed his head suddenly. Please forgive me, I'm really hungry. Our pirate ship broke down at sea and I haven't eaten for a long time. I'm very sorry, but please rest assured, I will definitely give you the money. The slightly familiar appearance of the other party made Yizan frown slightly. This person should be called Ajin, and he is a dragon pirate, but the Creek pirates to which he belongs is one of the top pirates in the East China Sea. Chapter 67_Kill Creek. Yizan thought silently. One of the chefs pressed Ajin to the ground and beat him, and Sanji, who had been standing in the corner without speaking, walked into the back kitchen silently, and after a while, Sanji was carrying a large plate of vegetable rice. He walked out slowly. No, here it is. Sanji, what are you doing? He's from the Creek Pirates. I know, but I just did what I was supposed to do. Sanji took a step back silently, took out a cigarette and a lighter, leaned slightly decadently on the Jinchuriki column, was about to light a cigarette, but was caught by Yizan. Grabbed the lighter. Sorry, my wives and I don't like the smell of cigarettes. Yizan casually threw the lighter out of the window, but his words made the group of women behind him dissatisfied. This bastard, who is his wife? Nami's face was full of Yuhi, and she waved a small fist at Yizan's back. Humph, Yizan is a bad guy, you are used to it. Alvia glared at Nami lightly. Nami and Robin were usually very kind to Yizan, and that kind of affectionate attitude was completely Yizan's wife. As for Truth Nai. I am. Marina stuck out her tongue with a smile. This girl is quirky and courageous. She wants to go to Yizan's shop to sleep all day long. As for what to do after sleeping. Cough. The girls complained about each other and discussed each other. Here, Zapu stopped the chef and let Sanji pass the food to Akin. Zap also knew that Akin was a member of the Creek Pirates, but he had his own perseverance. Many years ago, Zap and Sanji experienced hunger after the shipwreck. Since then, he has understood food. It is precious and understands how happy it is for a hungry person to have a meal. Soon, Ajin ate all the food, kowtowed heavily, said a lot of nonsense, and left. Yizan knew that Ajin should go back to find Crick and call Crick, who was about to starve to death. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Akin to bring his captain, Click, to the restaurant on the sea where Sanji was. Give. Sanji gave Crick the meal again. And Crick finally showed his evil face after he was full. Boom. With a loud bang, Sanji fell to the ground in pain. Crick stood up with a look on his face, opened his hands and laughed arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. I'm full. This sea restaurant, really not bad. You have 5 minutes to get out of here. I want your boat. Crick's sudden change shocked everyone, even Nami and Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. Tisk tisk, the standard farmer and snake. Yizan shook his head with a smile, and hugged the shocked Nami and Robin in his arms, but at this time, Marina came over with a pouting mouth, insisting on occupying Yizan's arms a location. Is it really okay for you to be so leisurely? Alvia walked to Yizan's side and hugged Robin, who was pulled away by the truth. You will attract some hatred like this. Attracting hatred? Who's that shit? It's okay for a clown to be a clown to entertain the audience. If he really wants to find something, I don't mind letting him know why Huar is like Yuhi. Yizan shook his head disdainfully, and his undisguised voice instantly reached Crick's ears. As a pirate, and even a big pirate in the East China Sea, Crick has never suffered such an insult. What did he hear? He was actually called a clown, and he even made fun of the audience. He felt like his head was about to explode. Fury. Go to hell. Crick rushed towards Yizan with a grim expression on his face. Yizan sighed speechlessly, raised his hand that touched the hair of the truth Nai gently, and pointed his index finger at Crick. Like a laser cannon, terrifying chakra fluctuations bloom from your fingertips. Really, now the waste is becoming more and more useless, the strength is slag, and the information obtained is also very backward. If you want to die, then go. Yizan said indifferently, and a terrifying lightning burst from his fingertips in an instant. Boom. The splendid light roared along with the sound of the thunder explosion. The violent sound made everyone cover their ears, and the dazzling thunder also made everyone including Luffy close their eyes subconsciously. I don't know how long it took, the thunder light finally disappeared, everyone opened their eyes tentatively, only to find that there was an extra hole in the wall of the restaurant on the sea, and Crick had disappeared without a trace. Huh, how about the creeks? It's about 100,000 kilometers away. I just deliberately reduced the penetration power of lightning and strengthened the impact force. I'll knock him into the ocean about 100,000 kilometers away, and I'll probably die. Yizan said indifferently, but what he said made everyone sweat profusely. 100,000 kilometers. How far is that? Moreover, Yizan just sat here and raised a finger. At this moment, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji and others finally felt the power of Yizan, especially when they recalled the deeds of the demon Yizan mentioned by Yuhi Jep, only to realize that this man who smiles every day and likes to play pranks it seems like a super boss. One blow kills Crick, and the matter here is over. According to the original book, Sanji should join Luffy's pirate group, and then at this moment, Yizan felt a sharp sword intent. Wow! Suddenly there was a violent explosion at sea, followed by a violent shock. Boom! The waves raised more than 10 meters high and slammed over, almost knocking over the restaurant on the sea. The entire restaurant was shaking, and even Alvia, who was standing beside Yizan, fell down with an unstable center of gravity. Be careful. Yizan quickly hugged Alvia, and the concerned eyes moved Alvia very much, but when she felt the warm palm on her butt, her cheek turned Yuhi, and Yizan slapped Yizan. Push away. Bad. Hee hee. Yizan raised his eyebrows at Alvia with a smile, which made Alvia's cheeks even more dizzy. She simply turned her head away and ignored Yizan, while Yizan directly pulled Via's hand went outside. Let's go. There's a good show outside. Following Yizan's words, everyone followed Yizan and walked outside. As soon as they walked outside, they found that a huge pirate ship was broken into 2 pieces and was slowly sinking into the water. A large number of pirates on the pirate ship wailed. Some pirates chose to jump into the sea ahead of time. They relied on their good water quality, but did not realize that the uzumaki caused by the sinking of the ship could devour them. The devil Yizan. Chapter 68 Really want to fight. Hokage Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman, one of the 7 seas. At this moment, he was standing in his coffin boat, looking at Yizan with surprise. "Oh, you know me." Yizan, who had just left, raised his eyebrows, and before he had time to speak, suddenly, a green body crossed Yizan and rushed to the deck outside in an instant. "Hokage Mihawk. Who are you?" "My name is Zoro, and I am a swordsman. My goal is to become the world's #1 swordsman." Zoro looked at Mihawk with excitement on his face, holding the famous sword at his waist tightly. His performance successfully attracted Mihawk's eyes, and Yizan didn't say anything, just stood silently on the deck. Zoro challenged Mihawk, and Yizan was still a little interested. Like the original book, Sauron challenged Mihawk with enthusiasm. Mihawk did not refuse the challenge, but took out the jewelry knife hanging around his neck. For him, Sauron was just a swordsman from the East China Sea. Well, it is a little stronger than ants. Soon, Zoro and Mihawk began to fight, and the powerful three-knife flow collided with Mihawk's slap jewelry knife, and a faint airflow bloomed in the air. Mihawk used the jewelry knife easily, blocked Soren's attack. Luffy's teammates are so weak. That 087 eagle-like men defeated that person with only a small knife. Nami said while looking at Yizan. Everyone grows from weak to strong, Soren's words. Aptitude is still good. Yizan exclaimed slightly. Soren's talent is not bad in the world of pirates, but he is too young now, and his opponent, the world's greatest swordsman. Hearing Yizan's words, Nami pouted slightly. She hugged Yizan's arm, stood on tiptoe, and put her head next to Yizan's cheek. Brother Zan, what about me? How is my aptitude? Your aptitude is very good. You can be called a super genius. Well, don't think too much, I mean, you are a genius in terms of seducing me. Yizan smirked and hugged Nami, lightly. Light bit on Nami's ear, and suddenly Nami's face was full of yuhi, and she lowered her head shyly. Yizan and Nami were whispering. Here, Zoro and Mihawk have already decided the winner. Zoro lost completely, and Zoro's firm belief also won Mihawk's attention. I'm waiting for you at the position of the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk said to Zoro, and slowly pulled out the black knife on his back. You won't die with this knife, we will meet again in the future. Whoa! Blood splattered, and Sauron opened his hands to face the black knife slash. He did not feel hopeless, but smiled, and his heart became more and more bloody. Poof! Zoro fell into the sea. Luffy and Usopp immediately launched the rescue, and except for Luffy and Usopp, everyone looked at Hokage Mihawk in shock. This was the first time they intuitively felt the power of the #1 swordsman defeated Zoro, the famous bounty hunter in the East China Sea, with a jewelry knife. It was terrifyingly strong. The whole scene fell into silence, and in the silence, a conversation made everyone focus on Yizan. I remember. You said that you are the strongest and most handsome man in the world, and he is the world's largest swordsman. What about you? Robin asked softly, even though she was usually very nice to Yizan, but occasionally when the belly is black, it can produce explosive destructive power. For example, at this moment, Robin let Mihawk and Yizan connect with a casual sentence, and Yizan just poked Robin lightly with his finger and hugged Robin into his arms. Black belly, cause trouble for me all day long, want to see me fight with Mihawk. Cut. Yizan chuckled and glanced at Mihawk casually. I just disdain to compete for the world's first one. Silence. Wanlai was all silent, and everyone turned their attention to the person who said this sentence. You know, this is in front of the real world's greatest swordsman, so saying this is not a joke. Yizan put on an attitude of complete ignorance, which made Mihawk frown. He looked at Yizan silently, and the black knife he just pulled out moved slightly. Why, don't you agree? Do you want to do it? No, I just didn't expect your excellency to be in the East China Sea. Mahawk shook his head and said, but his eyes became more and more sharp like an eagle. There was no anger or hatred, but a fighting intent, a kind of fierceness like Soren's. Fighting intent. I just walked around at will and took a look at the world now. In the end, what should I say? I'm not very satisfied. Yizan quickly turned his wrist and yawned lazily. Listen to my advice and leave the Navy as soon as possible. Stay away and stop being Chiwahai. I heard that there is an emergency call in the Navy. Chiwahai must obey the order of the Navy. Maybe one day, I will overturn the entire Navy. No. Yizan's smiling words were heard by others like a bragging child, and even some people who knew the existence of the demon Yizan didn't think it was true. After all, Yizan's most brilliant time was not now. However, only Hawkeye knows that Yizan's words definitely have that strength and temper. He still remembered that when he first became Chiwahai a few years ago, the Navy once gave him a document. Among the many documents, the one that impressed him the most was Yizan. The devil Yizan, the man with the highest reward in the world, with 2 billion Baileys, once destroyed the naval headquarters with his own power, and then left calmly. This is also the reason why Hawkeye came to the East China Sea. Not only did Hawkeye come here, but it is said that Garp also came to the East China Sea because of Yizan. You are very strong, I am not your opponent, but I want to challenge you. Hawkeye Mahawk slowly squeezed the black knife in his hand, which was still stained with Zoro's blood, and he flicked it gently. The blade is restored to cleanliness. You really want to fight? Yizan blinked, and he looked at Mahawk, the eagle eye, so cutely. A cyan hurricane appeared on his finger, and the hurricane frantically surrounded his fingertips. Chapter 69 Well-deserved reputation. It was such a simple action, but Hawkeye Mahawk did not dare to make any movements. As a great swordsman, he had a strong sense of airflow, and he could clearly feel the hurricane on Yizan's fingertips. Scary and powerful. He felt that this hurricane was comparable to his own sword energy, even stronger. As expected of the devil Yizan, his strength is really extraordinary. Mahawk thought to himself, but the black knife in his hand slowly lifted. However, how do you know if you don't try? Thinking of this, his eyes became sharper. He didn't continue to speak. He knew that if he continued to consume it like this, his fighting spirit would be completely shattered by Yizan. Swish. Black light flashed. Mahawk rushed towards Yizan. Yizan chuckled, and a golden force field spread out. Give me face and commit suicide. The golden force field enveloped Mahawk, which made Hawkeye Mahawk feel a little strange. After he wrote down Yizan's strange words in his heart, he did not answer. After all, it was suicide. The use of the fruit ability failed, and the golden force field changed to Yuhi color. Seeing this, Yizan knew that this fight must be fought. 6 paths mode. Snapped. Yizan slapped his hands, and the holy white robe was burning with dazzling special effects. There were many black strips scattered on the white robe, and the black tomo at the neckline was evenly arranged, and the mysterious and powerful atmosphere instantly spread all around. Ha! Yizan snorted softly and came to Hawkeye in an instant. The black knife swayed softly with a light like autumn water, which turned out to be shot on Yizan. With Yizan's forward thrust, Mahawk pulled back and avoided Yizan's fist. Quote exclamation mark. Yizan looked at Hawkeye Mahawk in amazement. He didn't expect that the black knife could be used like this. Using softness to overcome rigidity. So, what about this? After Yizan finished speaking, 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball flashed. Swish. A whimpering wind made the black Gudodama truth-seeking ball attack directly towards Hawkeye Mahawk. Feeling the invisible ability in Gudodama truth-seeking ball, Mahawk's face changed again. Using the strange blow just now, the blade slapped on Gudodama truth-seeking ball, and with the strength of Gudodama truth-seeking ball, it retreated violently and left the attack range. Well, in terms of strength, it is indeed very good to overcome the rigidity with softness, so what about the speed? The art of Hiraishin. Following Yizan's words, Yizan instantly appeared behind Hawkeye Mahawk, and the Gudodama truth-seeking ball in his hand attacked directly behind Hokage Mihawk. At the moment when Yizan disappeared, Hokage slashed behind him with a black knife at an extremely fast speed. The response is good, but it doesn't seem to work. At the moment when the black knife was about to hit him, Yizan used Hiraishin's technique to come to Hokage's side again. Boom! Hokage Mihawk tried his best to dodge, and finally blocked Gudodama truth-seeking ball with a black knife when the army was ready. Gollum smashed into the sea. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, and Zoro was even more speechless when he watched all this. Yizan is very powerful, very powerful. This is everyone's description of Yizan, but this description is so pale and powerless. However, there is a comparison, it will be more powerful. Hokage's bloody abuse against Sauron before, let everyone know how powerful Hokage is. The aftermath of the battle, that scene, shocked everyone's eyes. However, Hokage even took out the black knife, and when he dealt with Yizan, he flew out instantly after just a few face-to-face efforts. There was no battle scene, no aftermath of the battle, and not even many moves were seen. So strong. Luffy and Usopp opened their mouths blankly, completely stupid. So strong. Sanji even lost his cigarette. Yizan stole his lighter before, and he said he wanted to take revenge, but now, he just felt cold all over, but fortunately he was slow. If at that time, I rushed over to take revenge, and I have already entered the sea to feed the sharks. Everyone was shocked by Yizan's strength. At this moment, Mihawk also quickly rushed out of the sea. As the world's largest swordsman, he is not only powerful in swordsmanship, but also in physical skills, and even stealthily learned 6 naval styles. It's just that it never shows up. Shave. With a flash of his figure, he stood on a driftwood on a boat board. He looked at Yizan with some embarrassment, but he was so shocked by Yizan's strength that he couldn't help it. Devil Yizan, his name is well deserved. This time, Hokage experienced Yizan's strength firsthand. Compared with the information given by the Navy, he finally understood why Yizan could single out the Navy headquarters. He still remembers that at the end of the information, the Navy gave what a profound comment. Be the first to save lives, notify the headquarters as much as possible, and put encirclement and suppression first. This is a comment made by the Navy on the document. The kind of fear revealed between the lines made Hokage show a strong fighting intent, but at this moment, his fighting intent was shattered by Yizan. I lost. Mihawk said softly, and slowly put away the black knife. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. He can't parry with Yizan's current strength, not to mention Yizan's other abilities. Yizan is a super strong man who can summon meteorites. Hokage conceded defeat and Yizan won the duel. Looking at the orange skill book that burst out from Hawkeye's body, Yizan nodded with satisfaction. Mihawk left. Left with the embarrassment of defeat. But before he left, he still made a promise to Yizan to fight again when he was stronger. This is no problem, anyway, you are all scum, even if you become stronger, it's just a stronger scum tilde. Yizan's words made Mihawk's face full of grievances. He vowed to himself that he must practice harder and become stronger. Mihawk left, the dispute over the restaurant at sea ended, and at Luffy's invitation, Sanji boarded Luffy's ship. The Golden Mary set sail again, and then Sanji was shocked to find that the terrifyingly powerful Yizan came up with that group of beauties. Chapter 70 Luffy and Sanji Who Doubt Life. Aboard the Golden Mary. Sanji, smoking a cigarette, looked at Luffy with a hopeless expression on his face. Luffy, you said that this ship is divided into 2 areas, and the other one is the beautiful area over there. Luffy also looked at Sanji with the same look of hopelessness, and nodded. Although he is not a crew member on my ship, I also want to drive him away, but after leaving Nami next to him, I will find him. There are not so many navigators. Sanji nodded in agreement with Luffy's words. I also want to drive him away. How can a man occupy so many beautiful women? Luffy and Sanji looked at each other sympathetically, choked with tears, and wept each other. The touching scene was really heart-wrenching for those who heard it and those who heard it. Excluding the two men hugging each other, it was full of love. Outside the screen. Hey, so Luffy and Sanji actually like men. At this time, Nami's words made Luffy and Sanji separate like lightning at the same time. No, the two said in unison. Don't say no, the cooperation is so good, isn't it that you have a good understanding of each other? Nami's words made both of them shake their heads one after another. Although Luffy doesn't really like things between men and women, he definitely won't like it. A man, and Sanji doesn't need to say more, he is a person who likes beautiful women very much. Nami's words made the two anxious to defend themselves, but in the end they found that the description was getting darker. Is this really okay? Robin asked Yizan, looking at him. What could be wrong? Yizan pouted, looking at Luffy and Sanji who were anxious to explain. He definitely did not admit that he was a little gloating when he saw the embarrassment of these two people. I really don't like Sanji, Luffy. Luffy and Sanji, who were finally in a hurry, shouted at Nami in unison. Hey, Nami nodded casually and said perfunctorily, I know. Nami's apparent disbelief made both Luffy and Sanji want to cry. At this time, Luffy and Sanji turned around, but they happened to see Zoro and Usopp's wide eyes. You two, listen to my explanation. Sanji and Luffy said in unison again. Hey, we understand, we know, we won't despise you. Usopp's and Nami's identical expressions made Zoro nodded in agreement. Quote. In the end, both Sanji and Luffy had no choice but to give up this increasingly dark debate. There was no way for Luffy and Sanji to find out that almost no one on the whole boat believed that they were innocent. Yizan saw that the two wanted to separate himself from him like this. How can this be done? Well, I believe you two are innocent. Yizan stood up and said to Sanji and Luffy. In an instant, the two of them seemed to be illuminated by a ray of warm sunlight in the cold winter, and looked at Yizan almost crying. Really? Yizan was extremely sure. Really? Those sincere eyes, if Nami and Robin didn't know Yizan's bad taste, they would definitely believe Yizan's words. However, Nami and Robin know that it is possible to make Yizan's bad taste disappear. Huh, that's good, tell them quickly, let them know we're innocent. Sanji hurriedly said to Yizan. Luffy also nodded quickly. Yizan nodded, then said to everyone, what I said just now is false. Huh. I can be quite sure that there is absolutely no purity between the two of them. You see, they are still holding hands. Yizan said with certainty. Well, this time, there were still some who didn't quite believe it, but Usopp and Zoro, who were just playing around at random, also believed it a little bit, and they couldn't help but take a step back and looked at the two of them alertly. Yizan, you. Yizan waved his hand. Hey, I forgot to say it. What I just said to lie to you is also false. Yizan's words gave Luffy and Sanji a sigh of relief. Well, but, I prefer to lie, so what I said last sentence is also false. Yizan made up with a smile. In an instant, the 10,000-point psychic damage from the crit made Luffy and Sanji cry. Oh dear, don't cry, Yizan said to Luffy and Sanji in a tone of comforting children. We didn't cry. Yizan nodded, expressing his agreement with the words of the two, and then. Sao Nyen, don't cry, stand up. Be brave and be a cuddling baby. Critical damage doubles instantly. We're not. The two roared. Yizan came to the two of them and looked at them seriously. You guys, this is not a shameful thing, why don't you admit it? Okay, let me ask you an answer, how is it? The two nodded pitifully. Well, then, first of all, Luffy, you look at Sanji, do you hate him? Yizan's words made Luffy look at Sanji. Luffy is a straight person. Yizan's words made Luffy shake his head and say truthfully, I don't hate it. That's good, then I like it. Yizan came to a conclusion. Wait, it's not. I asked, you just need to answer. Yizan interrupted Luffy's words. Then, he turned his head to look at Sanji. So, Sanji, what about you? Do you want to go to sea with Luffy? Tell the truth. This, it seems, like. Look, that's not it. Yizan spread his hands. No, we. Yizan interrupted the two again. Okay, then I'll ask another question. As Yizan said, he performed a clone technique plus transformation technique, and turned into a very ugly fat ant. So ugly, the two said in unison. Yizan pointed to the fat ant and asked 0.8 to the two of them. Then, now give the two of you a choice. In the next voyage, if you replace the other with such a fat ant, you will choose the fat ant. Or choose to keep the status quo. No, we. You just need to answer. The two said weakly, keep it as it is. Yizan dismissed the clone technique and transformation technique at will, and said to the two, look, this is the result. You prefer handsome men to ugly women. Boom, boom. Luffy and Sanji were finally broken by Yizan. They fell on the deck and looked at the sky dumbly. Hey, Sanji, do you think we're really that? Looks like, isn't it? Chapter 71_Nami is homesick. The Golden Mary was sailing on the sea, the bright sunshine, the soft sea breeze accompanied the waves in the air, a few seagulls chased and chirped happily in the stern, and from time to time a fish jumped out from the stern. Yizan squinted his eyes and basked in the sun comfortably on the observation deck. The girls wore bikinis to accompany them. Because the observation deck was too high, Yizan could not be seen at the bow of Luffy and Sanji. Zoro is still hiding in the training room to practice, and Usopp is also making slingshots in his own bedroom. Everything seems comfortable. The only difference is Luffy and Sanji. These two idiots really believed in Yizan's words. They looked at each other stupidly, and even now they still doubted that they liked men. In fact, Yizan took advantage of Luffy's uprightness. The previous question was a psychological suggestion. If all the questions were answered by someone else, it would probably be the same answer, but Luffy and Sanji had already been made a little dizzy before. With his brain swelled, coupled with his upright temperament, he jumped straight into the pit dug by Yizan. Although the pit was not too deep, it was unexpectedly useful. Brother Zan, you are really good or bad, just a simple sentence, you will make them not believe in life. Nami sat on the edge of the observation deck, looking at Luffy and Sanji on the deck below, her eyes were full of with a hint of curiosity. That's natural, I spent a lot of brain cells to make them like this. Only in this way can I rest assured of your safety. After all, what corresponds to Sanji's cooking skills is the lust of this guy. Yizan said casually, apparently deliberately pitting Sanji, trying to bend Sanji. Luffy was heartless. Although he was trapped by Yizan, it didn't take long for Luffy to return to normal. Instead, it was Sanji. As a person with a delicate mind, he has completely fallen into a dead end and cannot extricate himself. Bending Sanji, Yizan couldn't help but feel proud of his conspiracy. He looked at Nami shyly, and unexpectedly found that Nami's mood didn't seem too high. Nami, what's wrong with you? Yizan asked, looking at Nami who was a little unhappy. No, it's fine. Nami hurriedly smiled, but her smile was far-fetched. Yizan didn't understand, but Robin reacted. She gave Yizan a light pinch and whispered, Brother Zan, you idiot, you are very smart, you can't guess it. Nami has been out for so long and feels homesick. Robin's words made Yizan stunned, and then he remembered that Nami had indeed been away from home for a long time, and, because of her own reasons, Nami had never been separated from her family for too long, and it was natural to be homesick. Thinking of this, Yizan's heart was full of pity, and he pulled Nami into his arms. In an instant, Nami Lihua burst into tears. Brother Zan, I miss home. Nami said with a weeping voice. Although I was very happy to follow Yizan, I also saw many things that ordinary people can't see, but Nami also really missed New Ouchigao and Belmer. Then let's go back. Yizan gently kissed Nami's forehead. Wait until you see New Ouchigao and Belmer. If you want to continue to come out, then come out. Yes, anyway, our purpose is to play, it's the same wherever we go. Robin followed, and her words were unanimously approved by all the girls. Let's go to Nami's hometown to play. Kia, you may not know that Nami's hometown is very close to your hometown Tilda. Oh, is it Coco West Village? Hey, you know that. Going to Nami's hometown, of course not on the Golden Mary. Yizan probed and asked all the below to come up, and then asked the girls to change into bikinis and put on ordinary clothes, and a golden force field spread out. Space, give me face, and go to where Bellmeyer and Nakigao are. After Yizan finished speaking, the golden force field instantly wrapped everyone on the observation deck, and the next second, the space channel opened, and everyone was taken away in an instant. Yizan left with the women like this, which made Luffy on the deck below his face bewildered. He shouted, but only a bunch of beach chairs were left on the observation deck. What's wrong? Hearing Luffy's shout, Usopp and Zoro thought that something had happened and quickly walked out of the cabin. Yizan and Nami disappeared. Luffy said loudly, his face full of depression. Hearing Luffy's words, Usopp's eyes widened instantly, he covered his head exaggeratedly, and said excitedly, "What did you say? Nami is gone. Then how do we sail?" "Sauron, talk to me," Usopp shouted, looking at Sauron who didn't care. Zoro put down the exercise equipment and said to Usopp, "It doesn't matter, if you don't have a navigator, go to her." "Yes. Look for her." Everyone looked at each other, but decided to find Nami. I remember Nami said before that her hometown seems to be in a place called Kokoyashi Village. Following Luffy's words, Usopp also went to the study and took out the nautical chart. The Golden Mary turned its bow and headed towards Kokoyashi Village. Here, when Yizan brought the girls to Belmer and Nuochigao by teleportation through space, he unexpectedly discovered that the surrounding environment was not a familiar village at all, but upon closer inspection, it was a bit like a Navy's territory. Where is this? A rough estimate, probably a naval base. Yizan. The appearance of Yizan and the girls surprised Belmer and Nuochigao, and they were also full of doubts. "How did you get in?" Bermel quickly came to the door, glanced around, and hurriedly closed the door. "Where is this place?" Yizan wandered around the room in confusion. This room should be a standard room, probably on the 3rd floor. Looking out through the window, he could see a few Navy soldiers walking in a hurry. "This is the Navy headquarters," Belmel said, pouring a cup of tea for the girls. "Navy headquarters. What's the situation? Aren't you and Nakigao in Coco West Village? Why did you come to the Navy headquarters?" "It's a long story, just sit down and talk." Following Bermel's words, everyone sat down slowly. Chapter 72_New Devil Fruit. It started when you left. After you left, the news spread that Nami was with you. They found us from Nami's line and brought me and Nakigao back to the Navy headquarters, but they didn't do anything to us. They just didn't allow us to leave, and asked us if we would like to become a Navy. You know, I used to be a Navy member of the East China Sea Naval Branch, and now I get free from the headquarters elite training. My heart is willing. Belmer said slowly. In fact, she initially thought the Navy would do something to him, but in fact it didn't. Hearing Bermel's words, Yizan's eyes became more and more puzzled. What does Sengoku mean? Do you want to use tenderness or brainwashing to tie Belmel and Nakigao to the Navy headquarters, but let them become the Navy? But no matter what, I have a hostile relationship with the Navy. It's not good to keep Belmer and Nakigao here. Although they have a defensive sealing technique in their hearts, if the two women are brainwashed by the Navy, it is not a defensive sealing technique. Can be stopped. Yizan was still thinking, and beside him, Nuochigao gently tugged at the corner of his shirt. Brother Zan, please leave quickly, it will be bad if the Navy finds out. Although Nuochigao knew that Yizan was strong, she had no idea how strong she was. In those years in Kokoyashi Village, Yizan never showed her strength, but when she came to the Navy headquarters, she saw many powerful captains, and she even saw 2 brigadiers compete with her own eyes. The terrifying power made she understood the power contained in the naval headquarters. Looking at Nuochigao's worried eyes, Yizan rubbed her hair with a smile and hugged her in his arms. Don't worry, I'm 10,000 times stronger than you think. I really don't pay attention to the mere naval headquarters, Yi-zan said, and turned his eyes to Belmer. After a decision, I decided to make you stronger. Sengoku brought you to the headquarters, although I don't understand what he meant, but to be on the safe side, you also need some self-protection ability. Yi-zan's words made Belmer stunned for a moment, but he said with a wry smile, our qualifications are too poor, we can't do it. It doesn't matter if the aptitude is poor, as long as you work hard, all this is not a big problem in my opinion. Yi-zan rubbed Nuachigao's hair again, and the golden force field spread. Wait here, I'll be back soon. Space, give me a face, teleport to Nine Snake Island. Nine Snake Island is still quiet and pleasant. Although Hancock accepted the invitation of the Navy to become the Empress a few years ago, the Navy has not disturbed Hancock these years. Next to Nine Snake Island, a huge tree is over 100 meters high, with lush branches and leaves, full of vitality. Under the tree is a new island, with an area only about 1/3 of Nine Snake Island, but because of Yi-zan, the island is now gradually becoming popular. This island built by Yi-zan is called New Nine Snake Island, and as Hancock insists on moving into New Nine Snake Island, more and more female warriors live in New Nine Snake Island, and more the baby girl was sent to the New Nine Snake Island for education. After all, the aesthetics of Nine Snake Island are now normal, and it is not based on strength, because in Nine Snake Island, it is actually very simple to get power. The thing, that is, the divine tree. The women of Nine Snake Island all know that this divine tree will bear a devil fruit every once in a while, and devil fruit is the easiest thing in this world to get power. Empress, the new devil fruit fighters have not been discovered until now. We have been arresting devil fruit fighters in recent years, and the devil fruit fighters have been terrified of our Nine Snake pirates. There is a little movement, all one by one. Escaped without a trace. Then hide your identities and catch them. Those who want to escape from the devil fruit don't need to be caught in the future. If they run, they will just kill them. Hancock's domineering voice made the body of the woman below tremble. Iya, Hancock-chan, so domineering, I'm relieved to see you so domineering. At this time, a joking man's voice sounded, and the female guard beside Hancock instantly surrounded the figure, and all kinds of rapid attacks in his hands attacked the man. Stop, Hancock's voice sounded nervous. The numerous attacks stopped in front of the man in an instant. It's really grown up, Hancock, the man said with a smile, and came to Hancock in a flash. Brother Zan, Hancock's tears fell instantly, and he flew into Yi-zan's arms. Okay, don't I come here often? Why do I still cry? Yi-zan looked at Hancock with a smile. All this caused many women around to stare at Hancock blankly. Hancock's power and domineering are well known to these people. It can be said that Hancock is a real emperor. Kun's domineering in the world has made the Nine Snake Pirates and even Nine Snake Island by Hancock. In one hand. In this case, Hancock is definitely a one-of-a-kind existence. The huge authority brings Hancock's temperament that no strangers can enter. The Emperor's temperament makes everyone who sees Hancock terrified. And now, what did you and others see? The Queen is crying like a little girl in a man's arms. I must be dazzled. All women thought the same thing. However, what happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. I saw that Yi-zan grabbed Hancock's butt with both hands, and acted recklessly. Well, the soft voice was full of temptation. Hancock opened his mouth slightly, stood on tiptoe, and took the initiative to purse Yi-zan's lips. All women are terrified. Impossible. This is the only thought in the hearts of all women. You know, that is the Empress. How is it possible? I want to. Well, this time, there was only one thought in the minds of the shocked women, and that was, who is this man? Ah, baby, this time I came here because I have something to do. When I have time next time, choose a good place and we will spend a romantic night alone. Tilda. Chapter 73 controlled a building with demonic illusion. No way, Belmer and Nochigao didn't take care of themselves, and if something went wrong, it would be very troublesome. Brother Zan, What's the matter? Hearing Yizan's words, Hancock instantly regained the appearance of a strong female empress. Although there was still a hint of Yuhi on his face, his temperament was already that of an empress. However, his eyes widened in an instant, because the temperament of the empress, combined with the appearance of the empress being disheveled because of her previous actions, created a charm that surpassed the sky. I really want to eat Hancock. Yizan thought in his heart that he was going to eat Hancock after a while, but for now, he still needs to settle the matter of Belmer first. Oh, by the way, Brother Zahn, look, this is the devil fruit illustration book I made. In addition to the original devil fruit, I also added some devil fruits. Hancock looked at Yizan as if taking credit. Yizan's eyes lit up. Just right, show it to me, I'll pick some devil fruits later. Picking devil fruits. For my sisters. Hancock glanced at Yizan and thought for a while before guessing what Yizan was thinking. Well, give them food to strengthen their strength. Yizan nodded. Hearing 227 Yizan's words, Hancock quickly flipped the devil fruit Pokédex to a section. Brother Zahn, this is a part of the devil fruits that I have selected that are very suitable for sisters to eat. Yizan flipped through the devil fruits illustration, but found that Hancock was really attentive. Part is cosmetic, part is strength, and part is both. That's great. Thank you for your hard work, Hancock. Yizan looked at Hancock in surprise. He rubbed Hancock's hair with satisfaction, making Hancock's face a smirk appeared in an instant. Brother Zahn, these devil fruits are all in the treasury tilde. Because of Hancock's preparation, this time Yizan came over very conveniently and quickly selected a few devil fruits. Hancock, I'm leaving, there's something else over there. Hancock nodded. Well, be careful. Yizan kissed Hancock distress-edly, the golden force field spread, and he used the ability of the face fruit again to return to the naval headquarters. Belmer, Nuaochigao, discuss these devil fruits with each other and choose 2 of them to eat. Here are the devil fruit illustrations, you can choose by yourself. Yizan put a bunch of devil fruits on the table with a smile on his face. So many devil fruits made the 2 women widen their eyes in shock. As soldiers of the Navy headquarters, they have learned a lot over the years, such as the value of devil fruits. They didn't refuse Yizan's offer. To be precise, Belmer had actually liked Yizan for a long time, and Nuaochigao, because of Loli's cultivation, also fell in love with Yizan. I choose this, the animal-type devil fruit, the phantom beast, the Cerberus. Nuaochigao said as he picked up a devil fruit. Nuaochigao didn't know that the moment she picked up the Cerberus fruit, she officially stepped into another direction of life. In the future, Nuaochigao, the devil dog known as the devil Kiba Tooth, started from this moment. Birth. Then I'll choose this one, Superman, Link fruit. Belmer picked up a very ordinary-looking devil fruit. Belmer chose the superhuman connection fruit and Yizan nodded, but he disagreed. Although the connection fruit is good, its shortcomings are also obvious. The connection fruit, Yizan also took a look at this devil fruit. It is indeed a very good superhuman-type devil fruit. It can connect oneself and the enemy. When attacking the other party, you can cancel the connection, and when you can't avoid the other party's attack, you can instant connection, directly offset half of the damage, and this half of the damage will be fed back to the other party. Seriously, Link fruit is a very good devil fruit, but on the other hand, Link fruit also has its disadvantages, that is, the development speed of devil fruit ability is very slow. Not only that, but the biggest disadvantage of the connection fruit is that it cannot connect to existences that are much higher than their own combat power. You should know that this connection fruit has no effect on people who are much higher than you in combat. Yizan said slowly to Belmer. Belmer looked at Yizan strangely. I have never thought of using this devil fruit to deal with high-end combat power. Even if we are practicing hard, it is difficult to surpass you, and even to catch up with you. So, this connection fruit, I am going to help you eliminate all low-end combat power. Yizan was stunned by Belmer's words. He really didn't expect her to think like this. If this is the case, the connection fruit is indeed very good. In this case, it is indeed a good choice. Following Yizan's words, Velmer also swallowed the connection fruit. Okay, that's it. Whether the navy or strength is good, put it aside for the time being. Nami misses you, so we came to find you. We will probably stay here for a few days. As for your activities, Yizan thought about it and decided to use demonic illusion to control the building directly. It is impossible for so many women to squeeze into a small room. After using demonic illusion control, women can move freely in the building. With Yizan's strength, it was easy to control this building. Soon, the girls ran to the kitchen on the first floor to bring something to eat, such as barbecue, fruit, drinks, and soon they brought a large table of food. Return. So, is it really okay for you to go to the kitchen to steal things like this? Humph. Smelly dad, you used demonic illusion to control this building in an upright manner, and it was all your instigation. I just control these navies, but that doesn't mean stealing to eat, thief. I'm a thief. Not only will I steal food, but one day, I will steal your heart. Smelly dad, sleep with me tonight. Huh. Yizan and the girls played happily in the naval headquarters, but on the other side, Luffy ran into trouble. Kokoyashi village is almost here. Is Nami really there? Of course, Nami said that her hometown is in Kokoyashi village. Luffy sat on the bow with a face full of excitement. In order to find the navigator, he and Usopp, two parallel imports, struggled to drive the Golden Mary. It took a whole day of hardships to reach the destination. Then, they were surrounded by dozens of warships. Chapter 74_Fearless Luffy. Why are we surrounded? I don't know, are they here to arrest us? Looking at the dozen or so warships that came around, Luffy's mouth cracked into a bright smile, and then, Usopp didn't react, he stood directly on the bow. Hey, are you here to catch me? I called Luffy, the future One Piece. Originally many warships that were not ready to fly, after hearing Luffy's words, several warships jumped guns and started shelling the Golden Melly. Ah, yeah. In an instant, Luffy shouted in excitement and ran away. Yes, although Luffy can resist some cannonballs, he still has to escape. After all, once surrounded, it will be very troublesome, so although Luffy is very arrogant, he still escapes in the end. With the help of everyone, Luffy easily escaped from the shelling range of many warships, and many warships did not have any intention to pursue them. The orders received by these warships were very clear, and they surrounded the entire Koko West village. In fact, it was accurate. In other words, the actions of shelling Luffy just now were against the order. It was because Luffy was too embarrassed that he was shelled. Sanji looked at the warships surrounding Koko Nishimura not far away, looked at Luffy solemnly and asked, I don't know who the targets of these warships are, but it is certain that they have something to do with Koko Nishimura. Luffy, let's go, so many warships are really scary. Usopp said to Luffy. Luffy looked at the many warships with a smile on the corner of his mouth. No, it's just fun, besides, Nami is still on the island. Luffy's words made Usopp look around him. Well, I have a disease that will kill me when I go to the island. Usopp said shiveringly. Go. However, Luffy directly ignored Usopp's words, waved his hand, and the Golden Melly set off again. Ah, don't, Usopp yelled, and the boat continued to rush towards the village of Koko West. Boom boom. In the huge sound of shelling, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji continued to use their own methods to knock the shells that hit the Golden Melly into the air. In the terrifying firepower network, the Golden Melly rode the wind and waves and entered the Koko West village. I didn't expect that we actually came in. Usopp looked at the many warships docked on the sea without any movement, and said with lingering fears. Sanji shook his head. It's not that simple. The main reason why we were able to pass the blockade of the warships was that a large part of these warships did not fire at all. It should be because of their respective missions. Never mind. Go have a big meal first. Luffy shouted and quickly left the Golden Melly, heading towards Kokoyashi village. The crowd followed closely into the Koko West village, and as soon as they entered the Cocoa West village, everyone was a little dumbfounded. In the small Cocoa West village, the number of navies was too much, no matter where they were or what they knew. Or the Dark Navy is wandering. This made Luffy and Sanji extremely strange in their hearts. Let's go, let's eat. Following Luffy's shouting, everyone headed towards the restaurant. During the meal, Luffy and others finally knew the purpose of these navies coming here. Yizan. Luffy and the others looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes one after another. Everyone knew how powerful these navies would be if they attacked one person or even one force with all their strength. It doesn't matter, but I didn't expect it to be related. Trouble. Sanji and Zoro thought so. And Luffy was instantly excited. Great, this is fun. Usopp shivered and said, let's go. In the end, everyone still did not leave Cocoasia West Village. On the contrary, they searched for Yizan and Nami in the entire Cocoasia village. Originally, there was nothing to do, but Luffy's character was a huge trouble. There are good people and bad people, and this applies at any time. The Navy is one of the most powerful forces in One Piece, and there are naturally many bad people in it. Among the many navies in Cocoa West Village, there are also some not-so-good people. These navies are in Cocoa. Yaxi Village is rampant with impunity. Stop. Luffy stopped an admiral from bullying a woman. Who are you? Mind your own business. Following the words of the admiral, the conflict between Luffy and the Navy slowly unfolded. Luffy is not a person who gives in at will, and the Admiral of the Navy is relying on his own power to not give in an inch, and the conflict between the two escalates rapidly. The entire Cocoa West village was quickly disturbed. Of course, the reason was that Luffy's search for Nami was seen by some senior Navy officers in Cocoa West village. In order to find Yizan, many navies were ready to start arresting Luffy. For a time, the entire Cocoa West village was caught in a turbulent situation. Luffy and the Navy fought fiercely in Cocoa West village. On the other side, the Navy headquarters, Yizan and the girls lived a leisurely life. One thing Yizan forgot, he used demonic illusion to control the Navy of the entire building, but the Navy headquarters, not just this building, just after a day, someone found something wrong. Who are you? This is a captain. He lives in another building. There is a Navy in this building who is his younger brother. After he found something wrong, he brought a group of Navy to the building. Ah, it's really troublesome. Yizan said casually, his body changing rapidly. Since it is discovered, there is no need to hide it. If one person finds out, there will be a second person. Eventually, more and more people will find out. In this case, it is better to show your identity directly. Yizan lazily cancelled the demonic illusion, including the demonic illusion on his own face. Devil Yizan. A group of Navy instantly recognized Yizan's appearance. Their eyes widened in shock, and their pupils were full of panic. Chapter 75 _ Akainu's Revenge. The reason why Sengoku let Belmer and Nuochigao stay here is because of Yizan. So many members of the naval headquarters around the two women are far more familiar with Yizan than ordinary people. Someone. A huge scream quickly came out of the admiral's mouth. Do you think it's useful to come to these people? Yizan's mouth cracked into a smile, and he took the girls out of the room and walked out of the room quietly. After seeing Yizan, everyone invariably gave way. The way the Navy headquarters treated Yizan was to besiege without attacking and wait for the arrival of high-end combat power. What should I do? Belmer and Nuochigao asked worriedly as they watched many navies slowly surround Yizan. What's the hurry? Yizan took the girls lightly, and slowly walked out of the naval headquarters amid the encirclement of many navies. However, as the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food, and there are always some people who don't understand reality. When Yizan walked like this, it felt as if he saw hundreds of millions of berries walking in front of him. Soon a navy could not bear the power and wealth brought by killing and capturing Yizan. I killed you. Following a sentence, a figure attacked directly towards Yizan. Huh. Yizan glanced at the navy, and he didn't even have the strength to use the face fruit, and used a demonic illusion at will, which directly made the Navy unconscious. Funny. Yizan said something casually and moved on. However, once something has a beginning, there will be too many followers. Go on. Kill him and everything. Following the messy calls of the Navy, many navies quickly attacked Yizan. Humans are just not greedy enough. Yizan said casually, looking around. Give me a face, get out of here, get away as far as you want. Following Yizan's words, a golden force field enveloped everyone present, and in an instant, all the Navy fled away. Look, Nuachigao, these lieutenant-level navies are not worth mentioning in front of me. Sengoku arrived at the scene with Akainu and a group of lieutenant generals. When they arrived, Yizan and the girls just walked out of the building gate. The two teams happened to be collided. Yo, a cute dog came over with his own dog. Yizan looked at Sengoku and Akainu with a smile and said casually, the teasing in his words was very obvious. Yizan's words made Sengoku a little unhappy, but he didn't react. After all, so many people were watching, and since what happened that year, he changed his plan. Compared with the encirclement and suppression plan formulated by Marshal Kong, it is now the one of the Admiral of the Navy. Sengoku reenacted the Wairo means. Because of Wairu's methods, Sengoku has not touched Nuachigao and Belmer all these years. Of course, if the two women can use their power to change Yizan's attitude towards the Navy, that would be the best. A wise man has a lot of thoughts, and he will fail. Sengoku's plan is very good. If the Navy does not take the initiative to deal with Yizan, Yizan will not bother to be an enemy of the Navy, but he forgot one thing. He forgot that there was a mad dog beside him. Yizan, you'd better capture it with your hands, otherwise, we won't guarantee the safety of the two of them. Akainu stared at Yizan with a gloomy face, exuding terrifying heat. Compared to when O'Hara met, Akainu stared at Yizan coldly. The current strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. He hates Yizan not only because Yizan violated his inner justice, but also because Yizan broke his hand. Over the years, Akainu has been training hard like crazy, and his strength is stronger than the original. It is recognized as the strongest among the three major naval admirals, and can even fight Chingzi Kizaru alone. All of this is because of hatred, because of the hatred of the broken arm back then. Yizan didn't know this. He found that the red dog was staring at him like a mad dog. He just smiled and hugged Belmer and Nuachi in his arms. Don't guarantee the safety of the two of them. Just rely on your dog. He. Then you try, as long as you dare to move, I dare not guarantee, can you leave the other hand? Akainu, don't shoot. Marshal, don't stop me, I've been waiting for this day for too long. Today, I will die or he will die. I want to avenge my dignity. Under Yizan's inexplicable gaze, Akainu burned with terrifying magma, turned around and punched Sengoku in the abdomen. As the strongest of the three generals, Akainu's strength far surpassed the original, so Sengoku couldn't react at all. He never thought that Akainu would attack him. Not only that, Akainu suddenly attacked Sengoku with this punch, but he didn't hold back at all. The fist that was burning with magma slammed into the unsuspecting Sengoku, injuring Sengoku's internal organs and sending it flying hundreds of meters. Fell to the ground. Akainu is crazy. This was the first reaction in everyone's head. Yizan looked at Akainu in astonishment, while Akainu smiled grimly, and suddenly took out a remote control from his arms. Yizan, do you know what this is? This remote control is the bomb I buried in the two of them. It is the bomb of the highest technology crystallized by the Navy headquarters. You'd better capture the biological bomb that cannot be taken out, otherwise. Akainu, you're crazy, Sengoku yelled, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. He tightly clutched his abdomen and stood up staggeringly. His abdomen was bloody and severely injured. He never imagined that Akainu had planted bombs in Belmer and Nuachigao. After a long period of analysis and inference, he and staff had formulated a policy of empathy for Yizan, but now, all are Akainu destroyed. At this moment, Yizan didn't care about Sengoku's soft policy. Seeing the remote control in Akainu's hand, Yizan's face suddenly turned cold. Kill you. Yizan didn't hold back at all this time, teleported to Akainu with the technique of Horaishin, waved his hand and grabbed the remote control. Keeping you is always a scourge, die. After grabbing the remote control, Yizan didn't stop, clenched his right fist tightly, covered with a layer of purple-black, armament. Hokage did his best. Chapter 76_Akainu, die. Boom. With a loud bang, a large amount of magma exploded, and Akainu, who subconsciously evaded with elementalization, flew out and fell to the ground ruthlessly. Seriously injured. You're right, either you died or I died today. Yizan looked at Akainu coldly. The terrifying aura constantly shattered the surrounding 100-meter earthquake. Yizan, show mercy, Akainu didn't do it on purpose. At this moment, Sengoku clutched his stomach and came out to smooth the field, but Yizan just gave Sengoku a cold look, and the 6 paths level killing intent instantly shocked Sengoku. Before, I never cared too much about you, but you shouldn't shoot at my woman. Yizan's eyes had a cold look. He had already made up his mind to kill Akainu today. Hee hee. A burst of laughter suddenly remembered that Akainu was spitting blood from his mouth, but he smiled and looked at Yizan with a particularly ironic look. I'm so sorry, my remote control can be activated in another way besides clicking on it. When the temperature of the surrounding 30 degrees reaches a certain amount, the bomb will still explode, just like at this moment. A burst of hot breath bloomed, instantly melting the remote control in Yizan's hand. Yizan's complexion changed greatly, and he quickly came to Belmer and Nuauchigao. There are many black strips neatly distributed, the black tomo is evenly arranged at the neckline, the 6 paths mode is instantly activated, and the seal of the yin-yang escape technique has appeared in the hand. Seal. Click. There was a strange twisting sound of bones in Belmer and Nuauchigao's bodies, and almost instantly, the seal of Yizan's yin-yang escape technique had also sealed Belmer and Nuauchigao. Cold and angry. A terrifying aura spread from Yizan's body instantly, and everyone seemed to hear a huge roar in their hearts. Boom. This huge roar was not a real sound, but it was clearly heard by everyone. This was Yizan's breath, a terrifying breath. Kill you. The art of Horaishin. Armament Hokage. 6 paths. Spiral thrusts. Puff. Blood splattered, the whole world almost stopped. The black and white picture, everyone's movements seemed to be entangled in water, and became extremely slow. Sengoku opened his mouth slowly and shouted silently. The lieutenant generals in the back still kept their stunned expressions. The whole world lost its voice, and there was only a frame-by-frame picture like a slideshow, which was reflected in everyone's pupils. Inside. A drop of fresh blood slowly splashed from the air, splashed on the ground and shattered into a yuhi-colored blood flower. Under the sunlight, the blood flower reflected a tiny rainbow, less than 1 centimeter, and it was as beautiful as splendid. Akainu raised his head slightly, his body still in a posture that seemed ready to jump at any time. His eyes were cold and hateful, but a strange color appeared in this almost stagnant black and white world. I'm dead. His eyes moved with difficulty, as if trying to break free from the stagnant black and white space and time. He raised his eyelids with difficulty, looked at Yizan, and looked at the blood-dripping finger on his forehead. Boom. A violent big explosion suddenly sounded, and at that moment, the stagnant black and white time and space suddenly disappeared. The wind howled, making a violent buzzing sound, and blood splashed all over the sky, spilling on the surrounding ground. The swept wind spreads in all directions with blood flowers in it. Every wind carries a knife-like force, and Akainu's head also turned into pieces and disappeared in the terrifying hurricane. Akainu, die. The Palace of 9 Snake Island. Yizan appeared with the girls. At this time, Bellmeyer and Nuauchi closed their eyes in discomfort, and their bodies continued to transmit a dense cracking sound. Brother Zan, the bombs in mom and sister's bodies seem to be continuing. What's going on? Nami looked at Yizan with tears in her eyes and didn't know what to do. You guys go out first. Yizan fixedly looked at Nuo Chigao and Belmer in front of him, one with each hand, and the chakras flowed rapidly, exploring the inside of the two women's bodies. But this investigation made Yizan frown tightly, and the two women's bodies were already in chaos. Strange, I have already used the yin-yang escape seal. This is a powerful seal that even Kagaya-hime can seal. How could this happen? Yizan observed carefully, and unexpectedly found that the yin-yang dun seal was being eroded by something, and as the seal eroded, the click sound in Belmer and Nuo Chigao's bodies became more and more frequent. Feeling that the two women were really dying, Yizan no longer hesitated, and immediately used his fruit ability. Give me a face and take out the bombs in Belmer and Nuo Chigao unscathed. The golden force field spread and instantly enveloped the two women. After a while, a few worms smaller than ants suddenly emerged from the arms of the two women, struggling to get in again. Hey, this kind of creature is really rare. However, if you make good use of it, the strengths of Belmer and Nuo Chigao. Yizan's eyes lit up, and he had an idea in his heart. Seeing a few very small bugs, Yizan roughly understood the reason. The power of the yin-yang escape seal is unquestionable. As a seal that can seal Kagaya-hime, it is almost Yizan's strongest sealing technique, but he didn't expect it to be smaller than an ant. Organisms can actually absorb these abilities. Not only absorb, but also explode. Thinking of this, Yizan took a deep breath and started researching seriously and quickly. Belmer and Nuo Chigao slept peacefully. Yizan began to study the explosive bugs. On the other hand, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and Usopp were fighting against many navies in Koko West Village. A violent explosion accompanied by a fight broke the peace and tranquility of Kokoyasi Village. Although Luffy and others are very strong, these navies are the navies that probe Yizan's whereabouts. Every soldier is the elite of the elite. Soon, Luffy and a few people fell into a disadvantage. And when Luffy and the others were unable to support, a general suddenly received a call. Soon, many navies quickly withdrew without any explanation, and left Kokoyasi Village. What's the situation? Why don't you fight? Luffy looked at all this strangely. All gone. Sauron frowned slightly. The wounds he had been slashed by Hokage before were not healed, and he fought reluctantly, soaking the bandages on his body with blood. It's good to go, I really can't hold on anymore. Usopp collapsed to the ground. He was the best. Luffy was blocking the front, he only hid behind and slingshots the navy. I am exhausted. Eat, eat, eat. The carefree Luffy quickly ate, and the whole world boiled again because of a sudden thing. A demon who had been silent for many years appeared and killed a Kainu in the naval headquarters. Chapter 77_Sinister. Demon Yizan. This name has been forgotten by too many people. This is the fear from the era of One Piece. For a long time, too many people have forgotten what this name represents. On this day, what the devil Yizan did was once again everyone remembers. It's a big game. I didn't expect him to kill a Kainu after being silent for so long. A Kainu is a general, and I heard that the world government intends to make a Kainu the next marshal. Now, Yizan and the navy really endless death. At this moment, all the big pirates are extremely sad. All the great pirates have experienced the era of One Piece, and no one in that era will forget what Yizan did. For a time, the high-level combat power of the entire One Piece world was guessing the reason why Yizan killed a Kainu, and Yizan, who was at the center of public opinion. Instead, it was peaceful. On the Nine Snakes Island, Yizan looked at Belmer and Nuo Chigao who had returned to normal, and heaved a sigh of relief. The problem of the explosive bug was finally solved perfectly. Belmer, Nuo Chigao, what are you two going to do? Yizan asked while looking at the two women in front of him. Belmer thought about it and faced Yi Xuandao. I should continue to stay in the Navy. After all, the Navy is the most powerful force in the entire One Piece world. If you kill a Kainu, the Navy will definitely target you in the future. There will be some news about you there. Belmer's words made Yizan nodded. All right, but, in this case, your identity is temporarily unavailable, and you need to change your face. I'll teach you a way to change your appearance. Nuo Chigao also said to Yizan, then I'll go with my mother too. Yizan glanced at Nuo Chigao, and the appearance of Nuo Chigao who ate the Cerberus devil fruit has changed a little. In fact, you don't need to learn this method, but you still listen to it for a while. After Yizan finished speaking, he began to teach the two girls how to change their appearance. Yizan himself is a master of disguise, and it is very simple to find a simple way to change his appearance. In just a few days, the two women learned how to change their appearance. Are you really going to the Navy? Won't you go out with me? Yizan asked while looking at the two women. No. Seeing the affirmative expressions of Belmer and Nuochigao, Yizan could only give up the idea of letting the two women go sailing with him. Belmer and Nuochigao did not go sailing with him, so Yizan brought the Nami girls to Luffy's ship again. Space, give me a face, and establish a passage to the Golden Melee. Following Yizan's words, Yizan and the girls went to the Golden Melee. As soon as they stepped out of the space door, Yizan and the girls were a little stunned. What's wrong with you guys? Yizan unexpectedly found that Luffy and the others were covered in scars. Is it a dog? Bastard. Why do I feel uncomfortable when I hear your words? Sanji stared at Yizan with a displeased expression. What do you mean, a dog? You guys are not in the state of a dog now. How did you become such a ragged look? Yizan looked at the crowd with a smile. We met the Navy in Kokoyashi village. Usopp looked at Yizan and explained quickly. Cut. That's how it is. Yizan curled his lips, his face full of mockery. A group of funny people. I said that I am the devil Yizan. Nami's previous relationship with me has been known by the Navy. Now the hometown of the United States will definitely be surrounded by layers. Do you think you or me? Go directly to provoke those navies. Quote. Although Yizan said this, but looking at everyone's pitiful injuries, he still quickly used medical ninjutsu to heal everyone's injuries. Well, in fact, the bigger reason was because of how the injured people played pranks. Only by curing these injuries can Yizan be able to play well. Yizan's face was sacred to heal everyone, and his sinister intentions were not known by everyone Akatsuki. Seeing his partner who had fully recovered from his injuries, Luffy burst into tears. He wept and wiped his tears, and looked at Yizan with a very guilty look. I'm sorry, I wronged you, you are really a good person. Yizan also smiled and nodded. Well, that's natural. However, for some unknown reason, after hearing Yizan's words, everyone who originally thought Yizan was a good person felt that Yizan had bad intentions. Sanji looked at Yizan and said, do you want to make fun of us better and then treat our injuries? Yizan widened his eyes and looked at Sanji. How do you know? Yizan's words made Luffy, who was treated by Yizan, want to escape instantly. No, I don't want to be treated by you. Luffy yelled. Obviously, Luffy would rather be hurt than cured by being teased by Yizan. Luffy got up in an instant, but Yizan didn't continue to chase, looking at Luffy who was jumping around. Well, it seems that my medical skills are as good as ever, but in a short period of time, the injury has been completely cured. Yizan's words made Luffy who was running around instantly dumbfounded. He looked all over his body and wanted to hurt him quickly, but he found that there was no injury all over his body. Luffy looked at Yizan blankly, looking at himself with tears in his eyes. Luffy didn't have any wounds all over his body, which reminded Luffy again of the life he had been teased by Yizan before. Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. Yizan looked at the three with a smile. The three of them stood up regardless of their injuries, trying to escape from Yizan's side, but they were quickly caught by Yizan and forced to heal. It didn't take long for the three of them to sit on the deck with dejected faces, looking at the body without any injuries, and feeling that their whole life had no light. Nami looked at everyone. What's wrong with you? Brother Zan kindly helped you treat your injuries, why did you react like this? Luffy looked at Nami with a sad face. As long as he doesn't make fun of us, we will be very grateful. Really? Yizan looked at the crowd with a serious expression. Of course it's true. Luffy nodded heavily. As long as you don't bully us, we will definitely thank you. Luffy and others thought that Yizan would really not bully them. The corner of Yizan's mouth cracked into a smile. Of course, I will bully you. Ha ha ha. Yizan laughed and looked at Luffy and the others. Luffy and the others were instantly dumbfounded, not knowing how to describe their strange mood. Chapter 78 _ hit a cute girl. In this way, Yizan still stayed on Luffy's boat, playing tricks on Luffy and others all day, heading towards the Great Route. Under the extremely sad circumstances of Luffy and others, the ship sailed to Rog Town, which is known as the town of beginning and end. One Piece Roger was executed here. On the Golden Melee, Yizan hugged Kia comfortably, watching Nami on one side drawing a nautical chart, while Robin and Alvia were holding a book and watching with relish. Marina seemed to be going the kitchen stole something to eat, and Yizan said that he had nothing to do with that glutton. Brother Zan, can you please stop me from touching? Kia lowered her head ashamed of Yuhi and twisted her body slightly. But following Kia's words, Yizan leaned into Kia's ear. Kaya, it's uncomfortable to touch through the clothes. Don't. As Kia spoke, Yizan's hand had already penetrated into Kia's clothes. No, Kia shy Yuhi's face, but Yizan's hands were dishonestly messing around, making Kia shy and almost fainted. Brother Zan, it is estimated that you will be in Rog Town soon. Nami raised her head, looked at Kia's shy face, and said angrily. Yizan did not proceed to the next step. Not long after, the Golden Melee was already docked on the shore. On the deck of the Golden Melee, everyone looked at the town in the distance. On the bow, Luffy laughed and stood up. Let's go, I'm going to have a look. Luffy said to the crowd with a big smile. Luo 657 Gia. Yizan looked at the town in the distance, and said to Nami, Robin and Kia, go and see. Go and see, but can you not move your hands? As soon as she got off the boat, Nami roared at Yizan. Yizan's hand moved up quickly and hugged Nami's waist all of a sudden. Well, your clothes were too slippery just now, it must be like this. You're a scumbag. Thank you for the compliment, Tilda. Yizan smiled and kissed Nami on the cheek, leaving Nami helpless. She glared at Yizan angrily, and pulled Yizan's hand out of her clothes again. Bastard. Don't do it where there are people. Touch me. Oh, you mean, where no one is. Bah, don't use words. Big rascal. Nami angrily wanted to break free from Yizan, but at this time, Marina took the initiative to pounce. Yizan didn't pay attention, and Nami broke free and ran away. Tisk. Marina, it's all because of you. Nami who got it flew away. Hee, bad dad, I don't mind being eaten by you, Tilda. Eat in one day, you little lecher. Hee, just fuck, coward, don't dare to fuck me. Genai bit Yizan's ear badly. The crisp feeling made Yizan shudder subconsciously. He hugged Genai tighter, and Robin came over beside him. Brother Zan, I want to hug. Well, that's truth Nai, you go ahead to explore the road first. I can't help it when you are in my arms. Hee, stinky dad, coward. Marina left Yizan's arms, ran to the front and grabbed Alvia all at once. Taking advantage of Alvia's unpreparedness, she forcibly shoved Alvia into Yizan's arms. Now, the woman in Yizan's arms became Alvia and Robin. That soft feeling instantly made Yizan cool. Asshole, let me go. Tisk, don't blame me, it's Marina who pushed you over here. Come on, Robin, kiss one and let your mother see, Tilda. Yizan smiled wickedly and kissed Robin on the lips. Seeing her daughter and Yizan kissing like this, Olivia's face was full of Yuhi, but she couldn't break away from Yizan's embrace. Yizan teased with the girls. Behind, Luffy, Zoro and others also got off the boat. Looking at the huge Rog Town in front of him, Luffy happily pinched the straw hat and lifted it up. Liberated. Luffy and the others shouted in ecstasy, and hurried towards Rog Town. Tisk, Luffy and the others are going to play, let's play too. Okay, first you have to let me go. Don't let it go. Bang. With a knock, Yizan instantly covered his forehead in pain. He pouted pitifully and found that Alvia had pulled Robin and fled forward. You too. Yizan puffed up his face angrily. Zhang Qiba danced his claws and chased after the two women, and with Yizan's departure, Nami, Marina and Kia looked at each other speechlessly. At a glance. Then, let's go shopping, shall we? Yizan was chasing Robin and Alvia. These two women were also smart. They turned around and blamed Yizan, but they got rid of Yizan. He walked helplessly on the street while covering his forehead. The jade-like body bumped into him. Boom. Ah, it hurts. Yizan's eyes lit up with a soft and heroic voice, and he looked at the girl he bumped into. Wow, another beauty. Yizan instantly widened his eyes. However, Yizan soon discovered that the girl was groping on the ground like a blind person, and not far away was a pair of glasses with a crack. Here, Yizan took the glasses that fell not far away, pulled up the girl who fell on the ground, handed the glasses to the girl and said, "Sorry, you broke your glasses. Let's go, find a place and I'm getting another one for you." Yizan's words made the beauty quickly wave her hand. No need. How about that? Yizan looked at the beauty, grabbed her soft jade hand unceremoniously, ignored the beauty's struggle, and walked towards the optical shop in the town. Okay, I see, don't grab my hand. The beauty said to Yizan. Her shy look made Yizan's heart a little moved. At this time, Nami and others who saw that Yizan was not chasing also came to Yizan's side. What happened? What happened? Robin asked concerned. Nami looked at the beautiful woman beside Yizan and said, Are you hooking up with girls again? Yizan nodded Nami's head, and in Nami's frowning expression, he said, I ran into someone in pursuit of some unscrupulous beauty and broke their glasses. Yizan's words made the girls look at the glasses that the beauty was wearing, and only then did they see the cracks on the glasses. Nami looked at the beautiful woman embarrassed and said, Sorry, we're used to joking, find an optical shop and get a new one. Nami said. She came directly to the beauty's side, and before the beauty could react, she directly put her arms around the beauty's shoulders. My name is Nami, what's your name? The beauty shook her body customedly, and the lady looked at everyone. My name is Dasuki. Dasichi. Yizan raised his eyebrows. Yizan also knew a little about Dasichi. After all, Dasichi appeared a few times in the later period, and was liked by some people. You know me? Dasuki asked strangely, looking at Yizan's tone that seemed to know him. Know a little bit. Yizan didn't know if it was intentional or not. When he turned around, he touched Dasiki's little murderous part with his arm. Let's go. The murderous part was hit, causing Dasichi to face Yuhi instantly. She glanced at Yizan quietly, not knowing if Yizan did it on purpose. Chapter 79 Optical Shop. In an optical shop, Yizan stared silently at Dasichi. Don't look at me like this, I just need to fix the lens. Dasichi looked at Yizan weakly. The lady's Dasichi made Dasichi unable to refute the domineering Yizan at all. After Yizan heard Dasiki's words, he quickly shook his head. How can this be possible? How can such a beautiful beauty wear such dirty glasses? Following Yizan's words, Yizan shook his head again. This is not good looking. With that said, Yizan took off the glasses from Dasuki's face, but when taking them off, Yizan's hand slid across Dasuki's pretty face at will. Tisk tisk, so tender, so slippery. Yizan felt relieved. His behavior made Dasichi take a step back, unaccustomed to it. No, I can come by myself. Dasichi was very uncomfortable with Yizan's unsolicited behavior. Hey, it's nothing, you're welcome. Yizan waved his hand casually and said carelessly. Yizan's words made Nami and Kia on the side look at each other. HMPH, Brother Zan is going to bully the girl again. Finally, after a few times, Dasichi finally couldn't stand Yizan's closeness. That's it. Dasuki quickly took out a pair of glasses that looked very intellectual, and said to Yizan with great certainty. No matter how Yizan persuaded, Dasichi didn't seem to want to change her meaning. Dasiki's reaction made Yizan know that this matter would not change. Yizan turned his eyes, but saw Robin, who was quietly reading a book on the side, shyly, and leaned in front of Robin with a smile. Robin-chan, you are reading, do you want a pair of glasses? Yizan's words let Robin put down the book in his hand, looked at Yizan, then opened the storage scroll presented by Yizan, and slowly took out his glasses from inside. I have sunglasses, gold wire, half frame. Robin put all kinds of glasses in front of Yizan. After a while, he took out glasses that were comparable to the entire optical shop, leaving Yizan dumbfounded. Only then did I know that Robin, who has always loved reading books, is also very fashionable, but thinking about it, that girl doesn't like beauty. Robin looked at Yizan's frustrated eyes, and then came to Yizan's side with a smile. However, I still think I'm missing a pair of glasses that you gave me, brother Zan. Yizan looked at Robin's playful look. A tiger pounced, hugged Robin directly, feeling the nephrite in his arms. Yizan burst into a smile. Look at you, Nami said you were lustful, but you refuted it. Feeling Yizan's desire, Robin whispered to Yizan, her pretty face flashing a shy Yuhi look. It's called My Fair Lady, Kunzi is so cute. Yizan explained to Robin with a smile. Nami burrowed into the space between the two. Aren't you going to buy glasses? What are you doing? Robin quickly got out of Yizan's arms and stood on the side pretty, while Yizan grabbed Nami, and then pointed to a pair of glasses and said, show me that glasses. Quote. The store owner also quickly gave Yizan the glasses. Just now, Yizan was very generous and bought a few glasses for Dasichi. The store also liked this kind of business. Does it look good? Robin put on his glasses and asked Yizan. Yizan instantly widened his eyes and nodded quickly. If you add a uniform. The standard uniform is tempting. Robin at this time is simply the temptation of a standard teacher's uniform. Then buy it, Nami said with a big wave of her hand. Hey, it's me who will pay, okay. Yizan said with a white glance at Nami. HMPH, I'm rich too. Nami said in a fanatical tone. One day, I'll take all your money. Okay, you're mine anyway, Tilda. It's not yours. The two were bickering, and at this time, a huge thunder suddenly sounded outside. Bang! The brilliant lightning flashed by, causing Robin to hug Yizan subconsciously. Brother Zan, it's going to rain. Well, Yizan nodded and suddenly remembered something. In Rog Town, Luffy almost died at this time. In the plot, Luffy's survival in Rog Town is due to the weather and luck, but many people think that it was Luffy's daddy Long's shot that saved Luffy. And Yizan was going to see what happened to the dragon. Yizan was silent, and Dasichi, at this moment, quickly put on new glasses, avoided Yizan with a face full of yuhi, and ran out of the optical shop. Sorry, I suddenly have something to deal with, so I left first. Dusky left, which made Yizan a little confused. Looking at Yizan's appearance, Robin asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this Dusky? Yizan shook his head. Dusky is fine, but the key is that she followed a Navy general and ate the devil fruit ability user, Smog, who is a natural smoke fruit. Strong. No matter how strong can you be stronger than me. It's just a dog skin plaster. It's a mad dog, and it sticks to you when it's provoked. It's not a woman, so it's very annoying. Yizan said and looked at the girls. Let's go and find Luffy. It's raining, so I won't stay in this town any longer. Yizan said, and soon came to Roger's execution table with the girls. Roger. Yizan sighed slightly. At this time, Luffy was escorted to Roger's execution platform by a woman named Erika. Is Luffy alright? Kia asked while looking at Yizan. It's okay. Yizan looked at all this casually. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and when he came here, Yizan looked at a corner of the execution platform. Yizan's perception was very clear that in that corner, Luffy's father was there. At this moment, Luffy is about to be executed. There is no fear in his heart, but a bright smile blooms. The big sword in the sky was about to be swung down, but Yizan stood motionless. Seeing Yizan's performance, the dragon in the corner finally couldn't help it. He immediately used his fruit ability to control the entire weather and use the strong wind and thunder to save Luffy. Go ahead. Chapter 80 _ Collect clothes in the rain. Why didn't you do it? Aren't you here? That's your son. What am I doing? In Rog Town, which was raining heavily, Yizan answered lightly, making Long very speechless. You're so right that I'm speechless. It's good to know, Yizan said indifferently. Facing Yizan, Long Yi did not dare to have any other ideas, not because he was worried about how Yizan would deal with Luffy, but because Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was too strong for Yizan. It couldn't be clearer. Yizan's power is unquestionable. The Devil Yizan, this name has always been the number one in the list of people who are afraid of high-level executives. The general behavior style of being a child but possessing a powerful force value is something that all high-level officials are afraid of. In the entire One Piece world, except for the Navy who had to be the enemy of Yizan because of the Tianlong people, the rest of the forces expressly prohibit provoking Yizan, and even some people who are similar to Yizan are not allowed to provoke them at will. Although I don't know why you are on Luffy's boat, Luffy also asks you to take care of me. Long said as he looked at Yizan. His tone was sincere, obviously thinking that Yizan would not deal with Luffy. Don't worry, with me here, that thing won't die, at most it will be broken by playing. Yizan waved his hand casually, looking at Luffy who survived, facing Longdao. Luffy, there are some things I want him to do. Yizan's words finally reassured Long that if he has something to do, Luffy is still safe for the time being. Long watched Luffy get off Roger's execution platform, hurriedly put on his Kabuto hat, and said to Yizan, Sorry, I still have something to do, I need to leave first. Well, you go, Yizan said casually. Seeing Long leave, Yizan dodged and came to the execution platform. Yizan, why are you here? Luffy didn't know when he stood up, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have something very important to inform everyone. Yizan was extremely serious. Luffy also nodded heavily. I have informed everyone that I will be the Pirate King in the future, how about you? What do you want to tell others? Your ideals. Yizan ignored Luffy, but looked at the many people in the square who were frightened by the lightning just now. A playful smile cracked his mouth, took a deep breath, and shouted, It's raining, go home. Clothes away. Quote. In a sluggish manner, everyone stared blankly at Yizan on Roger's execution platform. Who would have thought that such a person, on such a forbidden land, would say such a thing and go home to collect clothes when it rained? No one cares about you. At this time, Robin's figure appeared behind Yizan and said to Yizan. While everyone was stunned, the sound of footsteps suddenly sounded, but the Navy stationed in Rog Town arrived. At the same time, a cloud of smoke came towards Luffy and Yizan in an instant, but it was Smog. Wow, big smoker. Yizan looked at Smog and shouted instantly. So, the title of Big Smoke Man started from now on. How dare you trespass on Roger's execution platform? Smog yelled at Yizan, Luffy and the others. Luffy's mouth cracked with a smile. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become One Piece in the future. Luffy's words made Smoker roar instantly. His body turned into smoke, and he attacked Luffy directly. Ha 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 ha, run away. Luffy laughed and was about to run away. But, hey, Yizan, what are you doing? Before Luffy left, Yizan directly grabbed his clothes and grabbed Roger's execution platform. Fleeing without a fight is not my style, Yizan said to Luffy with a bright smile on the corner of his mouth. Luffy, a Byakugan, shouted, It's not your style, so why did you pull me? Luffy watched Smog attack him, and he almost cried. The level of trouble with nature-type devil fruits is as deep as Luffy knows Akatsuki. To sum it up in 2 words, trouble. Ah, are you not a rubber fruit person? Yizan looked at Luffy and asked. Luffy looked at Yizan in doubt. What does the rubber devil fruit have to do with me fighting or not fighting? Yizan looked at Luffy seriously and said, "It's okay. But, I like it." Quote. In short, under Yizan's intervention, Luffy still had to fight against Smoker, and the result made Luffy feel very sad. Luffy has almost no power to fight back against Smog. Now Luffy is not domineering, and his attacks have no effect on those with natural devil fruit abilities, while Smog's attack is very fierce, and the weird weapon 10 the Sea Tower Stone at the top of the hand also makes Luffy, the devil fruit capable, miserable. What a waste, Yizan said sarcastically, sitting comfortably on the side, watching the battle between Smoker and Luffy. "I don't care, I'm running away," Luffy shouted. "This fight is meaningless." "Want meaning? It's very simple, I'll give you a meaning." Yizan's mouth evoked a malicious smile. "No, I'll fight," Luffy yelled directly after seeing Yizan's smile. Yizan then nodded. "That's good, but, do you really want no meaning?" 2.1 Luffy hurriedly shook his head. Yizan's mouth cracked into a smile. "Actually, I can't think of any meaning. Isn't it a duty for the Navy to catch pirates?" Yizan's words made Luffy speechless for a moment. Luffy felt like he was about to cry. Although Yizan still said this, Luffy continued to fight against Smog. There was no way, Luffy really didn't have the confidence to test Yizan. Seeing this, Yizan smiled and said to Robin, "Robin, have the rest of the staff assembled." "Well, it's ready." Yizan said to Luffy. "Luffy is gone, save your own life. Be careful." Yizan said, picked up Robin directly and left Roger's execution platform.